Konoha, year 55, in the Blood Mist Village, a certain hillside, a young boy with short hair and crimson eyes wielded a silver-white longsword, drenched in sweat as he diligently practiced his swordsmanship. Each strike was sharp and powerful, cutting through the air with a fierce whoosh. 998th swing, 999th, 1000. With a resounding shout, the boy collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of swinging the sword 1,000 times, successfully activating the God-level enhancement system. Upon hearing the mechanical voice in his mind, the boy could not help but break into a grin. His name was Yilianai, and he had been in the Naruto world for a month. Even if his strength was meager, the protection of his older sister, Terumi Mei, ensured he would not be bullied. However, just yesterday, the graduation exam with a staggering mortality rate of 50 had suddenly arrived, nearly causing him to crumble under pressure. As the lowest achiever, he had yet to master the shuriken. How could he possibly contend with those monstrous peers and pass the assessment? He was doomed. Yet, escape was not an option within the confines of the Mist Village. He was trapped. Fortunately, the system for salvation had appeared that by successfully swinging the sword 1,000 times, he could awaken the system and gain the strength necessary to pass the exam. Yilianai had no choice but to cling to this last hope. After all, it was impossible for him to attain the strength needed to pass the assessment in just one day. Now that the system had awakened, he would see if his efforts were worthwhile. God-level enhancement system enhances all items of the host, weapons, skills, attributes, etc. The number of enhancements depends on the potential of the item greater. Potential allows for more enhancements. Enhancement requires consuming enhancement points. Each swing of the sword grants one enhancement point. The beginner's gift package has been issued. Free enhancement attempts X2, high-level talent X1, Chunin attributes X1. Please check. Then, the attribute panel appeared. Host, Yilianai. Age, 12. Skill, basic swordsmanship taught by Terumi Mei. Weapon, standard white longsword gifted by Terumi Mei. Level, Genin, Chunin, Special Jonin. Jonin, Elite Jonin, Kaguya, Super Kaguya, 6 paths. Items, free enhancement attempts X2, high-level talent X1, Chunin attributes X1. System, detected that the host possesses basic swordsmanship. Would you like to use the system for enhancement? Detected that the host talent is 2. Low and attributes insufficient. Would you like to use the beginner's gift package items for transformation? Use. He had worked so hard to activate the system, and this moment was precisely what he had been waiting for. Ding! Basic swordsmanship enhancement successful. The host gains Chunin level swordsmanship with the attached skill, Eagle Flash. Ding! Transformation. Successful. The host gains Chunin attributes strength, speed, agility, and high-level talent. Instantly, a powerful force surged through Yilianai's body. He clenched his fists, thinking, now I should be able to pass the assessment. Then, he used his remaining enhancement opportunity on the blade. To excel in one's craft, one must first sharpen their tools. He looked at his attribute panel again. Host, Yilianai. Age, 12. Skill, Chunin swordsmanship. Eagle Flash enhancement attempts remaining, 4. Weapon, forged longsword. Effect, cuts through iron like mud. Extremely resilient. Enhancement attempts remaining, 2. Level, Chunin, Special Jonin, Elite Jonin, Kaguya, Super Kaguya. 6 paths. Upon returning home and opening the door, Yilianai discovered a striking woman with emerald green eyes and long, brown, wavy hair standing in the courtyard. It was Terumi Mei. Yilianai's face lit up with surprise. Sister, you're back. In response, Terumi Mei teased, I finished my mission. Where else would I go? Then, concern washed over her beautiful face as she asked, Little Ye, do you have confidence for the graduation exam? Hearing this, Yilianai patted his chest confidently and replied, Absolutely. Terumi Mei seemed skeptical. Really? She knew all too well Yilianai's capabilities. If she weren't worried about his ability to pass the exam, she wouldn't have rushed back so soon. Now, he claimed he could pass. Could it be that he had grown significantly stronger in the 2 weeks she had been away? If you don't believe me, how about we practice? If I pass, will you teach me a few ninjutsu techniques? Yilianai grinned, for the times had changed. Now possessed a system and was eager to test the strength it bestowed upon him. All right, let's see if you were just boasting. Terumi Mei readily agreed and immediately formed hand seals. Water release, water surge. A roaring wave surged forth, powerful and daunting. Yet Yilianai did not flinch. Eagle flash. Yilianai drew his sword and sliced through the wave like a shooting star. Then, he reappeared with the speed of light, causing Terumi Mei to instinctively brace herself and retreat. She was utterly astonished. This was already on par with the Chunin, wasn't it? When had her brother Yilianai become this strong? Not done yet, sister. Yilianai's voice interrupted Terumi Mei's thoughts. He charged forward again, bringing down his sword with fierce intensity. Sharp and powerful, Terumi Mei defended with kanai, yet was taken aback. What tremendous strength, she thought. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing rang out, sparks flying as Yilianai matched. Terumi Mei blow for blow. With each strike, Terumi Mei's astonishment grew. How had Yilianai suddenly become so strong? When she had left for her mission 2 weeks prior, he was just an ordinary genin. Now, she dared to assert that even the Chunin in the village might not be able to handle him. Stop, Terumi Mei called to halt the spar. She looked at Yilianai, her expression a mixture of disbelief and astonishment. Little Ye, when did you become this strong? Hearing this, Yilianai beamed and replied, a warrior's absence for 3 days calls for a fresh perspective. So, sister, is this enough to pass the exam? Terumi Mei nodded. Yilianai's strength was certainly sufficient. But how had he become so powerful in such a short time? Yilianai seemed to sense Terumi Mei's thoughts and said, a few days ago, I fell from the mountain, and it felt like I suddenly understood something. Then he shrugged, it's truly miraculous. Terumi Mei, taken aback, questioned, really? That seemed quite extraordinary. Even if you don't believe it, the facts are right before us. Why don't I go check if there's anything amiss? Yilianai was well aware that his sudden transformation would raise Terumi Mei's suspicions. Thus, he was quite candid. Terumi Mei agreed. All right, they'll take you for an examination to see if anything is unusual. However, the test results indicated there was nothing wrong. Yilianai was perfectly normal and healthy. This left Terumi Mei perplexed. Could it be that he truly had an epiphany? Well then, becoming stronger is a good thing. At least the chances of survival have increased. As long as her brother Yilianai was fine, that was all that mattered. Continuing on, she conducted a chakra attribute test on Yilianai to ascertain the nature of the ninjutsu she intended to impart. Yilianai's dominant attribute was water, with a less pronounced affinity for lightning. Given the preeminence of water, she decided to teach him the techniques of mist concealment and water clone. These techniques, when combined with your swordsmanship, should yield remarkable results. As she spoke, Terumi Mei handed Yilianai a blue scroll, stating, this contains the key points for your learning. It should be quite manageable. Practice on your own for now, and I shall return to guide you should you encounter any difficulties. With that, she departed. Yilianai understood that she was heading to a meeting regarding the examination, which all jonin of the Mist Village were required to attend. The mist concealment technique and water clone were indeed impressive. Yilianai immediately began to study the scroll. Following the prescribed steps, he commenced his training. With the high-level talent provided by the system, akin to that of Uchiha Sasuke, mastering the two techniques was hardly a challenge. In 10 minutes, he had grasped the fundamentals. After half an hour, he was capable of executing them flawlessly. Ding! Detection of ninjutsu enhancement available, mist concealment, and water clone. Initial enhancement points of 1,000 each. The host can earn enhancement points based on actual needs to strengthen the ninjutsu. Yilianai noted, 2,000 enhancement points isn't too much. He promptly began to swing his sword to earn enhancement points, with a rate of 1 enhancement point earned every 2 seconds. Accumulating 2,000 points would take just over an hour. An hour later, both techniques were successfully enhanced. Mist concealment, C-rank ninjutsu. Enhanced effect, masks 5 senses. Slightly distorts the direction of sound propagation. Enhanced rank, B. Remaining enhancement opportunities, 3. Water clone, C-rank ninjutsu. Enhanced effect, reduced chakra consumption, faster activation speed, and more realistic appearance. Enhanced rank, B. Remaining enhancement opportunities, 2. Lacking a point of reference, Yilianai had no intuitive sense of just how effective or powerful the enhanced ninjutsu truly was. Thus, he closed the system and resumed swinging his sword to earn more enhancement points. He had no qualms about accumulating more enhancement points. Once Terumi Mei returned, he would ascertain the effectiveness of the enhanced ninjutsu. In the Mist Village, at the Mizukage Tower, Terumi Mei heard a ninja beside her remark. I heard your brother is participating in the examination this year. Would you like me to lend him a hand? All I require is your company for one night. As the meeting concluded, this ninja, who sat beside Terumi Mei, suddenly spoke. His gaze towards her was filled with desire. Shintai-kong, do you not realize you are indulging in delusions? Terumi Mei replied coldly before departing. Considering Yiliani's previous strength, she naturally had her concerns. However, that was no longer the case. Terumi Mei, you are being utterly unreasonable. Her response caused Shintai-kang's expression to darken. As the son of the elder Yuan Long of the Mist Village, when had anyone ever dared to refuse him? Terumi Mei's blatant disregard was unprecedented. However, in response to his outburst, Terumi Mei seemed utterly indifferent, vanishing from his sight. The other fog ninjas observing this were inwardly anticipating a splendid spectacle. Chio Takakatsu was known for his exceedingly narrow-mindedness. Anyone who offended him seldom met a favorable end. Yet, Terumi Mei was no ordinary individual. The foremost figure beneath the water shadow, a former head of the Umbu with numerous loyal followers, even the elder had to concede to her. The confrontation between these two would undoubtedly be captivating. Upon returning home, Terumi Mei found Yagura Nanao practicing with a sword, causing her to frown. The assessment is tomorrow. The ninjutsu I just taught you is for survival. Why are you not training? There was a hint of anger in her tone. Hearing this, Yagura Nanao paused, wiping her sweat, and replied, Sister, why not give it a try? Seeing the eager expression on Yagura Nanao's face, Terumi Mei was taken aback and then asked, Have you already mastered it? We'll find out if I try. Yagura Nanao grinned. Terumi Mei fixed her gaze and said, Very well. Let me see if you speak the truth. As soon as she finished speaking, Yagura Nanao retreated and declared, Water release. Hidden mist technique. A dense fog enveloped the entire courtyard. Terumi Mei felt her senses diminish significantly, and her heart raced with alarm. Whoosh. At that moment, a glimmering shard of cold light approached. Only when it was nearly upon her did she sense it, narrowly avoiding the attack. Yet, another threat emerged instantly. A chilling light charging towards her, causing her hair to stand on end as she hastily evaded. Following this, several more strikes came her way, leaving her somewhat flustered and struggling to predict the onslaught. Gradually, the mist began to disperse. Yagura Nanao, beaming with delight, looked at Terumi Mei and asked, So, sister, how did I do? Terumi Mei, astonished, gazed at Yagura Nanao and queried, You mastered this while I was merely attending a meeting? And with such proficiency? Indeed. Would you like to see the water clone technique? Yagura Nanao inquired, her face aglow with excitement. Terumi Mei nodded, only to be further astonished. You can release it even faster than I can. Terumi Mei regarded Yagura Nanao as if she were a marvel. Was this truly the once dull-witted Yagura Nanao? She could scarcely recognize her. Especially with the combination of the hidden mist technique and swordsmanship, it was genuinely terrifying. She could very well be injured. Sister, teach me a few illusion techniques to complement my swordsmanship. The results should be remarkable. Terumi Mei did not refuse Yagura Nanao's request. As long as it would enhance her sister's abilities, she was more than willing. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chio Takakatsu was issuing commands to someone. Rest assured, Lord Chio Takakatsu, dealing with someone like Yagura Nanao, who ranks at the bottom, will be a piece of cake. A youth with a scar over his right eye responded. Elsewhere in the hidden mist village, the graduation assessment had finally arrived. It seems it is time for some serious slaughter, exclaimed a silver-haired boy with sharp teeth. This was Yasakura Mizuki, who had earned the title of Demon's second generation at the tender age of 5 and was now just 9 years old. The graduation assessment, how nerve-wracking. A timid youth, adorned with protective goggles, spoke up. He is one of the future members of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Chojiro, aged 11. Hey, don't be too weak, everyone, exclaimed a girl with sharp teeth and chestnut red hair, who is the future heir of the Thunderblade, Ringo Yuhi, aged 10. Together, the three of them stand out among the prominent youths of the Mist Village, though many others exhibit remarkable talent as well. The assessment in Mist Village is a rigorous selection process, designed to identify the most formidable among them. A day later, Yagura and I arrived at the examination venue, the Mist Forest. The task at hand was to emerge alive from within its depths. As for the rules, there were none, brutality was permitted as long as one survived. Host, Yagura Nai Age, 12 Skills, Chunin Swordsmanship, Hawk Flash, Mist Techniques, Water Clone Technique, Illusion Technique, Golden Binding Weapon, Forged Great Sword Rank, Chunin, Jinin, Chunin, Special Jonin, Jonin, Elite Jonin, Kage, Super Kage, 6 Paths, Chojiro, Hozuki Suigetsu, and Ringo Yuhi were all familiar faces. As Yagura Nai surveyed the trio in the crowd, a stirring anticipation filled him. He yearned to gauge the gap between himself and these individuals. Meanwhile, others were also scrutinizing him. Yagura Nai, savor these fleeting moments, remarked a youth with a scar over his right eye. Begin. With the examiner's command, over 100 participants surged into the forest. Surveillance cameras captured the entire ordeal for all to witness. Pray that your brother remains unharmed, said Komiai, as Shintako walked past, a derisive sneer on his lips. If you dare to employ underhanded tactics, prepare for retribution, Komiai replied coolly, her gaze frigid. Their confrontation drew considerable attention from onlookers. Komiai and Shintako have a conflict. How intriguing, remarked a man wielding a beheading sword, his mouth adorned with red, thorn-like tattoos. He was one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Pipa Juzo. Beside him stood Kurozai Raiga and Suka Sanbwa, both equally imposing. I wonder how many will qualify this year. Suka Sanbwa grinned. Kurozai Raiga reciprocated with an eager smile. Upon entering the mist forest, Yagura Nai was immediately beset by several waves of attacks. Haha, my luck is splendid. I've stumbled upon you, the straggler. This taunt had reached Yagura Nai's ears thrice already. The beleaguered ninja before him, with a gaping hole in his chest, could hardly fathom his fate. No, it's impossible. The light of determination in his eyes faded as he continued to murmur in disbelief. How could Yagura Nai, deemed the straggler, possess such strength? It seems my persona is quite impressive, Yagura Nai mused, stroking his chin with a smile. The first act of taking a life had indeed unsettled him, but by now, he had grown accustomed to it. Let me see how many more will deliver their heads to me. Though survival was the sole requirement for qualification, he relished the challenge ahead. However, the greater the number of kills, the better the performance. Thus, the higher the level of the Umbu guidance assigned in the future. Therefore, Yi Liangnai believed it prudent to enhance her results. The array of upper ninjas observing this scene through the monitor were taken aback. A triple kill right from the outset? Such an impressive feat. Could this truly be Yi Liangnai? Surely, Tsunade Mei could not have orchestrated a substitute. A student of such low standing possesses this level of prowess? I would not believe it even if you severed my head. The murmurs of disbelief echoed among the crowd, all incredulous of Yi Liangnai's capabilities. To their astonishment, Tsunade Mei, you are resorting to such underhanded tactics. Employing a substitute is a grave offense. Witnessing this, Qian Tai Kong smugly remarked. As if he had seized a lever against Tsunade Mei, he thought to himself, had I known this would transpire, I would not have needed to summon that individual to teach Yi Liangnai a lesson. Subsequently, Tsunade Mei was detained by the Umbu on charges of exam manipulation. Until Yi Liangnai's identity was verified, Tsunade Mei would lack autonomy. In the forest, it seems my fortune is quite favorable. The prey has presented itself willingly. This task shall be remarkably effortless. Banhachi, looking at Yi Liangnai before him, could not suppress his delight. He was the one with a scar over his right eye, commissioned by Qian Tai Kong to discipline Yi Liangnai. Young one, do not blame my ruthlessness in seeking your life. Blame instead your offense against those you should not have crossed. I shall claim your existence. With that, he swiftly formed hand seals, water release, hidden mist technique. A veil of white mist enveloped Yi Liangnai, rendering Banhachi's presence entirely undetectable. Within this mist technique, I am the absolute sovereign. From all directions, Banhachi's voice echoed through the haze. Then, like a phantom, he emerged from behind Yi Liangnai, kunai in hand, ready to strike. With a swift thrust, Yi Liangnai had no time to react, as the kunai pierced her neck, and she collapsed to the ground. Task accomplished. Banhachi grinned, dispelling the mist technique. He did not perceive any difficulty in eliminating Yi Liangnai, as his strength was more than sufficient to contend with the Chunin. However, his eyes widened in horror, as if he had encountered a specter, for there stood Yi Liangnai, unharmed, grinning at him. Surprised to see me? Yi Liangnai queried. Banhachi gasped in disbelief. Impossible. You should be dead. He hurriedly retreated, ready to form seals once more, but Yi Liangnai's visage was already firmly etched in his mind. How could she have recovered so swiftly? His astonishment was palpable, and then a sudden pain pierced his chest. In disbelief, he looked down to see a white blade had pierced his body. "You have merely slain my water clone," Yi Liangnai declared, extracting the blade and observing Ban Hachi's bewildered expression. "How is this possible? I did not see you perform any hand seals," he exclaimed. "Had I allowed you to witness my hand seals, that would have been a grave failure," Yi Liangnai retorted nonchalantly, wiping the blood from her blade. Then, she inquired, "Who sent you to kill me?" But Ban Bazu remained silent until his last breath. Witnessing this scene, Qiantai Kong let out a sigh of relief, increasingly convinced that Liangnai was merely an imposter. It is noteworthy that just a week ago, Liangnai's performance in shuriken throwing was far from satisfactory. How could he possibly transform into a ferocious tiger within such a short span, to the extent that even Ban Bazu fell effortlessly at his hands? As Liangnai continued his advance, ahead of him, Kibuki Suigetsu and Ringo Yuri were engaged in a frenzied slaughter. Both of them surpassed their peers, achieving the rank of Chunin. How could their contemporaries stand a chance against them, fleeing in chaos? "You are all too weak. Can you not be a little stronger?" They both shouted in unison. This provoked the remaining onlookers to curse under their breath, thinking, "Do you believe everyone is as monstrous as you two?" Meanwhile, Chojiro was besieged. "I have long harbored disdain for you. Today, I finally have the chance to eliminate you. Rest easy, Kirigakure does not require so many prodigies." Despite Chojiro's prowess, facing 9 Genin-level adversaries proved overwhelming, leaving him injured and on the brink of defeat. Without aid, his demise was inevitable. "I must say, isn't it rather unfair for so many to bully a single individual?" Liangnai's voice rang out to them. Initially, they remained wary, but upon realizing it was Liangnai, they could not help but chuckle derisively. "Who did we have the pleasure of encountering?" "Oh, it's just you, the straggler. What, do you wish to play the hero? Out of respect for your sister, leave now, and we can spare your life. Otherwise, do not blame us for showing no mercy." In response, Liangnai declared, "What if I must intervene?" With so many achievements before him, how could he abandon them? He had come specifically to claim victories. "If you refuse my hospitality, then prepare to meet your end." Upon hearing this, their anger flared, and 4 of them charged forward. Their combined assault was a considerable acknowledgement of Liangnai. Yet, his abilities exceeded their expectations. His swordsmanship was so formidable that he repelled all 4 within a mere 2 seconds, leaving one of them injured. "What is this? You were so boastful. Yet this is all you can muster?" Liangnai taunted. "Damn it, do not get too arrogant." One of them shouted, "Water release. Hidden mist technique." The 4, in their fury, unleashed a thick fog that enveloped Liangnai. "Hee, straggler, feel the fear." A chilling voice echoed from all directions. "Feel fear? What a joke." Liangnai sneered, leaping forward with a swift slash of his sword, prompting a shocked exclamation. "You can actually see me?" This revelation astonished the 3 others. The combined hidden mist technique was their strongest secret skill. How could it possibly fail? This thin mist, visible to the eye, could not conceal anyone. "You must be jesting. Allow me to demonstrate what true hidden mist technique entails." In the fleeting moment following the utterance of those words, the 4 individuals felt an immediate chill enveloping their surroundings. As if their senses had been abruptly sealed off, the world fell into an eerie silence, inciting an inexplicable sense of dread. Gulp. One of them swallowed hard, gripping tightly the kunai in hand. The sensation of having everything stripped away was terrifying, akin to having one's heart clenched tightly, rendering breaths labored and shallow. How unsettling this feeling must be. Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind him, Knight's voice, Liangnai. Instinctively, he brandished his kunai, yet it meant nothing but emptiness. "Right in front of you." Liangnai's voice echoed again, prompting him to thrust forward once more, yet still, he encountered nothing. "Behind you." The voice resounded once more, akin to a devil's summons. Yet again, nothing was there, pushing him closer to the brink of despair. Just as he momentarily let down his guard, a blade, pale as death, pierced through his heart, extinguishing his life. A chilling scream erupted amidst the mist, sending shivers through the remaining 3. "Do not worry, you shall be next." Liangnai's voice rang in their ears simultaneously, causing their bodies to tense with apprehension. "Now, I shall commence." The voice, reminiscent of a demon, reverberated in their ears, heightening their vigilance. Yet, after several seconds, no danger materialized. They swallowed hard, their anxiety intensifying. "Here it comes." Suddenly, a sound emanated from behind them, prompting the trio to turn and strike. However, their attacks met only air, as a glimmering edge sliced through the air behind them. Pain erupted at their necks, and blood gushed forth like a fountain, forcing them to clutch their wounds in a desperate attempt to stem the flow, but to no avail. Impossible. You distorted the direction of sound. How can your mist concealment technique be so formidable? One cried, his face contorted with disbelief. The sounds they heard seemed to emanate from in front of them, yet the attack originated from behind. It defied all logic. What is there to be astonished about? Just because no one has achieved it before does not mean it cannot be done now. Yongnai replied nonchalantly. As the mist dissipated, not only were the five engaged in combat with Chojiro stunned, but even the spectators among the mist ninjas were taken aback, for had been utterly vanquished. In the span of merely a minute, he had dispatched 4 united foes. His strength was truly terrifying. This was beyond the capabilities of a mere genin. Even a chunin might struggle. Could Yongnai truly possess such power? They found it hard to believe. In the forest, Yongnai gazed at the astonished remaining 5, a faint smile gracing his lips. Scatter. Without a moment's hesitation, the 5 dispersed. To remain clustered together would lead to their defeat. Thus, they resolved to deny Yongnai that opportunity. Water release, bullet technique. Water release, water surge wave. Earth release, earth spike. The 5 individuals immediately launched their assault. 3 unleashed ninjutsu, while the remaining 2 hurled shurikens. Yet, alas, it was all in vain. Knight Ryō deftly evaded every jutsu, closing in with ominous intent. In a surprising turn, all 5 simultaneously cast kunai embedded with explosive tags. Boom. They afforded Knight Ryō no chance to react, as a cataclysmic explosion enveloped him. Yes, we have succeeded. The onlookers beamed with triumph at the sight. Even if he managed to evade, he could not possibly emerge unscathed. One proclaimed, "Oh really? You are far too complacent," came a voice like a ghostly whisper, suddenly resonating in their ears. Impossible. The 5 gasped in astonishment. Eagle flash. Yet all they perceived was a glint of cold steel and the sharp pain at their throats. Upon revisiting the explosion's epicenter, they were met with nothing but a puddle of water, an aqueous clone. The 5 lay in a pool of their own blood, their eyes gradually dimming of life. "Thank you for saving me." At that moment, Nagatoku approached, expressing his gratitude. "No need for thanks. I merely sought prey, and your rescue was incidental," Knight Ryō retorted. "Moreover, had you not been so feeble, my desire to slay you would have been ignited, and you would have perished by now. Do not overthink. I have no interest in saving you." With that, Knight Ryō departed, leaving Nagatoku frozen in place, struck by the harshness of those words. Yet his formidable exploits ignited a fervor among the mist ninjas observing from the stands. This fellow possesses an astonishingly swift water clone and terrifying swordsmanship. Just how formidable is his prowess? He has already slain 13. How many more does he intend to kill? Suddenly, a chilling thought emerged. He cannot possibly aspire to match that infamous Zabuza by exterminating everyone, can he? This speculation sent ripples of anxiety through the crowd. Quickly, dispatch someone to inform him of his perfect qualification. We must not allow further bloodshed. A high-ranking official commanded the covert division. Though the graduation assessment of the Mist Village is brutal, losing even one candidate would be a grave misfortune. Oh no. He is heading towards the direction of Ringo Yuri and Kirigakure Sujetsu and Shima Ikki, exclaimed a chunin, smacking his thigh, his expression grim. Wait. The convergence of these 4 is anything but fortuitous. Why is that? The answer was clear. Ringo Yuri and his companions had already vanquished 35 foes in total, while Knight Ryō had claimed 13, each a bloodthirsty entity. Should they cross paths, peace would be an impossibility. The direst outcome would see all 4 perish, resulting in a catastrophic loss. "Spare me. I do not wish to die." "Brother, I was wrong. I should not have targeted you." Within the forest, a group of ninjas desperately begged for mercy from Knight Ryō, terror-stricken. "Only now do you plead for mercy? It is too late." Knight Ryō's bloodlust was not unwarranted. Had he spared them, they would likely turn on him. A devil, he is a devil. "Gentlemen, do not provoke that white blade Azura." In an instant, the fearsome reputation of Knight Ryō, the white blade Azura, spread far and wide. "Ah, white blade Azura. That sounds rather formidable. Gentlemen, are you interested?" Upon hearing this news, Lin Jingyuli was immediately filled with excitement. Of course, Guizhong Shuiwei grinned. Ji Mai Xin, having earned Lin Jingyu Li's approval after battling her, was invited to join in the hunt. The combined strength of 3 Chunin would surely pose a challenge even for a special Jonin. I didn't expect you 3 to come knocking. Yang Na, who had just completed a 30-person slaughter, wiped the sweat from his brow. Before him, Lin Jingyu Li and her companions approached side by side. Bai Ren Xiaoluo. Come, let us witness your prowess. Come to battle with the intent to slay us. I never imagined you would conceal your strength so deeply. This is truly an eye-opener. With that, the 3 charged forward. Illusion technique, golden binding. Yet, Yang Na swiftly formed seals and glared. The 3 instantly felt their bodies immobilize. A sense of dread swelling within them as they unleashed their chakra in a desperate attempt to break free from the confinement. However, Yang Na would not grant them such an opportunity. The stronger the enemy bound by the golden binding technique, the greater the consumption. Yang Na had no intention of engaging in a battle of endurance with them. Eagle flash. In a swift motion, Yang Na brushed past the 3, only to see them simultaneously erupt in blood from their chests, collapsing to the ground. Their eyes were filled with sheer terror. They were mere inches away from having their throats slit today. Breathing slightly heavier, Yang Na regarded the 3. Controlling 3 ninjas of equal rank simultaneously was indeed quite taxing. He raised an eyebrow and declared with pride, I had initially intended to slay you, but considering your potential, I shall merely leave your heads resting upon your necks for now. Remember this humiliation and strive to grow stronger. Should you dare stand against me again, I shall show no mercy. Lin Jingyu Li, incensed by his words, could not recall a time when she had been so underestimated. Stop looking down on me, you bastard. She charged at Yang Na, only to be interrupted by the sudden appearance of an Umbu operative. The Umbu member coldly surveyed the 3 and stated, your assessment alongside Yang Na concludes here. Any further conflict will be met with lethal consequences. TCH, how boring. Lin Jingyu Li's displeasure was evident. Yet she dared not defy the Umbu operative. She turned to Yang Na, her eyes filled with hatred. You better wait for me. The day will come when you beg for mercy. Ignoring her threat, Yang Na turned to the Umbu operative, which only intensified Lin Jingyu Li's animosity towards him. Yang Na inquired, what brings you esteemed guests here? The Umbu member replied, Yang Na, we need you to come with us. With that, they attempted to escort Yang Na away. Why? Yang Na retreated, his gaze unfriendly. Your performance has been inconsistent. We cannot ascertain that you are the true Yang Na. Please cooperate with us to verify your identity. Lord Mei is also awaiting your results before your surveillance can be lifted. Upon hearing this, Yang Na sheathed his weapon. Very well, let us proceed. The phrase uttered by the member of the Umbu signifies, I am a person of Kwame Mei, so there is no need for concern. He was aware of the method employed by the Hidden Mist Village to verify identities, biometric verification technology. In simpler terms, it involves examining the genetic information contained within one's blood. He remained utterly unperturbed. Outside the forest, esteemed elders, I present to you Yang Na. The Umbu member appeared, escorting Yang Na, who then beheld a portly man of equal stature to Kwame Mei, a sinister expression of smugness adorning his face. It was none other than Qian Taikong. This fellow surely does not possess any peculiarities, does he? Under Qian Taikong's scrutinizing gaze, Yang Na felt an involuntary shiver. He then turned his attention to his sister. Kwame Mei, who was being guarded by 2 Umbu members yet remained composed, even bestowing upon him an appreciative glance. I offer you a chance. It is not too late to confess. Who exactly are you? Impersonating a candidate in an examination is a capital offense. At that moment, a ninja behind Qian Taikong bellowed with fury. In response, Yang Na raised an eyebrow. I am who I am, the unalterable Yang Na, with no need for deception. If you esteemed elders do not believe me, feel free to conduct a test. I assure you, I am genuine. However, should I be wronged, an explanation will be required. Upon hearing this, the man's eyes narrowed, and he coldly snorted. Humph, a dead pig fears not the boiling water. Indeed, you have a stubborn tongue. Intelligence Department, proceed. Strip away his facade, and let everyone witness his true nature. Immediately, 2 ninjas, who appeared less than benevolent, approached. Now, I shall see if you can maintain your ruse. If you truly are Yang Na, I would wash my hair upside down. How could the underachiever suddenly transform into a prodigy? Qian Taikong looked at Kwame Mei, exuding arrogance as he remarked, Kwame Mei, such a clumsy method of cheating, I cannot believe you devised it. Indeed, this scheme is utterly inept. It tarnishes your reputation. Chimed in the ninja who had previously shouted, like a sycophant. The question of whether he is an imposter is indeed intriguing. Perhaps we are on the brink of witnessing a miracle or a reshuffling of power. The surrounding ninjas began to murmur, creating quite the commotion. Koyami Mei regarded Qian Taikong with a hint of disdain. The results are not yet in, and you cannot contain your excitement? Calm yourself, lest you be struck in the face later. If your visage becomes swollen, you shall truly resemble a pig's head. Such is Koyami Mei, her words sharp and incisive. Inciting a furious glare from Qian Taikong, his teeth clenched. Humph, relish your moment of triumph. After all, it is absolutely impossible for him to be your brother, Yeong Nai. Qian Taikong harbored no belief that the formidable Yeong Nai was indeed the genuine article. It was undoubtedly a falsehood. Thus he mused within. Under the watchful eyes of numerous ninjas, the two members of the intelligence department commenced the verification of Yeong Nai's identity. Should it be revealed that Yeong Nai was indeed an imposter, Koyami Mei would inevitably face dire consequences and could very well be ousted. In such a case, the position vacated due to Koyami Mei's downfall would undoubtedly incite a reshuffling of power. Would it be an impersonation? How exceedingly intriguing. Lin Yuri and the others were equally curious about the situation. Shintakang, in particular, was anxiously awaiting news from the intelligence department's ninja, desperate to hear the answers he sought. 5 minutes later, the results were revealed. However, this outcome was far from what Shintakang desired. The confirmation of Yolana's identity was indisputable. She was indeed the genuine article, without any impersonation. Upon hearing this result, Shintakang erupted in fury. He lunged forward, seizing the collar of the intelligence ninja, exclaiming, "Impossible! How could Yolana be the real one? Tell me this isn't true, that you've made a mistake." His hysteria was palpable. "My lord Shintakang, please do not question our capabilities. Our task has been completed. Farewell." The intelligence ninja shrugged off Shintakang's grasp and departed with his companion, exuding an air of arrogance and composure. Alas, how disappointing for some. One wonders what sort of fool would dare to claim, "I am not the original." Yolana's mocking voice reached Shintakang's ears, instantly turning his face a shade of crimson. He retorted, "You little brat, cease your arrogance. Do you think yourself so remarkable? Graduating as a genin at the tender age of 12. That is the pinnacle of your achievements." Yolana, unfazed, merely shrugged in response. "My future is mine to determine. Your opinion holds no weight. More importantly, do you not owe me an explanation, perhaps an apology? Your slander has caused me both mental and spiritual distress. Surely, a man of your stature can fulfill such a modest request." Shintakang felt as though he might bleed from the sheer indignation. A trifling request? Was this not a public slap to his face? Furthermore, mental and spiritual distress? How could Yolana, so ruthless in her actions, suffer from such trivial matters? Indeed, Shintakang, do you not owe the young lady an apology? At that moment, Terumi Mei joined the fray, her face adorned with a beaming smile. A perfect duo of siblings. "Neither of you should push your luck." Shintakang's expression darkened immediately. Apologizing to Yolana? That would utterly undermine his authority. Terumi Mei raised an eyebrow. "Push our luck? When you slandered my brother, where was your sense of propriety? If anyone is out of line here, it is certainly you, Shintakang." Shintakang's eyes blazed with fury, yet he found himself cornered, for both Terumi Mei and Shintakang held significant status. The surrounding ninjas were either unqualified to intervene or unwilling, such as the 7 ninja swordsmen. Thus, without someone to provide him an escape, Shintakang's dignity was at stake. Fortunately, a beacon of hope appeared. "How about this? I shall apologize on his behalf. And we shall let this matter rest, shall we?" A venerable voice echoed through the air. An elderly figure, leaning heavily on a cane, emerged before them. Upon recognizing him, the gathered crowd hastily bowed. "Great elder." This elder was none other than the formidable Yuan Zhong, the second in command of the Hidden Mist Village, a figure of immense power. "Since the esteemed elder has spoken, let us proceed, as you suggest." Ko Mei Ming replied, her earlier haughty demeanor now replaced with compliance. Strictly speaking, she and Yuan Long were of equal standing. The mere presence of Qian Taikong was but that of a jester. Yuan Long. Is he not the elder who seized control of the Hidden Mist Village after the demise of the 4th Mizukage, Yagura, in the original tale? A truly formidable figure. Indeed, one that even Danzo might envy. However, it is regrettable that, having arrived here, The reins of power in the hidden mist village shall remain firmly in the hands of my future fifth Mizukage, my sister Ko Mei Ming. Yi Liangnai cast a glance at Yuan Long, pondering this in her heart. As a traveler with the aid of a system, it is inconceivable not to stir the pot. Yi Liangnai, indeed, is a promising talent. I hope you can, like your sister, become a pillar supporting the hidden mist village. At that moment, Yuan Long turned to Yi Liangnai, offering compliments. One might mistakenly believe they were well acquainted. Thank you for your kind words, Elder. I shall do my utmost. Yi Liangnai, of course, would not fall for Yuan Long's flattery. Noticing her resistance, Yuan Long exchanged a meaningful glance with her before calling for Qian Taikong to leave. With the farce concluded, Yi Liangnai followed Ko Mei Ming out. Lin Xingyu, Yu Li, and the others, having lost interest in the spectacle, departed as well, awaiting the forthcoming assignments in the Umbu. Unlike Konoha, the Hidden Mist Village requires its graduates to enter the Umbu for missions, gaining experience. Only after the Chunin exams can they choose to either become visible ninjas or continue as Umbu members, constantly facing life and death. Upon returning home, Yi Liangnai remarked, "The sensation of being controlled by fate is truly unpleasant. Sister, would you wish for someone to have dominion over you? This situation cannot persist." Upon hearing this, Ko Mei Ming's eyes narrowed. "Little Yi, such thoughts are perilous. You were not always this way. I sometimes wonder if you have transformed into someone entirely different. How can one fall and change so drastically? Everything seems unlike before." Before Yi Liangnai could respond, she sighed, "I wish it were not so. However, achieving all of this is exceedingly difficult. Yuan Long, as the elder, wields immense power that I cannot easily challenge." Upon hearing her sister's lament, Yi Liangnai's lips curled into a smile. "Is it so difficult? Perhaps not. Sister, success lies in our efforts. With diligence, we shall surely prevail." Ko Mei Ming replied, "Little Yi, I too was once as naive as you, but alas, reality is harsh. My strength and influence pale in comparison to the elder. Moreover, the fourth Mizukage harbors animosity towards bloodline limit users. I possess abilities yet cannot unleash them. How can one hope to contend with Yuan Long and the Elder Council?" Listening to Ko Mei Ming's sigh, Yi Liangnai declared, "Sister, what if I could rapidly enhance your strength?" At this, Ko Mei Ming turned to Yi Liangnai. Astonished, "Do you have a method?" "Of course. Why not give it a try, sister?" Knight Liangnai smiled, his gaze already fixed on the skill panel of Terumi Mei. With the reinforcement system at his disposal, as long as he had enough reinforcement points, he could enhance any target of his choosing. "Then let me see what gives you such confidence." Terumi Mei exclaimed, "Just watch closely." "Sister." Knight Liangnai grinned and selected the sea-level water release, water barrier technique from Terumi Mei's numerous skills to enhance. The enhancement of the water barrier was successful, costing 2,000 reinforcement points. Ninjutsu, water barrier enhanced level, B effect, chakra consumption reduced by half, refinement and casting speed doubled. Enhancement attempts remaining. 1 foot Xiaoyi, are you ready? Why haven't you started yet? Terumi Mei asked, noticing Knight Liangnai's prolonged silence. "It's already done, sister. Try your water barrier now and see if there's any change." Upon hearing this, Terumi Mei was utterly bewildered. Finished? Hadn't they just begun? How could it be over already? She felt nothing had changed. Was it really that miraculous? Skeptically, she formed the hand seals and cast the water barrier. Instantly, her eyes widened in astonishment. The casting process was so smooth and swift that she wondered if she had released a false water barrier. There was none of the previous subtle awkwardness. Everything flowed naturally, as if it were meant to be. Hee, sister, don't be too surprised just yet. Test its power before making a judgment. If it only improves casting speed, then my efforts would indeed be in vain. Knight Liangnai chuckled at Terumi Mei's astonishment. Yes, I should test its power." Terumi Mei responded, promptly creating a water clone. The water clone released the water barrier while she unleashed an offensive technique. "Oh my goodness, Xiaoyi, what have you done? Is this really still the water barrier? The defensive power is astonishing." Terumi Mei gasped as she watched the water clone, possessing only 1/10 of its original strength, managed to withstand the water dragon bullet technique she had unleashed. "This defense is truly extraordinary. Only you could achieve such power." "I certainly could not." Knight Liangnai teased with a grin. The potency of ninjutsu depends on its level, but it is also significantly influenced by the user's chakra control precision and refinement purity. Generally speaking, the stronger the individual, the higher their precision and purity indices. For the same ninjutsu, a person with higher precision and purity will unleash greater power. Akin to how Uchiha Madara could elevate a mere B-level technique to the level of an S-class forbidden technique. Xiaoyi, is this your Kekkei Jinkai ability? Can it enhance ninjutsu levels? Terumi Mei asked, regarding Knight Liang Nai with curiosity. She could only surmise this, as she had no concept of the system. Pretty much. So, sister, do you now have confidence? Knight Liang Nai nodded, feeling comfortable being classified under Kekkei Jinkai. Indeed, I have gained confidence, but you must not expose this ability too much. Terumi Mei cautioned. You are aware, of course, that the villagers harbor a deep-seated animosity towards those with bloodline limits. Terumi Mei remarked. That is only natural. I am well aware of my boundaries. Yagura responded with a nod. So, did you awaken your bloodline limit after a fall as well? Terumi Mei suddenly inquired. Yagura shrugged. I cannot say for certain. After a tumble, I simply stumbled upon this ability. However, given time, my sister and I shall undoubtedly acquire a position of significant influence. Terumi Mei had no objections to Yagura's assertion, for it was indeed feasible. She envisioned growing strong enough to rival the Elder Council and dismantle the unreasonable policies currently plaguing Kirigakure. After all, a step further would lead to the position of Mizukage. But that role was not destined for her. Yet Yagura aspired for Terumi Mei to ascend and firmly establish herself as Mizukage, while he, as the foremost figure beneath her, would work alongside her to revitalize Kirigakure. The following day, at a training ground in Kirigakure, Yagura, I bestow upon you the codename Cold Light. From this day forth, you shall be a member of the Umbu. An Umbu member adorned with a patterned mask, codenamed Tinka, stood before Yagura. Beside Yagura were two others, Haruha Yuno and Natsuhana Rin, a male and female pair. Though Yagura did not know them, their presence exuded formidable strength. The two were subsequently granted the codenames Eagle and White Wolf. The Umbu member stated, during your time in the Umbu, you will address each other solely by your codenames and must not divulge any mission secrets. Should you encounter adversaries and fail your mission, you are obligated to eliminate all who are aware of it, including yourselves. You have 2 days to learn the techniques of information encryption. After that, you will officially commence your missions. Do you understand? Yagura felt an intense urge to scoff at the chillingly brutal regulations. Was this not a path to self-destruction? The revenge of Uchiha Obito was indeed ruthless, methodically dismantling one of the 5 great shinobi villages through such open tactics. However, he resolved not to allow further chaos. Kirigakure must return to normalcy. Donning the Umbu attire and mastering the encryption techniques, Yagura departed. Upon returning home, before Yagura could delve into learning the encryption techniques, Terumi Mei, concerned for his safety, imparted 2 additional water jutsu to him, water gun technique and water barrier technique. According to her, having many techniques is never a burden. Sister, are you not worried that I may not master all this within 2 days? Yagura jested, though inwardly, he felt a sense of comfort. The feeling of being cared for was truly delightful. I have faith in your abilities, and to answer your unspoken question, it is because you are Yagura. Terumi Mei, unperturbed, taught him the jutsu before departing to undertake her own missions. Yagura could only shake his head in helplessness. The affection from his sister was indeed overwhelming. After investing an hour, Yagura successfully mastered both the water barrier and water gun techniques. He then turned his attention to studying the encryption techniques. The complexity of mastering this encryption technique far surpasses that of the water barrier, consuming 2 full hours of Yilianai's time. Naturally, for an average chunin, accomplishing such a feat would merely require 2 days. The remaining time, needless to say, was devoted to accruing enhancement points. To grow stronger, one must rely on the system. A day later, at dusk, Yilianai had amassed a total of 30,000 enhancement points. The first attribute he chose to enhance was his speed. Ding! Enhancement successful. This upgrade cost 20,000 enhancement points. The host speed attribute has been elevated from Chunin level to special Jonin level. An extraordinary force surged through Yilianai's body, flowing into his limbs and bones. Upon testing his new speed, he discovered it had increased by approximately 20. Once he enhances his strength, agility, and stamina attributes to the special Jonin level, he will possess corresponding power. If he further enhances his ninjutsu, swordsmanship, and genjutsu, he shall become the foremost individual within the ranks of special Jonin. Subsequently, he enhanced the water barrier, the water gun technique, and the genjutsu, binding technique, expending 4,000 enhancement points. With the remaining 6,000 points, he utilized 5,000 to once again strengthen the mist concealment technique, significantly amplifying its power. Ninjutsu, mist concealment technique, second enhancement points, 5,000 post-enhancement effect, shields perception, distorts sound propagation direction post-enhancement level, enhancement opportunities remaining, 1 ninjutsu, water barrier initial enhancement points, 1,000. Due to Terumi Mei's formidable strength, an enhancement requires 3,000 points, post-enhancement effect, chakra consumption halved, refinement, and casting speed doubled post-enhancement level, B enhancement opportunities remaining, 1 ninjutsu, water gun technique initial enhancement points, 1,000 post-enhancement effect, attack frequency and refinement doubled, attack range increased by 15 times, initial range 10 meters, post-enhancement level, B enhancement opportunities remaining, 2 genjutsu, binding technique initial enhancement points, 2,000 post-enhancement effect, chakra consumption remains unchanged, control effect and duration doubled, initial duration 3 seconds, post-enhancement level, B enhancement opportunities remaining, 3 Xiaoyi, come. Let me see the results of your training over the past 2 days. Terumi Mei, who had just returned from a mission, said to Yilianai, her face brimming with anticipation. She wished to witness whether Yilianai could surprise her. Be careful then, Yilianai replied, taking a deep breath before swiftly darting towards Terumi Mei. His speed had markedly improved since their last encounter, which made Terumi Mei instinctively tense and adopt a serious demeanor. Water gun technique. Typically, one would only be able to unleash a single water bullet at a time. Yet, Yilianai unleashed 2, and at an astonishing speed. Despite having mentally prepared herself, Terumi Mei was still somewhat taken aback. However, just as she evaded and steadied herself to counterattack as Yilianai advanced with a blade in hand, she shouted fiercely, "Eagle flash!" The sound of piercing flesh echoed as Terumi Mei was struck, a gaping wound tearing open her chest. Yet, there was no trace of joy on Yilianai's face. The wounded Terumi Mei transformed into a puddle of water. Behind Yilianai, Terumi Mei reappeared, unleashing a powerful wave of water pressure. Without hesitation, Yilianai conjured a water barrier to defend herself. However, with a painful groan, she realized the barrier shattered effortlessly. The force of Terumi Mei's attack was overwhelming, far beyond what she could withstand. As the roaring wave surged towards her, she swiftly employed a water clone to evade. Yet, just as she emerged from the distance, Terumi Mei was already upon her, her long, elegant legs carrying a fragrant breeze as she ruthlessly sent Yilianai flying. "Little Yi, you've lost," Terumi Mei taunted, approaching once more with a glinting kunai poised to strike. Yilianai felt a surge of tension and quickly formed hand seals. Exclaiming, "Binding technique." Terumi Mei felt a powerful force invade her mind, momentarily immobilizing her. Although she soon broke free by the time she did. Yilianai had completed her seals and declared, "Water release." Hidden mist technique. Instantly, an oppressive atmosphere descended. Terumi Mei wasted no time and hastily formed her own seals. As the originator of the mist technique, she was adept at countering it. Wind release, typhoon. A torrent of chakra-infused wind surged outward. However, to Terumi Mei's astonishment, the technique proved ineffective. While the mist dissipated somewhat, it did not clear entirely, quickly restoring itself. "Ineffective, sister. My bloodline limit-enhanced ninjutsu renders conventional techniques futile." Yilianai's voice echoed, prompting Terumi Mei's mouth to curve into a slight smile. "How intriguing. Then, allow me to proceed. Sister, be careful not to easily trust your own ears." Taking this warning to heart, Terumi Mei became serious, pondering, "Not trusting my ears. Does that imply the ability to distort sound?" Having reviewed Yilianai's graduation assessment records, she was aware of her abilities. Nonetheless, such effects may work on Chunin and Genin, but they would not be effective against me. Terumi Mei thought to herself, then declared, "Little Yi, be cautious. This is a technique I seldom employ." Hearing this, Yilianai, poised to attack, hesitated momentarily. Yet, she unexpectedly accelerated towards Terumi Mei. Her voice resonated from behind. "Since it's seldom used, it must possess great power. I cannot allow you to use it." Terumi Mei smiled alluringly. "Then let us see your capability. If you can stop me, give it a try." Boiling release. Mist technique. Terumi Mei unleashed an incredibly hot, highly corrosive acid mist in the direction of the voice behind her. Wrong direction, sister. I am right behind you now. As Terumi Mei sensed an abrupt surge of impending danger from behind her, she was astounded to find that her initial attack had completely missed its target. How could this be possible? This revelation left her utterly astonished. She swiftly formed a series of hand seals, summoning a torrent of water to manifest a water barrier. With a sudden splatter, the water was cleaved open, but fortunately, Terumi Mei emerged unscathed. Yet, a profound astonishment gripped her. Her instincts and auditory perception had indicated that Yagura's assault originated from in front of her, only to discover that it had come from behind, an utterly perplexing contradiction. This was undeniably terrifying. She mused internally that such a maneuver was remarkably suited for assassination. Having failed in her initial strike, Yagura retreated, plunging the surroundings into silence once more. Soon after, the mist began to dissipate. Breathing slightly heavily, Yagura remarked, "Although I wished to continue, I fear that persisting further would result in my injury. The gap between us remains as vast as ever, dear sister. If the confrontation were to progress, Terumi Mei could simply disperse the mist technique, sealing Yagura's fate. This was a skill that even the Susanoo could scarcely withstand. She harbored no illusions that her slight frame could endure it. In response, Terumi Mei expressed her admiration. It is precisely because I have the advantage over you. I assure you, if it were anyone else, not even the 7 ninja swordsmen could contend with you in such a short span of time. Yagura, your mist concealment technique is indeed unparalleled for assassination. You are truly a natural in the shadows. I no longer worry about you encountering peril." Her concern now shifted to Yagura's adversaries. Faced with such a prodigy, they must be experiencing considerable distress. In response, Yagura merely smiled. Meanwhile, in the office of the Mizukage, a childlike figure with green hair and purple eyes, a man bearing a stitched scar beneath his left eye, spoke in a low, chilling tone. It was none other than the 4th Mizukage, Kaguya Yagura. Is the Kaguya clan truly determined to rebel, daring to openly defy my orders? Elder Jinryu replied, "At present, this appears to be the case. Their existence poses an unstable factor that threatens the peace and stability of the hidden mist village. Mizukage, shall we eliminate them?" Yagura, with an icy smile, responded, "Of course. Since they seek their own demise, I shall oblige. I intend to make them understand that opposing the village leads only to a dead end. Proceed with it, Jinryu. I trust you will provide me with a satisfactory resolution." Upon hearing these words, Jinryu promptly withdrew. He understood all too well what a satisfactory resolution entailed. No mercy would be given, not until their clan was utterly annihilated, much like the decaying Hozuki and Mizunoto clans in recent years. Consequently, Jinryu convened a meeting of the elders and collaborated with the Umbu to devise a comprehensive extermination plan. They resolved to enlist the newly initiated Umbu members in this battle, allowing them to embrace the baptism of blood and grow swiftly. When Terumi Mei returned in the dead of night and relayed this information to Yagura, the latter was taken aback. The war against the Kaguya clan's annihilation? Surely, this is a bit excessive. We are merely the underlings, yet we are compelled to confront such a grotesque clan? The thought alone sends shivers down Yelyan's spine, and it is needless to say how the others feel. Oh, although the rest remain oblivious to this fact. The following day, when the captains of the elite team informed the newly initiated members of the Umbu about this matter, a fervor erupted among them. Excitement, hesitation, fear, and calmness all coexisted. Nevertheless, regardless of their reactions, there existed no option to refuse this mission, for refusal would only lead to death. The Kaguya clan, indeed, instills a sense of dread. Yelyan was uncertain whether her current abilities would suffice to ensure her safety. Ultimately, it was best to remain inconspicuous. Otherwise, should a formidable opponent set their sights on her, her very life would be at stake. Yelyan pondered this in her heart. On the other side, such a significant upheaval in Kirigakure could not go unnoticed by the Kaguya clan. In fact, they had harbored discontent towards Yagura for quite some time. Tasked with guarding the gates of Kirigakure, they received no commensurate rewards. Instead, the Kaguya clan often faced disdain and exclusion. No one could tolerate such indignities, let alone the Kaguya clan, known for their fiery tempers and combative nature. Coupled with oppressive policies and resource restrictions, the rift between the Kaguya clan and Kirigakure grew increasingly irreconcilable. Just yesterday, They had learned of Yagura's intent to annihilate their clan. How could they possibly endure this? Kirigakure has become unworthy, brothers. Let us overthrow it and usher in a new era. Down with Kirigakure. A fervent uproar erupted among the Kaguya clan, and they surged towards the heart of Kirigakure. The rapid advance of the Kaguya clan caught the higher-ups of Kirigakure completely off guard. They believed they had effectively sealed the information, and a leak should not have been possible. Yet, the reality was that just as they prepared to depart, the Kaguya clan charged in like a pack of ferocious tigers, catching the mist ninjas unprepared. Damn it! Who leaked the information? I shall not spare them. Even Yuan Long, usually composed, was now furious, roaring in anger. Yet, at this moment, rage served no purpose. Subduing the Kaguya clan was the priority. Who leaked the information could be investigated later. You mist ninjas, prepare to meet your demise. I have long harbored disdain for you. Go meet the Grim Reaper. Once the Kaguya clan entered combat mode, they resembled madmen, frenzied and direct. As the foremost clan in martial arts, the Kaguya clan possessed formidable strength. The sight of the mist ninjas being hurled through the air, resulting in numerous casualties, was evidence enough. High defense, swift reactions, and powerful attacks. These were the hallmarks of the Kaguya clan. As the battle commenced, in a location unnoticed by anyone, a man donning an orange mask emerged. He gazed upon the scene, his eyes filled with hatred and the thrill of revenge. To the denizens of the hidden mist village, continue your fratricidal struggle. Revel in your pain and despair. This is the price you must pay for your transgressions. You all bear the burden of Lin's demise. Lin, fear not, for I shall not easily let the hidden mist village escape my wrath. I desire their utter downfall, to accompany you in death. The Kaguya clan became aware of the threat posed by the hidden mist village through his machinations. Furthermore, the inequities inflicted upon the Kaguya clan were orchestrated by his manipulation of the Yagura. His intent was to incite internal discord within the hidden mist village, leading to their mutual destruction. The clans of the Ghost Lantern and the Mizuki met a similar fate. With a flick of his hand, he summoned clouds or summoned rain. The deeper the discord within the hidden mist village, the greater the death toll, the more he reveled in their suffering. Returning to Yagura, you little demon, perish. A young man of the Kaguya clan had set his sights on Yagura. The bones in his grasp transformed into lethal spikes, ruthlessly thrusting towards him. Yagura felt a shiver run down his spine and retreated at once. This adversary, though merely of Chunin rank, possessed formidable defenses. Yagura found most of his techniques ineffective against him, leaving him at a loss. Finding technique. Fortunately, illusions proved remarkably effective against the Kaguya clan. Eagle Flash. Yagura darted past the assailant, a sharp gust trailing behind him. In the next moment, a deep gash appeared on the adversary's neck, blood gushing forth. The man screamed in agony but did not collapse. Instead, he lunged at Yagura, bellowing, "Demon, I'll drag you down with me." Yet Yagura would not allow him to succeed. With a swift water gun technique, he pierced the man's skull, ensuring his demise. The greatest advantage of the water gun technique lay in its rapid execution, requiring but a single hand seal. You dare slay my kin, unforgivable. Dance of the Camellia. Just then, an enraged roar surged from behind Yagura. Another adversary of Chunin caliber emerged. In the blink of an eye, a white bone blade brutally pierced Yagura's body, followed by 3 bone spikes that chilled him to the core. This scene was witnessed by Komiai, who remained unperturbed. It was difficult for a Chunin-level foe to inflict fatal harm upon Yagura. Indeed, just as the Kaguya clan member reveled in his triumph, his chest was pierced by a white blade. Impossible. His pupils dilated, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, disbelief etched on his face. Yet, the Yagura who had been impaled transformed into a cascade of water, merely a water clone. This individual executed his hand seals with astonishing speed, completing the feat without a trace of his movements. The onlookers, Ringo, Yuri, and others, were taken aback. In just 2 days of absence, how had he grown so formidable? A sense of imbalance stirred within Ringo. She was still entangled in a fierce battle with a Chunin-level member of the Kaguya clan, with the situation appearing evenly matched. However, Yagami Nara had already skillfully dispatched 2 foes. The disparity was undeniably stark. Among those sharing this sentiment were the likes of Akatsuki Suigetsu and Shima Ikki, as well as Nara's teammates Harunobu Yano and Natsuhana Rin. They all felt a pressing weight upon their shoulders. Initially believing they were on par with Yagami, if not superior. Reality delivered a stinging slap to their expectations. Yagami had outstripped them by a considerable margin. Naturally, his burgeoning prowess did not go unnoticed by several formidable mist ninjas. After all, being the younger brother of Kaguya Mei, one could expect him to possess formidable strength as well. The member of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Hozuki Shizuku, mused silently. Intriguing, indeed. This young fellow has quite the potential. After unleashing a torrent of crackling lightning, Kirikara Raiga smirked. Others, such as Zabuza Momochi and Hozuki Kisame, also took note of Yagami. It was impossible to overlook his remarkable achievements. Within a mere 15 seconds, he had eliminated 2 adversaries, a feat unmatched among his peers. Many of his Umbu seniors could not boast such a record. Clearly, he was the brightest star in this endeavor. It seemed that his desire for subtlety was utterly unattainable. Yagami was acutely aware of the gazes directed toward him, and he could not help but sigh inwardly. Very well then, if it must be so, I shall give it my all. Although he yearned for discretion, his strength would not permit it. Regardless, he had gleaned some techniques for battling the Kaguya clan. Water release, hidden mist technique. A thick fog enveloped several members of the Kaguya clan in an instant. Then, piercing screams echoed from within the mist, haunting and urgent, sending an inexplicable chill through the hearts of those who heard them. When the fog dissipated, for lifeless bodies of Kaguya clan members lay on the ground, their eyes wide open in terror. The entire ordeal lasted merely seconds. Gasp! Witnessing this scene, the onlookers could not help but draw in a sharp breath. How monstrous! The gazes directed at Yagami Nara from individuals like Ringo Yuri were transformed. To slay 4 foes in mere seconds, he was indeed a prodigy. Damn you, little brat. Come meet your end. 10-finger bullets. At that moment, a furious roar erupted from in front of Yagami. A burly man charged forth. His aura unmistakably that of a special jonin. Whoosh! 10 bone bullets were unleashed, yet Yagami evaded them all. However, the enemy had already closed the distance. Launching a wild punch, Yagami had no opportunity to react before being sent flying by the force of the blow, blood spilling from his lips. Dance of the iron wire flower. Yet, it did not end there. The man extracted his spine, transforming it into a whip-like appendage that ensnared Yagami, rendering him immobile. Die! The assailant lunged forward, a bone spear materializing in his hand, poised to pierce Yagami. Watch out! Kaguya Mei, witnessing this scene, felt an immediate surge of urgency. She could naturally discern that Yelian Nai was indeed a corporeal being. Should this strike connect, Yelian Nai would truly be beyond salvation. Hee, Kaguya Mei. How dare you divide your focus while battling me? You must have a death wish. Kaguya Mei's opponent was the clan leader of the Kaguya lineage. His face alight with delight as he surged forward, unleashing a technique named Dance of the Tang Song. Kaguya Mei, caught off guard, found herself unable to react in time. Even though she managed to evade with a water clone, she still sustained injuries. Simultaneously, Yelian Nai faced the most perilous moment of his existence. He could vividly perceive the malevolence etched upon his assailant's face. Yet, he inwardly rejoiced, exclaiming, "Fortunately, I have enhanced my speed attribute. Otherwise, I could not have executed my seals and unleashed my skills after being flung away." With that, he shouted, "Binding technique." As Kaguya Mei reappeared, her gaze filled with concern for Yelian Nai. She witnessed the formidable Kaguya warrior halting his bone spear merely 2 centimeters from Yelian Nai's chest. A sigh of relief escaped her lips. Thankfully, Yelian Nai was unharmed. The others, too, were astonished by Yelian Nai's swift sealing speed. As they had failed to observe him perform the seals, it was astonishingly rapid. Yelian Nai quickly retreated, breaking free from the bindings, and immediately began forming seals once more. However, this elite ninja was overwhelmingly powerful. The binding technique that could restrain a chunin for 6 seconds was broken in mere 2 seconds. He charged ferociously toward Yelian Nai, interrupting his seals. With no means of evasion, Yelian Nai had no choice but to draw his sword in defense. Yet, against the Kaguya, renowned for their mastery in taijutsu, Yelian Nai's chunin-level swordsmanship proved insufficient. Clash, clash, clash. Thus, Yelian Nai found himself at a disadvantage, struggling to cope. Fierce and swift. This was how Yelian Nai assessed his adversary before him. "You little brat, give up your struggle. Your fate is sealed. You shall die. Remember, the one who will slay you is Kaguya Yanajimura." With that, the warrior unleashed a flurry of bone spikes, prompting Yelian Nai to retreat hastily. Yet, Kaguya Ōtsutsuki transformed into a spinning top, rolling rapidly toward him. Yelian Nai dared not withstand the onslaught directly and quickly formed seals. Water release. Water barrier. Boom. A thunderous sound erupted, causing the earth to tremble. The water barrier held for merely 2 seconds before shattering, and Yelian Nai was struck once more. The terrifying, swirling bone spikes brutally tore at Yelian Nai, leaving him bloodied and mangled. Yet before Kaguya Ōtsutsuki could catch his breath, Yelian Nai transformed into a puddle of water on the ground, his water clone. Yelian Nai's voice rang out from behind Kaguya Ōtsutsuki, water release, hidden mist technique. A dense fog enveloped Kaguya Ōtsutsuki. However, he remained unfazed, disdainfully remarking, "You foolish child, do you truly believe such a lowly ninjutsu could affect me? Do not be absurd. I am not comparable to those worthless fools who perished at your hands. Whether it works or not, we shall see." The ethereal voice of Yelian Nai reverberated from all directions, creating an atmosphere of profound ambiguity. However, upon witnessing this scene, Mei felt a sense of relief. The Kaguya clan had already fallen under Yelian Nai's dominion, and she no longer needed to worry for his safety. She immediately turned her gaze towards the leader of the Kaguya clan, Kaguya Ōtsutsuki. It was time to resolve the considerable trouble posed by you, Kaguya Ōtsutsuki. Yet, Kaguya Ōtsutsuki could not help but chuckle at Mei's assertion. With a tone of condescension, he retorted, "Mei, I concede that your strength is formidable. But do you truly believe that I would yield to you? Young girl, do not overestimate your worth. When I was commanding the world, you were still in your infancy." With a fierce cry, he unleashed the dance of the Tang song. Sharp bones erupted from Kaguya Ōtsutsuk's body, charging forth with the ferocity of a tank. Water release. Water barrier. Mei promptly conjured a water barrier to defend against the onslaught, yet Kaguya Ōtsutsuki erupted into laughter. "Mei, do you think such a flimsy defense can withstand me? Break for me." With a sinister grin, Kaguya Ōtsutsuki accelerated violently, crashing against the water barrier. In his mind, the fragile barrier should have shattered instantly. However, bang. It was as if he had collided with an impenetrable steel plate. Not only did he fail to break through the water barrier, but he was also repelled by the recoil, leaving him utterly bewildered. How could this be? Such formidable defense. The surrounding onlookers couldn't help but turn their heads in astonishment, gasping in disbelief. The Kaguya clan sheer force was known to be nearly insurmountable for equals. The best outcome was often mutual annihilation, yet Mei had withstood the assault unscathed. This was indeed astonishing. Clearly, while her brother Yelian Nai was a prodigy, Mei, as his sister, was no less remarkable. Water release, mist concealment technique. Mei formed another seal, unleashing a dense fog that rivaled that of Yelian Nai. "A mere mist technique dares to challenge me." Before she could finish her thought, the previously disdainful Kaguya Ōtsutsuki suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream. Upon glancing at Mei, she maintained the stance of the boiling mist technique. It was no wonder Kaguya Ōtsutsuki cried out. The skill was one that even Susanoo could not withstand, a direct confrontation with the body that was bound to end in defeat. The chilling scream sent shivers down the spines of the onlookers, instilling a sense of dread. Yet, the fog was too thick, obscuring vision and perception, leaving no one aware of the true events transpiring within. Water release, water gun technique. Within the mist, Mei's cold voice echoed. Moments later, a series of piercing sounds echoed through the air. Following this was Kaguya Ōtsutsuki's anguished shout. "No! How can I die here?" His voice dwindled, fading into silence. As the fog dissipated, the crowd gasped in horror. Kaguya Ōtsutsuki lay before them, a gruesome sight, his body a bloody mess, resembling a flayed corpse. The expressions of those present as they looked at Mei became noticeably uneasy. That is indeed the leader of the Kaguya clan, an existence at the elite jonin level. And yet, he was vanquished so easily? How formidable! However, Mei's gaze was directed towards the vicinity of Yagura. There, the sounds of fierce clashes echoed incessantly. "Little Yagura, please be safe." After a silent prayer, Mei charged towards other foes. Surrender was not an option. The Mizuki's decree was the annihilation of the Kaguya clan. The inevitable conclusion could only be the downfall of the Kaguya clan. As for Yagura, that insufferable brat, if you possess the courage, face me directly. What sort of warrior hides and evades? Kaguya Ōtsutsuki gasped, bracing himself. To contend with Yagura, who could emerge from anywhere, He had to maintain an unwavering vigilance. Yagura had already executed such tactics several times. Yet, this behavior drained him of considerable energy. The situation was becoming dire. Of course, he initially intended only to shout out his frustrations. He never expected Yagura would acquiesce to a direct confrontation, as that would undoubtedly be a path to self-destruction. He was confident that in a face-to-face battle, Yagura would be no match for him, for it was the very style of combat he excelled in. But a direct confrontation? If that is your wish. Yagura's voice resonated from all directions, ethereal and elusive. Kaguya Yuzuru was momentarily taken aback, followed by an overwhelming surge of joy as he prepared for battle. He smirked inwardly. How foolish to actually accept my challenge for a direct fight. Little did he know, that very choice would herald his demise. Foregoing the advantageous mist technique to engage him head-on was beyond mere folly. It was tantamount to courting death. Thus, he begrudgingly resolved to indulge Yagura. Whoosh! A piercing sound of slicing air erupted from behind Kaguya Yuzuru. He swiftly unsheathed a bone blade and struck. Thud! Yet, he failed to hit anything. Instead, his chest was brutally pierced. This left him bewildered. The narrative had taken an unexpected turn. Why was he the one injured instead of Yagura? Naturally, Kaguya Yuzuru reacted swiftly, launching a barrage of bone spikes from his back. Dance of the Pine. But nothing connected. Yagura had long vanished. Infuriating. This made Kaguya Yuzuru howl in frustration, only to aggravate his wound and spatter blood onto the ground as he fell to his knees. This blow to his chest was already a fatal wound. He had never anticipated that the source of the voice would come from behind while the attack would originate from the opposite direction. Who could possibly react to such an unforeseen occurrence? He began to comprehend that Yagura was not seeking a foolish demise. Rather, he was assured of victory. How ironic that he had mocked Yagura's intelligence, when in truth, he was the one exhibiting foolishness. Kaguya Yuzuru, are you surprised? Are you caught off guard? From within the mist, Yagura's voice echoed once more, dripping with mockery. Damnable brat, relish your moment while you can. The wound on his chest hastened the depletion of Kaguya Yuzuru's strength. His vision has begun to blur, and signs of fatigue have manifested within his body. This is an exceedingly unfavorable predicament, yet he finds himself powerless to alter it. The situation is entirely under the control of Yeongnai. Fortunately, it is the Kaguya clan, known for their martial prowess and lack of perceptive skills, that he faces. Otherwise, my hidden mist technique would not have proved so effective. Were I to confront a ninja of equal rank who excelled in perception, this battle would undoubtedly become far more arduous. After all, without the benefit of the hidden mist technique, his strength would barely suffice for self-preservation, and he would likely sustain severe injuries due to excessive chakra consumption. Thus, it is time to deliver the final blow. For safety's sake, I shall employ a water clone to probe. As the saying goes, a centipede, though dying, still moves. It is prudent to exercise caution. One must not gamble with one's own life. Whoosh! The water clone surged forward. In the fleeting moment it approached, Hui Yilu village bellowed, I will not be deceived again. The attack must come from the opposite direction of the sound. Do not presume that by distorting the direction of sound propagation, I will be unable to see through your ruse. Then, to Yeongnai's astonishment, he audaciously chose to move in the direction opposite to that of the water clone. The outcome was predictable. He once again fell into emptiness. The water clone promptly unleashed 2 water projectiles from behind him, delivering a grievous blow to his heart. Shouldn't you be attacking from the opposite direction of the sound? Why are you not adhering to the script? Hui Yilu village gazed at Yeongnai, a mixture of bewilderment and fury in his eyes. This time, Yeongnai boldly approached head-on. The direction of the sound was indeed the direction of his attack. Well, I did not foresee that you would choose this path. I had intended to employ the water clone for a feigned frontal assault, while I struck from behind for a decisive blow, Yeongnai remarked, somewhat ruefully touching his nose. He then swiftly delivered a lethal strike, severing Hui Yilu village's life force, and dispersed the hidden mist technique. Maintaining the hidden mist technique consumes considerable chakra. Wait, what? This kid actually eliminated the special Jonin-ranked Hui Yilu village? As the mist ninjas beheld the lifeless form of Hui Yilu village at Yeongnai's feet, they were rendered speechless. Could it be that this individual has some extraordinary advantage? Pai Pa Shirzong pondered within. What intrigues me more is that he managed to slay an enemy of special Jonin rank by leveraging the hidden mist technique. At my age, I doubt I could have matched half of his prodigious talent. Kisame Hashigaki reflected, his gaze towards Yeong Nai growing increasingly solemn. He recognized that a new genius had emerged. The disparity is rather vast. It leaves one feeling somewhat discontented. Lin Jin Yuri clenched the hilt of his blade, feeling a sense of powerlessness. I knew it. That fellow did not unleash his full potential during the graduation exam. Kisame gritted his teeth, filled with resentment. Meanwhile, the members of the Kaguya clan regarded Yeong Nai with sheer rage. Damnable brat, surrender your life. In an instant, several figures surged forward. The threat posed by Yeong Nai was too great to ignore. He had to be eliminated. However, many were unwilling to consent to his demise. With Kaguya's clan leading the charge, water release, water surge wave, a torrent of immense force cascaded forth, sweeping aside all members of the Kaguya clan who charged at Yeong Nai. Splashes echoed in the air. Yeong Nai seized the opportunity to strike back. With others intent on his destruction, he felt no inclination for mercy. In other battlefronts, the Kaguya clan found themselves at a significant disadvantage. Confronted by the might of the entire Hidden Mist village, a solitary clan proved too feeble. The village boasted an overwhelming number of elite shinobi, leaving the Kaguya clan unable to withstand the onslaught. A multitude was relentlessly pushed back, the front lines continuously collapsing, the situation growing increasingly dire. Curse be you, Yazuya. With a venomous curse, the Kaguya clan met a tragic end. After the battle concluded, Yeong Nai collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Sweat poured down his brow, dripping onto the earth. He was utterly drained of chakra, a most disheartening sensation. What's the matter? Can't handle it. Oh great genius of the mist? Kaguya Mei teased, her own face revealing exhaustion, her condition hardly better than his. Yeong Nai lacked the energy to respond to her jest. Following the order to disperse issued by Tenka, he laboriously dragged his weary body back home alongside Kaguya Mei. With great effort, he tore off his clothing and plunged into the soothing warmth of the hot spring. In that moment, only this sanctuary could bring him joy. As for the Hidden Mist shinobi, their greatest takeaway from the day was witnessing the rise of an extraordinary talent in Kaguya Mei's astonishingly formidable water barrier. They had never encountered such an intimidating defensive formation, even the Kaguya clan unable to breach it. Throughout the battle, Kaguya Mei's water barrier had remained unbroken. Truly, the strength of the head of the Umbu was enough to send shivers down one's spine, thought a certain Pipa Shirzong. Kaguya Mei, a contender for the 5th Mizukage? He chuckled. It mattered little. As long as she could provide sufficient benefits, pledging loyalty to a woman was no great concern to him. The fierce-looking Suikazan Fuguki echoed similar sentiments. Yet, one individual was particularly intrigued by Yeong Nai's mist techniques, Kisame Hoshigaki. A significant portion of his achievements today stemmed from the mist techniques, and there was surely something peculiar about them. He resolved to pay a visit someday. Perhaps it would present a substantial opportunity for him to enhance his own power. Within the Hidden Mist village, if anyone mastered the mist techniques, it was undoubtedly him. His reputation largely rested upon his prowess with the mist and silent killing techniques. However, today he had encountered someone even more adept. This ignited a fervent desire for learning within him. Meanwhile, at the Water Shadow's office, the relationship between Terumi, Mei, and Yagura was that of an exceptional pair of siblings. With this in mind, the 4th Mizukage, Yakura, wore a smile tinged with danger as he spoke. Upon hearing his words, Jinryu was momentarily taken aback. Yet he soon acknowledged them. However, astonishment filled his heart. Could it be that the Mizukage had lost his senses? How could one fail to reward a meritorious subordinate, instead continuing to assign perilous tasks? This could only serve to alienate and dishearten. Jinryu was acutely aware of the implications of this so-called training. It meant that any task fraught with danger would be assigned to Yagura. The more hazardous the task, the greater the opportunity for personal growth. Yet, such a course of action would only serve to exacerbate tensions and sow discontent, yielding no tangible benefits. He found himself bewildered, questioning whether this irrational decision truly originated from the esteemed Mizukage. How could such a strategy maintain the loyalty and respect of the populace? Though perplexed, Jinryu lacked the audacity to challenge Yakura and thus took his leave. Unbeknownst to him, as he departed, a masked figure reappeared behind Yakura, coldly proclaiming, "As long as I am here, Kiri village shall never witness the rise of a genius. This is my punishment for you. Your village is destined to decline, never to flourish." At that moment, Yagura, blissfully unaware of the perilous path that lay ahead, was hastily dressing and making his way outside. Terumi Mei, puzzled by his urgency, wondered what had caused such agitation. Yagura, filled with regret, hurried through the streets of Kiri village, chastising himself for forgetting such a significant matter. Kamara, you must not follow Orochimaru. A talent like yours would be a tremendous loss to Kiri village. After a brief soak at home, he recalled that Kaguya Kamara had been imprisoned as a monster. Thus, he had certainly not participated in the ongoing war. Given this, failing to secure such a genius would be an immense waste. If he aspired to revitalize Kiri village, he must gather talent, and Kamara was undoubtedly one such individual. Upon arriving at the residence of the Kaguya clan, guided by his memories, Yagura sighed in relief. Kamara was still there, confined within a cage, tenderly cradling a flower as he nurtured it. Who are you? Leave immediately, or I fear I might lose control and harm you. Despite Kamara's youthful appearance, with his fair skin and striking features, even in his current state of agitation, Yagura found it impossible to associate him with a monster. The reason was simple: beauty is justice. I am Yagura. Kamara, let us be friends, Yagura declared, breaking open the cage and freeing Kamara. Friends? Is that truly possible? Are you not afraid that I might go mad and kill you? Upon hearing Yelyongnai's words, Kaguya Kimaru's eyes sparkled with a profound sense of hope. Throughout his life, his kin had regarded him as a monster, shunning him at every turn. Yet now, someone was willing to befriend him, stirring an inexplicable emotion within his heart. Fear not. I am confident in my ability to restrain you. Moreover, I trust that you would never harm a friend. Yelyongnai smiled, revealing a grin reminiscent of Might Guy, and remarked, simply existing holds no inherent meaning. However, continuing to live may lead us to encounter fascinating individuals and compelling experiences, just as you found that flower. And I found you. Kimaru, let us embark on a journey. A grand new world awaits us ahead. As he absorbed these words, Kimaru's gaze gradually firmed, and he replied, Indeed, you are right. I shall live, for the sake of this friendship. Upon hearing this, Yelyongnai's heart blossomed with joy. Kaguya Kimaru had been successfully swayed. As for his bloodline illness, it was not beyond remedy. He had previously studied relevant materials and discovered that in a distant land, a medicinal herb known as the twin lotus fruit offered remarkable healing properties for Kimaru's affliction. He was confident that he could extend Kimaru's life. Naturally, Kaguya Kimaru could not be brought back to the hidden mist village at this time. Doing so would be tantamount to courting death. He informed Kimaru that he would await his return to the village for a maximum of 3 years. In the meantime, he would have to endure wandering around the land of water. Kimaru had no objections to this decision. However, sometimes the universe bestows surprises of considerable magnitude. While Yelyongnai was cautiously navigating to avoid encountering Orochimaru, he unexpectedly crossed paths with another orphan from the fallen clan of the Hidden Mist Village, a cross-dressing master. Mizuki Bai? Although Yelyongnai found it perplexing how Bai, who was never mentioned in the original text, could be identified as a member of the Mizuki clan, he chose to accept this reality. Bai, too, was a soul adrift, questioning the very essence of his existence, wondering if his life was a mistake. For this disheartened youth, the compassionate Yelyongnai offered both reason and sentiment, ultimately leading to the successful persuasion of Mizuki Bai. The peculiar Uncle Yelyongnai truly earned his title. As for the sudden addition of a companion, Kaguya Kimaru and Mizuki Bai both felt a surge of happiness, especially since they were kindred spirits in their plight. Phew, it's finally settled. That Uchiha Obito fellow should be none the wiser. If he discovers this, it would spell disaster. After bidding farewell to Kaguya Kimaru, Yelyongnai recalled the gravity of the situation and wiped the cold sweat from his brow. It was indeed a challenge to facilitate the escape of 2 living souls. Fortunately, his status within the Umbu granted him access to another exit. Additionally, the recent annihilation of the Kaguya clan meant that the tumultuous circumstances garnered little attention towards a mere subordinate like him. However, Yelyongnai remained unaware that his seemingly inconspicuous actions bore an 80% chance of being discovered. In the end, the small territory of the Hidden Mist Village lay firmly within the grasp of the masked man, Uchiha Obito. However, today, Orochimaru, who had stealthily infiltrated the village with the intention of seizing resources amidst the chaos, assisted in distracting the masked man, allowing him to achieve his objectives without peril. After all, in comparison to his own insignificance, Orochimaru posed a far greater threat. At this moment, Near another gate of the hidden mist village, the fourth Mizukage, Yakura, stood in confrontation with a group of mist ninja and one of the legendary three, Orochimaru. Orochimaru, your audacity is remarkable, daring to infiltrate the hidden mist village. Since you have come, you shall not leave. Come with me, capture Orochimaru. Although under the illusionary control of Uchiha Obito, Yakura's prowess as a perfect Jinchuriki was indisputable. Even in a one-on-one confrontation, he could sufficiently contend with Orochimaru, not to mention the support from the elite shinobi of the hidden mist village. Thus, even Orochimaru would have no choice but to retreat in disarray. Deploy additional defenses at all entrances. Such an incident must never occur again. As a distinguished village among the 5 great shinobi, how can we allow ourselves to be so easily invaded? Yakura spoke with an icy tone. Yes. The mist ninja responded in unison. Yakura's orders were not without reason. It was imperative to ensure that no outsider uncovered the secrets of the hidden mist village. Otherwise, the situation could spiral beyond my control, and I shall not permit such a scenario to unfold. Uchiha Obito, hidden in the shadows, contemplated this scene. Following the conclusion of the battle, Mei volunteered to patrol, wary of potential disruptions from Orochimaru. Yakura, finding no fault with this request, consented. Yet, was Mei's true intention merely to conduct a patrol? Certainly not. She sought only to find Yagura. Yagura's sudden departure might have seemed inconsequential in the past, but today was different. Orochimaru's presence exponentially increased the likelihood of danger befalling Yagura. Little Yagura, you must not come to harm. Mei silently prayed. When the carefree Yagura, humming a tune, encountered the anxiously concerned Mei, a dramatic scene unfolded. As a member of the ANBU, you cannot roam about the village indiscriminately. Do you understand how perilous this is? Mei reprimanded, her eyes icy and her expression frost-laden. Yagura, taken aback by her words, instinctively lowered his head in contrition, murmuring, I understand my mistake. He certainly was not foolish enough to confront Mei in front of the other ENBU, undermining her authority. In the presence of outsiders, one ought to acknowledge their faults, for it was merely a matter of superior and subordinate. At home, however, they were siblings, and during those moments, he felt free to express his opinions without consequence. Though he could not fathom the cause of Mei's intense reaction, he wondered if merely wandering about the village could truly lead to danger. Was her admonition really necessary? Regardless, he understood the importance of displaying a proper attitude of remorse, allowing Mei an avenue to relent. Humph, it's good that you recognize your mistake. Come back with me at once. I intend to teach you a lesson on what it truly means to be a competent member of the Umbu. Mei coldly huffed, instructing the Umbu members behind her to escort Nai back home. Sister, has something happened in the village? Why do you look so serious? Nai rubbed his arm, feeling the grip of the 2 Umbu members who nearly wrenched his arm from its socket. Just now, Orochimaru invaded. Do you think I can afford to be anything but serious? Mei scolded, her brows furrowing in frustration. You running around like this. What if you encountered him? Would you still be able to keep your life? That was indeed dangerous. I acted impulsively. Nai couldn't help but click his tongue, feigning a look of regret. He knew that venturing out to recruit Junmaru meant he might run into Orochimaru, so he had been cautious. Fortunately, he had been lucky and hadn't crossed paths with the notorious rogue. If he had, he would have had to rely on the mist concealment technique to buy time and escape. He was no match for a master of Orochimaru's caliber. Then what was so urgent that you rushed out? What warranted such risk? Mei finally inquired. Upon hearing this, Nai smiled and shared in detail his endeavors to recruit Kaguya Junmaru and Mizuki Bai. You are exceedingly bold. Aren't you afraid of being discovered by Lord Mizukage? Harboring remnants of the Kaguya clan and the Mizuki clan is a capital offense. Mei exclaimed in shock, lowering her voice. Hey, isn't it all worth it, sister? To change the mist village, one cannot do so without their own foundation. Only by strengthening ourselves can we gain the leverage to command greater influence. The Mizukage and the Elder Council are formidable. To contend with them, we must also grow stronger. Nai grinned, speaking softly. In that moment, Mei seemed to glimpse a singular word from the brilliance in Nai's eyes. Ambition. Sister, do you not see that there is something amiss with Lord Mizukage? At least judging by his actions over the years, he is no longer a competent leader. If he remains in control of the mist village, the internal conflicts will only deepen. I have never heard of a ninja village that would persecute its own kin and diminish its own strength. Yang Nai was cut off mid-sentence by Koan Mei. Shu, do not speak further. I am aware of everything. But the time is not right yet. When the moment comes, I will make my move. Xiaoya, next time you engage in such endeavors, you must consult with me. Revitalizing the Mist Village is not a task you can undertake alone. Do you understand? Koan Mei stated earnestly, her eyes flashing with intense resolve. Seeing her in such a state, Yang Nai smiled. He too perceived ambition in Koan Mei's gaze. They felt at ease with one another. However, Orochimaru was feeling quite frustrated. He had initially planned to take advantage of the turmoil within the Mist Village to see if he could stir up some trouble. However, in the end, nothing was gained. Instead, I ended up in a confrontation with Yagura and fled in disgrace. It was an utter loss. The following day, while enjoying a 3-day holiday and diligently honing my skills, I was unexpectedly interrupted by Zabuza's visit. I wondered what business could prompt such a reclusive figure to pay a personal visit. I wish to observe your mist technique, he stated straightforwardly. I sense your mastery of it surpasses my own. Zabuza's directness caught me off guard, as I humbly replied, surely, I am but a lowly genin, unworthy of such praise. I couldn't help but chuckle, feigning modesty. You are worthy. Be a man and give me a clear answer. Zabuza frowned at my indecisiveness, displaying his evident displeasure. If that is the case, I shall reveal my inadequacies. I have long admired your silent killing technique. Upon finishing my words, I almost instantaneously unleashed a cloud of mist, enveloping Zabuza within it. His speed in forming hand seals was astonishing, surpassing mine by several folds. Although aware of my exceptional abilities, Zabuza was still taken aback by my prowess. Now, Zabuza, be cautious. Do not trust any of your senses. Perceive my existence with your mind's eye. My voice echoed ethereally, rendering my location undetectable. The inability to sense me intrigued Zabuza. Indeed, I had proven him right to visit. He immediately extended his perception, only to encounter an impenetrable barrier, akin to hitting a wall from all sides. His water mist perception failed to disperse, igniting his excitement. Even someone of his caliber could not perceive my presence. My mist technique truly possessed remarkable depth. Suddenly, a swift sound of slicing air reverberated from behind Zabuza. With confidence, he swung his blade forward, proclaiming, "Your murderous intent has betrayed you. I will not be deceived." Yet his assured strike fell short. A chilling blade emerged from behind him as I remarked, "Incorrect, Zabuza? It is behind you." In disbelief, Zabuza pivoted, only to find me vanished. How could he misinterpret the direction of my intent? Was this a jest? Alarmed, he pondered whether not only sounds, but even murderous intent could be distorted. At that moment, my voice resonated once more, "Zabuza, will you manage to see through this next move?" The tone was playful, detached. Could the perception of intent truly be unreliable? If so, I would adopt a different approach. Zabuza swiftly released a volley of shurikens strung with wire, creating a web around himself. If sound and intent could be misleading, then surely touch could not deceive. Such were his thoughts. Observing this scene, I, concealed within the mist, could not help but admire his expertise in mist techniques. However, it was regrettable that this tactic would prove futile. Touch does not mislead. Oh, it certainly can. My technique of mist concealment transcends mere physical application. It also extends to the realm of the psyche. With these words, Yang Nai launched another strike, once again leaving Zabuza astounded. The sensation clearly originated from the left. Yet the actual attack came from the right. How could this be? Zabuza's worldview was utterly shaken. Was this truly the mist concealment technique he had come to know? The efficacy was simply terrifying. Following several more attacks, Zabuza regrettably failed to predict Yang Nai's trajectory even once. Completely defeated, he was left in awe. The mastery of mist concealment she exhibited was incomprehensibly superior to his own. He felt as though his entire perspective had been refreshed. Who knew the technique could be wielded in such a manner? It imparted a profound sense of enlightenment upon him. "May I propose a matter for discussion, Yang Nai?" Zabuza suddenly said, feeling somewhat awkward. He then bowed deeply to Yang Nai and implored, "Could you teach me how this is accomplished? I beg of you. I am willing to pay any price, for this knowledge is of utmost importance to me." Such a humble request, made by one like Zabuza, a being of the demon realm, would likely be a singular occurrence in his life. Upon hearing this, Yang Nai sighed, as if he had anticipated Zabuza's plea. "I am sorry, Zabuza, but I cannot grant your request." Such mastery is not achievable merely through diligent practice or by grasping some secret technique. Upon hearing these words, Zaibujan's countenance fell, displaying a mixture of disappointment and even anger, as though he had been deceived. Just as he was about to take his leave in silence, Yelyongnai's voice resonated once more. Although I cannot impart the technique to you, I have a method to enhance your mastery of mist concealment. Upon hearing this, Zaibujan's eyes widened in surprise, and he seized Yelyongnai's arm, exclaiming, "Really? Of course. If you doubt my words, Zaibujan, you may test the results shortly." Yelyongnai smiled, placing his hand upon Zaibujan, silently intoning, "Enhance mist concealment." The system's voice then echoed, "This enhancement requires 500 enhancement points. Shall we proceed?" "Commence," replied Yelyongnai. After approximately 5 seconds, the system's voice announced once more, "Enhancement of mist concealment successful." Before him appeared new information regarding Zaibujan's mist concealment technique. Ninjutsu, mist concealment technique, initial enhancement points. 500 post-enhancement level. B, pre-enhancement. C, post-enhancement effects. Distorts the direction of sound propagation, obscures certain perceptions, and accelerates activation speed. Pre-enhancement. Could only obscure vision. Enhancement limit. 2. Yelyongnai withdrew his hand and said, "It is complete. Zaibujan, you may now test it." In response, Zaibujan appeared dazed, incredulously asking, "Is it truly ready?" In his mind, he had expected a more arduous process. However, seeing the sincerity on Yelyongnai's face, he skeptically began to experiment. To his astonishment, it indeed improved. As a master of the mist concealment technique, Zabuza felt a profound change the moment he unleashed it. Not only had the effectiveness improved compared to before, but the speed and range of his technique had also significantly increased. "I am truly grateful to you, Knight Ryuna. Speak. What price must I pay?" Zabuza, a man of his word, gazed earnestly at Knight Ryuna. "Hee, this is not the place for discussions. If you do not mind, shall we converse inside?" With that, Knight Ryuna turned and made his way into the room. Zabuza hesitated for a moment, then followed him inside. Once within, Knight Ryuna's first words piqued Zabuza's interest. "How do you perceive Lord Mizukichi?" Zabuza narrowed his eyes at this question. "Such words should not come from you. Is this the will of that esteemed individual?" He regarded Knight Ryuna with a critical eye, as his reason for entering was largely due to the favor of the esteemed Terumi Mei, not because Knight Ryuna had yet earned such recognition, despite the significant assistance he had just rendered. Perhaps, Knight Ryuna mused, resting his chin on his hands, his gaze sharp with a maturity beyond his years. "Zabuza, what is your perspective?" "Abnormal. The Mizukichi is quite abnormal." Zabuza spoke candidly, believing this was Terumi Mei's prelude to taking decisive action to alter the fate of the Mist Village. He thus expressed his thoughts with minimal concealment. And Knight Ryuna listened intently. Zabuza was indeed a potential ally. This was his belief, as well as the understanding imparted to him by Terumi Mei, who had previously communicated with Zabuza on such matters. "I believe we cannot allow the Mizukichi to continue this reckless behavior. The rules within the Blood Mist must be amended. Otherwise, the Mist Village will truly face extinction," Zabuza stated gravely. Knight Ryuna nodded in agreement. "However, we must first conserve our strength for the time being. Changing the Mist Village's fate is no simple feat. It cannot be achieved in one fell swoop." Zabuza wholeheartedly concurred with this sentiment. Rising, he declared, "Inform me when the time comes to act." With that, he departed. As Knight Ryuna watched Zabuza's retreating figure, he softly reflected, "No matter where one is, there will always be those who strive for survival and preservation. It is a remarkable spirit of legacy." This had been true both in Zabuza's past life and in the present. In the original narrative, Zabuza's defection stemmed from a desire to alter the visage of the Mist Village, leading him to attempt the assassination of the Mizukichi. Unfortunately, he failed and was forced to flee. Nonetheless, he continued to accept mercenary jobs to amass wealth, aiming to recruit talent and once again challenge the Mist Village to bring about change. Tragically, he ultimately met his demise in the Land of Waves, leaving behind a legacy unfulfilled. Yet it is this very spirit that has allowed the Mist Village, as well as many other forces, to endure. The voice of Terumi Mei resonated from behind Yagura, her cherry lips parting as she remarked, "Kisame Hashigaki, now that is quite an admirable partner." Yagura nodded in agreement, acknowledging him as a man worthy of respect. "So, who is your next target for recruitment?" Terumi Mei inquired, her gaze fixed on Yagura, increasingly perplexed by her younger brother. Yagura drew his blade and inscribed the answer, Kisame Hashigaki. This revelation took Terumi Mei by surprise. Why him? If memory served her correctly, he was merely a ninja under the command of the formidable Uchiha Obito, belonging to the second-tier Umbu division. What could possibly attract Yagura to him? Is he reliable? Do you have confidence in this? Terumi Mei probed. Yagura flashed a grin. He is reliable, though my certainty is lacking. Hence, a plan to erase memories is essential. Kisame Hashigaki, aside from his formidable strength, was renowned for his unwavering loyalty. He had grown weary of the current state of Kirigakure, viewing the betrayal of comrades as a hypocritical trait of the village. Thus, by painting an idealistic vision of Kirigakure, there was a reasonable chance of winning him over. After all, wasn't it how Uchiha Obito had managed to recruit Kisame into the Akatsuki? Then let us proceed without hesitation. Terumi Mei was well versed in the methods of memory erasure. It was far from a daunting challenge. A few hours later, within the Mizukage's office, Zabuza, are you plotting a rebellion? Came the icy inquiry from Yagura as he confronted the kneeling figure of Zabuza. It is a grave taboo for jonin to meet privately. You ought to be aware of this. Provide an explanation. Lord Mizukage, please temper your anger. I did not meet with jonin Terumi Mei in private. I merely sought guidance from Yagura regarding the hidden mist technique. His mastery of the technique far surpasses my own, and consulting with him has been immensely beneficial. Zabuza replied unhurriedly, maintaining a calm demeanor. Come now, Zabuza, if you are to fabricate a lie, at least choose a more credible pretext. Consulting a freshly graduated genin about the hidden mist technique? Do you truly believe such a ludicrous excuse will hold any weight? Yagura's eyes glinted coldly, a hint of disdain curling his lips. Hearing this, Zabuza responded earnestly. Perhaps Lord Mizukage, burdened with your responsibilities, are unaware of the specifics. However, I assure you, I have not uttered a falsehood regarding the hidden mist technique. Should you doubt my word, feel free to verify with others. Among the entire village of Kirigakure, Yagura's proficiency in the hidden mist technique undoubtedly ranks within the top 3, far exceeding my own. Noticing Zabuza's steadfast insistence, Yagura's brow furrowed slightly. You had better pray that you are not lying. Otherwise, the mere act of deceiving the Mizukage will suffice to bring you down, he warned. You may leave. Zabuza bowed respectfully before departing, yet no one noticed the tension in his clenched jaw. In his heart, he thought, Lord Mizukage, you no longer deserve to occupy this position. You were not always like this, and the future of Kirigakure must not be tarnished by your actions. After Zabuza's departure, Yagura promptly sought to verify the rumors surrounding Yagura's mist technique. The response he received confirmed that the ninjas within the village indeed regarded Yagura's mist technique as formidable. Zabuza's words may well be truthful. Yagura was taken aback, astonished that Yagura possessed such remarkable abilities. Subsequently, he instructed others to investigate the various details regarding Zabuza's visit to the Kirigaya household. Once it was confirmed that Zabuza had indeed only met Yagura and had not spoken of any rebellious sentiments, he set the matter aside and immersed himself in administrative duties. Following the annihilation of the Kaguya clan, tasks such as inventorying resources, land planning, ninjutsu reclamation, and the excavation of forbidden scrolls emerged. Yagura found himself exceedingly busy, grappling with considerable headaches. The allocation of benefits was a matter that always required meticulous consideration from those in power. However, he remained unaware that the second message reported to him by the Umbu was fabricated. As the former Umbu leader, concealing information was an effortless endeavor for Kirigaya, even in the face of the Mizukage. Of course, none of this concerned Yagura, who had only one purpose, to wield his sword. For him, the act of swordsmanship was synonymous with strength. 3 days later, the notification chimed. Special Jonin level attribute. Agility, energy enhancement successful. This enhancement cost 40,000 enhancement points. Another notification followed. Chunin sword technique has been successfully enhanced to special Jonin level, acquiring the auxiliary skill, multi-strike eagle flash, costing 20,000 enhancement points. Just as he was about to report to the Umbu for his mission, Yagura utilized the 60,000 enhancement points he had earned over the past 3 days to enhance his remaining attributes. Enhancing an attribute requires 20,000 enhancement points. Host, Yagura age, 12 skills, special Jonin sword technique, multi-strike eagle flash ninjutsu, mist technique, water clone technique, Water barrier technique. Water gun technique genjutsu. Binding technique weapon. Forged blade level. Special jonin. Genin. Chunin. Special jonin. Jonin. Elite jonin. Kaguya. Super Kaguya. 6 paths. Enhancement points. 1. 000. The only attribute left unenhanced was strength. The reason for not choosing to enhance strength was that Yagura, after careful consideration, believed it more prudent to enhance his energy first, thereby increasing his chakra capacity. The amount of chakra available fundamentally influences victory or defeat. After all, when strength falls short, one can still rely on wisdom. However, lacking chakra leaves one with no alternative. The Mist Village does not possess military rations that could replenish chakra midway. Upon arriving at the Umbu, Yagura found Tinka already waiting. After exchanging glances and greetings, they both fell into a quiet anticipation. 2 minutes later, his teammates arrived in succession. Haruka Yoshino, codename Hawk, and Natsuka Rin, codename White Wolf. Finally, their captain, Tinka, spoke. The mission objective is to eliminate the A-rank rogue ninja Yoko Kuda, the B-rank rogue ninja Asakura Ai, and the traitor Shinyu. This mission is exceedingly perilous, and you may face life-threatening dangers. However, I trust that from the moment you join the Umbu, you have prepared yourselves for sacrifice. True Mist ninjas are undoubtedly elites forged in the crucible of life and death. The Village of Mist does not require cowards or the weak, do you understand? The very words of those from the land of Blood Mist are steeped in lethal intent. Understood. The trio of Yilianai responded in unison, their voices brimming with resolve. Let us depart. With a commanding voice, Tianjia signaled, and the group officially embarked on their inaugural mission. Along the way, he elaborated on the details of their task. 3 rogue ninjas, unable to withstand the oppressive weight of the Mist Village, had defected with intentions to join the hidden Cloud Village. Thus, it was highly probable that they would encounter Cloud ninjas during this mission. Upon hearing this, the trio of Yilianai could not help but swallow hard, their expressions turning grave. Yilianai internally lamented, "We have merely just graduated as genin. Is it truly wise for us to undertake such a terrifying S-rank mission? Are we not being sent to our doom? Even if we 3 genin are formidable in strength, we are hardly suited for such perilous tasks." Yet, lamentation served no purpose. The arrow was already drawn and must be released. They possessed no authority to refuse. In the hidden Mist Village, within a certain inn, sat 3 Mist ninjas of varying heights and builds. The short ninja, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "At last, we are on the verge of escaping that hellish place. How exhilarating." In response, the stout ninja furrowed his brow, cautioning, "Do not let your guard down. We have yet to establish contact with the Cloud ninjas. Until then, unforeseen dangers may still arise." The tall ninja nodded in agreement. "Indeed, we must remain vigilant and be fully prepared for any pursuers. Time is of the essence. Let us hasten to the rendezvous point to avoid lengthy delays," the tall ninja declared, rising to gather their belongings as they departed the inn. However, as they crossed a bridge, a crisis suddenly unfolded. Boom! A tremendous burst of flame erupted, accompanied by the sound of an explosion. Amidst the thick smoke, a flurry of shurikens was unleashed. The trio swiftly drew their weapons to defend themselves, retreating rapidly from the smoke. Yet behind them, a figure clad in a white mask from the Umbu appeared like a flash of lightning. Multi-layered eagle flash. The Umbu shouted, his speed rendering any defense nearly impossible. Yet, this formidable strike was intercepted by the tall ninja. "That is Yilianai. Be cautious of his mist techniques," called out the tall ninja, named Yuko Mitsuda, as he and his 2 companions stood back to back, addressing Yilianai from the forest behind him. "The bridge has been destroyed. There is no escape for you. Surrender and return to face justice." Tianjia emerged from the forest, his voice cold. "Surrender? Humph, that would be a death sentence." Yuko Mitsuda retorted, his expression twisted in fury. "There is no way I shall return to that wretched place, the Mist Village. Indeed, give up on such foolish dreams." The stout and short ninjas echoed in unison. "Faithful assistance," the stout ninja declared. "Masakurai," the short ninja added. "What a lamentable situation. It appears you have chosen death." Tianjia's expression suddenly turned frigid as he ominously declared, "Hongguang, Ing, Bai Lang, these 3 are entrusted to you. It is either their demise or yours. You should be well aware of the consequences of failure." This merciless command caused Yi Liangnai and her companions to shudder involuntarily before they each charged towards their respective adversaries. Yi Liangnai selected Yuko Mitsukata, Ing chose Asakura Yori, and Bai Lang opted for Nobuyasu. The clash of blades resonated, a short and a long blade colliding, sparks flying ferociously. Yuko Mitsukata regarded Yi Liangnai with derision, taunting, "How pitiful it is that you still serve the hidden mist village. What binds you so tightly to this place? If you linger here any longer, it could very well cost you your life. Surely, one should not be so foolish." In response, Yi Liangnai lifted her gaze and replied, "You do not comprehend what I stand for, and I have no desire to understand your beliefs. Let us speak through our strength. Only one of us shall remain standing today." Upon hearing this, Yuko Mitsukata immediately exerted his power, sending Yi Liangnai flying. What a pity, such talent wasted. He lunged forward, delivering a fierce strike, exclaiming, "Let me witness your prowess. Do not disappoint me, for you have slain the elite jonin of the Kaguya clan." Yi Liangnai, undeterred, charged forward, stating precisely what I intended to convey. The two engaged in an intense display of swordsmanship. Sparks erupted, the air distorted, the battle fierce beyond measure. Blood continuously splattered through the air. Miraculously, Yi Liangnai managed to keep pace with Yuko Mitsukata's speed, demonstrating agility that matched her adversary, showcasing her enhanced strength. Tianjia observed the duel with astonishment, recognizing Yuko Mitsukata's prowess among the elite jonin of the Mist Ninja, a formidable force indeed. Yet, Yi Liangnai was holding her ground, a feat unimaginable just 3 days prior. Excellent. No wonder you are the sibling of Terumi, Mei. You are indeed formidable. Suddenly, Yuko Mitsukata retreated, panting heavily as he hastily began forming hand seals. However, before he could complete his seals, Yi Liangnai, also breathless and bearing several wounds, called out, "Water release, water gun technique." 2 concentrated water bullets surged forth, forcing Yuko Mitsukata to retreat. How could it be so swift? He gasped in horror. Upon glancing back, he saw Yi Liangnai had already finished her seals, exclaiming, "Water release, hidden mist technique." As the surrounding area filled with water vapor, he could not help but exclaim in dread. Although he was aware of Yi Liangnai's rapid sealing speed, he had not anticipated it could reach such terrifying levels. "I shall not let you succeed. Water release, great water arm technique," he cried out, witnessing a swirling wave of water materialize behind Yi Liangnai. Subsequently, a robust water arm broke through, sending Yi Liangnai flying. "Yes, I did it." Upon witnessing this scene, Yoko Koda was elated, but his smile quickly faded. Yi Liangnai had transformed into a puddle of water, merely a watery doppelganger, entirely unscathed. Suddenly, a thick mist erupted, enveloping him completely. Head, carotid artery, heart, throat, choose your fate. From the obscure depths of the fog, Yi Liangnai's ethereal voice echoed. "Do not mock me." Yoko Koda bellowed, his composure fracturing under Yi Liangnai's bewildering maneuvers. "Since you refuse to choose, I shall take the liberty of deciding for you. Let it be the throat." With that declaration, a sound of slicing air pierced the atmosphere, yet its origin remained elusive. Lacking sensory perception rendered him as vulnerable as a fish on a chopping board, forced into a position of passive retaliation. "Damn it. I refuse to concede so easily." He gripped his long blade tightly, determined to sense Yi Liangnai's approach, should he dare to close the distance. Suddenly, an intense sense of danger surged from his left. A shadow materialized on that side, prompting him to swing his sword in a desperate arc thud. The shadow was cleaved apart, yet his expression changed instantly. It was not the sensation of cutting flesh. Wrong. It's from behind. A white blade plunged ferociously into his chest. However, just as Yi Liangnai prepared to withdraw his weapon, his expression shifted dramatically. His blade had become lodged. Without a moment's hesitation, he attempted to form hand seals, but was a step too late. Water release, water prison technique. A torrent of water enveloped both combatants. Yi Liangnai felt his body constrained, his mist concealment technique interrupted. Yoko Koda turned to face Yi Liangnai, a grin on his face. "The mist concealment technique is not infallible. Little ghost, I have triumphed." With that, he thrust his blade through Yi Liangnai's chest. Yet, as he did so, Yi Liangnai shouted, "Binding technique." It turned out that the technique he had prepared earlier was the binding technique. Once again, Yi Liangnai's speed saved him. Yoko Koda felt a tremendous force surge into his mind. His body became immobile, the water prison losing its grip and dissipating. A chill ran down Yoko Koda's spine. How could Yi Liangnai unleash an illusion without forming hand seals? Truly formidable. He resolved to unleash all his chakra to break free from the illusion. It's just the binding technique. It cannot restrain me. But why was it so difficult to break free? In the past, he had only needed to unleash chakra to dispel the binding. Yet today, it merely alleviated the effects by half. Yiliang closed in, brandishing a kunai that sliced through his carotid artery. No, Yoko Koda cried out in despair. Yet the effects of the binding technique persisted, forcing him to watch helplessly as blood poured from his neck, his life swiftly ebbing away. However, Yiliang had no time to attend to him. His condition is far from favorable. The wound on his chest has nearly claimed his life. His vision has begun to blur, a worrying sign that he may perish here. Observing the blood that continues to pour from his chest, Yiliang cannot help but grit his teeth. Then, astonishingly, he retrieves a needle and thread from his ninja tool pouch. The moment the needle pierces his flesh, the agonizing pain penetrates deep into his very bones and soul. Yiliang's body trembles violently, yet he knows that enduring the sharp pain is preferable to prolonged suffering. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating agony, he steadies his trembling arm and hastily stitches the wound closed. Coughing, he completes the task, drenched in cold sweat as if he has just emerged from a river. His complexion is remarkably pale, yet fortunately, the dizzying sensation from blood loss has diminished significantly. How ruthless! This is the assessment of Yiliang by Ing and by Lang. To stitch a wound like this is no feat for an ordinary person. This fellow possesses remarkable situational judgment. Tianjia silently praises Yiliang in his heart. In the instant his long knife became ensnared, he immediately devised a response. Such a calm mind is truly formidable. He questions whether he could have done the same. Had he been in Yiliang's position, he would undoubtedly have succumbed to panic and fallen prey to Kotian. Yet, Yiliang successfully turned the tables on his adversary. Furthermore, his extraordinary endurance in enduring the pain of stitching his wound can only be rivaled by the bond of heart and hand. Although this makeshift treatment can only sustain him for 2 days before requiring further medical attention to avoid infection and death, it is undoubtedly the best course of action available for now. Such resolute and ruthless determination is truly chilling. He cannot help but feel a twinge of admiration for Yiliang. This guy actually managed to eliminate Kotian. Unbelievable. Makura and Nobuyasu, witnessing the scene, are unable to suppress their trepidation. Kotian is recognized as an A-rank rogue ninja. In the entire ninja world, he is indeed a prominent figure. Yet he was killed by a mere child like Yiliang. How surreal. Escape. A simultaneous thought ignites in both their minds. Not to mention Tianjia, who is poised and ready to strike. Even Yiliang poses a significant threat to them. Although the fierce tiger is gravely injured, he should not be underestimated. Do not even think about escaping. Ing and Bai Lang shout in unison, witness our ultimate technique. Water release, water flow vortex. After forming the hand seals, Ing slams his palm onto the ground, and a swirling vortex of water appears beneath Makura and Nobuyasu. The two of them immediately crouch down, as they find themselves being consumed by the whirlpool. This is bad. They both cry out in alarm, hastily attempting to form seals to counteract the attack. You will not succeed. Water release, water fong bullet. From the vortex behind them, 2 jagged streams of water emerge, piercing through their chests. However, the two swiftly transform into water, revealing themselves to be mere water clones. With such childish techniques, do they think they can hold us back? They are still many years too early, little ones. At the entrance of the forest, Asakura and his companion boasted confidently, "Do not even think about escaping. You shall not get away." The expressions of the eagle and the white wolf changed dramatically, and they shouted fiercely before hastily pursuing them. However, the distance was simply too great. It was already too late. "Ha ha, just give up." The two laughed heartily at their predicament, but as they turned to leave, 2 icy glints suddenly loomed larger in their vision, ultimately brushing past them. "Dodge, eagle." Behind them, Yiliang sheathed his blade, voice cold as ice. With a swift motion, blood gushed from their necks. Simultaneously, Yiliang coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. To employ such a powerful skill while gravely injured was akin to compounding one's injuries. "Well done, Cold Light," Tianjiao praised, then turned to the eagle and the white wolf, stating, "You both ought to learn from others. Do you understand? To be unable to capture even 2 B-rank rogue ninjas is truly disappointing." The two could only nod in agreement, though their gazes were laden with resentment. Having stolen their prey, They were now obliged to thank Yi Liangnai. What a vexing situation. Clean up the battlefield and leave quickly. It will be troublesome if the Cloud Ninjas arrive. After harvesting the heads of Asakura and his companions, Tianjia led his team to depart swiftly. Barely a minute after their exit, a squad of Cloud Ninjas appeared. Upon discovering the lifeless bodies of Asakura and his companions, they were filled with exasperation. After much effort to secure 3 individuals only to arrive too late was a bitter blow. How could they report back now? Damn those mist ninjas. Their speed is truly infuriating. The leader cursed vehemently. The mere thought of the wrathful Raikage sent shivers down their spines. They had contemplated pursuit, hoping to quell Raikage's fury by offering the heads of the mist ninjas. However, Tianjia and his team had erased all traces, leaving no opportunity for them to chase. They could only return in defeat, steeling themselves for the inevitable confrontation upon their return. As for Yi Liangnai, his condition was far from ideal. Despite urgent treatment and the use of medications for hemostasis and inflammation, the high-intensity journey continued to exacerbate his wounds. Consequently, his complexion had turned as pale as wax paper. Yet Tianjia did not issue a command to halt. He merely instructed the eagle to carry him onward. This is unacceptable. I must reform the medical protocols. Yi Liangnai vowed silently through gritted teeth. The sensation of being injured yet unable to receive proper care was excruciating. Their arrival at the hidden mist village occurred a full day later. Yi Liangnai was unaware of the immense strength of will that had carried him through this arduous day. The moment they reached the village, he could no longer hold on and succumb to unconsciousness. In the medical facility of the hidden mist village, a tearful Koyomi Mirai tenderly caressed Yi Liangnai's cold and pallid face, praying fervently, "Please, little knight, do not leave us. Our plan has yet to commence. You cannot abandon us like this." Yi Liangnai's injuries were grave, so severe that his vital signs were nearing cessation. If not for Terumi Mei's insistence on administering treatment, Yagura might have truly met his end by now, as his condition had reached a point where further intervention seemed futile. Nevertheless, even under such circumstances, Yagura's state remained far from optimistic. The words of the medical ninja were clear. Whether he would awaken was left to fate. Fortunately, he had performed emergency measures himself, suturing his wounds. Had it not been for his decisive actions, given the severity of his arterial injuries, survival until this moment would have been impossible. Yagura's remarkable vitality is nothing short of a medical miracle. In the office of the 4th Mizukage, the news of Yagura's single-handed defeat of Yakugoku Kinta evoked a chilling smile. It seemed he truly possessed remarkable skills worthy of cultivation. Following the report from Tenka, the Mizukage murmured to himself, contemplating how to exploit the unjust treatment of Yagura to incite Terumi Mei's profound dissatisfaction. By instigating a conflict between her and the Mizukage, he could ultimately weaken the very foundation of the hidden mist village. An exquisite plan indeed. Yagura, your timely emergence has provided me with such splendid inspiration. Henceforth, I shall proceed accordingly. This tone, of course, was not that of Yagura himself, but rather of the enigmatic Uchiha Obito pulling the strings behind the scenes. What task should be assigned next? A troubling conundrum indeed, thought Yagura, a cold smile gracing his lips. Meanwhile, on another front, Chidaku sat in his office, smirking as he addressed Terumi Mei. How fortuitous that the medical ninjas fall under my jurisdiction. Should you wish to save Yagura, you must first obtain my consent. One cannot expect to rescue someone without paying a price. This was his chance to settle the score for the embarrassment caused by Terumi Mei and Yagura's previous collaboration. He was confident that Terumi Mei would not yield, unless she was willing to forsake Yagura. He immediately decreed to have Yagura's medication, compelling Terumi Mei to negotiate in person if she wished to restore the treatment to its original state. My lord, is this truly wise? One medical ninja questioned hesitantly. Aware of Terumi Mei's stature as one of the 3 great figures of the hidden mist, commanding countless elite shinobi, many of whom held significant positions within the Umbu. Provoking her could lead to disastrous consequences, potentially endangering their own ranks. Not wise? Chidaku's gaze turned icy. So you dare to defy me? And no, of course not. I was merely suggesting. The medical ninja stammered, realizing the peril of crossing either Terumi Mei or Chidaku. Then go and execute my orders promptly. Should you fail, I will hold you accountable. Chidaku's menacing tone left the medical ninja sweating profusely as he hurriedly complied. At last, Terumi Mei would taste the bitterness of her own medicine. The experience of toying with a mature woman like her was sure to be quite delightful. Qian Taikong had long harbored an insatiable desire for Mei, and now, the moment of gratification had finally arrived. As for whether he would provoke her ire, he felt no trepidation. Could Mei, no matter how esteemed, surpass his father, the great elder Yuanlong? With his father's formidable reputation as a shield, Mei would undoubtedly refrain from recklessness. Yet, would events truly unfold as he anticipated? Qian Taikong, you are courting death. Do you truly believe I would hesitate to act against you? The following day, upon discovering the situation and seizing the head of the medical institution by the throat to uncover the mastermind behind the scheme, Mei stormed into Qian Taikong's estate. Mei, please halt. A throng of shadow operatives and various guards attempted to restrain her. Yet, consumed by fury, Mei was capable of obliterating anything in her path. Step aside. Do not compel me to confront you. In that moment, Mei resembled a vengeful spirit, her murderous intent palpable and chilling. Observing the immobile shadow operatives, Mei's gaze turned icy. It seems you have chosen to be my adversaries. Gulp. At her words, the operatives could not suppress their apprehension. As members of the shadows, they were acutely aware of Mei's strength, a force capable of matching even the renowned 7 ninja swordsmen. The burden of becoming her foes was all too evident. Mei, you dare intrude upon the Elder Council? You are doomed. No one can save you now. At that moment, Qian Taikong emerged, a smug grin plastered across his face. He bellowed at the group of shadow operatives. You fools, why are you not capturing her? If you allow this criminal to escape, I assure you, you will face dire consequences. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the shadow operatives shifted dramatically. Under such circumstances, one must bow their head. We apologize, Lady Mei. This is our duty. Forgive us, and do not force us into a predicament. With a chorus of apologies, they charged toward Mei. Qian Taikong, emboldened, proclaimed, Mei, surrender. Otherwise, you will only compound your offenses by acting here, and you shall lose all hope of saving your brother. At these words, Mei smiled, a smile as frigid as ice. Do you think I am afraid? Water release, water dragon whip. A massive sphere of water coalesced in Mei's hand, followed by countless torrents surging forth with lethal precision. A cacophony of screams erupted as the shadow operatives fell to the ground, blood splattering and casting a grim ambience. In a blink, Mei vanished from sight, reappearing before Qian Taikong. Do not presume to be so audacious, Qian Taikong. Others may fear you, but I do not. Qian Taikong, possessing commendable strength, quickly formed seals and shouted, water release. Ice-breaking fierce tiger. A formidable water tiger roared forth, crashing into Mei and sending her sprawling. The very ground trembled beneath the force of the creature. Humph, is that all? What a farce. The head of the shadow operatives is merely a decorative pillow, beautiful but utterly useless. Upon witnessing the scene, Qian Taikong could not help but emit a cold snort, urging the water tiger to deliver a final blow to Kaguya Mei. Is that so, Qian Taikong? Are you underestimating someone? Kaguya Mei's voice suddenly resonated from behind him. As he turned, he realized that the figure of Kaguya Mei that had been struck away was merely a water clone. Panic surged within him. Qian Taikong felt his hair stand on end, yet it was too late to evade. Having lived a life of luxury for too long, his reflexes had severely dulled. Thud! A powerful kick, infused with fragrant and thunderous energy, sent Qian Taikong crashing into the wall behind him, akin to a kite severed from its string. Ugh! He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Before he could extricate himself from the wall, a delicate white arm had already seized his throat, thrusting him back against the wall once more. Crack! Qian Taikong emitted a wretched scream, akin to a slaughtered pig, as several of his bones shattered. Did you truly believe I would hesitate to take your life? Kaguya Mei's chilling words pierced through the air, her grip tightening, the sound of his throat cracking faintly audible. Fear manifested on Qian Taikong's face as he struggled, his legs thrashing in desperation. The pressure constricting his neck felt like an unyielding iron clamp, suffocating him. His eyes bulged, bloodshot with terror. He was afraid, genuinely afraid. Kaguya Mei was resolute in her intention to kill him, and he desperately pleaded for mercy. Please spare me. I realize my mistakes. Crack! His words were abruptly silenced as Kaguya Mei twisted his neck with lethal precision. A dragon has its reverse scales. To touch them is to invite death. To dare to harm Yi Liangnai. Do you truly believe I, Kaguya Mei, would refrain from killing? Even in death, Qian Taikong could not fathom the ruthlessness of Komi Mei, who executed him without a trace of hesitation. After all, he was the son of the esteemed elder Yuan Long. How could she, a mere former minister of the Dark Department without any real power, dare to act so boldly? Did she not fear retribution at all? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just then, a series of sharp sounds sliced through the air behind Komi Mei. A cadre of Dark Department members had encircled her. Subsequently, Yuan Long, leaning on his cane, rushed over in haste, his face etched with profound anxiety. Komi Mei, let us discuss this calmly. Do not resort to lethal force. Unaware of Komi Mei's temperament and strength, Qian Taikong, however, was acutely aware of her prowess. She was the foremost expert beneath the water shadow. How could the elders hope to restrain her? Moreover, when Komi Mei was truly enraged, she acted with chilling ruthlessness and decisive efficiency. The foolish Qian Taikong was surely doomed. He could only pray that Yuan Long would arrive in time. Otherwise, it would all be over. What a pity, elder, you have arrived too late. Qian Taikong, implicated in the conspiracy against his fellow villagers of Mist Hidden Village and the hero Yiliangnai, has already been executed by my own hand. It seems that merely 2 years after I relinquished my position as Minister of the Dark Department, there are still those who dare to provoke my authority. Evidently, my previous display of power was insufficient. Komi Mei surveyed the surrounding Dark Department members with a smile, yet not a single one dared to meet her gaze. That gaze, discerning and predatory, seemed to consume the very souls of the shadow operatives, rendering them incapable of meeting it. Meanwhile, Yuan Long stood frozen, as if struck by a bolt from the blue. He had heard the horrifying news. Qian Taikong was dead. How could this be? Following the direction of Zhao Meiming's gaze, he beheld the lifeless body of Qian Taikong, blood streaming from his orifices, lying grotesquely contorted on the ground. Zhao Meiming, how dare you? He bellowed, his voice thick with unrestrained fury. That gaze was equally piercing, as if it could slay from afar. Why the hesitation? Zhao Meiming retorted, unwavering as she locked eyes with Yuan Long. What merit does such a disgrace possess that warrants preservation? Rather than allowing this useless wretch to continue feasting on the corpses of the innocent and inciting discord, I shall eliminate the menace for the greater good. Hearing these words, Yuan Long's neck flushed with rage as he thundered, this is intolerable. He commanded the shadow operatives, seize Zhao Meiming. She is implicated in the murder of Elder Qian Taikong and must be handed over to Lord Mizukage for judgment, ensuring her execution. Yet few among the operatives moved. They hesitated, casting uncertain glances at the figure standing behind Zhao Meiming, clearly reluctant. Akiyataku, are you also opposing me? Do you comprehend the ramifications of your actions? Yuan Long's expression darkened further upon recognizing the individual behind Zhao Meiming. Akiyataku, the minister of the shadow operatives of the Mist Village. Ramifications? Humph. Is there anything amiss with Zhao Meiming's handling of the situation? Qian Taikong was implicated in the heinous plot against his fellow Mist Village compatriot, Yi Liangnai, driven by malevolence. According to the laws of the shadow operatives, he deserved execution. Zhao Meiming has already shown considerable leniency. Elder, please refrain from entangling us further. Moreover, with age comes the need for temperance. Do not allow your wrath to jeopardize your health. Akiyataku appeared sprightly, a man in his 30s, yet exuded an extraordinary presence. He surveyed the encircling shadow operatives and declared, why do you remain? Do you truly intend to draw arms against me? Upon hearing this, the operatives exchanged glances and promptly withdrew. In the face of their superior, they could not muster the resolve to resist. Very well, so you are colluding, plotting rebellion. Are you? Yuan Long's fists cracked ominously, his visage contorted in displeasure as he spat out these words. Elder, please choose your words carefully. We are merely addressing internal threats. Do not implicate us in any insurrection. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. With that, he departed alongside Zhao Meiming, taking the remaining shadow operatives with him, leaving only Elder Yuan Long and the corpse of Qian Taikong behind. Although Elder Yuan Long wielded significant power, it was contingent upon the authority of the Mizukage. In certain circumstances, he found himself utterly powerless, just as he had moments ago. The shadow operatives were beyond his command, and Zhao Meiming possessed ample justification for her actions. How infuriating! Yuan Long lamented, his heart shattered, for he had but one son, now lost to the grave. A tragedy most profound. I shall not forgive you, Zhao Meiming. Lord Mizuki will undoubtedly uphold justice and restore my dignity. However, Yuan Long is destined for disappointment. Upon hearing of the incident, Mizuki Shikizumi indeed exercised impartiality by bringing the two to court. Yet, the final verdict was to confine Kamaimai to solitary reflection for 1 month and to suspend her salary for the same duration, the charge being improper handling of the situation. In essence, Mizuki Shikizumi did not deem Kamaimai's act of eliminating Chidakenku as wrong, merely the method employed was flawed. This outcome stemmed from Kamaimai providing substantial evidence of Chidakenku's unsavory deeds, such as embezzling emergency supplies, persecuting female ninjas, and oppressing the disabled. In light of such evidence, the mist ninjas were stirred with indignation. Yuan Long, who initially held little advantage, found himself utterly bereft of support. He was devastated. How could his son be such a villain? It was inconceivable. How could he have been so oblivious? The saying darkness lies beneath the lamp rings true. With your busy affairs, how could you possibly have time to concern yourself with such matters? As Kamaimai passed by Yuan Long en route to prison, she remarked, prompting him to clench his fists once more, his gaze icy. Kamaimai, do not take too much pride. As long as I draw breath, you would do well to tread carefully. At that moment, he resembled a venomous serpent, poised to strike. Having lost his son, he had little left to lose. Then I shall await the outcome and see who emerges as the ultimate victor. Kamaimai smiled confidently. For her, a month of imprisonment would be no torment, as it was akin to returning home. After all, those within were her allies. 2 days later, Yilianai awakened, prompting a collective sigh of relief from the medical staff. They feared her demise would herald their own doom. Following the death of Chidakenku, they had come to understand the terror that Kamaimai embodied. The fact that she had eliminated such a prominent elder and was merely sentenced to a month of confinement was a testament to her power. Dealing with lesser figures would likely result in nothing more than a verbal reprimand. What? My sister has been imprisoned? Upon hearing this news, Yilianai was taken aback. What had transpired so suddenly? After grasping the full extent of the situation, he could not help but gape in astonishment. Goodness, that is exceedingly domineering. She outright eliminated Chidakenku, the son of the Grand Elder. All he could think was, well done. Such filth as Chidakenku was better off removed. He felt a swell of pride for having a sister who was both fiercely protective and immensely capable. However, this would undoubtedly provoke Yuan Long's wrath. It seemed he would need to exercise caution henceforth. 2 days later, Yilianai was discharged from the hospital. He first paid a visit to Kamaimai, then reported to the Umbu. After being informed of a mission to be executed in 3 days, he returned home to commence his recovery and training. To master his own destiny and transform the Hidden Mist Village is a task of great magnitude. However, since that incident, whenever the ninjas in the village cast their gaze upon Yena, it was tinged with a hint of envy. Who wouldn't he desire an elder sister like Koyomi Mei? Fiercely protective? Of course, the Council of Elders harbored nothing but deep-seated hatred for Yena. Following the vacancy left by the death of Chintai, the position of elder was assumed by Aoi, a member aligned with Koyomi Mei. Let the battles commence. Let them clash relentlessly. It would be splendid to see the Hidden Mist Village in disarray, and then I shall emerge to gather the remnants. In the Mizuki's office, Uchiha Obito observed the increasingly oppressive atmosphere enveloping the Hidden Mist Village, feeling an unexpected thrill. Unbeknownst to him, due to his indulgence, someone was diligently working to enhance their strength, planning to expel him and restore the village to its former glory. He mistakenly believed himself to be the mastermind behind it all, utterly unaware that someone had already obtained the script of the entire scenario. In a certain location within the ninja world, Ringo Yuri, battered and bruised, leaned against a tree, gasping for breath. Beside her, both Kirigakure Suigetsu and Shima Ishin were in similar states. Congratulations, you have successfully completed a challenging mission, their captain praised. Yet, Ringo Yuri showed no signs of joy, instead clenching her fists in dissatisfaction, exclaiming, "It's not enough, not nearly enough. That Yena has already reached the level of being able to defeat Special Jounin. How can I possibly fall behind him?" Both Kirigakure Suigetsu nodded in agreement, their eyes gleaming with determination. Their captain responded, "Haste makes waste. I advise you not to be so impatient. No matter how prodigious Yena may be, he cannot alter the fact that he is already 12 years old. When you reach that age, you will undoubtedly surpass him. At that time, he will only be looking up to you." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the three brightened significantly, resonating with his words. Even though they could currently only contend with Chunin-level enemies, they were certain that in the future, they would outshine Yena. Absolutely. 3 days later, as he was recovering from serious injuries, focusing on fortifying his body and replenishing his vitality was paramount. Therefore, Yena had only accumulated 30,000 enhancement points over the past 3 days. After strengthening his final attribute, strength, he utilized the remaining 11,000 enhancement points to further reinforce Water Wall and Binding Technique. Ninjutsu, Water Wall secondary enhancement points, 5,000 post-enhancement effect. Chakra consumption reduced by half, refinement increased threefold. Casting speed enhanced by 25 times. Post-enhancement level, A enhancement attempts remaining, 0 genjutsu. Binding technique secondary enhancement points, 6,000 post-enhancement effect. Chakra consumption remains unchanged. Control effect duration increased threefold, initial duration of 3 seconds. Post-enhancement level, A enhancement attempts remaining, 2 with these enhancements. It would be quite challenging for even Jounin to handle him in a short span. Rising from the bathtub and drying himself off, Yena donned his Umbu attire and reported for duty. Umbu task room. Let us proceed. As soon as Yeong Nai arrived, Eagle and White Wolf followed closely behind, and the group promptly set off. Along the way, Tianjia elaborated on their mission. This time, our task is to eliminate a certain pirate stronghold surrounding the Land of Water, which should be relatively straightforward. Upon hearing this, Yeong Nai mused to herself. Now this is the kind of mission we ought to undertake. Tracking down rogue ninjas is simply beyond our scope. While the Land of Fire and other inland nations contend with mountain bandits, the waters surrounding the Land of Water, an archipelago, are rife with pirates. Dispatching a band of pirates posed little challenge for Yeong Nai and her companions, and they completed the task with ease. Upon their return to the village, they chanced upon Lin Gon Yuri and her group, who were also returning. Yeong Nai, prepare yourself mentally. It won't be long before I repay you for the humiliation you once inflicted upon me, and I shall do so tenfold. Lin Gon Yuri declared with a decidedly hostile demeanor. Hito Mizuki and Shima Ishin wore equally menacing expressions, their gaze sharp and intimidating. In response, Yeong Nai could not help but smile, retorting, I shall await that moment. I hope your blades are sufficiently sharp and powerful, otherwise, you shall only bring shame upon yourselves. Her tone brimmed with arrogance, entirely dismissing Lin Gon Yuri and her companions, which only served to infuriate them further. Such haughty disdain was particularly irksome. Their impending clash naturally drew considerable attention. I wonder who will emerge victorious. The anticipation is palpable. The youth certainly radiate vitality. Some of the mist ninjas remarked with excitement. Lin Gon Yuri was indeed a formidable opponent, yet I shall not afford you the opportunity to surpass me. Despite her earlier bravado, Yeong Nai understood that it was merely a facade. As the saying goes, underestimate your enemy strategically, but treat them with utmost seriousness tactically. Yeong Nai was not about to let her guard down. She grasped the wisdom that pride can lead to downfall. The following day, Yeong Nai was summoned once more. Hurry, accompany me to the Land of Fire to rescue a covert agent of the Land of Water. We must travel at full speed. Without granting Yeong Nai and her team a moment's respite, they set off immediately. They were joined by other members of the Umbu, clearly indicating the gravity of this mission. Hong Guang, Eagle, White Wolf, you three should brace yourselves for potential sacrifice. During a brief rest, Tianjia addressed the trio. Among the adversaries you will face is none other than the copy ninja, Kakashi Hitaki. What? Kakashi is involved? This is far beyond our expectations. Yeong Nai felt a shiver run down her spine at Tianjia's words. Although Kakashi in the original narrative often fought to a standstill, that was primarily due to facing opponents who were mostly at the elite Jonin level or higher, making it difficult to gain a decisive advantage in a short time. However, for them at present, Kakashi was undoubtedly a formidable foe. Even if he lacked the prowess of an elite Jonin, he was not far off. Not to mention, the pursuit from Konoha would likely involve more than just Kakashi. The Umbu of Konoha boasted a minimum strength of Chunin level. Prepare for sacrifice, there is nothing amiss. The expressions of the three swiftly turned grave, for they were well aware of Kakashi's prowess. After a brief respite of 15 minutes, the group resumed their journey. They sailed past the Land of Waves and the Land of Tides, eventually landing in the Land of Whirlpools, hastening towards the southern border of the Land of Fire, where their objective awaited them. Those tenacious leaf ninjas truly were relentless. In a forest within the land of fire, two mist ninjas, wearied and exasperated, vented their frustrations. I wonder if those in the village received our distress signal. We must not be forced into the final act. The final act would entail mutual destruction, ensuring that the enemy acquired not a morsel of intelligence from them. Suddenly, a glint of cold steel sliced through the air, a shuriken affixed with an explosive tag. Scatter! The two, seeing the impending danger, swiftly attempted to evade. Yet, as they rose, shadows materialized around them, brushing past with lethal intent. The sound of tearing flesh echoed relentlessly as the two mist ninjas fell to the ground, cries of agony escaping their lips. Their bodies bore numerous crimson wounds. This is where it ends for you both. Surrender the leaf's intelligence, and I shall grant you a dignified death. At this moment, Kakashi was no longer the beloved mentor from the original tale. He had transformed into a cold-hearted assassin, a machine of merciless slaughter. Do you truly believe that, Hatake Kakashi? This medical intelligence is of paramount importance. Do not think we shall relinquish it so easily, remarked the mist ninja on the left, a defiant expression etched upon his face. Indeed, do not harbor such thoughts, echoed the ninja on the right, mirroring his comrade's resolve. We are fully prepared for sacrifice. Death. What is there to fear? For those of us born of the blood mist, death is merely an everyday occurrence. Such a pity. Kakashi's gaze sharpened, and he lunged forward with his short blade. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. At that critical moment, a roaring water dragon surged forth, prompting Kakashi and his comrades from the leaf to retreat hastily. Apologies, but we from the Mist Village cannot allow you to take us, declared the Mist Ninja, addressing the copy ninja Kakashi. As the water dragon dissipated, a cadre of Mist Ninja Yenbu materialized before the two Mist Ninjas. You arrived quite promptly, esteemed Mist Ninjas, Kakashi remarked, narrowing his eyes at the assembly. However, it will not be so easy for you to seize information belonging to the leaf. Onward. In an instant, Kakashi charged towards the lead Mist Ninja, who was none other than Tenka. This marked the first time Yena witnessed Tenka in action. Clash. Blade met blade. Tenka, observing Kakashi's imminent approach, grinned and proclaimed, "Perhaps my strength pales in comparison to yours, but defeating me will not be a simple task." The two retreated momentarily before clashing once more. Tenka simultaneously commanded, "Swiftly resolve this. Saving our comrades is paramount. Do not engage them in a protracted battle. Our numbers are not in our favor." Just as he uttered these words, a member of the Konoha Umbu stealthily approached the dazed Yena, swiftly severing his head from his body. Truly, the mist shinobi have fallen to such depths that even this kind of ineptitude can be entrusted with a mission. The Konoha Umbu scoffed, preparing to turn and confront others, only to find the eagle and white wolf staring at him with an expression of bewilderment, causing him to sense the impending danger. However, there was no time for further reaction. A glint of steel pierced through his heart. "Eagle, White Wolf, we must save them," Yena exclaimed upon seeing that the other Mist Umbu were entangled with the enemy. The three of them, being relatively overlooked due to their age, were thus spurred into action. Understood. Though both were somewhat reluctant to take orders from Yena, the urgency of the mission compelled them to comply. "Stop them. The leader is no ordinary foe," Kakashi interjected, indicating Yena as the leader. Understood. Immediately, available Konoha Umbu pursued, comprising one special jonin and two chunin. Yena was well acquainted with the special jonin adversary, Mori no Ibiki, the master of interrogation from Konoha. "I will hold them off. You two go rescue the targets," Yena called, pivoting to confront the trio. "You little brat, seeking death." One of the chunin from Konoha scoffed at Yena's audacity to confront them alone, promptly beginning to form hand seals for a fire release technique. Yet before he could finish, Yena shouted, "Multi, Lan Ying Shan." Three icy beams of light swiftly zipped past Mori no Ibiki and his companions, the sound of their passage piercing the air. Apart from Mori no Ibiki, who narrowly managed to evade with a minor wound, the two chunin clutched their necks and fell, eyes wide with terror. Hiss! The surrounding Konoha shinobi gasped in astonishment. A flicker of trepidation lingered in Mori no Ibiki's eyes, realizing how close he had come to sharing the fate of the two fallen chunin. Cold light, target successfully rescued. At that moment, the shouts of Eagle and White Wolf echoed from behind Yena. "All right, secure the target. We retreat," Yena exclaimed joyfully, swiftly positioning himself back to back with White Wolf and Eagle. "I'll cover you. Let us go." With that, the trio began their retreat. prompting a flurry of alarm among the Konoha Anbu. Damn brat, don't think you can escape. Ibiki, pursue them, don't let them get away. The mist shinobi, however, rejoiced, believing they would not allow the Konoha Anbu to succeed. To think that the mist village has produced such a remarkable prodigy. Kakashi mused, seeing a reflection of his younger self in Yena. However, it is regrettable that your plan cannot possibly succeed. Upon hearing this, Tianjia, who had initially been elated at the swift completion of their task, felt his smile falter. Swish, swish, swish. A sudden cacophony of fierce blade clashes erupted behind him, halting Yi Liangnai and his companions in their tracks. Before them stood a contingent of Konoha Anbu, with a leader whose chakra radiated at the level of a jonin, accompanied by 2 others of special jonin rank. A formidable adversary. This was Yi Liangnai's immediate thought, upon observing the leader's swirling 3-tomo Sharingan, his height akin to his own, and the pronounced lines of age upon his face. Yi Liangnai's expression shifted to one of unprecedented gravity. He recognized the identity of this foe, Uchiha Itachi, the pride of the Uchiha clan and Konoha's most gifted prodigy of the new generation. Turning to Hawk and White Wolf, he urged, quickly devise a means to transmit our intelligence. Otherwise, this mission may very well culminate in failure. The urgency in his tone sent a shiver through Hawk and White Wolf, who nodded solemnly in response. Understood. I will buy you time to relocate the information. But act swiftly. This adversary is unlike any we have faced. I may not be able to hold him off for long. With that, without a single hand seal, Yi Liangnai declared, water style, hidden mist technique. A tremendous mist engulfed the surrounding area, obscuring visibility for dozens of meters. Such rapid hand seal execution. Uchiha Itachi was taken aback. He had never encountered anyone whose speed surpassed his own. Even his 3-tomo Sharingan struggled to perceive the movements. Humph. Do you think this mere hidden mist technique can obstruct us? Since you are aware of the extraordinary nature of our strength, why waste further effort? Remarked one of the special jonin dismissively. They mistakenly believed that Yi Liangnai was referring to them when he spoke of formidable enemies, whereas it was Itachi he had in mind. Uchiha Itachi interjected, do not underestimate him. This individual is quite troublesome. However, his warning fell on deaf ears, as the Uchiha clan was not held in high regard within the village at that moment. Yamashiro, lend me your strength, commanded one of the special jonin. Understood, replied another. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Wind style, gale palm technique. Boom. The flames surged with the wind's assistance, instantly transforming the mist into a vivid crimson haze, raising the temperature to a searing intensity that scorched the earth. Water style, water barrier. Yet, Yi Liangnai was not to be so easily thwarted. A concentrated torrent of water emerged, nullifying the flames. As fire met water, steam billowed forth, creating a more favorable environment for Yi Liangnai's movements. Damn it! How could he so effortlessly counter this? This individual possesses such remarkable strength. The 2 special jonin were both astonished and furious to find their combined jutsu extinguished in an instant, yet they remained oblivious to the impending danger. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. A cold voice echoed, followed by 2 sharp beams of icy light that severed their carotid arteries before they could react. Now, only jonin and higher-level ninja posed a threat to Yi Liangnai. Beneath this veil of mist, the ninja, utilizing the art of concealment, could swiftly deliver a lethal blow. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. However, just as Yi Liangnai began to retreat, a barrage of fireballs pursued him, momentarily disrupting his rhythm. Immediately, a flurry of shuriken shot forth. Indeed, the man known in the original work as the god of Itachi possessed an exceptional ability to discern sound and locate his target. As expected of the prodigy from the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Itachi was truly formidable. Yi Liangnai evaded the onslaught of shuriken and, upon delving deeper into the mist, remarked with admiration, to think I would be recognized. Uchiha Itachi, upon hearing this, was taken aback. He promptly retorted, how did you ascertain my identity? Was it merely because of my Sharingan? Their encounter had barely begun, and already his identity was compromised. Was Yi Liangnai some kind of celestial being? Itachi knew nothing about him. The renowned genius of the Uchiha clan, who among the ninja world did not know of him. Recognizing your identity is hardly a feat. Yi Liangnai's teasing voice echoed through the mist. It appears I have indeed encountered a remarkable adversary. Itachi's tone grew serious. He pondered gravely. This technique of mist concealment is exceedingly peculiar. Not only does my Sharingan fail to penetrate the ninjutsu, but even my sensory perception is obstructed. This is truly troublesome. Suddenly, as he contemplated this, a sharp sound sliced through the air from behind him, prompting him to launch a barrage of shuriken. Yet, nothing struck its mark. Instead, an acute sense of danger surged from the front, causing the hairs on his neck to stand on end. He beheld a shadow closing in on him, a glint of cold steel approaching. However, the dynamic capture ability of his three-tomo Sharingan could only discern a blur. The mist even managed to obscure a significant portion of this capability. After years of executing missions and encountering various skilled ninjas, he had never before faced a foe as vexing as Yaongnai. Fire style, great fireball technique. With no other recourse, Uchiha Itachi resorted to unleashing a colossal fireball to repel his opponent. Following this, he swiftly propelled a shuriken attached to a wire. Within this fog, his Sharingan was rendered nearly ineffective. Moreover, based on his recent experience, it seemed that sound could also deceive him. Or perhaps, the speed of his adversary was so astounding that it produced no sound whatsoever. Just moments ago, the sound had originated from behind him. Yet the attack came from the front. Had he not reacted swiftly, he would have undoubtedly fallen victim. Clang, clang. At that moment, the unmistakable sound of metal clashing reached his ears. Uchiha Itachi leaped toward the source of the sound, contemplating, is it the sound that has been distorted? Or is it merely the speed that is overwhelming? Let me ascertain the truth. Yet, upon arriving at the location where the shuriken had fallen, he was astonished to find no trace of them whatsoever. When he tugged at the wire, the sensation emanated from his right front. Had the sound truly been distorted? Coupled with his limited perception, was this the reason for such confusion? However, the art of mist concealment is truly terrifying. I have never heard of such an effect. For the first time, Uchiha Itachi felt a chill of sweat trickle down his brow. Outside, the indignant voice of Mori no Ibiki echoed, "You little brat. I will not allow you to succeed. Do you think a mere mist technique can buy you time? Foolish." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Itachi immediately called out, "Captain Ibiki, do not enter the mist." Circumvented to locate those two mist ninjas. There is something amiss with this technique. Upon hearing his words, Mori no Ibiki, who was preparing to move, hesitated. Just as he was about to take a detour, the voice of Yenanara rang out, "Uchiha Itachi, you have grown complacent." Following this, a pained grunt escaped Uchiha Itachi's lips. Yenanara's voice resounded once more, "Mori no Ibiki, I will not allow you to succeed." In the instant those words were spoken, the mist expanded rapidly, enveloping both the eagle and the white wolf. Witnessing this scene, Tenka could not help but laugh heartily. "Well done, Hongguang. Maintain this momentum, and victory will be within reach." It seemed that he must exert all his strength. You are indeed a formidable opponent against the mist. Within the fog, Uchiha Itachi gasped for breath. His shoulders bore two deep crimson wounds, inflicted moments ago by Yenanara's water projectile. Water release, water surge wave. Uchiha Itachi formed hand seals with remarkable speed. Even Yenanara was unable to react in time, as a torrent of water roared forth in all directions. If Yenanara did not intervene, he, along with the white wolf and the eagle, would be swept from the surface of the water. Water release, water barrier. Thus, he unleashed a spray of water to shield himself. However, in that fleeting moment of forming the water barrier, his control over the mist technique weakened. At this moment, he was still unable to multitask effectively. Uchiha Itachi immediately detected his whereabouts and shouted, "Fire release, dragon fire technique." A brilliant crimson flame shot forth. "Captain Ibiki, swiftly use lightning release in my direction." Uchiha Itachi bellowed towards Mori no Ibiki outside the mist. Mori no Ibiki promptly formed hand seals, unleashing lightning release. A dazzling bolt of lightning surged into the mist, and combined with Uchiha Itachi's flames, the entire fog illuminated brilliantly. Observing this, Uchiha Itachi thought, this should inflict some damage. Boom. The flames erupted, thunder roared, and the spectacle was grand, with considerable destructive power. Yet, the collapse of the mist and Yenanara's injury, as Uchiha Itachi had envisioned, did not materialize. Yenanara's voice emerged, "Uchiha Itachi, this ninjutsu cannot harm me." Deprived of illusion techniques, and with his Sharingan ineffective, Uchiha Itachi's strength had diminished by at least 40%. He was more than capable of handling the situation, and even with Mori no Ibiki's assistance, he remained unperturbed. "Hongguang, the intelligence transfer is complete." A voice from within the mist, belonging to the eagle, suddenly rang out, causing Yenanara to breathe a sigh of relief. His chakra was running low. The faces of Uchiha Itachi and the other leaf ninjas turned pale with alarm. Ha ha ha. It appears that the task is far easier than we had anticipated. Upon hearing this, the wounded Tianjia couldn't help but laugh heartily. Everyone, prepare to retreat, he commanded. Subsequently, he forcefully repelled Kakashi and swiftly retreated. Observing this, the remaining mist ninjas immediately followed suit, preparing to withdraw. But could it be so simple to arrive and depart at will? Stay behind, mist ninjas. 3 Umbu members bellowed, simultaneously forming hand seals and pressing their palms against the ground, channeling chakra with fervor. In the next moment, colossal earthen walls surged forth, encasing an area of 100 meters in a sealed space. Witnessing this scene, all the mist ninjas could not help but exclaim in alarm. However, an even more dire situation was about to befall Yulianai. He felt a flash before him, as Kakashi, charged with lightning, had already dashed to his front. Kakashi coldly declared, "Raikiri," and lunged toward his chest. "Be careful," Tianjia exclaimed in shock. It would be an utter shame for such an extraordinary existence as Yulianai to perish here. Die, brat. The leaf ninja harbored a deep-seated hatred for Yulianai, wishing for his immediate demise. Kakashi anticipated that Yulianai would display panic in the face of this lethal strike. Yet, contrary to his expectations, Yulianai remained remarkably composed. Water release, water barrier. Kakashi could only vaguely see Yulianai's palms shifting before a torrent of water erupted, forming a barrier before him. Though your speed of hand seals is indeed astonishing, the water barrier cannot withstand Raikiri. Kakashi thought resolutely. Raikiri is an S-rank jutsu, capable of piercing anything. If the water barrier could withstand it, then he would gladly stand on his head. However, in the next moment, Kakashi's eyes widened involuntarily. With a splat, although his arm pierced through the water barrier, it could advance no further. It halted just before Yulianai's chest, merely piercing a small portion of flesh. He felt as though he had penetrated not water, but a reinforced alloy wall. The density of this water was indistinguishable from steel, and the resistance was so immense that breaking through was a monumental struggle. Yet Yulianai did not dare to linger. Seizing the moment of Kakashi's astonishment, he swiftly retreated. The Umbu members were left utterly dumbfounded. Kakashi, the elite, had failed to subdue a mere child? Was this a jest? Well done, Tianjia exclaimed, his admiration evident. He then chuckled. I truly appreciate the Leaf Ninja for providing such an excellent environment for my jutsu. Water release, water explosion wave, Tianjia roared, unleashing a torrent capable of instantly creating a great river, flooding the area of the earthen walls to a depth of 2 to 3 meters. Although it paled in comparison to Kisame Hashigaki's capabilities, it was still quite formidable. However, this was not Tianjia's true objective. His real aim was the water release, water clone technique. Tianjia swiftly conjured several water clones, taking advantage of the moment when everyone was momentarily bewildered by the torrent. Together, they struck the water's surface. Water release, water prison technique. In an instant, all the Konoha ninjas were ensnared. Everyone, take this opportunity to retreat. Tianjia grit his teeth, struggling to maintain control over such a large number of individuals, feeling the strain. Upon witnessing this, Yi Liangnai and the others immediately surged from the water, rapidly ascending the city walls. Fire release, great fireball technique. However, suddenly, before them, Kakashi emerged from the earthen barrier using the earth release, hiding like a mole technique, unleashing a massive fireball approximately 7 to 8 meters in diameter. His arrival was startlingly abrupt. Several mist ninjas had no time to react and were engulfed, falling into the water with anguished cries. The remaining mist ninjas scattered in retreat, many of them landing back on the water's surface, returning to their original positions. Yet, as Yi Liangnai evaded and heightened his vigilance, his pupils involuntarily contracted. Kakashi had vanished. Where could he be? As Yi Liangnai retreated rapidly along the earthen barrier, he kept a watchful eye in all directions, alert for a surprise attack. If ambushed, he had a 70% chance of meeting his end. Earth release, decapitation technique. Suddenly, a sound emanated from beneath him. Instantly, he felt a grip around his ankle, pulling him toward the earthen wall. Water release, water clone technique. Yi Liangnai hastily evaded. Being dragged in would spell disaster. However, as he re-emerged, A pair of three-tomo Sharingan magnified rapidly within his gaze. Uchiha Itachi had indeed broken free from the water prison technique. A chill coursed through Yi Liangnai's heart, and he resolutely declared, "Even if I fall, I shall ensure you do not emerge unscathed." Illusionary technique, demonic illusion, binding technique. The two simultaneously unleashed their genjutsu against one another, rendering them both immobile, plummeting downward. In that fleeting moment of ensnarement, a smirk threatened to surface on Uchiha Itachi's lips. To employ genjutsu in the presence of his Sharingan? It seemed he was truly cornered, desperately grasping at straws. Any illusion would be futile before the Sharingan, especially when Itachi was particularly adept at genjutsu. Yet, as he prepared to rebound the illusion back, he found himself momentarily stunned. He could not redirect it. Without hesitation, he released his chakra, breaking free from the illusion's constraints and landing upon the water's surface. Meanwhile, Yi Liangnai emerged from the depths, bloodied and gasping for breath. The exertion of chakra to break the genjutsu had left his already dwindling reserves even more strained. Truly, Uchiha Itachi was formidable. Even the water prison technique could not contain him. Observing the remaining Konoha Anbu still ensnared in the water, with only Kakashi and Uchiha Itachi having escaped, he marveled. "You are no slouch either," managing to evade 2 lethal strikes from Captain Kakashi, "and even my genjutsu cannot bind you." Uchiha Itachi replied nonchalantly, also breathing heavily. Not far from them, Kakashi was engaged in a fierce battle with a group of mist ninjas. Kakashi, facing a Jonin, 3 special Jonin-level shinobi, and 6 Chunin-level mist ninjas, managed to maneuver with remarkable ease. He skillfully restrained the likes of the White Wolf and Eagle, rendering their escape futile. Meanwhile, Itachi Uchiha charged directly towards Tianjia, seeking to alter the tide of battle and leave Yena and the other mist ninjas with no avenue for retreat. To achieve this, he needed to compel Tianjia to dispel the water prison technique. However, Yena would not allow such a scheme to succeed. With blinding speed, she drew her sword and surged towards Itachi, forcing him to retreat. "Water release, water gun technique," she proclaimed, not affording Itachi a moment's respite as 2 concentrated water projectiles pierced through his form. Yet, his hand seals were executed with equal swiftness, allowing him to transform into a crow and vanish. "It's a crow clone." Tianjia, the captain, urged, "We must retreat, or Eagle and the others will perish at Kakashi's hands." Yena quickly retreated beside Tianjia and relayed her concerns. "Indeed, it is time. These Konoha ninjas will likely pose no threat in the immediate future. Mori no Ibi and the others are on the brink of asphyxiation, recovering 1 TB easy." Nevertheless, it was Kakashi, and ensnaring him was no simple task. Upon concluding his remarks, Tianjia dispelled the water prison technique and led a swarm of water clones towards Kakashi. Simultaneously, Yena abruptly withdrew, then swung her sword down fiercely. In the next instant, Itachi Uchiha appeared, kunai in hand, blocking her strike. "Do not hinder Captain Tianjia, Itachi," Yena declared with a grin. The two engaged in a fierce clash, chaos erupting around them. "Cold light, retreat," boomed Tianjia's voice. Yena seized the opportunity to force Itachi back and began to withdraw. Yet, Itachi launched 3 shurikens from his sleeve, striking Yena. Remarkably, the struck Yena transformed into a stream of water. Seeing this, Itachi lamented aloud. "What a pity. Yena's hand seal speed is simply too rapid to hit her true form." At that moment, Kakashi's voice resonated. "Do not pursue. Saving lives is paramount." Upon hearing this, Itachi turned his gaze to the water, where he noticed a swarm of vibrant water snakes surging towards Mori no Ibi and the others. Their appearance suggested they were venomous. "Cold light, I shall remember that name," Itachi murmured before plunging into the water to rescue them. On a remote island, Yena and the others managed to escape, and, after confirming they were free from pursuers, paused to catch their breath. They had truly danced on the edge of death. Yena leaned against a tree, gasping for air as if he were on the verge of expiring. His throat felt as though it was ablaze, and his chest threatened to burst. But I must admit, it was exhilarating," he exclaimed, finding the energy to speak. Under normal circumstances, such behavior would have drawn reprimand. However, on this day, the success of their mission was largely attributed to him, making him a hero in the eyes of his companions. Consequently, they expressed their gratitude. Wholly overlooking his transgressions, the Eagle and the White Wolf gazed at Liangnai, their eyes resolutely determined. They would not remain behind. they would surely catch up. Though they fell short of Nai this time, they vowed that it would not happen again in the future. A day later, the group returned to the hidden mist village, resembling refugees, bearing crucial medical information of great significance to the village. Naturally, Nai's exceptional performance and remarkable achievements spread throughout the hidden mist village, leaving everyone astonished. It was indeed unbelievable that he had managed to escape from the copy ninja, Kakashi Hitaki, twice and fought to a standstill against the genius of the Uchiha clan. Moreover, he had also slain 2 special Jonin and several Chunin-level adversaries. As if that were not enough, an accomplishment already bordering on the extraordinary, he had even managed to delay the necessary time for the mission's success, ensuring its smooth execution. Was this truly something a 12-year-old boy could achieve? It was astonishing, making it hard to believe. However, 2 days later, a message from Konoha convinced everyone entirely. If one encounters the white cold light of the hidden mist village, they must eliminate this individual. This person posed a significant threat and must not be allowed to grow. Konoha's explicit endorsement carried immense weight. To add to this, Nai's bounty was simultaneously listed on the black market, valued at 30 million ryo. Thus, Nai became a household name, renowned throughout the ninja world. The white cold light. One could only wonder who would surpass whom when compared to the legendary golden flash of yore. After being secluded for so many years, Hidden Mist Village had quietly produced such a prodigy. It was indeed a mistake to underestimate them. Would there be a second white cold light to emerge? It seemed prudent to heighten vigilance against Hidden Mist Village. The 5 great ninja villages and the entire ninja world swiftly altered their strategies regarding Hidden Mist Village, transitioning from neglect and observation to proactive monitoring. Intelligence remained an invaluable strategic resource, indispensable in warfare. In Konoha, what was the origin of this white cold light? And how had such a prodigy suddenly emerged from Hidden Mist Village? The 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, gazed intently out the window, murmuring to himself. A sense of unease washed over him. Although Nai's strength was only at the threshold of Jonin, he had managed to contend against Kakashi's assaults twice. His speed and agility were alarmingly high. Then there was the mist technique that even Itachi Uchiha found troublesome, a genjutsu that could not be countered by the Sharingan, as well as the water barrier that could withstand Kakashi's Raikiri. How had he accomplished such feats? If these extraordinary abilities had been exhibited by someone of a higher caliber, it would hardly have surprised him. Yet the crux of the matter was that Nai was merely in his teens, possessing strength only nearing that of a Jonin. It was as if he had unlocked some hidden potential. His mastery of ninjutsu was astonishing. To combat high-level ninjutsu with low-level techniques was unheard of. His level of prodigious talent was likely unprecedented, even for Itachi Uchiha. The 3rd Hokage lamented. It was the first time he had witnessed Itachi falter against a peer. Such a scenario had been utterly inconceivable in the past. He still vividly recalls the astonishment that illuminated Kakashi and Itachi Uchiha's eyes during the report. Such moments that elicit awe from these 2 prodigies are indeed rare. Yet, Knight Ryona achieved this feat. Not only did she astonish and humble these geniuses, but she also successfully enabled the Mist Shinobi to reclaim crucial medical documents. A series of terrifying achievements that evoke a sense of despair worthy of admiration. The average person might never experience such remarkable exploits in a lifetime. Yet this was merely one mission for Knight Ryona. The Hidden Mist Village. You continue to exceed my expectations, Knight Ryona. With that in mind, I entrust this mission to you. In the Mizuki's office, Yagura's eyes sparkled with intensity as he spoke. Before him lay an unfurled scroll inscribed with Infiltration Plan for the Hidden Cloud Village. If Knight Ryona were to learn of Yagura's intention to send her into the Hidden Cloud Village, she would likely express her indignation. How could you even contemplate such a task after I have just achieved such significant merit? Do you expect me to walk into danger again without a hint of embarrassment? Unfortunately, she remained unaware of this. Now, observing the 3 individuals before her, she raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What do you 3 intend to do?" Before her stood your Iko Ringo, Suigetsu, and Shima Ikki, all regarding her with piercing gazes. Knight Ryona, let us compete and reveal the extent of our differences, Yuriko Ringo proposed, her tone lacking the previous sharpness, instead tinged with urgency. The trio had never anticipated this outcome. They believed that Knight Ryona's defeat of an A-rank rogue ninja, Koda, was already extraordinary enough to inspire them to strive harder. Yet, before they could catch up, Knight Ryona had already proven herself capable of engaging with Jonin and influencing the course of missions, earning her renown throughout the shinobi world. This sudden and vast disparity left them breathless, casting doubt on their ability to catch up. Thus, she now sought to ascertain just how powerful Knight Ryona truly was, so that they could formulate their next plan. Are you certain? I have no qualms about being ruthless. If I injure you, do not hold it against me. Knight Ryona replied nonchalantly, having just returned from a bath only to be interrupted by Yuriko and her companions. No worries, just unleash your full strength. I crave the most authentic demonstration of our disparity, Yuriko Ringo declared, resolute, with Suigetsu and Shima sharing the same sentiment. Then let us proceed. Given the circumstances, there is little more to discuss. Let our skills speak for themselves. Have you heard? Yuriko Ringo is challenging Knight Ryona. Should we go witness this? What? Such an opportunity exists? Let us hurry. We cannot miss this. Upon hearing the news, the Idol Mist shinobi quickly gathered to witness the unfolding spectacle. Knight Ryona versus Yuriko Ringo? This promises to be intriguing. Let's pass the time by watching. Pawan Shizuku chuckled softly. Naturally, Kurosai Rhea and Zabuza would not miss such an event. At a certain training ground, I did not expect such a large crowd to gather. The sensation of being the center of attention feels akin to being observed like a monkey, which is undeniably irksome. He harbored a profound aversion to this atmosphere. Then, he turned to Linshin Yuri and the others, asking, who will go first? His demeanor exuded indifference, completely disregarding the trio before him. I shall take the lead. Linshin Yuri stepped forward, gripping her dual blades firmly. Then let us begin. With that, he instantly dashed towards Linshin Yuri, his eyes narrowing as he declared, illusionary binding technique. Linshin Yuri, caught off guard, was rendered powerless. Soon, Yilianai's cold blade was poised against Linshin Yuri's neck. You have lost. Yilianai released the illusion and remarked calmly at Linshin Yuri. Damn it. Linshin Yuri muttered under her breath, filled with reluctant frustration, pondering. Has the gap between us widened so significantly? It had only been half a month since the graduation examination, yet back then, Yilianai struggled to control her. But now, it seemed effortless. Was Yilianai's rate of improvement measured in seconds? Who will be next? Yilianai's gaze swept over Guizhong Shueiyue and Jimai-sen, inquiring. I shall go. Do not think you can easily defeat me. Guizhong Shueiyue taunted boldly. His audacity was well-founded. The Guizhong clan's water transformation technique was unparalleled in the ninja world, and without a countering skill, it was exceedingly difficult to touch his corporeal form, let alone defeat him. Then I shall begin. Once both were prepared, Yilianai fixed her gaze on Guizhong Shueiyue. She intended to employ the same trick again. Guizhong Shueiyue promptly closed his eyes, retreating while boasting. Do not presume your tricks will work a second time. But when did I ever claim I would win through illusion? As the chilling sensation against his neck coincided with Yilianai's voice, Guizhong Shueiyue finally realized he had fallen victim to her feigned tactics. You have lost. Yilianai lowered her blade, grinning widely. TCH. Guizhong Shueiyue's expression soured as he stepped back. Having boasted so loudly only to be soundly defeated was quite humiliating. Moreover, he had not even had the chance to showcase his skills before being swiftly vanquished. The surrounding mist ninjas erupted in applause at this spectacle. Using illusion to swiftly defeat Linshin Yuri and employing strategy to outmaneuver Guizhong Shueiyue, such feats could only be accomplished by Yilianai among her peers. And she executed them with such grace and ease, it was nothing short of extraordinary. Now it is your turn. Yilianai's gaze settled on the final individual, Jimai-sen. I look forward to your guidance. Jimai-sen bowed politely towards Yilianai before drawing his sword. No need for such formality. With that, Yilianai's expression hardened, and she charged towards him. Water release, water barrier. In response to Yilianai's advance, Jimai-sen swiftly formed seals to summon a water barrier before him. He rapidly retreated, forming seals once more, water release. However, before he could unleash his ninjutsu, the water barrier was unexpectedly cleaved open by Yilianai with a single stroke of her blade. Hiss! In that instant, not only was Jimai-sen astonished, but even the surrounding mist ninjas were left in sheer disbelief. A sword cleaving through ninjutsu? Such a feat seemed almost otherworldly. Confronted by such an adversary, an inexplicable sense of despair began to envelop them. Water release, water gun technique. Jima-Isin barely witnessed Yi Liangnai performing the hand signs before he saw two incredibly swift water projectiles hurtling toward him, prompting him to hastily retreat. Thud! The large tree behind him was instantly riddled with two significant holes, causing him to exclaim in relief. "Be careful." Just then, he heard the panicked cries of the mist ninjas echoing in his ears. Startled, he turned to see Yi Liangnai's face magnifying rapidly within his line of sight. Thud! Before he could react, a heavy blow struck his chest, sending him flying like a kite with its strings severed. As he staggered to his feet, a blade glinting with cold light stood ominously before him. The familiar words echoed once more. "You have lost." The overwhelming display of strength left no room for doubt or struggle. Observing this, the surrounding mist ninjas began to murmur amongst themselves. After all, this was someone who had faced Kakashi Hatake, a prowess that far surpassed that of his peers. Indeed, the disparity in their abilities was insurmountable. Truly, one could not help but feel breathless in the presence of the one dubbed the White Cold Light. Not only Lin Ganyu and Yuri, but even the senior members of Yi Liangnai's faction felt an immense pressure bearing down upon them. With such a prodigy pursuing them, they dared not halt their advance. In just a few days, his strength had surged dramatically. What a remarkable young talent. Zabuza gazed at Yi Liangnai, reflecting inwardly on the astonishing speed of her hand signs. Surely, even we would struggle to keep pace against such an opponent. Facing such a foe truly sent chills down one's spine. Pipa Shirzong squinted, voicing his thoughts in amazement. The other mist ninjas harbored their own varied sentiments before departing. From that day forth, Yi Liangnai's reputation as the foremost youth of the hidden mist village was firmly established. Despite her indifference to the title, the greatest youth? No wonder they call her Little Yi. She is indeed formidable. In the prison, upon hearing this news, Mei smiled with great delight. Gradually, everything returned to normalcy. The affairs of the Umbu were ever so numerous. Even in the absence of missions, there remained the duties of patrolling the village. Each day began with reporting for duty, followed by receiving centralized assignments to execute various surveillance tasks within the village. Moreover, they organized training sessions to learn an array of Umbu skills, including first aid, foraging for food, tactical analysis, and more. Life was fulfilling, and although there was little time to wield his sword for enhancement points, Yi Liangnai found great joy in it all. His current strength was quite satisfactory. A brief pause would not be detrimental. Time swiftly passed, and a month had gone by in the blink of an eye. As Mei emerged from prison, Yagura personally went to greet her. "How is it, sister? The air outside is undoubtedly more refreshing, isn't it? The sky is so blue, and the grass is such a vibrant green. Although the hidden mist village is often shrouded in continuous rain and mist, it does not imply the absence of clear skies. Is the heavens welcoming me back from incarceration? What a splendid day." Mei remarked with evident delight. Despite having spent a month in prison, where life was tolerable, she still appeared somewhat haggard. No matter how pleasant prison life might be, it pales in comparison to the outside world. "I heard you've taken down several A-rank ninjas again. Quite impressive, Yagura. You've swiftly become a renowned figure in the ninja realm." In a tavern, Mei, with flushed cheeks from drinking, teased Yagura, who sipped on juice. "Oh, they are merely foolish individuals seeking my head. Their abilities are lacking. Yet they cling to me like flies. It's utterly vexing." Yagura replied, visibly troubled. Of course, the ninjas she referenced were not as weak as she suggested. Some had indeed posed a significant challenge. Yet, those adversaries had perished, and Yagura felt free to express her thoughts as she pleased. Only you would dare to claim that A-rank ninjas are lacking in strength. Mei chuckled again, her laughter ringing like silver bells, melodious and enchanting. Her alluring appearance stirred restlessness among the surrounding ninjas, yet they were only able to fidget in anxiety, knowing the weight of Mei's reputation. "Mei, you may revel in your joy for now. Soon, I shall ensure that your happiness is fleeting." In a secluded chamber, Yuan Long glared at the scroll before him. His eyes filled with malevolence. The first line of text on the scroll read, "Plan for infiltration of the cloud-hidden village." At the end of the scroll, in the section for the most suitable executor, Yagura's name was prominently inscribed. "Mei, this time I shall make you experience the true pangs of heartbreak. Yagura, you shall meet your end in the cloud-hidden village." Without a moment's hesitation upon receiving the mission from the Mizukage, he inscribed Yagura's name. For none other could be more fitting for the task. Mei could scarcely object, as there were no grounds for her disapproval. It was simply perfect. Additionally, he had already smoothed things over within the Elder Council. This decision could not be overturned. Terumi Mei's fury would be of no consequence. The following day, what? You intend to send Yagura for such a mission? Have you all lost your minds? He has only just graduated a month ago, and there are countless more suitable candidates. Why him? As a member of the Elder Council, the moment Terumi Mei learned that Yagura was the chosen infiltrator for the Cloud Hidden Village, she immediately voiced her opposition. She then turned her icy gaze toward Yuan Long, her eyes flashing with cold menace. Yuan Long, your personal vendetta is glaringly apparent. Hearing this, Yuan Long could not help but sneer. Terumi Mei, do not cast aspersions on me. I merely selected the candidate as instructed by Lord Mizukichi. If it so happens to be Yagura, that is beyond my control. His strength, courage, and wisdom render him exceptionally suited to undertake this task. Moreover, Kozakura Mei, even if you oppose, you must present valid reasons and suitable candidates. Otherwise, I am entitled to disregard any of your remarks. In other contexts, Yuan Long may not command absolute respect, but within the Council of Elders, he is undeniably the foremost authority, wielding unmatched influence. Kozakura Mei found herself momentarily at a loss for words, as Yuan Long's argument held considerable merit. After all, how could she contest the undeniable excellence of Yang Nai? Having just emerged from imprisonment, she was scarcely aware of the specifics, let alone able to propose a suitable alternative. In the absence of dissent, let us proceed to vote. Lord Shuei-ing awaits my response. Seeing Kozakura Mei at a disadvantage, Yuan Long wore a triumphant smile, his face alight with satisfaction. As for the voting, he had already ensured his victory. Kozakura Mei stood no chance. 3 votes against 9, a complete rout. I protest. Lord Shuei-ing would never pass such a decision so easily. In a fit of rage, Kozakura Mei stormed off to confront Shuei-ing and contest this decision. Yet, the outcome was predictable. Had it been a typical situation, Ichibo-ji would have given it some thought. However, with Uchiha Obito eager to incite Kozakura Mei's resentment towards Shuei-ing, there was no chance of rejecting this proposal. It was approved without hesitation. Infuriated, Kozakura Mei returned with a dark expression, her eyes aflame with defiance as she gazed at Yuan Long's smug visage. Wishing she could twist his head off and use it as a ball. What? You want me to infiltrate the Cloud Hidden Village? Upon learning of this, Yang Nai could only exclaim, it is well known that grass is a form of plant. What a farce. To send someone freshly graduated, devoid of any experience in espionage, into such peril was tantamount to signing his death warrant. If they wished him dead, they could simply state it outright instead of being oblique. Yet, Lord Shuei-ing's orders had been issued. Yang Nai was to join the Umbu's Cipher Division for training and subsequently infiltrate the Cloud Hidden Village to execute the mission. How could Lord Shuei-ing make such a foolish decision? Kozakura Mei's teeth ground together in frustration, her eyes burning with an indomitable spirit. For the first time, she contemplated the necessity of removing Lord Shuei-ing from power. Such a foolish leader was better off without. However, the moment was not opportune. Yang Nai quickly urged her to remain calm and not act impulsively, even though he too was seething with anger. Calm down, sister. We may have lost this round, but it is not an utter defeat. Joining the Cipher Division is the perfect opportunity for me to win over Kisame Hoshigaki. Furthermore, it will not raise any suspicions. It's simply flawless. One must learn to console oneself, and this indeed presents a valuable chance to get closer to Kisame. All thanks to Yuan Long and Lord Shuei-ing's own machinations. Yet, the peril of infiltrating the Cloud Hidden Village alone was immense. If discovered, there would be no refuge. Additionally, your combat style has become well known in the ninja world. Any engagement would reveal your identity. At that juncture, how could you possibly escape? Kozakura Mei expressed her deep concern. Yang Nai was her only brother, and she harbored no desire to witness him come to harm. Upon hearing these words, Yilianai couldn't help but chuckle. If the original combat style would reveal our identities, then we shall simply alter our approach. I possess another chakra nature that can be put to good use. Hearing this, Terumi Mei still wore a frown, saying, but there are no buts, sister. This mission is one we cannot resist. We must accept it. At this point, Yilianai suddenly clenched his fists, his eyes gleaming with determination, declaring, but such a situation shall not arise again. Sister, let us make a pact. Upon my return from this mission, We shall take action and henceforth master our own destinies. Upon hearing Yilianai's words, Terumi Mei's expression grew serious. Very well, let it be so. However, little Ye, you must uphold this agreement and return safely. Yilianai flashed a grin, responding, of course. Then, a sly glint appeared in his eyes as he continued. I have heard that the Elder holds many valuable items, including ninjutsu, genjutsu, taijutsu, sealing techniques. And barrier techniques? Surely it would not be a problem for me to borrow a few volumes to study. Those who would scheme against him, Yuanzhong would not find himself in a favorable position either. And Uchiha Obito, let him not think that possessing Kim Yui grants him unbridled arrogance. Just wait, there will come a time for his lamentation. Upon hearing this, Terumi Mei chuckled softly. Indeed, he will have no choice but to comply. The following day, that insufferable little brat, do not overstep your bounds. Gazing at the smug expression on Yilianai's face, along with the order from the Mizukage in his hands, Yuanzhong felt an urge to regurgitate blood. The Mizukage's decree, allow Yilianai to enter the treasure vault, where Yuanzhong keeps various skills for 2 days. All skill permissions, except for forbidden techniques, are to be granted without obstruction. What a farce. Yilianai is the younger brother of Terumi Mei, his sworn enemy. Yet, now he is to assist this adversary in growing stronger. Could there be a more vexing predicament? None. Mizukage, what on earth were you thinking to agree to such an unreasonable demand? Yet, Yuanzhong ultimately allowed Yilianai entry. Despite his immense fury, he dared not defy the authority of the Mizukage. I must express my gratitude to Elder Yuanzhong. I shall frequently pay you visits. Get out. He was abruptly interrupted by Yuanzhong's roar. Overcome with emotion, he spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. This has nothing to do with me. Do not look at me like that. Yilianai shrugged innocently at the surrounding guards before stepping into the treasure vault. His visit was not solely for the purpose of acquiring the lightning release ninjutsu. One of his motives was to vex Yuanzhong. The other was to study sealing techniques, barrier techniques, and other secret arts. Infiltrating the cloud-hidden village necessitated utmost caution, for one could never know who might be listening through the walls. There were simply too many unpredictable factors. By mastering barrier techniques, he would have reliable means for sensing, trapping enemies, or shielding himself. As for the sealing techniques, they were intended to deal with Uchiha Obito. His Kimui was not something that could be countered by ordinary ninjutsu. Indeed, what a vengeful little imp you are. Yuanlong merely played a trick on you, and in the blink of an eye, you retaliated. I eagerly anticipate the surprises you shall unveil. However, if you were to perish in Yuin village, that would be even more delightful. In the office of the Water Shadow, Shikura chuckled softly. The directive given to him by Uchiha Obito was to sow discord between Terumi Mei and the Hidden Mist Village, compelling her to rebel. The most effective method would be to eliminate Yongnai. 2 days later, as expected from the treasure pavilion, it truly harbors an abundance of treasures. Yongnai emerged from a shadowed corner, opening the door to step outside. The sunlight is quite blinding. After squinting to adjust to the brightness outside, he finally noticed the Grand Elder Yuanlong standing before him. Thank you, Grand Elder, for bestowing me with such skills. I am immensely grateful and have gained much. Yongnai expressed with heartfelt appreciation. Yuanlong merely snorted, humph, as long as you can learn something. It shall not be in vain for me and Lord Watershadow's efforts on your behalf. The covert operations team is prepared. Hasten to your training. Afterward, swiftly execute your mission. Should you fail, not only will I not spare you, but neither will Lord Watershadow. Yuanlong's heart was filled with a cold laughter. What does it matter if you enter to learn? Merely 2 days have passed. How many ninjutsu can you truly master? At most, 3 to 5 C-rank techniques. And as for secret arts, if you manage to learn one, it would be commendable. Acquiring 3 to 5 C-rank ninjutsu will scarcely enhance your strength. Thus, he felt little frustration in cultivating an adversary. Truly, the Grand Elder is meticulous in his arrangements. I take my leave. Yongnai promptly departed, and soon after, Yuanlong entered the treasure pavilion. He was eager to see which ninjutsu Yongnai would master. Surely, upon encountering such a plethora of techniques for the first time, he would be at a loss. Yet, with only 2 days at his disposal, he would have to make choices, and he would undoubtedly select the C-rank techniques closest to him. With his eyes closed, Yuanlong could almost envision Yongnai's anxious expression. When he finally opened his eyes, a knowing look crossed his face. The A-rank ninjutsu remained untouched, with only 2 B-rank techniques attempted. while the C-rank techniques were the most frequently engaged. Humph, what a naive child, lacking in foresight and an understanding of long-term development. He only seeks to learn as much as possible, oblivious to the wisdom of mastering a few techniques thoroughly. What good will come from mastering so many C-rank techniques? Your strength sees little increase. I once believed you to be clever, but now it seems you are merely a fool. He then ventured to the secret arts section, observing the barrier techniques and sealing arts Yang Nai had studied. Foolishness, to entertain thoughts of mastering barrier techniques. I had thought your pursuit of so many C-rank techniques was already foolish enough, yet you have committed an even greater folly. It appears you are but a brutish oaf, lacking in intellect. Without your sister to devise strategies for you, you are not. Coming to this treasure pavilion to learn, I firmly believe this is undoubtedly Terumi Mei's idea. Yang Nai's intellect could never conceive such a notion. He emerged from the treasure pavilion with a refreshing demeanor, feeling a sense of relief at the foolishness of Yang Nai. On the way, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that most C-rank ninjutsu possessed the potential for multiple enhancements, an unexpected boon. Unfortunately, time was of the essence. Otherwise, he could have glimpsed the enhancement potential of A and B-rank ninjutsu. However, there was no rush. Grant me a little time for enhancement, and I shall wield C-rank lightning release techniques with greater finesse than A-rank ones. That old coot, Yuan Long, must think me exceedingly foolish, perhaps even dismissive of my capabilities. Alas, he does not comprehend my intentions. He believes I have gained little, yet in truth, my acquisitions are abundant. With such thoughts racing through his mind, he hastened toward the code class. There, he encountered the legendary Kisame Hoshigaki at close range for the first time. The excitement radiating from his face made Kisame feel somewhat uneasy. Thus began the study of the code. Guiding Yang Nai in his learning was none other than the owner of the Samahata, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, the formidable Sujetsu. Kisame merely served as an assistant, executing various commands like a machine. Yang Nai absorbed the lessons swiftly, for his life depended on it. Complacency was not an option. Kisame, what will your choice be regarding my invitation? While studying, Yang Nai cast a sideways glance at Kisame, pondering this in his heart. He had prepared his rhetoric. It remained to be seen whether Kisame would prove as amenable as depicted in the original narrative. During a brief respite, Yang Nai, like a specter, called out to Kisame. Lord Hoshigaki, may I have a moment of your time? I have some inquiries I wish to discuss. Kisame, with a sardonic smile that revealed his shark-like teeth, replied, What could a person like me possibly assist you with? Silently, Yang Nai formed a series of hand seals, conjuring a barrier that enveloped the two of them. This prompted Kisame to instinctively grip the sword at his back. His vigilance heightened as he eyed Yang Nai warily. What does this mean? Relax, Yang Nai chuckled, signaling that he bore no ill intent. He then took a few steps back to demonstrate his harmlessness before continuing. Do you not find the current state of Kirigikure rather hypocritical? In one moment, comrades stand side by side in battle, and in the next, they transform into the very agents of one's demise. This village is suffocating and despairing, utterly devoid of authenticity, leaving no sense of security. Kisame, taken aback by these words, narrowed his eyes and grinned. And if it is hypocritical, what of it? Has it not existed for so many years? So, what is your purpose in saying this today? Speak quickly. Time is of the essence, and the Umbu are ever watchful. With a smile, Yang Nai sensed an opportunity and declared, I intend to unite like-minded individuals to transform Kirigikure, to shatter this facade of hypocrisy. We shall establish a village where reality is genuinely felt, where rewards and punishments are clear, conflicts are resolved, and the people can live in peace and prosperity. Dry persimmon Kisame, I beseech you for your strength. Are you willing to partake in this endeavor? Upon hearing these words, Kisame chuckled ominously, his voice laced with malice. Are you not concerned that I might divulge your plans, leaving you with no place to rest in death? This is treason. I would have no qualms about ending your life on the spot. Knight Yang Nai responded with a smile. No, I trust you will not act thusly. Why, you ask? Because you are dry persimmon Kisame, a man of ambition who would not willingly stain his hands with the blood of comrades. This statement evidently struck a chord within Kisame, rendering him momentarily silent. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke. Then let me see if you possess the capability to fulfill your words today. Should you fail, I shall personally sever your head to quench my resentment. Knight Yang Nai, exuding confidence, replied, Since I dare to speak, I naturally possessed the confidence to achieve it. Welcome aboard. Dry persimmon Kisame. Yet, despite his outward composure, he felt a tempest of anxiety within. His hands were drenched in sweat, akin to being submerged in water, a testament to his inner turmoil. Observing this, Kisame chose not to address it, inquiring, "When shall we act?" "Soon. Just await my signal. Until then, strengthen yourself as much as possible." With that, Knight Liangnai dispelled the barrier, just as a team of Umbu passed by. The timing was impeccably executed, leaving no room for suspicion. "What are you two doing here lurking about?" the Umbu questioned, eyeing Knight Liangnai and Kisame. "I was inquiring of Senior Kisame regarding certain aspects of code. I have heard of his extensive experience and believe he could assist me." Knight Liangnai fabricated a response with remarkable composure, undeterred by guilt. "Ah, so it is Knight Liangnai." The two Umbu approached closer, recognizing him. "Then ensure you learn well from Dry Persimmon Kisame. He is the most capable in the code class." With that, they departed, harboring no doubts. Upon witnessing this, Knight Liangnai exhaled in relief and continued his training journey. However, during his moments of respite, he could not help but reflect. He had initially planned to seize this time to accumulate sufficient enhancement points and elevate his strength to the level of a jonin, subsequently rallying all those in the village whom he deemed could be swayed, awaiting the opportune moment to overthrow the fourth Mizuki's reign. Yet, as the adage goes, plans often falter in the face of change. The infiltration mission into the hidden cloud village arrived rather unexpectedly, derailing all his meticulous plans. The following day, in the office of the Mizuki, Knight Liangnai, your assumed identity for the infiltration into the hidden cloud village is Kira, a B-rank rogue ninja who failed an assassination attempt on the Mizuki due to the oppressive policies of the Mist Village. To enhance the realism and avoid arousing suspicion among the cloud ninjas, I will orchestrate a genuine life-or-death pursuit by the Umbu against you. Prepare yourself mentally. Furthermore, your decision to adjust your combat style and learn lightning release techniques is commendable and a very wise strategy for executing this mission. Remember, the duration of the task is 6 months. Every piece of information you encounter must be meticulously recorded. Upon your return, I shall grant you the esteemed position of a jonin in the hidden mist village. Upon hearing these words, Liangnai nodded in agreement and followed Mei to undergo a transformation. Otherwise, it would surely lead to exposure. As for the promise made by Yagura, he scarcely took it to heart. The position of jonin? Others may yearn for it, but he did not. The Umbu. The transformation process was tedious, lengthy, and somewhat painful. After all, it entailed metamorphosing from one person into another, a formidable challenge indeed. Time flowed slowly. 2 hours later, gazing into the mirror, Liangnai scarcely recognized his own reflection. Silver-white hair, azure-blue eyes, a resolute and mature visage, and a deep voice. If it weren't declared that this was Liangnai, no one would be able to identify him. The only aspect that remained unchanged was perhaps his height. Fortunately, Liangnai's stature was quite commendable. At the age of 12, he stood as tall as a 16 or 17-year-old. Remarkably convincing indeed. Mei observed the transformed Liangnai, offering her critique. Subsequently, she led him to a training ground. As a test before your departure, allow me to witness the fruits of your learning from the elder. I have a sense of your capabilities, which will facilitate my handling of other matters. Mei assumed a stance and declared. Liangnai did not decline Mei's test. He too was eager to discover the potential of his unenhanced skills and the strength they could manifest. Thus, I shall make my move. Be cautious, sister. The battle style brought forth by the moniker White Cold Light encompassed formidable mist techniques, robust water barrier defenses, the unpredictable water clone, and incisive swordsmanship. Yet swordplay, despite its myriad variations, remains fundamentally consistent. Even if one recognizes the name, it would not raise much suspicion. 3 talents flash. 3 sharp beams of cold light surged towards Mei from 3 distinct directions, their speed remarkably swift. Swish, swish, swish. Although Mei's physical prowess was not exceptional compared to her peers, it sufficed in countering Liangnai's attacks. All 3 beams shattered, sending Liangnai reeling backwards. Water release, water fong bullet. As Liangnai was propelled away, Mei had already formed hand seals. Consequently, the moment Liangnai landed, 2 conical water columns surged forth. Bang! This time, Liangnai could not evade. He was struck heavily, his blade shielding his chest, and sent flying. However, as Terumi Mei pursued with her attack. Yaongnai transformed into a crackling mass of lightning, encasing Terumi Mei in a counterattack. This was a lightning technique derived from the lightning release, lightning clone technique. Lightning release, lightning ripple. A dazzling array of lightning coiled around Terumi Mei's form like a serpent. Yet, she instantly collapsed into a puddle of water, re-emerging behind Yaongnai to deliver a swift kick. Lightning release, lightning pillar wall. Nevertheless, Yaongnai remained unperturbed. Two blinding pillars of lightning erupted from the ground, forming a protective barrier before him. Whoosh! In a flash, Zhao Meiming vanished from the face of the lightning defense. However, the moment she reappeared, she heard Yaongnai exclaim, "Bind Flow Curse." A triangular incantation swiftly ascended her body, and Zhao Meiming felt her mobility inexplicably restrained. When had she fallen victim to his sealing technique? Panic surged within her. Then a thought struck her. Could it have been during that instant when she repelled him? If that were the case, Yaongnai's wit was indeed remarkable. Lightning release, thunderstorm. Yaongnai's voice interrupted Zhao Meiming's contemplation. A dense, ominous cloud formed above her, gathering a multitude of lightning bolts, creating a palpable sense of threat. Well done, little Yi. I never anticipated that even after altering your combat style, your prowess remains formidable. However, such skills cannot hinder me. At that moment, a surge of immense chakra erupted from Zhao Meiming's body, breaking free from the confines of the incantation. As the lightning struck down, she formed a hand seal and unleashed a water barrier to defend against the onslaught. Little Yi, I want to grant you the chance for a sneak attack. While Zhao Meiming defended against the lightning, Yaongnai had already closed in, her blade glinting with a menacing light, poised to strike. Yet, Zhao Meiming swiftly altered her hand seal, declaring, "Water release, great water arm technique." With a resounding crash, a torrent of water surged forth, manifesting into an enormous arm that sent Yaongnai hurtling backward, not allowing her a moment to react. Ugh! Yaongnai felt as though her ribcage might shatter, blood surging forth from her lips. Little Yi, it's not over yet. Remain vigilant. Zhao Meiming's voice echoed again as her cheeks puffed. Water release, water shockwave. A colossal wave engulfed Yaongnai, overwhelming her with its sheer force, leaving her unable to resist or devise a countermeasure. Struggling against the current, Yaongnai found herself adrift, gradually succumbing to the depths of the water. "I've lost," she exclaimed, clambering awkwardly to her feet as the water receded. Zhao Meiming noted the disparity in their strength. It was far from trivial to possess such power shortly after mastering lightning release ninjutsu. You truly are remarkable, little Yi. Now, only a Jonin or higher could pose a threat to you, which brings me some relief. Once we arrive at the hidden cloud village, we must exercise greater caution and avoid revealing our identities, understand? Zhao Meiming advised as she patted Yaongnai on the shoulder. Rest assured, sister, I will be vigilant. You must also prioritize your safety. Take care not to fall prey to that scoundrel Yuan Long. During this time, let us strive together. In 6 months, we shall begin to shape our own destinies and build the new hidden mist village. Oh, by the way, sister, the guy known as Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish is unreliable. You must not disclose anything to him, nor allow him to perceive anything amiss. If you find yourself lacking in energy, you can enlist the help of Kisame Hashigaki to keep watch. He is a trustworthy ally. Listening to Yaongnai's admonitions, Zhao Meiming nodded in acknowledgement. Observing this, Yaongnai turned and departed from the training ground, setting his sights on the destination of Yunin Village. Yunin Village. This time, I implore you not to let any unforeseen circumstances arise. Otherwise, it will become exceedingly difficult for Yunin Village to attract external talents. The fourth Raikage instructed the group of Cloud Shinobi beneath him. Understood. The Cloud Shinobi responded in unison and swiftly departed. As for Yuliang from the Mist Village, regardless of whether your defection is genuine or feigned, the priority is to extract some intelligence regarding the Mist Village from you. Should you successfully pass the trials of the Cloud Shinobi, I shall certainly regard you as a loyal subordinate. If you fail, I stand to lose nothing. After all, I would have obtained valuable information about the Mist Village, and until you earn my trust, you will be closely monitored and rendered incapable of action. The fourth Raikage was far from naive. He would not unconditionally accept those claiming to defect from the Mist Village without scrutiny. He had his strategies and calculations. Through this individual named Yuliang, he could gain further insight into the recently rising threat known as the White Cold Light. This individual poses a potential danger worth noting, reminiscent of the Golden Flash of yore. While he might not be as troublesome as the Golden Flash, the fact that Konoha holds him in such high regard suggests he possesses extraordinary qualities. On the roads of the Land of Lightning. Hurry, speed up. Do not delay for even a moment. Should we miss another opportunity for talent and fail the mission, we would return with no face to show Lord Raikage. Death would be a preferable penance. Therefore, I demand that you all muster your utmost focus. Success is the only option. Failure is not permitted. The captain of the elite cloud shinobi unit barked sternly. Yes. The group of shinobi responded resolutely, their voices imbued with a sense of determination. Surrender now, Yuliang. You have no escape left. It would be wise to submit. Betraying Lord Mizukage is a capital offense. Return with us to face his judgment. And perhaps you may find a way to survive. In a certain location near the Land of Clouds, a group of mist shinobi surrounded a silver-haired youth. Their faces icy with resolve. Do you truly believe that having come this far, I would return with you? Returning would only lead to my demise. As a ninja of the Mist Village, am I unaware of the fate that awaits those who betray their village? Abandon the idea of persuading me to surrender, my friends. I am left with only two paths today. Either I shall die fighting, or I shall await the reinforcements from the Cloud Shinobi to join Yunin Village. Beyond that, I possess no other avenue of retreat. It goes without saying that the silver-haired youth was indeed Yeongnai. At this moment, he was covered in wounds, blood seeping from his body as he gasped for breath. However, this was not an act. He was genuinely cornered. He had initially thought these mist shinobi were merely actors in a play with him. Yet, when Yeongnai attempted a mere ruse to deceive the Cloud Shinobi and was nearly mortally wounded, he suddenly realized the truth. He may have been deceived. Perhaps these individuals truly intended to eliminate him. After all, there remains a certain Yuan Long within the hidden mist village who would eagerly wish for his demise. How unfortunate it is that we have already extended you an opportunity. Since you do not cherish it, we must fulfill the directive of that esteemed individual and extinguish your life here. What a splendid place this is, isolated from villages and shops alike. Perfectly suited for a wandering soul like yours. Let us all together dispatch this young spirit, and upon our return, we can focus more intently on dealing with his sister. With that, a group of Umbu lunged forth like ferocious tigers. Yuan Long. Knight Liangnai instantly deduced the identity of the esteemed individual spoken of by these men. But what does it matter if you have figured it out? Our charade has received the approval of Lord Mizukage. Even if we were to slay you, it would merely be an excess of zeal, a failure to restrain our hands. Your sister would be powerless to retaliate. Prepare to perish. The leading mist ninja bellowed fiercely as the glinting blade hurtled toward Knight Liangnai. Surrounding him were additional blades gleaming with lethal light. Knight Liangnai, having already lost considerable blood, found his reaction sluggish. Dreadful. There is no alternative. I must resort to water release techniques. Exposure be damned. My life is paramount. Knight Liangnai was not a fool. Unwilling to cling to his identity as Liang at this juncture, just as he was about to employ his techniques, a voice rang out from behind him. If you wish to kill him, you must first inquire whether we consent. Lightning release. Lightning pillar. A blinding flash of lightning illuminated the area for dozens of meters, compelling the mist ninjas to retreat hastily. They gathered defensively, wary of an ambush. However, when the lightning dissipated and their vision cleared, they found that nothing remained. Knight Liangnai had vanished, and his savior left no trace behind. Curse it, pursue him. We cannot allow that scoundrel to escape. The leading mist ninja's expression twisted into a snarl as he growled, swiftly giving chase. Yes, the other mist ninjas responded coldly, following closely behind him in pursuit. Yet, within the Land of Lightning, no matter how formidable the mist ninjas, they could not surpass the local cloud ninjas. Thus, the mist ninjas regretfully lost sight of their target. Damn it. After losing track of Knight Liangnai, the mist ninja let out a furious roar. It was not unwarranted. He had leaked Yuanlong's information, and yet Knight Liangnai had been successfully rescued by the cloud ninjas. How could Yuanlong possibly spare him? Even if Yuanlong were to forgive him, with Knight Liangnai's terrifying potential, he would surely return to the hidden mist village and seal his fate. At this point, no amount of anger would avail him. The reality of Knight Liangnai's successful rescue had set in. He needed to contemplate how to return and explain himself to Yuanlong. That was the only rational course. On the other side, Liang is it? We are cloud ninjas here to rescue you. Please remain still and follow us to the hidden cloud village. A tall cloud ninja hoisted the exceedingly weakened knight Liang Nai onto his shoulder, while a slender companion spoke to him. It appears salvation has arrived, and quite timely at that. Liang Nai smiled broadly, a grin that carried the essence of a survivor's relief. Yet within his heart, he fervently mused, Yuan Long, is it? How delightful that you could not resist striking against me so swiftly. I shall remember this grudge. Once I return, I will relish in settling the score with you. A day later, the group arrived at Yunin village. A grievous injury to the heart and numerous other wounds across his body? If this were mere theatrics, it would indeed be an extravagant performance, one that verged on fatality. Let us first transport him to the medical facility, where his wounds can be treated. Naturally, vigilance must not be neglected. Once he is restored, he shall be promptly taken to the Umbu for examination to ascertain the legitimacy of his origins. To escape from the grasp of elite Umbu operatives is no small feat. This individual possesses a certain acumen. If he can be of service to me, he may very well prove to be a valuable asset. In response to the Umbu captain's report regarding this mission, the fourth Raikage issued his orders. The Umbu immediately took their leave. 2 days later, at the Yunin village medical facility. At long last, you have awakened. To have sustained such severe injuries and still manage to traverse such a distance, your resilience is commendable. Upon opening his eyes once more, Liang Nai was greeted by a young female medical ninja. Perhaps I should express my gratitude to the deities for granting me this second chance at life. Liang Nai rose and surveyed his surroundings, remarking, compared to the oppressive atmosphere of Kirigakure, the ambience here is remarkably pleasant, evoking a sense of relaxation. Indeed. Otherwise, why would you risk your life to come here? She replied. But enough of our banter. Lord Raikage has instructed that you report to him upon your awakening. With that, the female medical ninja, her ponytail swaying, departed with brisk efficiency. Such decisiveness is refreshing. Is this the essence of Yunin village? It feels rather agreeable. Rising from the bed, Liang Nai noticed that the wound on his chest had healed significantly, allowing him to move unimpeded. Seizing the blade at his bedside and donning his attire, he made his way to the Raikage's office. The guard stationed there had likely received prior instructions from the Raikage. Upon recognizing Liang Nai's presence, they promptly escorted him to the Raikage's office. Liang, a B-rank rogue ninja from Kirigakure, formerly a special jonin, adept in lightning techniques and swordsmanship. He defected after a failed assassination attempt on the Mizukage, unable to endure the oppressive weight of Kirigakure, am I correct? Yet, how reliable is this information? How can I ascertain its authenticity? The fourth Raikage, arms crossed, gazed up at Liang Nai, inquiring. Beside him stood a poised, bronze-skinned female ninja with her hair meticulously styled, and a silver-haired ninja adorned with lightning tattoos on his arm. The details are readily available, and the potential for deception is substantial. Why would Lord Raikage seek my confirmation? Even if I were to assert their truth, would he truly believe me? It would be wiser to delve into deeper insights, such as, Liang Nai pointed to his head and remarked, the knowledge contained herein regarding Kirigakure is indeed something Lord Raikage greatly desires. Am I not correct? Liang Nai's relaxed demeanor and unconventional approach left the fourth Raikage momentarily taken aback. In the past, when confronted by his inquiries, other foreign ninjas either clamored, Lord Raikage, please believe me, or insisted, I would never deceive you, Lord Raikage. I have genuinely joined, and am certainly not a spy. However, it was the first time he encountered someone as composed as Liang Nai, who directly bypassed the information that could be scrutinized. Intriguing, indeed, you have piqued my interest. As you wish, let me delve into the thoughts swirling within your mind. With that, the fourth Raikage signaled to the Umbu standing behind Liang Nai, who promptly escorted her away. Words can deceive, but memories cannot. 15 minutes later, Liang Nai, her complexion pallid and expression pained, was brought back. Well, is there anything amiss with this child's memories? Inquired the fourth Raikage. The Umbu shook his head, replying, her memories appear entirely normal. However, the information you seek regarding the white cold light is rather limited. As a member of the village hidden in mist, why do you lack memories of the white cold light? Can you provide me with a reasonable explanation, Kira? The fourth Raikage gazed intently at Liang Nai, his eyes gleaming with scrutiny, as if to suggest that any flaw in her response could lead to dire consequences. True, the white cold light is indeed renowned in the village hidden in mist, but I have only recently returned from a mission. While I am aware of his name, I have had little interaction with him and possessed no further information about him. Is that not quite normal? Yulia Nai replied with an air of calm, silently expressing gratitude to the umbu of the village hidden in mist. The fabrication of memories was impeccably executed, leaving no traces for the umbu of the village hidden in cloud to detect. This was undoubtedly influenced by the village hidden in mist's prolonged isolation, which rendered it less understood. Nevertheless, the umbu's crafted memories proved to be of immense assistance. At least now, she had been tentatively accepted by the Reikage. She believed that as long as she did not commit any principal errors, she would not be subjected to excessive suspicion henceforth. What a composed individual you are. Looking at you, I find it hard to envision you would take action to assassinate the Mizukage. The fourth Reikage's words, laced with praise yet laced with a hint of probing, prompted a smile from Yulia Nai, who responded, "That is merely because Lord Reikage granted me the opportunity to think. In the village hidden in mist, my true nature was never allowed to flourish." The Reikage relished this sentiment. Flattery, after all, knows no bounds. Very well. I officially welcome you to join the village hidden in cloud, Kira. You shall join the umbu and work in the realm you are most familiar with. Work diligently. The village hidden in cloud will undoubtedly not shortchange you, the Reikage declared, patting Yulia Nai on the shoulder. Yes, Lord Reikage. Yulia Nai feigned a deeply grateful demeanor. After her departure, the Reikage remarked, "This Kira is indeed intriguing. However, I cannot extend my trust to him just yet. The test has only just begun." Naturally, Yulia Nai was oblivious to the Reikage's musings. Yet, she could surmise that trust would not come easily. Let time be the judge, village hidden in mist. You must support me well and refrain from any missteps. Yi Liangnai aspired to establish his foothold in Yunin village, yet his solitary efforts proved insufficient. He needed Wuyin village to refrain from hindering his progress. In the dark department of Yunin village, a member escorted Yi Liangnai to report and register his identity. After donning the assigned attire, the dark department members were gathered, and Yi Liangnai was introduced to them. Allow me to present the former special jonin of Wuyin village, Kira, who has now cast aside the shadows to join our Yunin village, codenamed Jingho. Treat him kindly, and do not bully him, understood? If it weren't for the fierce gazes of the dark department members, Yi Liangnai might have believed he would indeed receive their care. However, the current atmosphere was clearly one of scrutiny. It became evident that to integrate among them, he would need to let his strength speak for itself. The respect accorded to the powerful is a universal truth. This is the code of the dark department. You have one day to memorize it. Your official tasks commence tomorrow. The individual who brought Yi Liangnai to the dark department handed him a manual-like booklet and departed. I look forward to your guidance in the future. Yi Liangnai courteously bowed to his colleagues. Hey there, newcomer, prepare yourself. Our rules differ greatly from those of Wuyin village. Here in Yunin village, we do not adhere to seniority. The stronger you are, the more authority you wield. You must not lag behind when your tasks commence tomorrow, or we will not hesitate to eliminate you. A burly member of the dark department glared menacingly at Yi Liangnai. Yi Liangnai smiled in response. Indeed, I have been mentally prepared for this. Just as the Yunin ninja turned to leave, he added, however, you may have misunderstood one aspect. In Wuyin village, we also uphold the principle of strength, coupled with a stringent hierarchy. The notion of seniority is likely unique to Konoha. Moreover, should any of you hinder my progress, I will not hesitate to end your lives. Those who falter on the battlefield do not deserve to survive. This was undoubtedly a provocation. The gazes of the dark department members turned icy. The previously mentioned burly ninja roared in fury. Don't act so arrogantly, newcomer. He charged forward, his arm crackling with formidable lightning, targeting Yi Liangnai's head, shouting, lightning release, thunderstorm flow. This fool was courting death by provoking Oliu E, the strongest within the dark department, whose defenses were nearly impenetrable even to Jonin. Humph, let him learn his lesson for being so brazen in Yunin village. This mere outsider has no right to flaunt his prowess. Someone jeered, while others encouraged. What's the matter, little one? Are you frozen in fear? Aoliui taunted upon seeing Yi Liangnai standing motionless. Rest assured, I shall exercise restraint and ensure you do not perish. As soon as he uttered those words, just as his fist was about to collide with Liangnai's forehead, she calmly declared, 6-pillar flame array. An ominous, dark red hexagonal barrier enveloped Liangnai, severing the connection between her and Aoliui. Boom. The force of that punch was akin to 1,000 weights. The entire underground chamber trembled. and the ground near Ilyu cracked and caved in. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. Under the watchful eyes of the retreating members of the dark faction, Ilyu staggered back, crying out in pain, revealing that his arm had been scorched. Meanwhile, across from him, Yeongnai casually cleared her ear, completely unscathed. She had actually withstood Aolyu's punch head-on? Is this for real? Could such a thing truly occur? For years, they had not witnessed anyone aside from Raikage withstand Aolyu's might. This individual could even perform barrier techniques? Yet, the power was astonishingly formidable. Aolyu's fist had inflicted no damage whatsoever. The members of the Cloud Ninja Dark faction were left in shock, gazing at Yeongnai as if they had seen a ghost. This person indeed possessed some remarkable skills. No wonder she dared to attempt an assassination on the Mizukage. How could she be so boastful when she could not even breach my defenses? It appears that the strength of the Dark faction in the Hidden Cloud Village was not as formidable as I had imagined. Yeongnai continued to provoke, indicating that they had misjudged their opponent if they sought to intimidate her. She would not show any grace or retreat before them. If intimidation were to be imposed, it would be she who would instill it. Damn brat, do not go too far. Cease your arrogance. Aolyu's eyes blazed with fury, his aura transforming into something ferocious. He charged again, resembling a rampaging dragon. Illusion technique, spirit of the gale. Yet Yeongnai remained unfazed, forming hand seals before glaring fiercely. In the next moment, Aolyu let out a muffled groan, the lightning around him dissipating. He felt his chakra destabilized and utterly unmanageable. With a swift motion, the barrier vanished, and Yeongnai appeared before Aolyu, her blade piercing through his shoulder, crackling with formidable lightning, declaring, "You have lost." Damn it. Aolyu's body was paralyzed by the electric current, rendering him immobile. Release Aolyu. Newcomer, do not overstep your bounds. I advise you to be merciful. The surrounding members of the Dark faction finally reacted, rushing forward with fierce shouts. Yeongnai promptly retreated, saying, Now, everyone, do not be so agitated. I merely wish to ascertain the strength of my future comrades for our upcoming missions. Since you do not wish for me to hold you back, I equally do not desire to be hindered by you. An exchange of equals, does that not seem fair? Yeongnai sheathed her sword, looking at the defiant Aolyu with a chilling smile. Had you been my enemy just now, your head would have already rolled. This remark incensed Aolyu further. Enough. Know your limits, Kira. Just this once. Should there be another occasion, I would be more than willing to indulge in some playful banter with you. At that moment, the previously departed member of the Umbu reappeared before Yeongnai, issuing a stern warning. An aura of frigid and oppressive weight emanated from him, causing Yeongnai to involuntarily change his countenance. Though not as formidable as Kaguya Mei, he still possessed a considerable degree of threat. Understood. Yeongnai promptly donned a cheerful facade, while the Umbu cast a glance at Aolyu, departing with a remark that was both embarrassing and demeaning. Farewell, everyone. Yeongnai likewise took his leave, completely disregarding the murderous glares directed at him from behind. One day, I shall personally end his life. Aolyu vowed with a face full of resentment, his fists cracking audibly with tension. Meanwhile, the other Umbu contemplated. This individual's strength is rapidly approaching that of the squad leaders. The squad leaders generally possess abilities at the level of elite jonin, with only a select few reaching the status of special jonin. Yet Aolyu, capable of engaging with a special jonin, was so easily defeated by Yeongnai. Simultaneously, in the Raikage's office, the Umbu reported Yeongnai's behavior within the ranks to the 4th Raikage. This lad is indeed quite arrogant. In light of this, let us assign him a few solitary foundational tasks to temper his hubris. One must not be overly presumptuous. This is Kyomo, not his Kirigakure. As Raikage, he would certainly safeguard the interests of the Cloud Shinobi until he had fully accepted Yeongnai. Yes, the Umbu withdrew, making his way to Yeongnai's residence, a dilapidated abode shrouded in dust and cobwebs, to convey this message. Understood. Is this to be considered a punishment for my arrogance? Yeongnai felt no anger, much to the Umbu's surprise. He had anticipated that Yeongnai would respond with indignation and protest against the injustice. When one dwells beneath a roof, one must bow their head. Protesting is futile. Since that is the case, why waste breath? It is better to accept the whims of fate. As if sensing the Umbu's confusion, Yeongnai replied, You are indeed an intriguing person. After leaving those words, the Umbu departed. By the time he tidied up the house, evening had fallen. After moving in the various supplies sent by the Umbu and organizing them, Yeongnai took a quick shower and retired for the night. The following day, Jinghong reporting for duty. Yeongnai arrived punctually at the Umbu Task Release Center, ready to undertake his assigned tasks. E-rank mission, assist Grandma Lu in weeding. E-rank mission, clear the garbage from the river outside Kumo. E-rank mission, clean the home of Grandpa Hetien. E-rank mission in summary, all tasks were of the lowest tier, offering minimal rewards and proving to be the most laborious. Oh, isn't that our spirited Jinghong from yesterday? Why has he now stooped to performing menial tasks, engaging in such lowly endeavors? What has become of his haughty demeanor? Why does he now resemble a lapdog, wagging his tail in hopes of garnering favor in my Kumo? As Yi Liangnai arrived at the task site, Grandma Lu's house in Lu village, to commence weeding, an incongruous voice echoed through the air. Without needing to look, Yi Liangnai was well aware of the identity of the intruder. With such a large shadow and a voice so brash, it could only belong to the hulking figure of Liu Yi. In response to his provocation, Yi Liangnai chose to remain utterly indifferent. The most effective approach to dealing with such confrontational individuals is to simply ignore them. When met with silence, he would surely appear as a fool and would eventually take the hint and quiet down. Moreover, I have joined Yanin village primarily to gather intelligence. Engaging in such trivial tasks serves to further my objectives. If conflict can be avoided, then it should be. Instead of squandering time in futile skirmishes, why not utilize it to earn enhancement points to strengthen oneself? Did Laying believe this would serve as a punishment? Little did he know. Yi Liangnai was more than content to stay off the front lines indefinitely. Humph, you certainly have a remarkable capacity for restraint, not reacting at all. Aoliu. After provoking him for a considerable time without receiving even a hint of response, had no choice but to retreat in disappointment. Yi Liangnai's refusal to engage left him with no opportunity to act. This scene did not go unnoticed by the members of the Umbu, who were covertly monitoring Yi Liangnai, and they couldn't help but admire his composure. Just as Aoliu had remarked, he truly possessed an extraordinary level of forbearance. The Umbu, the very organization that had conferred a code name upon Yi Liangnai, held an enigmatic reputation. Young man, thank you. You executed the task splendidly. Here is your commission. By midday, Yi Liangnai had flawlessly completed his assignment and received his payment. Grandma Lu, being gracious, welcomed him to return any time, expressing her willingness to assign him similar tasks in the future. Yi Liangnai exemplified the virtue of respecting the elderly, leaving Grandma Lu beaming with joy. She insisted on chatting with him for an extended period before finally allowing him to depart. This fellow seemed to genuinely relish such assignments. A rather absurd notion that crossed the mind of the individual observing Yi Liangnai. Time swiftly passed, and 7 days had elapsed. In the office of the fourth Reikage, he inquired what news. Surely Julian has come to realize the gravity of the situation. Has he shown any signs of regret? Perhaps expressing a desire for forgiveness and vowing to temper his arrogance? The fourth Reikage posed the question to the Umbu member monitoring Yi Liangnai. The Umbu, however, found himself at a loss for words. Well, Lord Reikage, how should I put this? Upon hearing this, the Reikage furrowed his brow in dissatisfaction. Is there something you are hesitant to convey? Julian exhibited no signs of remorse. On the contrary, he seemed to take great pleasure in these menial tasks. Day after day, he cheerfully engaged in various assignments without any resistance, seemingly thriving in the process. Now, nearly all the elders in the village recognized him, and whenever something occurred, he was the first person they thought of. Upon hearing the response from the Umbu, the fourth Reikage found himself momentarily dumbfounded. He exchanged incredulous glances with the Umbu, his expression clearly reflecting disbelief. If Lord Reikage doubts my words, he may verify them for himself. The Umbu replied, a hint of exasperation in his tone. Without hesitation, the fourth Reikage burst through the window, heading towards the site of Yagura's mission. He was eager to uncover what mischief Yagura was up to. While others shunned such lowly tasks, Yagura seemed to revel in them. What a farce! The Reikage's initial intent was to temper Yagura's arrogance, to smooth out his sharp edges for better management. Yet now, that plan had utterly failed, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of frustration. Akin to striking a soft pillow with a fist, he had not achieved his desired outcome, and how infuriating that was. The weather was splendid that day, prompting him to venture out to tend to the weeds, a light task that brought no fatigue, allowing him to meander without a care in the world. When the fourth Reikage finally located Yagura, he found him engrossed in a game of shogi with Grandpa Hitaki, humming a cheerful tune, utterly at ease. Checkmate. Grandpa Hitaki. I've won again. Yagura exclaimed, his voice rising with joy. Ha ha ha. I've grown old, unable to compete with the youth. Come now, let us play a few more games. It has been ages since someone has challenged me. Grandpa Hitaki chuckled as he tidied the pieces, and the two resumed their match. Yagura, I assigned you a mission, and you dare to lounge about here. The fourth Reikage could no longer contain his rage and bellowed. At the sound of his voice, Yagura turned, feigning surprise. Lord Reikage, what a pleasant surprise. Come sit. Are you here to play shogi as well? Seeing Yagura's beaming countenance made the Reikage's forehead pulse with indignation. You brat, do not forget your station. Show some restraint before me. His anger was more of an exasperated roar than true fury. Now, Lord Reikage, please temper your anger. Did you not instruct me to engage in E-rank missions to cultivate my character? I have been diligently fulfilling my duties with utmost dedication. How can you accuse me of slacking off? Yagura replied innocently. You find time for shogi and claim you aren't slacking? Have you even pulled any weeds? I have seen no evidence of you fulfilling your mission. The fourth Reikage retorted, glaring fiercely. At that moment, Grandpa Murata interjected. Lord Reikage, please calm your ire. It was I who assigned the weeding task as an excuse for him to come here and enjoy a game of shogi. Do not hold it against him. Upon hearing this, the fourth Reikage felt an overwhelming urge to spew blood in frustration. The slap in the face came too swiftly, catching him off guard. He distinctly observed a fleeting smirk of schadenfreude at the corner of Yagura's mouth. Yet, he had no evidence to prove Yagura had smiled. For that expression vanished in an instant. Humph, after undertaking E-rank missions for so long, your character should have been sufficiently honed. Starting tomorrow, return to the Umbu for a normal routine. It is a disservice to have someone of your caliber relegated to such menial tasks. The fourth Hokage, unsure of the composure that allowed him to utter such a vexatious statement, acknowledged his complete defeat against Yeong Nai in their inaugural clash. Thank you, Lord Reikage. It is indeed an honor. Yeong Nai humbly half-kneeled, expressing his gratitude. Humph. Observing his demeanor, the fourth Hokage suddenly felt he had acted too hastily. Perhaps it would be prudent to assign him a few more E-rank missions for further honing. However, having spoken, there was no turning back. Ultimately, he could only depart with a scowl, waving his sleeve in resignation. Come, let us continue. After the fourth Hokage's departure, Yeong Nai turned to Grandfather Murakami, grinning as he spoke. Come now, you should show me a little leniency. You, sir, are rather ungracious to have deceived me. Thus, the morning passed at Grandfather Murakami's home. In the afternoon, Yeong Nai polished his sword, shed his upper garments, and brandished the blade with vigor. Over the past week, he had only accumulated 15,000 enhancement points. Now was the time to earnestly amass enhancement points to fortify himself. With the impending tasks, he knew he must prioritize his own survival. He did not anticipate that the fourth Hokage would assign him any lenient missions. As the moon ascended and the lights of countless homes began to flicker, Yeong Nai, drenched in sweat and exhausted as though emerging from water, finally paused. Having earned 10,000 enhancement points, he deemed it a worthwhile endeavor. Stripping off his garments, he reclined in the newly purchased bathtub, procured with his recent earnings, and accessed his skill panel. Lightning Release Ninjutsu. Lightning Pillar Wall, Gratitude Wave, Lightning Bullet Technique, C. Thunderstorm Array, B. Swordsmanship, Triad Flash. Produces 2 solid phantoms and 1 illusory shadow to achieve a lethal strike. B. Barrier Technique. Silent Technique Formation, Perception Formation, C. 6 Pillar Flame Formation, B. Sealing Technique. Binding Flow Curse. Seals Mobility, B. Illusion Technique. Essence Purification Technique. Causes the target to feel their chakra sealed, resulting in chakra disarray, C. Aside from the swordsmanship, which was his own creation, the rest were rewards obtained from the treasure pavilion of Yuanlong. Enhance all skills. Yeong Nai resolved internally. Enhancing all skills required 210,000 enhancement points. Yeong Nai currently possessed enough to proceed, retaining an additional 4,000 points for contingency. While enhancing all skills would not drastically elevate Yeong Nai's vertical prowess, it would significantly broaden his horizontal capabilities. The wider the breadth at a certain level, the easier it became to confront adversaries of equal standing. Just like now, post-enhancement, he could eliminate special Jonin in an instant and contend against Jonin. a feat unattainable by those of Jonin rank. Enhancement in progress. Please concentrate to prevent failure. Resonated the system's voice in Yeongnai's mind. Following this, a persistent buzzing sound enveloped him. 10 minutes later, all skills successfully enhanced, consuming a total of 21,000 enhancement points. As the system's voice concluded, his new attributes materialized before his eyes. Ninjutsu, Thunder Pillar Wall initial enhancement points, 1,000 enhanced effect, doubles defense power with an autonomous lightning attack effect. Enhanced level, B enhancement attempts, 1 Ninjutsu, Gratitude Wave initial enhancement points, 1,000 enhanced effect, doubles release speed, power, and range. Enhanced level, B enhancement attempts, 1 Swordsmanship, Flash initial enhancement points, 5,000 enhanced effect, triples speed, enigmatic, and unpredictable. Enhanced level, A enhancement attempts, 2 Barrier Technique, 6 Pillar Flame Array initial enhancement points, 5,000 enhanced effect, doubles defense power with an autonomous flame attack effect. Enhanced level, A enhancement attempts, 1 Sealing Technique, Binding Flow Curse initial enhancement points, 5,000 enhanced effect, doubles confinement duration and difficulty of escape. Enhanced level, A enhancement attempts, 1 Illusion Technique, Essence of Purity initial enhancement points, 1,000 enhanced effect, doubles release speed and effectiveness, cannot be dispelled by conventional methods. Enhanced level, B enhancement attempts, 1 Task, let us proceed. Yelenai rose from the bath, drying off before practicing in the courtyard. He did not cease until he could proficiently wield all enhanced skills, after which he surrendered to slumber. Meanwhile, an observer from the Umbu, though unable to discern any irregularities in Yelenai's ninjutsu, could not help but admire his diligent attitude. Indeed, excellence is accompanied by profound reasoning. The following day, Yelenai awoke punctually. After breakfast, he entered the Umbu, closing his eyes to rest and reflect. He murmured to himself, with my current strength, even a Jonin would likely only match me evenly. After exerting myself further and accumulating 200,000 enhancement points to strengthen my abilities, I shall be able to dispatch Jonin with ease. After a while, Aoliu arrived. Surprised to find Yelenai present, he could not help but jest. What is this? Have you finally grown weary of the trials of E-rank missions, seeking forgiveness from Lord Rakage? In his view, the reason for Yelenai's presence was simple. Lord Rakage had personally ordered the lifting of Yelenai's punishment. The only way for Rakage to do so would be if Yelenai had willingly admitted fault. Surely, Lord Rakage would not come personally to relieve Yelenai of his punishment. Such fortune is rare. If it were the case, even pigs would climb trees. If that is how you choose to interpret it, I have no objections. However, should you truly wish to know the reason, why not inquire directly? It would save you from wild speculation. Yelenai opened his eyes and cast a glance at him, saying, "Please step aside. You are obstructing my breath." Before he could finish, Yelenai suddenly opened his eyes wide and declared, "Essence of Purity." Then, Yeongnai's fingers, sharp as lightning, halted before Aoliu's neck. "Do you think I dare to kill you?" The words were chillingly cold, yet reeked of immense arrogance. The surrounding Umbu were taken aback by the scene. They had witnessed Aoliu being defeated in an instant. What formidable strength! Even their captain appeared to pale in comparison. They had assumed that the power Yeongnai displayed that day was his true capacity. However, it now seemed that this was far from the case. His prowess was utterly unfathomable. Yet, amidst their astonishment, their expressions darkened. How audacious for an outsider to display such arrogance, disregarding them entirely. How dare he lay hands on their comrade, Aoliu? Did he believe that the Hidden Cloud Village was devoid of capable individuals? Jinghong, do you wish to be punished with E-rank missions again? Cease this at once. A warning voice emerged from behind Yeongnai. It was the Umbu who had been observing him, stepping forward with a chilling gaze. The surrounding Umbu immediately saluted, respectfully addressing, "Captain." "Oh, I did not anticipate that you are our esteemed captain. I truly beg your pardon." Yeongnai promptly released Aoliu from the illusionary control, smiling as he gave a slight bow. However, there was no trace of contrition on his face, only a sense of irreverence and defiance. He continued, "Of course, if I could continue to undertake E-rank missions, I would be quite delighted. After all, that is the life I desire." Upon hearing his words, the captain let out a cold snort and replied, "I hope that when you reach the battlefield, you can maintain such bravado. Should that be the case, I might begrudgingly acknowledge you, but for now, you are merely a thorn in my side." You should be grateful to Lord Rakage. Had he not insisted on training you, you would have already faced execution before the public. Feigning fear, Yi Liangnai touched his neck and said, "How terrifying that would be, Captain." Then, the captain surveyed the gathered crowd, stating, "Today's mission is to pursue the B-rank rogue ninja, Tion, who has fled to the borders of the Land of Fire, intending to join a local pirate tribe. Let me make one thing clear. Be prepared for the possibility of failed negotiations with the pirates, and do not underestimate their tribe. Among them are quite formidable ninjas, equipped with considerable arms and resources. Furthermore, according to reliable sources, their leader possesses a particularly troublesome summoned beast. If your negligence leads to your demise, I shall offer you no sympathy. The weak receive no compassion in the Hidden Cloud Village. Do you understand?" In response to his words, the Umbu of the Hidden Cloud Village collectively shouted, "Of course. Who would lose to mere pirates?" They regarded the pirates with disdain. Another mission in the Land of Fire? I seem to have a peculiar connection with it, Yi Liangnai thought to himself. Not long ago, he had fought against the ninjas of Konohagakure in the Land of Fire and earned the title of the White Cold Light. How will this time unfold? Knight Liangnai expressed considerable anticipation. If that is the case, let us embark. Jinghong, remember, I am Tion Xin. At this moment, the captain of the Dark Squad addressed Knight Liangnai. Understood, Captain Tion Xin. Knight Liangnai nodded in acknowledgement and set off with the main force. Hey, how about a competition to see who can claim more lives? Squabbling amongst ourselves isn't too much of a skill. On the journey to the Land of Fire, Ao Lui approached once more, tauntingly. Suit yourself, but the victor will certainly not be you. Knight Liangnai shrugged, indifferent. He felt no inferiority to the brash Ao Lui when it came to taking lives. Meanwhile, in the Hidden Mist Village, Xiaoyi, you should have safely arrived at the Hidden Cloud Village by now. I pray for your safety. Terumi Mei silently hoped. Lady Terumi, it is time to depart. The sealing of the Six Tails is about to commence. At that moment, two members of the Dark Squad appeared before Terumi Mei. Understood, Terumi Mei responded, donning a crimson mask. In an instant, she transformed into a being reminiscent of Ashura, her aura entirely altered, and followed the two Dark Squad members as they departed. On an island surrounding the Land of Water. Monster, do not come any closer. Stay back. A figure resembling a pirate now wore a face of terror as he gazed at the boy before him, retreating in despair. Before he could finish, a white phantom pierced through his skull. He fell to the ground, eyes wide open, as his gaze gradually faded into darkness. I abhor being called a monster. The boy growled fiercely, his visage twisted with rage. His body was covered in bones, a red mark on his forehead. Indeed, it was Kaguya Junmaru. Junmaru, do not be agitated. It is merely the opinion of the mundane. There is no need to care. A boy who resembled a girl placed a hand on Junmaru's shoulder, offering counsel. It was none other than Mizuki Bai. Indeed, why should I concern myself with their opinions? As long as I can become a useful tool for Lord Knight Liangnai. That is all that matters. Upon hearing these words, Kaguya Junmaru's crimson eyes returned to normal, and his murderous intent subsided. Around them, not a single soul remained alive. The ground was strewn with bodies, frozen, exuding a chilling scent of blood. Let us go. It is time to seek the next target that can help us grow stronger. Junmaru declared to Bai, making his way toward the seaside dock. Shortly thereafter, a squad of mist ninjas arrived at the scene. After a brief reconnaissance, the leader proclaimed, "The God of Death duo pursue. We must not allow them to continue their rampage. If I am not mistaken, they should be remnants of the Kaguya clan and Mizuki clan from our Hidden Mist Village." Yes, the mist ninjas immediately set off in pursuit. At this moment, Knight Liangnai, having already arrived in the Land of Fire, remained unaware of these events. Kaguya Koenmaru and Mizuki Shiro, whom he released, have already made quite a name for themselves around the Land of Water, even stirring the interest of the Hidden Mist Village. A pirate tribe, indeed, what a splendid place. If I were not informed, I might have mistaken it for a tourist resort. Observing the vibrant island adorned with falling petals, Yena expressed her thoughts. Yet, no matter how beautiful the exterior, it cannot conceal the filth lurking within. Should they surrender the traitor, they may remain unscathed. However, if they refuse, I shall not hesitate to annihilate them. Tianxin declared with palpable menace, subsequently dispatching a member of the Umbu to convey his intentions. Yena discreetly formed a series of hand seals, unleashing a sensory barrier to prevent any ambush. 2 minutes later, the Umbu member returned, battered and bruised. With a grim expression, he reported, "The pirate tribe refuses to hand over Yuta and boldly declared that if we dare to act, we should try it. They claim that others fear the 5 great shinobi villages, but we do not." Upon hearing this, Tianxin's gaze turned frigid, and he proclaimed, "If that is the case, let us grant his wish. We shall go all out, leaving none alive." With Tianxin's fierce command issued, the Umbu swiftly boarded their vessels, setting sail at full speed. Ahead of them, a fleet of pirate ships loomed on the water's surface, teeming with ruthless individuals, each brandishing gleaming blades. Their faces twisted into cruel smiles as they regarded Yena and her companions. Such a small number dares to battle us. Truly, they are arrogant. As expected from the 5 great shinobi villages, I concede their strength on land, but I regret to inform you that we are the true rulers of the sea." A band of pirates cackled disdainfully, completely dismissing Yena's presence. "Brothers, let us show them a taste of our might, and remind them who reigns supreme upon these waters." At that moment, a captain among them issued the command, and the pirates sprang into action. Then, from the towering pirate ships, a series of cannons emerged, all aimed at Yena's modest vessel. In comparison to the pirates' formidable warships, Yena's craft was indeed diminutive. Bang, bang, bang. A thunderous roar erupted amidst a blaze of fire, as a multitude of explosive talismans surged forth. These explosive talismans, encapsulated within iron balls, were launched as projectiles, wielding immense power. Boom, boom, boom. As the storm of projectiles approached, Yena and the Umbu swiftly dodged to evade the onslaught. Yet, while they managed to escape, their ship bore the brunt of the assault, shattering under the explosive force. Yena thought to herself, "Is the target the ship? This is becoming troublesome." With determination, she retreated to a less affected area. Numerous talismans continued to rain down upon the water's surface, creating tumultuous waves. A significant portion of the cloud shinobi had no firm ground to stand upon, being thrown into the air by the surging waters, their fates uncertain. Even with exceptional skills, if one cannot harness them, they are rendered utterly futile. "Curse it! Is the target our ship?" Aoliu remarked with an air of late realization. I once thought Yinrin was formidable, but it appears they are merely a bunch of blustering amateurs. They do not even grasp the fundamental principle of naval warfare, the essence of ship protection. They are nothing more than flashy figures, utterly impractical. Indeed, that is precisely the case. Upon witnessing this scene, the captains could not contain their smugness and began to mock. Do not cease fire. Engage in multidimensional assaults to constrict their operational space. At that moment, a commanding voice resonated from the rear of the pirate ship. A dragon-headed warship emerged from the ranks of the pirates, and upon its bow stood a robust man, his right arm bared. Beside him, a middle-aged gentleman clad in fine garments surveyed the battlefield with an imposing demeanor. The order just given had originated from him. "As you command, Captain." The pirates gazed at the elegantly dressed man with fervent admiration, exclaiming, The captain has arrived with his ninja squad. Brothers, charge forward. Show these Yunrun what we are made of. Let them understand that ninjas are not so remarkable after all. Indeed, upon the ocean, we reign supreme. They are but lambs awaiting slaughter." The morale of the pirates surged dramatically. At that moment, as Yeong Nai dodged explosive projectiles, he heard Eli unleash a furious roar, targeting the brawny man standing on the dragon-headed vessel. "Is that our target, Yuda?" To think he stands alongside the pirate captain. It seems he is faring quite well. No wonder these pirates refused to surrender him. Yeong Nai contemplated, observing Yuda with a critical eye. "My chakra is not abundant at present. Dispatching so many is not overly difficult. However, breaching their defenses to seize the target poses a challenge." Despite his reluctance to admit it, he could not deny the pirate ships indeed held significant advantages on this vast ocean. Furthermore, the captain appeared to be a formidable opponent. Aoliu, your reckless nature persists. Does shouting and blustering serve any purpose? Why not come over and capture me if you can? However, I doubt you possess such capability. After all, you have always been a simple-minded brute. I heard you were recently bested by a newcomer from an outsider village. How utterly humiliating. If I were in your position, I might have resorted to self-immolation and shame. Such incompetence is a disgrace to the Yunrin Umbu. Yuda, though robust in appearance, possessed a sharp tongue, which significantly altered Yeong Nai's impression of him. Scoundrel! Upon hearing those words, Aoli's temper flared, and he was ready to charge forward. Stop! However, He was immediately intercepted by none other than his adversary, Yeongnai. "What do you mean, brat? Do not presume to direct me." Aoliu glared menacingly at Yeongnai. A night of chaos unfolded, as Knight Liangnai demanded an explanation, yet only desired to see a captivating expression on his face. At that moment, charging forward felt akin to courting death. Did he truly believe that he alone could capture Uchiha? No, he would merely become a target amidst a fleet of warships. "I understand your formidable defense, but without chakra, you are rendered powerless. With numerous battles ahead, do you intend to meet your end here?" Faced with Knight Liangnai's unabashed yet irrefutable words, Aoliu's eyes blazed with fury, and he shouted, "What does that concern you, brat? Stand aside." However, just as he prepared to force his way through, a blade crackling with lightning was placed against his throat, halting him in his tracks. It was Tianxin. He remarked, "Though your words may be harsh, they bear truth. Qing Beast, Aoliu, do not forget that we are a team." Casting a commendatory glance at Knight Liangnai, he commanded, "Fire release and water release teams, advance toward the enemy vessels. The rest shall seize the opportunity to breach the pirate formation and eliminate the foe." "Understood." The Cloud Ninjas responded, each taking immediate action. Despite his anger, Aoli dared not defy Tianxin's orders and reluctantly withdrew. "Now it is up to you all. Do you wish to unleash water and fire techniques? Not a chance. Assassination unit, prepare to show them your prowess." As Tianxin strategized, aboard the lead warship, the captain, a man clad in splendid attire, addressed the pirates behind him. There were over 100 of them, all ninjas, none beneath the rank of chunin. "Yes, boss." The group licked their lips, grinning like a pack of bloodthirsty predators. "Uchiha, be ready to assist at a moment's notice, even if they number only 20. They are Cloud Ninjas and should not be underestimated." The man warned Uchiha, displaying a commendable caution. Uchiha nodded respectfully, replying, "Understood, boss." He then gazed out at the sea, a cold smile gracing his lips. "With such a meager force, you think you can hunt me down? You are centuries too early." Water release, water surge. On the side of the Cloud Ninjas, 3 adept water users formed seals. In the next instant, torrents of water erupted from beneath the pirate ships, striking their hulls. Fire release, fire ring. For Cloud Ninjas skilled in fire techniques also formed seals, and the sky turned crimson as fireballs rained down like a tempest. It was truly a magnificent sight. However, it was evident that the enemy would not allow them to succeed unscathed. Observing the swarm of rogue ninjas advancing towards them, Knight Liangnai could not help but reflect on the palpable killing intent emanating from them, a clear indication of their deadly nature. Indeed, they posed a formidable challenge. Knight Liangnai's observations were not without merit. While they were under attack, the pirates aboard the warships retaliated fiercely. A volley of powerful arrows soared through the air, presenting considerable difficulties for them. Coupled with the rogue ninjas, the situation was decidedly grim. Water release, water barrier. Among the wandering ninjas, some unleashed defenses to thwart the fiery projectiles descending from the heavens. They boarded the warship, ensuring its safety from harm. Meanwhile, the remaining wandering ninjas launched an assault against Yilianai and her companions. Ninja techniques countered ninja techniques, and magic vanquished magic, with each side clearly delineating their roles. Forward. Provide cover for the fire release and water release teams. Upon witnessing the unfolding chaos, Tianxin issued a command and led Yilianai along with a contingent of idle ninjas to intercept the wandering ninjas. Brothers, the assassination begins, as Tianxin and his group charged forward. Excitement flickered in the eyes of the attacking wandering ninjas. Then, in unison, they formed hand seals and shouted, "Water release. Hidden mist technique. Kik-kik, despair within the fog." A vast shroud of mist instantaneously enveloped a radius of several hundred meters. The visibility of the fire release and water release teams was instantly obscured, rendering the enemy's movements elusive. Tianxin, upon observing this, bellowed, "Gather together. Do not stray and give the enemy a chance." The likes of Aoliu wasted no time, promptly clustering together. Feudal Cloud Ninjas. Within this mist, we reign supreme. However, the wandering ninjas displayed disdain towards Tianxin's strategy. With arrogance, they proclaimed, "Pointless. Within the hidden mist technique, we possess absolute advantage. No one can defeat us in this mist. Accept your fate. Indeed, surrender, Cloud Ninjas. You stand no chance of escaping this fog alive." Yet, Tianxin remained unfazed by their taunts and inquired, "Jinghong, hailing from the hidden mist village. Do you possess a method to dispel this? Although the mist obscured his vision, preventing him from locating Yuliani, his tone remained remarkably calm. As the captain, if he succumbed to panic, the entire team would falter. Moreover, Yuliani could not have strayed too far. They either had to defeat the caster or employ a wind release technique potent enough to disperse the colossal fog. Otherwise, they would be engulfed by the mist. However, fret not, it is merely the hidden mist technique, not as formidable as you envision. As long as we do not stray alone and collaborate with the sensory ninjas, we can still maneuver against the enemy. Hearing Yuliani's words, Tianxin immediately began to organize. Yet, awkwardly enough, when the arrangements reached Yuliani, she found herself isolated. It seemed she could sense Tianxin's predicament, and she remarked, "Well, if I am alone, so be it. Captain Tianxin, do not trouble yourself. I, too, wish to ascertain the prowess of their hidden mist technique." With that, a sound sliced through the air, followed by Yuliani's voice. "I shall take the lead, everyone." Tianxin, internally cursing her recklessness, commanded Aoyi and the others, "Follow the sensory ninjas and advance." Their exchange, of course, fell upon the ears of the wandering ninjas. They were taken aback to discover a traitor among them from the hidden mist village, an unexpected twist indeed. Humph, but what does it matter? There exists a significant disparity between knowing how to respond and actually executing it. That audacious fellow dares to charge at us alone. He truly has no fear of death. Does he think that being from the village hidden in the mist grants him the liberty to rampage through our techniques without consequence? Brothers, let us show him the true colors of our prowess. If he dares to belittle the mist techniques, we shall make him understand what absolute strength truly means. Amidst the fog, a cacophony of shouts erupted, a blend of fury and exhilaration. Let us see. The slaughter begins now. Cloud Shinobi, from this moment, you shall experience terror. The band of over 80 rogue ninjas dispersed into 16 teams, scattering throughout the mist to commence their hunt. Meanwhile, on the fringes of the fog, pirates aboard their ships were also prepared for battle. Accompanying them were 1 or 2 sensory ninjas, commanding, "Wait for my orders to attack, understood?" The pirates responded in unison. Understood. This tactical approach had led them to countless victories, and they were confident that this time would be no different. Knight Liangnai, however, was unfazed. Feel fear? Absolute suppression of strength? Humph, let us see who truly trembles before whom. Listening to the uproar of the crowd within the mist, a sly smile crept upon Knight Liangnai's lips. Water release, mist concealment technique. He murmured, releasing a fraction of the mist technique to heighten his senses. Just then, a chilling laugh echoed. Little brat, since you've come to deliver yourself to death, we shall not hold back. From 3 different directions, 3 rogue ninjas lunged toward Knight Liangnai. Die, they shouted, certain that he could never withstand their combined assault. They believed that any lapse on his part would lead to an onslaught of endless attacks, leaving him ensnared in exhaustion and terror, ultimately meeting a gruesome demise. Yet, this time, they had misjudged their opponent. Swoosh! They saw a flash of cold light, followed by a chilling sensation at their throats. Blood clouded their vision as they hurriedly reached to touch their necks, only to discover that a gaping wound had been torn into them. Impossible! The 3 stared wide-eyed, disbelief etched on their faces, as they helplessly sank beneath the waves. This scene did not escape the notice of another rogue ninja nearby. Hiss! He gasped in shock. His eyes filled with horror. A chilling dread enveloped him, causing involuntary tremors to course through his body. Without a second thought, he turned to flee. He could not afford to be alone, otherwise it would be a certain death. However, the prey that Knight Liangnai had set his sights upon had yet to escape. With a grin aimed in the man's direction, Knight Liangnai remarked, "Turning your back to the enemy is a poor habit." Then swoosh! Another icy gleam flashed, and the man let out a horrific scream before sinking into the sea. A single lethal strike. Yutaro and his 3 companions were utterly annihilated without a chance to retaliate. What is going on? This is rather unsettling. How can he move so effortlessly within the mist? This defies all logic. The surrounding rogue ninjas could not help but pale as they observed the strange turn of events involving Yena. They had yet to make a move, and already 4 of their number lay dead. Despite their own propensity for violence, they were undeniably shaken by Yena's terrifying and eerie presence, and a flicker of hesitation began to take root in their hearts. Do not be afraid. Let us attack together. No matter how formidable he is but one man. With a dozen of us, We shall surely overwhelm and dispatch this master. A rogue ninja, nearing the strength of a special jonin, shouted as he charged towards Yena, exclaiming, "You little brat, meet your end." At that moment, a ghostly voice emerged from behind Yena, declaring, "I've got him." A gaunt, pale-faced man wielding a gleaming kunai aimed to pierce Yena's neck. Simultaneously, the blonde ninja reached his destination. It appeared that Yena was doomed, unable to fend off attacks from both sides. Yes, this will work. Die. The surrounding rogue ninjas were filled with exhilaration, holding their breath in anticipation. With a chill and indifferent utterance from Yena, a cold flash of light surged past the rogue ninja's eyes. The expressions of the ninja behind Yena and the blonde ninja in front of him froze instantly. With a powerful kick, Yena sent both men flying as if they were mere punching bags. The blonde ninja was caught by his fellow rogues, yet his eyes were filled with terror. A crimson line appeared across his neck, swiftly expanding, and soon blood gushed forth like a fountain, obscuring the vision of the surrounding rogues. How could it be so fast? The blonde ninja thought bitterly, and then his head lolled to the side, plunging into the sea. A collective shiver ran through the rogue ninjas, their sweat pouring down. Without a second thought, they turned and fled. Victory was impossible. They had no chance. Even the blonde ninja, who possessed strength rivaling that of a special jonin, had fallen. What hope did these mere chunin possess? The only option was to escape, clinging to a thread of survival. Engaging in direct combat would lead to certain death. However, everyone, having come this far, is it not too heartless to leave like this? Yena's voice suddenly resonated behind them, causing their hair to stand on end. Damn it. I refuse to die here. Hurry, run faster. We must not perish in this place. They roared internally, driven by a fervent desire for life that propelled them to extraordinary speeds. How swift you all are. Yet, alas, it is still not enough. The voice of Yi Liangnai echoed once more like a persistent parasite, yet this time, it offered no respite for those present. A chilling scream pierced the air, followed by an unsettling silence amidst the fog. Who would be next? Yi Liangnai's voice resonated again, reminiscent of a devil's whisper that sent shivers down the spine. Coupled with the crimson mist, it indeed exuded an aura of a reaper. Enough of your arrogance, brat. Let us all attack. I refuse to believe he can fend off 100 of us. A steady voice emerged amidst the chaos. Indeed, let us show him our might. Another voice chimed in. Precisely, let us go? Brat, meet your demise. In an instant, a cacophony of fervent shouts erupted from the fog, igniting their morale. A throng of individuals surged forward, fueled by murderous intent. It seems you have yet to grasp the disparity between us. Yi Liangnai's low chuckle reverberated. Then allow me to enlighten you on the essence of assassination. These individuals, having committed the grave error of employing the mist concealment technique, were oblivious to the fact that within this shroud, he reigned supreme. With a swift motion, the battle commenced. However, before Tianxin and his comrades could rush to support Yi Liangnai, an ominous sound resonated through the mist. The chilling echoes of flesh being torn apart filled the increasingly crimson fog. Within it, a phantom figure moved like a deity, unstoppable in its path, leaving fallen shadows in its wake as the mist deepened in blood-red hue. Tianxin immediately commanded his companions to hold their ground, refraining from any rash actions. In his heart, he pondered, is this the authentic art of mist assassination? Truly terrifying. Engaging him within the mist concealment technique would be folly. Even I would stand little chance. As he contemplated, chaos erupted within the fog. A demon. This fiend is a demon. Flee, we stand no chance. A multitude was thrown into disarray, utterly dismantled by a single adversary. Unravel the mist concealment. A wandering ninja began to shout, but was abruptly silenced by a scream as he fell. Yi Liangnai's voice echoed once more. Unravel? How dreadfully mundane. In this fog, how perfectly suited it is for hunting, for the execution of assassination. Such terrifying words flowed from his lips as if they were mere trivialities. Not only did the enemies tremble in fear, but even Tianxin and his allies felt a chill creep into their hearts. Ao Lioi exchanged glances with his teammates, all sharing expressions of shock. This was no battle. It was a unilateral massacre, devoid of any semblance of retaliation. Initially, they had silently berated Yi Liangnai's arrogance, ready to assist him. One person against so many foes? Was that even feasible? One should never be overly confident. Yet the current situation unmistakably reveals that Yi Liangnai is not merely arrogant. He genuinely possesses such formidable strength. Facing 100 adversaries, he maintains a decisive advantage. Do not approach. No. Amidst the swirling mist, the carnage continues unabated, and Tianxin has not permitted Aoliu to join the fray. In this scenario, it is best to allow Yi Liangnai to unleash his prowess. Mist concealment technique, Jitsu. The remaining fog ninjas, recognizing their lack of advantage, hastily dispelled the technique. However, when the scene before them was unveiled, they could not help but shudder involuntarily. The surrounding sea was awash in crimson, littered with floating corpses, a sight that elicited nausea. The god of slaughter, a wandering ninja, gazing at the blood-soaked Yi Liangnai, spoke in terror. In merely 2 minutes, the original group of over 80 had dwindled to just 12, all possessing strength at the special Jonin level. Perhaps it was their formidable abilities that allowed them to survive. Gulp. Aoliu, witnessing this, could not help but swallow hard, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. His expression one of sheer horror. The epithet god of slaughter could not be more fitting. This achievement is truly terrifying. This individual is extraordinarily powerful. Is this truly his authentic strength? As they looked at Yi Liangnai, it was as if they were encountering him for the first time. This figure, akin to an Azura, could he really be the amiable Ji Liang, who converses jovially with the village elders, appearing harmless? There seemed to be no connection whatsoever. The pirates aboard the surrounding ships were equally drenched in cold sweat, their faces reflecting shock and fear. Even their breathing had slowed. How formidable! Over 70 elite Chunin had been annihilated in mere minutes. Do they truly stand a chance against such an enemy? Even the captain, witnessing this scene, could not suppress his grave expression. The speed at which his subordinates were decimated was alarmingly swift, leaving him no time to react. Well done, Jinghong, splendid work. Suddenly, Tianxin's voice rang out in praise. He then commanded Aoliu and the others behind him, with one vigorous push, breach the enemy's formation and eliminate the target. Charge. With that, Tianxin was the first to charge forward, racing towards Yutian. Faced with this spectacle, Yutian involuntarily retreated 2 steps, drenched in cold sweat. He began to panic. Brothers, do not be intimidated by appearances. Intercept them. The captain, unfazed by the approaching Tianxin and his comrades, spoke calmly. He then turned his gaze to Yi Liangnai. Barking a harsh command, aim for that brat. He has killed so many. He must be exhausted now, making him the perfect target. Yes, the pirates responded in unison, launching their assault on Yi Liangnai. It was as if they had been injected with vigor. The previous feelings of shock and fear vanished entirely. What an incredible source of inspiration. After all this, the captain turned to Yutian. Do not panic. The battle has only just begun, and we still hold an absolute advantage. Follow me. With a decisive leap, he descended from the vessel, forming a seal mid-air as he bellowed, spirit summoning technique, Sea Master. A thunderous boom resonated as the ocean beneath the captain's feet surged dramatically. Before Tianxin and his companions, a gelatinous, slime-like aquatic creature emerged. Its roar, akin to a clap of thunder, was followed by a barrage of sharp water projectiles that shot forth from its maw towards Tianxin and his companions. Be careful. Tianxin urgently warned those behind him, prompting them to evade the impending attack. It's your turn. I shall create an opportunity for you to execute your assassination. The captain commanded, addressing Yutian, who still bore a look of trepidation. Despite his inner resistance, Yutian had no choice but to comply under the captain's intense gaze. Beware. There lies an opening behind you. As Tianxin and his group narrowly dodged another onslaught from the Sea Master, Yutian's icy voice suddenly pierced through the air behind them, sending a chill down their spines. Not good. Tianxin's heart sank as he realized the danger too late. In an instant, 2 cloud shinobi were caught off guard. Their throats slashed, their screams echoing as they plunged into the depths of the sea. Yutian, you scoundrel! Witnessing this, Aoliu's eyes turned crimson with rage. In a flash, he transformed into a spectral figure, lunging towards Yutian and unleashing a devastating punch. Alas, the strike fell short, merely deflecting the shuriken Yutian had launched at Aoliu. After all these years, you remain as ferocious as ever, much like your foolish rakage. Yutian sneered, landing beside the captain with a smirk of disdain. Meanwhile, Yi Liangnai found herself evading the relentless onslaught of the pirates, her situation becoming increasingly precarious. Attack. Do not grant him a chance to retaliate. Regardless of his reputation as a god of death, we must exhaust his strength first. For the many lives he has taken, he must pay the price. The pirates and remaining rogue ninjas shouted fiercely. While Yilianai was undoubtedly formidable, she could only temporarily evade the continuous barrage of attacks. Aoliu, take a few men to support Jinghong. He is favored by Lord Raikage, and we must not allow him to perish. Observing Yilianai's plight, Tianxin issued the command. Yet, the true motivation behind his order was the captain's formidable presence, as he realized that his plan to break through the pirate formation and capture Yutian was faltering, leaving him with no choice but to divert reinforcements. Feudal, no matter how you alter your plans, your sole escape today is through death. The captain, witnessing the unfolding events, smiled confidently. He addressed the Sea Master, prepare for the assault. With a mighty roar, the Sea Master responded affirmatively. Then, like a flash of lightning across the surface of the sea, he bore the captain swiftly towards Tianxin and his companions. Unleash the tsunami. The captain directed the Sea Master. With a resounding affirmation, the Sea Master responded, and the ocean erupted violently, nearly unseating Yilianai. A towering wave, reaching a height of 5 meters, surged forth with the might of mountains and rivers, crashing down upon Tianxin and his companions. Retreat. Upon witnessing this scene, Tianxin hastily issued the order to withdraw. This was simply not a confrontation they could withstand. Even Yilianai, who stood behind him, could not help but turn pale and quickly evade. Such a wide-ranging attack was utterly outrageous. He had only seen the likes of the dry persimmon Zabuza wield such immense water manipulation. Want to escape? Feudal. Yuta, prepare for lightning release. The captain, unfazed, calmly instructed Yuta, who promptly formed hand seals and declared, lightning release. Lightning wave. Instantly, the sea was illuminated with flashes of lightning. And beneath Tianxin and his companions, the ground was electrified, leaving them nowhere to stand. However, with no foothold available, they found themselves unable to alter their falling trajectory. Despite being ninjas from the hidden cloud village, masters of lightning, they were not immune to its harm. Wind release. Thousand Faces wind. Seizing the opportunity while Yilianai and the others were momentarily paralyzed by the lightning, the captain executed a hand seal and unleashed a fierce attack enveloped in razor-sharp wind blades. Perish. Now you understand our might, cloud ninjas. Ultimately, they were merely mortals. How could they possibly surpass our captain? The surrounding pirates, witnessing this, could not contain their glee and shouted in support. Puff, puff. In the face of the incoming wind blades, aside from Tianxin, Yilianai, and the 14 others who managed to evade the assault, the remaining individuals screamed in agony, collapsing onto the sea, bloodied and dismembered, with organs floating amidst the carnage. Everyone, it's time for slaughter. Charge with me. The captain commanded the 12 remaining rogue ninjas, exuding an air of strategic authority. Yes, the rogue ninjas immediately responded, their eyes fixed on Yilianai, their fierce gazes sending shivers down spines. Attack. At the captain's command, the 12 rogue ninjas surged forth like ravenous wolves, all converging upon Yilianai. Meanwhile, the captain and Yuta charged towards Tianxin and the others with overwhelming confidence. Seeing this, Tianxin dispatched Aoliu to support Yilianai while he led the remaining forces to confront the captain. At Yilianai's side, with a swift motion, Yilianai raised his blade to block the fierce attack before him, inwardly marveling. What immense strength! The assailant declared, surrender, brat. Do you truly believe your 14 can still claim victory? Just as he spoke, a chilling voice emerged from behind Yilianai. Brat, prepare to die. Caught in a pincer attack. The familiar scenario seemed dire for Yilianai, yet he remained unperturbed. He gazed up at the burly man before him and grinned. No chance of victory? That assertion is rather premature. With that, he suddenly exerted his strength, pushing back his opponent. Then, pivoting with a heavy step, he transformed into a streak of light, brushing past the individual behind him. First, Yilianai proclaimed. The rogue ninjas, taken aback, were left utterly perplexed, completely unaware of the meaning behind his words. The wandering ninja, repelled by the force, found himself convinced that Yena was merely toying with him. Yet, just as he prepared to charge at Yena once more, a sudden gasp escaped him as he witnessed another wandering ninja, who had brushed past Yena, suddenly spurt blood from his neck, his lifeless body collapsing into the sea. To me, you are simply a flock of lambs, Yena remarked with a gleaming smile, showcasing his pearly white teeth. Damn brat, don't get too arrogant. shouted the enraged, bald, wandering ninja, immediately leaping forward in retaliation. With a swift motion, Yena executed the lightning release, storm of gratitude. No one could discern how he formed the seals. In an instant, the surface of the sea beneath him erupted with blinding lightning. A fierce display of electric fury spreading with lightning speed beneath the feet of the crowd. Jump! The bald man and the other wandering ninjas sprang into the air to evade the onslaught. Quickly, the bald man began forming seals, as did the others, brandishing hidden weapons, preparing for an attack. Yet, Yena's voice rang out once more. Too slow, everyone. Lightning release, lightning bullet. From Yena's body erupted another wave of electricity, coalescing into a sphere the size of a meatball that shot forth. Those who had just leaped became perfect targets, including the charging bald wandering ninja. How is this possible? He thought in shock at the moment of impact. He had formed his seals before Yena, yet Yena had surpassed him in speed. How could his sealing be so rapid? With a chilling sound, several more bodies joined the grim tableau upon the ocean's surface. Are you joking? This is a group of B-rank rogue ninjas. How can this man be so powerful? The rogue ninjas surrounding Aoi stared in astonishment. B-rank rogue ninjas are typically chunin, especially those of the Jonin level. Yet, in just 5 exchanges, 8 had perished. Is this level of terror even conceivable? Does he not suffer from a lack of chakra? How can he possess such vigor? Is he even human? More likely a monster. Hearing that you all intend to kill me, I shall not hold back. Yena's gaze fell upon the remaining wandering ninjas. A broad, friendly smile gracing his features. As long as no one interrupts Yena, whether they are special Jonin or Chunin, they are merely prey to him. Unless faced with a Jonin, he remains an invincible force. I'm coming. The moment the words left his lips, a special Jonin-level wandering ninja collapsed onto the sea, a long wound marring his chest. Scatter. Witnessing this scene, the remaining wandering ninjas felt their hair stand on end, panic seizing them as they instinctively scattered in all directions. But in light of this, Yena laughed once more. Do you think scattering will grant you a chance to survive? How naive. He struck the water's surface with his palm and proclaimed, binding flow curse. A web of black patterns rapidly spread across the water's surface, ensnaring the wandering ninjas who were caught off guard. Of course, 2 or 3 managed to react quickly and retreat in time. Yet, the flash continued. The frigid voice of Yelyongnai, akin to the edge of a blade, became a merciless instrument of death for them. How infuriating. Move, I command you. The cursed wandering ninjas, ensnared by the binding spell, found themselves paralyzed in the presence of the imminent harbinger of death, Yelyongnai, their bodies icy with terror, their faces betraying sheer horror. Anxiety surged within them, desperate to break free from the shackles of this binding curse. Failure to escape would surely result in their demise, a fate they were unwilling to accept. Next, it shall be your turn. Yelyongnai turned once more, a friendly smile gracing her face. No, please don't. In that instant, their pupils constricted to mere pinpricks, cold sweat cascading down their brows, their expressions brimming with resistance. Death had never been so close. This sensation threatened to unravel their very sanity. I beg you, I do not wish to. Their pleas for mercy were abruptly silenced, accompanied by splashes of crimson. The sea bore witness to yet more lifeless bodies adrift. It must be said, I owe my current position to a certain individual who drove me to such a distance, placing me entirely beyond the reach of your pirate ship's assault, rendering you helplessly impotent to intervene. At this juncture, Yelyongnai, weapon in hand, began to taunt the winds. How infuriating! The pirates, upon hearing her words, were incensed, yet this was merely the beginning, as Yelyongnai continued. How complacent you have been, my friend. Did you believe that your upper hand allowed for a lapse in vigilance? No. The moment you relaxed your guard, you had already surrendered. Do not assume that Yunin Village's ascension among the 5 great ninja villages is merely a facade of softness. Your so-called strategic prowess is riddled with flaws, utterly deficient. Do you truly believe that with a few ships and some lackeys, you can dominate the seas? The ocean is far more complex than your limited perspective can fathom. You frog in a well. Insufferable brat. In the distance, the captain, previously unperturbed, now wore a shadowed countenance. The friend Yelyongnai referred to was none other than him. Ha, splendidly said. Jinghong, I have begun to regard you with newfound respect. At that moment, Tianxin interjected, revealing himself and his crew, drenched and battered. Evidence of their arduous struggle against the sea monster. Yet, He maintained a bright smile, remarking, I had initially thought that you would be overwhelmed by such numbers. Hence I dispatched Aolu to assist you. It appears I underestimated you. In merely a minute, you vanquished the enemy, an accomplishment even I could not achieve. Do you still have the strength to continue? Would you care to experience the thrill of capturing the ringleader? Tianxin extended an invitation to join forces against the captain. But if Yelyongnai were to acquiesce so easily, she would cease to be Yelyongnai. Oh dear, Captain Tianxin, spare me. I lack the strength for further combat. Let Aolu assist you instead. Yelyongnai feigned weakness, even coughing twice to indicate her inability to continue. Aolu, you provide cover for him. The rest of us shall engage. Seeing this, Tianxin did not press Yelyongnai any further. Her achievements were already extraordinary. Any additional victories would only diminish his own standing as captain. Thus, it is time for our battle to commence. Tianxin gazed at the captain before him, his eyes ablaze with resolute brilliance. How infuriating! The captain, his expression dark and thunderous, bellowed, Qianzhong, eliminate that brat. Qianzhong, one of the wandering ninjas responsible for the ship's defense, was an elderly man. Yes, he acknowledged, rallying 15 men as they charged once more towards Yilianai. Do not presume this is where it concludes, you cloud ninja. I will not be so easily vanquished. Your lightning techniques are utterly ineffective against the sea monk. How do you intend to contend with me upon these waters? Having uttered these words, the captain commanded the sea monk beneath him, unleash a tsunami. To his astonishment, just as he spoke, a massive gash appeared on the sea monk's body, blood oozing forth. Fortunately, the captain, having sensed the impending danger, had already retreated. But how could this be? The captain gazed in shock at the wound on the sea monk, then turned his incredulous stare toward Yilianai, the instigator of this chaos. In a fit of disbelief, he demanded, the sea monk possesses the power of hydromancy. Even lightning techniques are futile against it. How could your blade possibly harm it? It was then that he noticed the sealing inscriptions slowly dissipating from the sea monk's body, and his expression darkened as he exclaimed, it is indeed a sealing technique. Where did you learn such advanced sealing arts? Heh, curious to know? Yilianai replied, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Regrettably, I shan't divulge that information. He mused inwardly, hydromancy? Humph, when faced with sealing techniques, one must concede defeat. My prior chatter was not in vain. It was a ruse to secretly cast the binding flow curse upon your summoned beast. Furthermore, the fact that your summoned beast remains oblivious to my control reveals your lack of skill, dear captain. At this moment, the captain seemed to have grasped the situation, stating, you deliberately spoke those words, didn't you? Claiming you had no strength left was merely a ploy to lower my guard, so that you could secretly employ your sealing technique against the sea monk. Upon hearing this, Yilianai responded with mockery. You actually believe the words of your enemy? Oh, captain, must you be so naive? When I declared I would not fight, did you genuinely take me at my word? Why are you so compliant? Infuriated, the captain clenched his fists, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing as his eyes blazed with fury, wishing nothing more than to rend Yilianai into 1,000 pieces. Boom. The severely injured sea monk vanished with a resounding thud, leaving the captain and Yutian bereft of their formidable ally. Their expressions grew grave, for the situation had become exceedingly dire for them. It is said that as long as Yutian is dealt with, the mission can be accomplished, correct? Yilianai's gaze shifted toward Yutian, who displayed signs of unease beside the captain, and he grinned. Indeed, do you have confidence in this? Tianxin replied, his gaze intense. He held no grievances towards Yilianai's sudden change of heart, nor did he feel anger, for the surprise he had brought was indeed a tremendous boon. They had just besieged the captain and Yutan with a multitude, yet due to the presence of the sea master, they found themselves utterly unable to harm the captain. The sea master could manipulate the currents at will, unleashing tsunamis, whirlpools, and various aquatic assaults that were nearly impossible to defend against. Even with Tianxin's formidable strength, he found it quite taxing. However, now that the source of their struggles had vanished, they could focus their efforts on the adversaries. Had they known this would be the case, they should have dispatched that individual first. His presence was indeed a significant threat. The captain cast a glance at Yilianai and, with a hint of reluctance, remarked, perhaps we should leave it be, captain. I truly have exhausted all my chakra this time. Yilianai shrugged and retreated, stating, let the captain handle them. I shall deal with the lesser foes instead. If I continue to steal the spotlight, I will surely incur envy. One must not draw too much attention, especially as an outsider. If I shine too brightly, it would only cast a shadow on the abilities of the Yunin Sambu. Even if they are indeed lacking, it is best not to make that too apparent. Onward. Tianxin furrowed his brow at Yilian's sudden withdrawal from the offensive, feeling a tinge of dissatisfaction. One should not vacillate so readily. To say one will not act, and then retract such a statement. Who behaves in such a manner? Yet, amidst his discontent, he felt a slight relief. If Yilian joined, he and his subordinates would truly be rendered embarrassed. Yutian also breathed a sigh of relief. He had little confidence in overcoming Yilian. However, the others might not be so fortunate. Not far behind Tianxin, at Aoyu's location, you scoundrels, perish. Aoyu, enveloped in terrifying lightning, wreaked havoc among the wandering ninjas, who were all of Chunin rank. Aside from the somewhat troublesome Qianzhan, none posed any real threat to him. Hence, he was able to fully unleash his abilities, and the spectacle of the battle was no less dazzling than that of Yilian. There's no hope. This fellow is far too powerful. We must flee. We are no match for him. The wandering ninjas exclaimed in despair. They had believed that apart from the fearsome Yilian, the remaining Yunin would be negligible. Yet, to their surprise, Aoyu fought with even greater ferocity than Yilian, leaving them utterly outmatched. Not only could they not contend with Yilian, they were presently incapable of handling Aoyu as well. Meanwhile, with Yilian, everyone, do not be so anxious. I am not a monster. He landed upon one of the ships, observing the pirates in a state of panic and fear, and waved his hand dismissively. Gulp. But how could the pirates remain untroubled? They were confronting Yilian, a devil who could eliminate dozens of skilled opponents in mere minutes. Enough with the idle chatter. Perish. The pirates surged towards Yilian in a frenzied rush. What a pity for you all. Faced with the oncoming horde, Yilian could only snap his fingers helplessly. In the next moment, a tempest of furious lightning enveloped all the pirate ships upon the sea. Amidst the deafening thunder and blinding flashes, heart-wrenching screams echoed relentlessly. As the pirates struggled in despair against the onslaught of the storm, many sought to leap into the sea for salvation, yet alas, the waters were equally fraught with lightning. Perhaps even more ferocious. Truly, it was a realm devoid of refuge, where neither the heavens nor the sea offered any hope of survival. Lightning release, thunderfall, proclaimed Yilian. Well then, let the spectacle commence. Seated upon the vessel, Yilian watched the battle unfold upon the surface of the ocean. It is quite enjoyable. Witnessing others engage in combat. With a graceful motion, Yilian sheathed his sword, resting his head upon his hand, reclined in a semicircular nook, transformed into a mere spectator. The captain's prowess was merely on par with that of a seasoned jonin. Without the assistance of the sea master, he found himself at a disadvantage against an opponent of Tianxin's caliber, succumbing to despair after only a few exchanges. Subsequently, after several more rounds, having been brutally defeated by Aoyu, he too fell to Tianxin. Damn it, I cannot accept this. Yutian met his end, pierced through the heart by a legion of cloud shinobi. Yet, perhaps the one most unwilling to concede was the captain himself. His eyes widened in disbelief, blood pouring from his chest as he lay upon the waves, gasping, had I known, I would have surrendered Yutian immediately, thus avoiding this dire fate. That fellow spoke true. I am indeed a frog at the bottom of a well. With that, he breathed his last. Captain, that was truly spectacular. Upon Tianxin and his companion's arrival at Yilian's ship, Yilian promptly rose to commend him. In terms of brilliance, none can rival you. You are remarkable. I hope you earn Lord Rakich's recognition swiftly. Your departure from the village hidden in mist is indeed a significant loss for them. Tianxin regarded Yilian with a gaze that flickered with uncertainty. Inwardly, he prayed, Heavenly deity, may he not be a traitor. If he truly joins the village hidden in cloud, within a few years, he will undoubtedly become a vital asset to our village. Perhaps the future rejuvenation of the village hidden in cloud rests upon his shoulders. Thus far, the village's core strength consisted solely of Darui. Now, with the arrival of Kira, merely 17 years of age, the future appears bright. Captain, you flatter me. Yilian smiled, then reflected inwardly. Perhaps I ought to temper my zealousness. Such brilliance cannot be displayed in the village hidden in cloud. Otherwise, it may well backfire. He could not help but ponder his actions, ultimately realizing that in this battle, he had indeed shone too brightly, significantly influencing the course of the conflict. Even Tianxin, the captain, could not compare to him. While Tianxin and his companions remained unaware of Yeliongnai's thoughts, the gazes of Liu Yi and the others toward him had softened, now filled with a semblance of acknowledgement. In the village hidden in cloud, the strongest were the most respected. So long as one possessed sufficient strength, ample respect would follow. After a few hours of rest, the group embarked on their journey home. Hours later, a contingent of ninjas from the village hidden in Leaf appeared on the scene. Upon witnessing the utter annihilation of this pirate tribe, I was taken aback. It was the Cloud Shinobi's doing. How could they have ventured here? What could their intentions be? Instantly, the Leaf ninjas heightened their vigilance. The sudden incursion of the Cloud Shinobi into the Land of Fire raised suspicions of a sinister plot, particularly at this critical moment. With the Uchiha clan displaying considerable unrest internally and the ominous presence of Kumobikure externally, this could not merely be a coincidence. We must conduct a thorough investigation and report the findings in detail to Lord Hokage. We cannot afford to lower our guard against Kumobikure. The leader of the ninjas spoke with a voice as cold as ice. One of the ninjas swiftly utilized the Konoha ninja birds to relay the situation back to the Hidden Leaf village. This news swiftly reached the ninja station near the Land of Fire from the Land of Water as well. In an instant, due to the actions of Kumobikure, the three great nations of water, fire, and lightning began to eye each other with suspicion. Were Knight Ryona to learn that a mere ordinary mission had led the Leaf ninjas to draw a connection with the Uchiha clan, he would likely burst into laughter, exclaiming, "You are all far too anxious." However, he remained oblivious. After returning to Kumobikure, he was granted a 2-day leave. Naturally, he did not idle away his time, diligently striving to earn enhancement points. Meanwhile, in the office of the Raikage, the report of Tingson's mission left the 4th Raikage astonished. Could this individual's accomplishments truly be so formidable? Upon hearing the detailed accounts of Knight Ryona's feats, particularly his decisive impact against a group of elite Jounin and Shunin, the Raikage was taken aback. Such prowess warranted a classification far beyond the B-rank rogue ninja designation bestowed by the Mist Village. He deserved at least an A rank, if not an S rank for his perilous capabilities. It felt akin to discovering a hidden treasure. Raikage-sama, should we manage to recruit this individual, it would undoubtedly bolster your ranks with a formidable ally. A great fortune for our Kumobikure, remarked Darui, standing beside the Raikage. Tingson understood the gravity of the situation, fully aware of Knight Ryona's significant importance to Kumobikure. In the original narrative, he was noted for his calm wisdom, akin to Kakashi, making him a formidable adversary. Darui, are you not concerned that he may one day outshine you? The 4th Raikage jested. In Kumobikure, we honor strength above all. If I find myself eclipsed by him, it would be my own fault. However, I shall not concede. With your unwavering trust in me, I cannot allow you to be disappointed. I have faith in my own abilities. At merely 17 years of age, Darui was of the same generation as the guys of Knight Ryona, a time marked by youthful vigor and rivalry. Hearing his unwavering confidence, the 4th Raikage could not help but laugh heartily, declaring, "Go challenge him to a match and ascertain the disparity in your strengths. To grow, Darui, one must engage in battles with the strong." The 4th Raikage placed a reassuring hand on Darui's shoulder, expressing his profound hopes for him. The 4th Raikage, however, felt a sense of helplessness. Aside from his expectations for Darui, he had no other candidates to place his hopes upon. While the Hidden Cloud Village is formidable, it is not as bountiful in talent as the Hidden Leaf Village. Consequently, like the major ninja villages of stone, mist, and sand, it also suffers from a dearth of skilled individuals. To date, Darui remains the only promising newcomer worthy of reliance. Understood, Lord Raikage. Upon hearing this, Darui's face lit up with joy. Although he maintained a seemingly indifferent demeanor, internally, he was brimming with anticipation. Challenging powerful opponents was his greatest passion. Even though Darui had yet to acquire the Storm release, he had already mastered the Black Lightning techniques from the original story. Despite his youth, his strength was comparable to that of a seasoned Jonin. He eagerly anticipated the surprises that Yagura would bring him. Let us go and witness the prowess of that young one for ourselves, the 4th Raikage declared as he rose, addressing Tenshin. Tenshin, pleased to see his subordinate Yagura thriving, felt a sense of pride, even if Yagura had not yet gained the full acknowledgement of the Hidden Cloud Village. At Yagura's residence, "Huh? You wish to challenge me? Why?" Darui inquired as he knocked on Yagura's door. Upon explaining his intentions, Yagura immediately declined without a moment's thought. This left Darui utterly bewildered. Why was Yagura deviating from the expected norms? Being challenged by him meant an opportunity to catch the attention of the Raikage, a chance that countless Cloud Ninja would eagerly strive for. Yet, Yagura had outright refused? Was there anything more absurd? Do you know who I am? I am Darui. He began to introduce himself, only to be interrupted by Yagura. Darui, the man hailed as the right-hand man by the 4th Raikage, recognized by the 3rd Raikage and permitted to engrave the character for lightning on his arm. What a prodigy from the hidden cloud. Darui was even more astonished upon hearing Yagura's words. If Yagura recognized him, why then had he still declined the challenge? Did he believe he was unworthy of such a contest? This was utterly nonsensical. Challenging you brings me no tangible benefits, like a bit of money. Don't talk to me about gaining the Raikage's attention and becoming famous. I truly do not care for such trivialities. After all, can those things be eaten? Will they significantly improve my life? Regarding the issue of being noticed by the Raikage, do you think my status would go unnoticed? So, let us not delve into those unfounded notions. Without any practical gain, why should I squander my efforts? Isn't it more enjoyable to train at home? Yagura observed as Darui stood speechless, unable to respond to his pointed remarks. Is there anything else? If not, I will not offer you any hospitality. You may leave. He began to shut the door, but at that moment, a robust arm blocked his path. Wait. If you agree to fight him, I will offer you 20,000 yen and a better place to stay. What do you say? Upon hearing the words, Yi Liangnai could not help but raise his brow and open the door once more. Without needing to see his face, he instinctively knew who had arrived. Such robust arms and such a fierce aura. Who else could it be but the 4th Raikage? 500,000. Yi Liangnai stated without lifting his head, negotiating firmly. Even the Raikage's presence would not sway him. Unless the money was right, everything was negotiable. He was a pragmatic individual, one who understood the necessity of sustenance. No empty promises would suffice. Raikage AI replied, 40,000. It cannot be more. Only then did Yi Liangnai raise his gaze towards the Raikage and said, 45,000 deal? Very well, agreed. AI grinned, declaring, you are the first to dare haggle with me. Are you not afraid I might sabotage your mission? Yi Liangnai's expression remained unchanged as he replied, tasks are tasks. That is business. This is personal, and it is a different matter altogether. Moreover, if Lord Raikage possesses such a narrow mindset, he would hardly be fit to hold the title. Upon hearing this, the 4th Raikage burst into laughter. I find myself increasingly intrigued by you. Come, let us head to the training ground. He cast a glance at Yi Liangnai and Darui. Behind the Raikage, Tinkin gave Yi Liangnai a thumbs up. It was said that Darui intended to challenge the recently joined Kirigakure ninja, Kira, perhaps a battle worth witnessing. What? Such a thing exists? Let us hurry and see. How could we miss such a splendid event? Darui was actually going to challenge someone? How interesting. Let us go and discover who this Kira truly is. News spread rapidly, and within a mere 10 minutes, nearly all the ninjas in the village were aware of the impending duel between Darui and the Kira impersonated by Yi Liangnai. Therefore, upon their arrival at the duel location, they found it already crowded with curious cloud ninjas. Oh dear, I anticipated this situation. That is why I detest such public battles. It feels as though one is being scrutinized like a monkey, quite uncomfortable indeed. Yi Liangnai lamented, scratching his head as he entered the arena. Taking a deep breath, he turned to Darui. Let us begin. In an instant, Yi Liangnai's demeanor shifted from languid to earnest. This rapid transformation startled the onlooking cloud ninjas. What astonishing reflexes. No wonder he was the one challenged by Darui. He truly possessed some skill. A formidable presence emanated from him, sharp and unyielding like a divine weapon, making it difficult to gaze directly upon him. Is this Kira, the B-rank rogue ninja from the Mist Village? Surely, the Mist Village must be mistaken. A B-rank rogue ninja exuding such an aura? Surely they jest. The thoughts of the surrounding cloud ninjas varied, yet in that moment, they all gained a renewed perception of Yi Liangnai. At the moment Yi Liangnai declared the start, Darui lunged forward, drawing his sword, and simultaneously, 3 figures emerged from 3 different directions, making it impossible to discern which was the original. It is the Cloud Flow 3-day moon slash. The surrounding cloud ninjas exclaimed with excitement. They gazed at Yi Liangnai with eager anticipation, wondering how he would respond to this move. If he failed to counter it, defeat would be inevitable, and the battle might come to a premature end. Yet, In the face of the expectant gazes from the cloud ninjas, Yelyongnai merely murmured, "Flash." In the next instant, Dalu felt an excruciating chill pierce through him. His body involuntarily tensed up, and without a second thought, he hastily raised his blade to defend himself. A sharp sound echoed as one of the Dalu was forcefully pushed back, the blade in his hand still humming with energy, while the other two vanished in a puff of smoke. The speed of the blade was astonishing, akin to light itself, leaving no time for reaction. Even Dalu could not gain the upper hand. Remarkable, this fellow. The surrounding cloud ninjas were taken aback, witnessing Dalu's crescent moon slash being countered head-on for the first time. Perhaps it was not inferior to the white glimmer of cold light. One cloud ninja murmured this thought aloud, not intending to draw attention. However, the fourth Raikage, overhearing, narrowed his eyes, a flicker of sharp brilliance crossing his gaze. The white glimmer of cold light, indeed, it bears a striking resemblance. Returning to Dalu, he was flung away without having time to react, as Yelyongnai, like a fierce tiger, closed in once more with his blade. Dalu, caught off guard, found himself unable to match Yelyongnai's ferocity and was forced back again. As Yelyongnai advanced, Dalu felt a surge of anxiety and resorted to the body flicker technique to evade. Yet Yelyongnai's speed was too formidable. In that fleeting moment of escape, a cut was left upon him. "Your blade is astonishingly swift," Dalu exclaimed, emerging from a different angle, tracing the wound on his chest. "You are no slouch yourself. Thus far, you are the first to escape my lethal strike." Yelyongnai responded humbly before charging at Dalu once more. Witnessing the inadequacy of his swordsmanship against Yelyongnai, Dalu was enveloped in dark lightning, exuding an intensely sharp and volatile aura. Even Yelyongnai sensed the impending danger and thought, "I must stop him, otherwise it will certainly become troublesome." "Illusion technique, Dreamweaver," he shouted, glaring at Dalu. However, Dalu was no ordinary opponent. He promptly closed his eyes and unleashed his chakra, breaking free from the illusion's grasp. He then spread the gathered lightning, enveloping Yelyongnai and denying him the opportunity to strike. Lightning release, lightning pillar wall. Facing the onslaught of lightning, Yelyongnai felt an intense threat and quickly activated a defensive ninjutsu to shield himself. His reaction was indeed swift, but alas, this adversary was destined to lose. Yes, Dalu's dark lightning could not be defended against by mere ordinary lightning techniques. The surrounding cloud shinobi gazed at the enveloped Yelyongnai, who was shrouded in black lightning, and sighed inwardly. Could defeat truly be inevitable? Would that individual be so easily vanquished? Thus pondered Tengsin, standing beside the fourth Raikage. Boom. At the moment the lightning pillar collided with Dalu's black thunder, a dazzling burst of lightning erupted, rendering the black thunder unable to advance even an inch, utterly thwarted. The intertwining white and black lightning, after a fierce clash, eventually dissipated evenly, leaving neither side with an advantage. Gasp. The onlooking cloud shinobi could not help but inhale sharply at this scene. Could it be that even Dalu's black thunder could be defended against? Surely not. Was there something extraordinary about this fellow's lightning release? After all, it was a formidable technique acknowledged by the third Raikage, far more potent than ordinary lightning techniques. And yet he had managed to completely neutralize it. Remarkable. This individual was indeed a prodigy. Such exclamations were not only echoed by the onlookers among the cloud shinobi, but also by Dalu himself. To think that my black thunder could not contend with you. Your strength truly surpasses my expectations. In past battles, his opponents rarely endured long enough to face his black thunder, and even if they did, they could not withstand its might. Truly, he was a man recognized by the third Raikage, and the black thunder technique was indeed formidable. Yelyongnai shook his somewhat numb arms and declared, "If that is the case, it is now my turn." He began to form hand seals for his lightning release. However, Dalu laughed, charging forth like a leopard, exclaiming, "Who would stand idly by and allow you to strike? I shall not grant you the opportunity to form your seals." "Is that so?" Yet, Yelyongnai smiled in response to the approaching Dalu. "You may be utterly oblivious to my speed." Lightning release, gratitude wave. Just as Dalu reached halfway, he witnessed Yelyongnai's hands moving with astonishing swiftness, and after a flurry of illusions, an incredible surge of lightning erupted from him, enveloping the area. This white lightning was fierce and concentrated. Moreover, its speed was so rapid that it offered no respite. How could it be so fast? Dalu shivered involuntarily, With no time to contemplate, he hastily utilized the lightning clone technique to evade. Those around him, the cloud shinobi, were equally astonished by Yi Liangnai's hand seal speed. Was this even human? How many years of solitary training would it require to achieve such speed? Could we ninjas truly possess such a pace in forming seals? They were left questioning in disbelief. Swish! At the edge of the battleground, as Dalu Yi just emerged, he saw Yi Liangnai's beaming face magnifying in his vision. Gasp! Every hair on his body stood on end, and his pupils constricted. Without a second thought, he raised his hands to shield his head. Boom! He was sent flying like a kite severed from its string, unable to suppress a mouthful of blood from escaping. But it was not over yet. Dalu Yi, do not let your guard down. At this moment, Yi Liangnai again cheerfully reminded him, lightning release, thunderstrike array. After another flurry of illusionary hand seals, he pointed skyward and proclaimed, fall. Boom. Suddenly, the battlefield above was illuminated with a blinding light, as a thunderbolt, as thick as an arm, surged forth with a deafening roar, hurtling towards Dalu Yi with immense force. Wait, is this meant to kill me? Dalu Yi cursed internally, his body tensing with alarm. Once again, the black thunder manifested, transforming into a vibrant leopard that roared and charged at the raging lightning. With a tremendous crash, the earth trembled violently, as blinding light and fearsome thunder enveloped the surroundings, prompting the nearby cloud shinobi to hastily retreat. The clash of black and white lightning unleashed a terrifying force that ravaged the land around them, exhibiting astonishing power. The tumult continued for a full 10 seconds before dissipating. What lay before the onlookers was a desolate expanse of ruins spanning several meters. On one side, Dalu Yi appeared disheveled, with residual sparks of lightning still dancing across his form. On the other side, encased within a crimson barrier, stood the unscathed Yi Liangnai. The disparity in their fates was glaringly apparent. Dalu Yi had actually lost, and the gap was so conspicuously vast. Some of the cloud shinobi expressed disbelief. Though reluctant to admit it, the reality was undeniable. This guy is truly formidable. Another shinobi conceded, grappling with the truth. As the barrier faded, Yi Liangnai addressed Dalu Yi, shall we continue? No. If we go on, I would merely be humiliating myself further. I concede. Dalu Yi responded decisively. In truth, he had no choice but to surrender. Although he had once excelled in swordsmanship, he found himself outmatched by Yi Liangnai. His secret technique, the Black Thunder, had only managed to achieve an even footing. His defenses were inferior to Yi Liangnai's, leaving him with scant hope of victory. Then, I shall graciously accept your concession, Yi Liangnai remarked, feigning a sense of luck. However, Dalu Yi and the spectators could see through this pretense. He clearly still possessed the strength to continue. That crafty old man, Yi Liangnai mused to himself. Despite his victory, it was merely by a slender margin in various aspects. Were he even slightly stronger, he would have had to engage in a war of attrition, which he could not achieve with such a definitive advantage. Dalu Yi's prowess was beyond question. His illusions and his proud swordsmanship had been warded off with ease. These two skills alone were sufficient to validate his strength, given the multitude who had fallen to his blade. Thus, the battle concluded. At that moment, the fourth Raikage personally declared the fight over. He patted Dalu Yi on the shoulder in encouragement, saying, do not be disheartened. Keep striving. You are still young, and the future holds promise. Indeed, Lord Raikage. Dalu Yi replied resolutely, determined not to let a single defeat bring him down. Disperse now, everyone. The fourth Raikage dismissed the crowd and then turned to Yi Liangnai, his gaze inscrutable. The Mist Village has certainly overlooked an extraordinary talent. To think someone of your caliber is merely an A-rank rogue ninja is quite astonishing. After uttering these enigmatic words, the fourth Raikage departed. Next time, I shall become stronger and will no longer succumb to you so easily. Darui vowed to Yagura before departing. Yagura replied, I too will ensure that you have no opportunity to catch up. He firmly believed that this matter would soon materialize. However, what did Raikage mean by his two statements? What does it imply that the hidden Mist Village overlooked such a formidable talent? The fact that someone like you is merely a B-rank rogue ninja strikes me as quite astonishing. As he walked along the path, Yagura couldn't help but furrow his brow in contemplation. Wait, could it be? Suddenly, a bold thought emerged in his mind, uncontrollably occupying his entire consciousness. My identity has been exposed. Apart from this possibility, he could conceive of no other explanation. No, that cannot be. The Umbu has made no mistakes. and I have not engaged in any actions that would reveal my identity. Aside from this conspicuous mission, I have no remarkable deeds to speak of. How could I have been exposed? Yagura was confident that he had not been discovered. Otherwise, why wouldn't Reikage have apprehended him immediately? Thus, does this imply that although I have not been exposed, I have begun to raise Reikage's suspicions? Is that the reason for his remark? What could be the basis for my suspicion? My combat style has changed. If there is anything that might arouse suspicion, it would only be my swordsmanship. Like peeling back the layers of an onion, Yagura slowly approached the answer. If that is the case, then I am not overly concerned. Swordsmanship bears a high degree of similarity and is easily explained. Perhaps this is precisely why Reikage did not restrain me on the spot. Indeed, it must be so. Otherwise, upon harboring suspicion, he should have taken action against me. The closer Yagura ventured towards the answer, the fewer doubts he harbored, and his heart became increasingly at ease. In that case, come forth, Lord Reikage. As long as I do not reveal any critical flaws, your suspicions will be in vain. Nevertheless, to be on the safe side, I must expedite my efforts to enhance my strength. This way, I will possess the means to confront any eventuality. With this thought in mind, Yagura promptly strode towards his home. This scene, of course, did not escape the notice of Tenkai, who had been dispatched by Reikage to observe him. He thought to himself, Kira, you must not disappoint me. Otherwise, I shall be compelled to execute you myself. Upon returning home, Yagura began to wield his sword. At that moment, a group of umbu arrived, delivering 450,000 yen and a property deed. Thank you, Lord Reikage. Yagura gratefully accepted the offerings and respectfully bid farewell to the umbu. It seems our fates have come to an end here. Yagura glanced at the dilapidated house behind him and remarked, This house is infested with mosquitoes, which somewhat hinders his training. Moreover, it is drafty everywhere. Fortunately, it has not rained. Otherwise, Yagura would truly have to experience the sensation of sleeping under a thin quilt in the cold for years, feeling the bitter chill as he lay in bed. Meanwhile, in the Reikage's office, are you certain there are no issues with Kira's memory? Is there truly no connection to the white cold light? Inquired the fourth Reikage, gazing sternly at the members of the umbu intelligence unit before him. Indeed, Lord Reikage. We possess absolute confidence in this matter, the intelligence officer confidently replied. Have you detected any peculiarities in his behavior? The fourth Reikage turned his attention to Tianshin, questioning further. Tianshin responded, None. Apart from his exceptionally diligent training, there are no other unusual behaviors. Curious. Could it be that I am merely being overly suspicious? His swordsmanship evokes the unsettling resemblance to the white cold light. However, while the white cold light employs water release, Kira utilizes lightning release, which presents a distinction. If Kira and the white cold light are indeed the same individual, it seems implausible for him to possess such terrifying mastery of lightning release. To be formidable enough to contend with the druid's black lightning, one must dedicate at least a decade or more to such profound research and refinement. Being a specialist in lightning release, the fourth Reikage understood the arduous journey towards attaining such formidable prowess. Moreover, given the overwhelming strength of the white cold light's water release, he doubted it could be achieved without total devotion. If Kira truly is a guise of Yiliani, one must ponder the extent of his extraordinary talents to attain such an impressive command over both water and lightning techniques. The fourth Reikage found it difficult to fathom. Very well, you shall conduct another memory verification on Kira to ensure absolute certainty. Tianshin, dispatch a few individuals to investigate the recent activities of the white cold light. Remember, do not let Kira be privy to this matter. Once your information from both fronts is confirmed, I shall administer the final evaluation. Should he pass the test, I will formally accept him. Nodding in agreement to the fourth Reikage's directives, the two individuals retreated. Kira, do not disappoint me, the fourth Reikage murmured. A rare talent had emerged, yet if he were an infiltrator, it would be a profound disappointment. The Hidden Cloud Village was in dire need of skilled individuals, and he could not afford to overlook any potential talent. Jinghong, accompany us on this journey. Just as Yiliani prepared to relocate, he was abruptly interrupted by the umbu's sudden appearance. Naturally, the members of the umbu addressed Yiliani by his code name. Let us proceed. Observing the two figures before him, Yiliani mused, have they arrived so promptly? Patience seems lacking, Lord Reikage. The umbu from the intelligence division arrived more swiftly than he anticipated. Sister, bless me. May your subordinates possess the requisite skills. Otherwise, I shall be exposed. Yilianai could not ascertain whether the mental sealing technique in his mind could withstand a second examination. Thus, he could only resort to prayer. At dusk, Jinghong, it is sufficient. You may depart. Yilianai, enduring the pain in his head, cast a glance at the expressions of the intelligence personnel. Confirming their demeanor was not feigned indifference, he nodded and exited. It appears I have not been compromised. Yilianai thought to himself as he stepped out of the umbu. As for the system, apart from Yeongnai himself, no one else perceives its existence. Not even memories can provide a hint. There will be no trace of the system's presence. Upon returning home, he collapsed onto his bed, his head heavy and foggy, leaving him devoid of energy for any other pursuits. In the Raikage office, was there no anomaly? Perhaps I was merely being overly suspicious. Setting aside the intelligence report provided by the information department, the fourth Raikage leaned back in his chair, his brow slightly easing. Even though the report indicated that Kira could utilize the mist technique, he found nothing amiss. As a citizen of the hidden mist village, it was hardly surprising to wield such an ability. Now, he merely awaited the return of Tingxin to ascertain how to address Yeongnai. The following day, Yeongnai was awakened by the sun's warm embrace. Despite a night of rest, his head still throbbed painfully. However, this did not deter him from moving into his new home. The fourth Raikage had indeed been considerate. The new residence was bright, clean, spacious, well-lit, and well-ventilated, with excellent sound insulation. Most importantly, the decor was pleasing to the eye. After attending to these mundane matters, it was already noon. Just a short distance downstairs lay a commercial street, replete with dining establishments, a far cry from the long treks he had previously endured for meals. In the afternoon, after a refreshing nap, Yeongnai reported for duty in the umbu. As a member of the umbu, unless on a scheduled break, there was hardly any free time. Their participation was required in various village affairs. This evoked memories of his time in the hidden mist village. However, their captain, Tingxin, was absent, leaving only a deputy captain to lead them on missions. Indeed, most of the time, umbu members were engaged in their duties. Standing atop the watchtower at the border of the hidden cloud village, Yeongnai mused as he wielded his sword. It served to pass the time and earn reinforcement points. A dual benefit. You are too diligent, Jinghong. You are putting us under great pressure, chuckled an umbu member nearby, one of Tingxin's subordinates. Do not presume that umbu members always speak coldly. In fact, they remain quite normal when among their peers. There was no room for complacency. Otherwise, they feared disappointing Lord Raikage's expectations. While uttering these insincere words, Yeongnai inadvertently elicited laughter from the other umbu members, and they shared a light-hearted moment. Naturally, they wouldn't emulate Yeongnai's swordplay, as they did not perceive such actions to yield any substantial benefits in terms of strength. Time passed slowly, and a week slipped by. Through Yeongnai's tireless efforts, he amassed a total of 150,000 reinforcement points over the course of 7 days. As for gathering intelligence, there was scarcely a place more suitable than the umbu. As a member of the umbu, Yeongnai could effortlessly acquire a wealth of information. As night fell, Yeongnai returned home and sat cross-legged on his bed, mentally connecting with the system. Reinforcement attributes: speed, agility, stamina. At the Jonin level, each attribute enhancement required 50,000 points, and reinforcing 3 attributes precisely amounted to 150,000. The enhancement commenced, consuming 150,000 reinforcement points. The cold, mechanical voice of the system resonated within Yeongnai's mind. Subsequently, his breath began to fluctuate, rapidly ascending. Each enhancement was a process that Yeongnai relished. The warmth of becoming stronger was intoxicating. 10 minutes later, success was achieved. The host could attain the achievement of Invincible Jonin after completing the enhancement of his strength attribute. This sudden notification piqued Yeongnai's interest. He inquired, "What purpose does achieving this serve?" The system responded, "The host will not gain any power enhancement or rewards from this. The system merely provides a standard notification to help the host comprehend the level of their strength." Upon hearing this, Yeongnai rolled his eyes, feeling immensely disappointed. I thought there would be some special rewards or enhancements. Before him, the system panel materialized. Host: Yeongnai age, 12 swordsmanship, glimmer ninjutsu, hidden mist technique, water clone technique, water wall technique, water gun technique, lightning pillar wall, gratitude wave, lightning bullet technique, thunderbolt formation barrier techniques, silent technique formation, perception formation. 6 pillar flame formation sealing techniques, binding flow curse illusions, refined illusion technique, golden binding technique weapon, forged blade level, jonin, jinin, chunin, special jonin, jonin, elite jonin, Kaguya, super Kaguya, 6 paths, enhancement points, 1,000. My current strength should surpass most individuals at the jonin level. Yi Liangnai mused as he arose from his bed and walked into the bathroom. After the enhancement, his body expelled some impurities, producing a rather strong odor. According to the system's earlier prompt, after enhancing his strength, he would become invincible among the jonin. With 3 jonin-level attributes already possessed, his strength could not possibly be weak. He should at least surpass the vast majority of jonin. His power level should be comparable to that of Kakashi at this moment. If elite jonin is rated as 10, he should now be at approximately 75. The 4 attributes of power, speed, agility, and finesse mean power, beginning with wrist and leg strength, representing physical might. Speed, indicating bodily speed, encompassing reaction speed, thought speed, hand seal speed, and attack speed. Agility, reflecting bodily nimbleness and physical coordination. Finesse, representing the amount of chakra, its refinement, purity, and the precision of chakra control. What a wonderful sensation of strength. Soaking in the bathtub, Yi Liangnai felt exceedingly joyful. The stronger he became, the more he could seize control of his fate, thus enhancing his chances of survival in this hidden cloud village. The following day, after a day's absence, one of Yi Liangnai's companions remarked, "Why do I feel like your spirit is completely different? Is it just my imagination?" "That must be your imagination. I don't feel any different. I'm just as good as I was yesterday." Yi Liangnai shrugged and replied, then resumed his sword practice. The others were already accustomed to such exchanges. The earlier speaker added, "Jinghong, your patience is truly commendable. Every day, the monotony of swinging a sword can be endured with such sweet contentment. If it were me, I might not last even a few days." There is a tone of admiration and awe in the words spoken. This is precisely why Jinghong possesses such formidable strength, while you remain at this meager level of power. Upon hearing this, a member of the Dark Division, wearing a dog-headed mask, interjected playfully to the two. "TCH, your words truly dampen the spirit." The individual shot a glance at the masked figure before striding towards the opposite end of the watchtower. The time for the shift change had arrived. Suddenly, an urgent and piercing alarm echoed from a distance. The group, who had just been jesting with Yi Liangnai, instantly gathered, their expressions turning remarkably indifferent. The acting captain swiftly appeared before them, declaring, "We have a distress signal from the prison direction. Jinghong, Gaing, Yi, accompany me for support. The rest stay at the watchtower. Move out." Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Liangnai was once again thrust into the fray, compelled to engage in combat. "Block them, do not relent. Everyone, hold steady. Reinforcements are on the way. We must not allow them to escape. Otherwise, both the village and its people will be imperiled." A member of the Dark Division shouted near the prison gates of Yunin village. Before him stood a group of criminals, each exuding an aura of malevolence, their eyes glinting with madness. The Dark Division opposing them was utterly outmatched, continuously forced to retreat. "Block us? How audacious! Do they truly believe this rabble can impede our progress?" A towering figure among the criminals grinned widely. With that, he became enveloped in crackling lightning. With a swift step, he transformed into a bolt, crashing heavily against the protective barrier of Yunin. Ugh! In an instant, the Dark Division was thrown into disarray. Members sent flying like kites severed from their strings. A gaping hole was torn in the protective barrier. "Brothers, charge forth. Freedom is within reach," the man exclaimed, leading the fray of criminals towards the breach. Oh! The criminals rallied in response, their shouts resounding like thunder. Boom! Uft! Ah! The patrolling Dark Division members near the prison were utterly insufficient to withstand the onslaught. Within mere seconds, they were completely overwhelmed. "Hee, the sky is vast and free. I am liberated," the giant boasted with a triumphant laugh as he surged out through the prison gates. The remaining criminals followed suit, eager to escape the confines of the prison. They had grown weary of life behind bars and wished to avoid the ninjas in Yunin village, especially that formidable fourth Raikage. Thus, lingering was not an option. "Master Raikage, I am powerless." The Dark Division member who had led the charge now lay in a pool of blood, breathing shallowly, with mere minutes left to live. Surrounding him were several fallen comrades from the Dark Division. Some have already succumbed, their bodies contorted, others still cling to life, though grotesquely disfigured. There are scarcely any unscathed souls left, a harrowing sight indeed. Brothers, let us create a commotion to capture the attention of those ninjas in the village as much as possible. If you trust my words, head to the dragon's lair. I recall that the Two-Tails Jinchuri is sealed within. If we manage to release him, it will undoubtedly alleviate a significant burden from our shoulders. The burly man, noticing a throng of followers behind him, cast a sly glance and remarked, "Is that so? Ha ha ha. Well, thank you for the insight." Immediately, some set forth to execute this plan, causing the man's smile to widen even further. To the east of Cloud Hidden Village lies the Resource Department and the affluent residential area. If you wish to incite a greater uproar, you might try your luck there, he reiterated, exuding a rather enthusiastic demeanor. "Ah, I see now. Thank you for your guidance, brother. Without you, we might have been trapped for a lifetime. We shall go and return with good news." Upon hearing this, another team of individuals set forth. Witnessing this scene, the burly man couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. "Fools. I merely spoke offhandedly, and you actually believed me." Although the information I provided was true, both the Two-Tails Jinchuri and the Resource Department, as well as the affluent residential area, are heavily guarded. It is not so easily breached. You fools can draw the fire for me while I take my leave. His motives for all this were solely for his own advantageous escape. One must look out for oneself, lest the heavens and earth conspire against them. In the Rakege's office, the fourth Rakege, engrossed in his duties, was suddenly stirred by the alarming news. What? The prison has been breached? His demeanor shifted from calm to fervent. Then, amid the startled cries of his secretary Mabui, he shattered his desk and leaped through the window. "You better not think of escaping." The fourth Rakege was unconcerned about the chaos that might ensue in Cloud Hidden Village. A few petty thieves would not pose much of a challenge. His sole concern was whether the village's secret weapon, his brother, the Eight-Tails Jinchuri Killer Bee, confined within the Cloud Thunder Gorge, would make his escape. Quickly, send out an emergency combat signal to summon all ninjas in the village. Simultaneously, signal the gates to close. Moreover, alert the residential area to evacuate civilians and students swiftly. Deploy forces to safeguard the medical facility and bolster troops at the Resource Department, Dragon's Lair, and the Affluent Zone. We cannot afford any significant incidents in these locations. Additionally, send troops to the prison area to clean up the aftermath. The remaining forces will disperse in 5 directions: southeast, southwest, northeast, northwest, and center, to annihilate the enemy. Even in the absence of the Rakege, under the leadership of his secretary Mabui and the elders, Cloud Hidden Village was quick to formulate a response. Thus, within mere minutes, a substantial contingent of ninjas had gathered. Meanwhile, the village's Umbu had already commenced their operations, acutely aware of their responsibilities. They were the first to act at the onset of the turmoil. Exploration, intelligence transmission, battlefield connectivity, and enemy sniping are all tasks they have commenced. 5 minutes later, at the prison, it seems they have arrived too late. When Yi Liangnai and her team reached the prison, they were met with utter devastation. The prison gates stood wide open, and the interior was devoid of life, enveloped in an eerie silence. Whoosh! In the next moment, several dark teams arrived. Yi Liangnai, the acting captain, exchanged glances with the other team leaders and reached a consensus. They would leave a contingent to search for any wounded ninjas, manage the interior, and maintain vigilance. The remainder would immediately pursue the enemy. Jinghong, let us proceed. Given Yi Liangnai's critical strength, the acting captain would not idly allow her to remain behind for security or rescue duties. Summoning technique, Hell Butterfly. The acting captain formed hand seals and conjured 5 black butterflies, instructing them to memorize the scent within the prison. She then assigned one to each of the other 4 teams and set off in pursuit of the enemy. Tracking by scent? What an impressive technique. I must ensure that this individual does not fixate on me, Yi Liangnai thought to herself as she observed the scene. Perhaps by coincidence, or perhaps by fate. The very one they were pursuing was Inoue Arita, the instigator of this chaos. And just ahead of them, Inoue Arita bellowed, "Get out of my way, and stop obstructing my path." He resembled a simplified version of the fourth Rakege, maintaining his lightning armor mode while rampaging through foes like a Tyrannosaurus, utterly invincible. Each strike he delivered was terrifyingly powerful, rendering the nearby ninjas attempting to impede him utterly helpless. Damn it, the disparity in strength is overwhelming. Someone, please stop him. The surrounding ninjas thought desperately as they faced Inoue Arata, fearing that if help did not arrive soon, he would truly escape. Behind them lay the main gate, a mere 1,500 meters away. Ha ha ha. No one can impede my pursuit of freedom. Get lost. Inoue Arata roared, smashing through a cluster of ninjas comprised of Chunin and Jinin with a single blow. Just as he was about to press forward, a slight figure stood defiantly in his path. I won't let you pass, you villain. It was a girl, still youthful and perhaps just graduated, her strength pitifully inadequate. Yet, despite her evident fear, she stood resolutely before Inoue Arata. You think you can stop me, little brat? You're asking for death. Inoue Arata sneered at the sight, unleashing a punch imbued with violent lightning towards the girl. Danger! The surrounding ninjas gasped in horror, their eyes wide with disbelief. But they were too late to intervene. Just as Inoue Arata's fist was about to reduce the girl to a pulp, a mocking voice rang out. To be so ruthless against a little girl, how cold-blooded. With that, a shadow appeared before the girl, exuding an imposing aura. 6-pillar flame array, the newcomer declared. In the next moment, a crimson barrier surged forth, enveloping the newcomer in its protective embrace. Boom. Inoue's powerful fist struck with such force that the surrounding earth shattered, yet the barrier remained unscathed, not a single mark upon it. Instead, it expelled a torrent of searing flames, engulfing Inoue. Little did he expect that this barrier possessed not only formidable defensive capabilities, but also an autonomous offensive mechanism. The intensity of its attack rivaled that of a B-class fire technique, catching him off guard and scorching his flesh. How impressive! The little girl and the surrounding ninjas could not help but exclaim in awe at this spectacle. You bastard! An enraged roar erupted from within the flames. Subsequently, a tempestuous lightning tore through the fire. Inoue emerged, clad in a thunderous armor, his eyes a fierce crimson, resembling a fearsome beast. Before him, the crimson barrier dissipated, revealing its occupant, Yagami Nai, with her silver hair and azure eyes. She addressed the little girl behind her, urging, "You can still move. Hurry and leave this place. The battle ahead is beyond your capacity to intervene." As she spoke, several figures descended beside Yagami Nai, her acting captain and a host of teammates. You truly are the fastest. Kira, the acting captain remarked, then turned his gaze to Inoue, declaring, "This ends here, Inoue. We shall defeat you and return you to prison, where you will be securely detained." Upon hearing this, Inoue could not suppress a derisive laugh, sneering, "Send me to prison? How utterly laughable. Do you truly believe that you, a bunch of worthless umbu, are worthy? Get lost." With a thunderous bellow, Inoue charged forward like a bolt of lightning. Scatter. Do not engage him directly. The power of an A-class criminal is not to be underestimated. Moreover, he is the disciple of Lord Raikage, and his combat style mirrors that of his master. There is no chance of victory in a frontal assault. We must restrain him from the sides and seize an opportunity to subdue him. The acting captain, seemingly well acquainted with Inoue, shouted decisively. Side ambush. Humph, a commendable thought. But do you truly believe I will grant you that opportunity? Inoue bellowed arrogantly, fully aware of his superiority, in the face of absolute power. All else is mere folly. If the old Raikage does not intervene personally, who in Kumogakure can stand against me? With that, he slammed the ground with force, declaring, "Lightning release, thunderbomb." Boom. The earth trembled as a fissure opened, resonating with a thunderous roar. Strands of lightning, as thick as a finger, spread outward, cleaving the ground with astonishing force. Be careful not to be struck by the lightning. The acting captain shouted once more, prompting the umbu to retreat hastily. However, just as most of them landed, Inoue had already surged before them, unleashing a frenzied punch and snarling, "Lightning release, thunder dragon roar." With a resounding roar echoing through the heavens, a colossal dragon's head erupted from the well, sending several nearby members of the dark faction flying with a thunderous crash. The sound of bones cracking filled the air as blood soared, while those individuals remained blissfully unaware of their impending doom. "You little demon, come and meet your fate." With an abrupt twist of his body, the figure known as Inoue charged towards Yaong Nai like a cannonball, unleashing a ferocious punch. 6 pillars of flame formation. Inoue's strength was formidable, nearing that of an elite jonin, and Yaong Nai felt a hint of pressure. The ground erupted with a deafening roar, yet the barrier remained unscathed. Excellent. The acting captain exclaimed, immediately forming hand seals. Earth style, swamp technique. The ground beneath Inoue Yuya transformed into a quagmire, ensnaring his lower legs. Witnessing this, the remaining members of the dark faction launched a counterattack against him. Lightning release, thunderstorm bomb. Lightning release, thunderwolf's howl. A barrage of lightning-infused assaults nearly engulfed Inoue Yuya, yet he declared defiantly, "Such attacks cannot harm me in the slightest." Erupting with crackling lightning, he forcefully extricated himself from the mire, unaffected by the onslaught. Just then, a flash of cold light streaked past him, with a sharp sound like tearing fabric. A crimson wound appeared on Inoue Yuya's chest. Not far behind him, Yeongnai sheathed his blade, remarking coolly, "It seems your defenses are not as formidable as I had anticipated. You bastard." Inoue Yuya roared in fury, the sting of Yeongnai's words igniting his rage. With a resounding explosion, the earth erupted into a massive crater. Miraculously, Inoue Yuya vanished from his position and reappeared before Yeongnai, his palms slicing through the air like a blade, exuding a murderous intent. Lightning release. Lightning blade breakthrough. Yet Yeongnai stood still, seemingly unresponsive, as if caught off guard. What good is your swordsmanship? In the end, you are but an ant, incapable of reacting to such speed. Prepare to meet your end. Inoue Yuya sneered contemptuously. Is that so? Yeongnai suddenly lifted his head, grinning brightly, effortlessly evading his attack. This fellow is not right. I must distance myself. Inoue Yuya felt a disquieting premonition from Yeongnai's smile. However, before he could act, Yeongnai had already retreated, their gazes locking in a moment of confrontation. Illusion technique, illusory essence. Yeongnai intoned calmly, and Inoue Yuya felt a powerful force surge into his mind, attempting to disrupt his chakra. Can you break free? I look forward to finding out. Yeongnai mused internally as he observed Inoue Yuya, who stood frozen in place. Along their journey, the acting captain had informed them that while Inoue Yuya excelled in physical techniques, his prowess in illusion techniques was relatively lacking. However, that did not imply he was defenseless against them. Moreover, quite the contrary, he possesses a formidable resistance to illusions, rendering most of them ineffective against him. Therefore, unless one has absolute certainty, it is unwise to engage directly. For should an illusion fail to work and he closes in, it could lead to a perilous situation. However, Yeongnai is confident in the potency of his illusions and intends to make an attempt. Even if it fails, he has contingencies in place. Mere illusions. Do you think you can ensnare me? Unleash it. Inoue Yuya bellowed. The tempestuous lightning coursing through him became even more frenzied, seemingly unaffected by Yeongnai's illusionary assault. To withstand the impact of the Seinen technique, he truly lives up to being a disciple of the Reikage, showcasing remarkable prowess. Yet, Yeongnai narrowed his eyes slightly. A powerful surge of chakra emanating from within him as he declared, "Not enough." Boom. The chaotic lightning surrounding Inoue Yuya suddenly spiraled into disarray, before uncontrollably bursting forth. A figure hurtled heavily into a distant dwelling, raising a massive cloud of dust. What transpired? The Umbu members were utterly bewildered. How did Inoue Yuya suddenly explode? What was happening? However, before they could fathom the situation, a wailing cry emerged from the nearby ruins. "Ah, you bastard! I will never let you escape." A shadow burst forth from the dwelling, hurtling directly towards a certain direction, the location of Yeongnai. "I will not allow you to succeed." The acting captain, witnessing this, charged forward and positioned himself before the shadow. Unsurprisingly, the shadow was none other than the recently exploded Inoue Yuya. What immense strength! Yet, Inoue Yuya might surpass his expectations, forcing him back several steps. "Those who block my path shall perish." With a face full of fury, Inoue Yuya lunged at the acting captain, delivering a thunderous punch. This is bad. The acting captain, still struggling to steady his footing, was caught off guard by the sudden attack. He could already envision his insides being shattered by a single blow, teetering on the brink of death. "I will not let you prevail, Inoue Yuya." Yeongnai's voice resonated calmly, declaring, "Six-pillar flame array." A crimson hexagonal barrier enveloped the acting captain in protection. Boom. The punch reverberated through the air, causing the ground to tremble. Yet, the barrier remained unperturbed. Instead, Inoue Yuya was repelled, engulfed once more by flames. Such formidable defense. Just how powerful is this individual? Is he truly just a B-rank rogue ninja from the Hidden Mist Village? Yellow-Nai's teammates gasped in astonishment at the spectacle. This could not possibly be the caliber of a B-rank rogue ninja. Inoue Yu, a dignified A-rank rogue ninja. How could he be so thoroughly bested by a mere B-rank? Inoue Yu's furious roar echoed once more from afar. Then, in an instant, he appeared before Yellow-Nai, unleashing a sudden, ferocious punch aimed directly at Yellow-Nai's face. Be careful. Upon witnessing this scene, the members of the Shadow Division could not help but exclaim in astonishment, yet they were utterly powerless to intervene in time. However, in the face of this formidable punch, Yellow-Nai exhibited not a trace of panic, brandishing her blade in defiance. With a clash, the white blade met the lightning fist, and the earth once again lamented as it erupted. Amidst the swirling dust, the voice of Yellow-Nai rang out. Lightning release. Thunderous strike. Boom. A bolt of lightning, as thick as a barrel, struck the ground with tremendous force, rivaling the might of Inoue Yuya's attack. The earth trembled violently, and the blinding light of the lightning illuminated the surroundings. Whoosh! A figure emerged from the dust, Yellow-Nai. As the lightning dissipated, the scene revealed a large crater where Inoue Yuya lay, his right arm hanging limply, blood spilling from his mouth. He knelt on his right leg, seemingly unable to rise. The members of the Shadow Division were taken aback. Yellow-Nai had indeed wounded Inoue Yuya with her lightning technique. How formidable her mastery of lightning was. Despite their previous combined assaults, they had failed to inflict even a scratch on him. Dear comrades, do not be astonished. Shall we squander such a golden opportunity? Yellow-Nai's voice interrupted their astonishment, urging them to launch an attack on Inoue Yuya without delay. They had no reason to let such a prime opportunity slip away. Surely, this time it would not be overly conspicuous. In the past, Yellow-Nai would have struck down Inoue Yuya outright. However, he would not do so now. Once was sufficient for such remarkable feats. A second was unnecessary. Moreover, he merely viewed Inoue Yuya as a means to gauge his own strength. With his objective achieved, there was no need for further ostentation. His contributions were already substantial. The remainder could be entrusted to others. You scoundrels. This time, Inoue Yuya could no longer disregard the onslaught of attacks from the others. As the saying goes, a tiger falls from its perch and is bullied by dogs. This aptly described Inoue Yuya's current predicament. The assaults he had previously dismissed now held the potential to severely injure him. Splutter. Ultimately, he was pierced through the heart by the acting captain's blade, and thus his life came to an end. Scatter. Pursue the remaining criminals. Upon the acting captain's command, Yellow-Nai and the others resumed their pursuit of the other offenders. Lightning release. Shockwave. Lightning release. Thunderous strike. The remaining criminals were not particularly formidable. None posed a challenge to Yellow-Nai. Of course, only Yellow-Nai would dare to make such a claim. Were these criminals truly weak? Certainly not. Many were of elite jonin rank, quite troublesome indeed. Yet, there was no alternative. Yellow-Nai was simply an anomaly, as long as they did not possess exceptional abilities. Anyone with weaker strength than him would fall in a single blow. If one strike proved insufficient, it would merely necessitate an additional thrust of his blade. Never should one encounter that silver-haired reaper, otherwise, death was inevitable. Absolutely, one must avoid that individual. Everyone else was manageable, but he alone was not. That fellow was far too powerful. Due to the formidable prowess of Yellow-Nai, his reputation swiftly spread among the ranks of criminals. In no time, he became akin to a ferocious beast, evoking fear among the nefarious. The moniker Silver-Haired Reaper? Surely, it is unwarranted. Yet, upon learning of this title, Yellow-Nai couldn't help but display a rather perplexed expression. After all, he had merely eliminated a few wrongdoers. Was it necessary to bestow upon him such a grandiose epithet? He had already exercised considerable restraint. Was it not simply the incompetence of those individuals that led to his being deemed excessively strong? What a twisted notion. The title Silver-Haired Reaper, it is indeed quite fitting. Behind Yellow-Nai, his companions gazed at his retreating figure. Following Jinghong was undoubtedly a wise choice, devoid of any pressure. Moreover, they effortlessly reaped the rewards. Another remarked with palpable satisfaction. His assertion garnered unanimous agreement from the group. Walking alongside Jinghong, accolades were assured. One might wonder why. It was simply because he was exceptionally powerful. They felt immense relief for having chosen to follow Jinghong when the proxy captain assigned the teams not long ago. Who is that team? Their efficiency is remarkable. Soon, Yi Liangnai and his teammates' impressive productivity caught the attention of other groups. That individual, seemingly Jinghong. How did he suddenly become the leader? Some recognized Yi Liangnai, but were puzzled by his sudden elevation to captaincy. If it is him, then such efficiency is to be expected. One remarked with an air of certainty. This left the first inquirer rather bewildered, prompting him to ask, "Is that person truly formidable? Your expressions convey a profound admiration for him." In response, a member of the Umbu at his side replied, "Captain, you may not be aware of this yet. That individual is called Jiang, codenamed Jinghong, an S-rank rogue ninja from the Hidden Mist Village. However, do not be deceived by his S-rank designation. His capabilities far exceed such a classification. A week ago, he triumphed over Durui with overwhelming superiority. Even further back, during his inaugural battle upon joining the village, he single-handedly dispatched over 100 foes, among whom 30 were elite jonin, and nearly all were eliminated in mere moments. His strength is such that it leaves the younger generation of our Cloud Hidden Village unable to hold their heads high. Moreover, he is of the same age as Darui, promising a bright future ahead." Upon hearing this, the Umbu team leader was taken aback. Such achievements are indeed impressive. A genius has suddenly emerged within the village. How intriguing. It appears our Cloud Hidden Village is not devoid of talent after all. With this thought, he dismissed any distractions and continued the pursuit of the criminals. He could not afford to be outdone by the youth, after all. At this moment, as Yi Liangnai suppressed the criminal insurrection in Cloud Hidden Village, he remained oblivious to the fact that, in the distant Hidden Mist Village, some wished to impede his progress. In the chamber of the Grand Elder, "Are there spies from Cloud Hidden Village? Just as I was fretting over how to deal with that fellow, an opportunity presents itself. Go and casually divulge all the details about Yi Liangnai to the esteemed guests of Cloud Hidden Village. Remember, never let him perceive that this information has been intentionally divulged. He must exert considerable effort to uncover it." Yuan Long commanded the figure clad in black before him. "Understood." The dark-clothed agent promptly withdrew, and Yuan Long could not suppress a triumphant laugh. "Ha ha ha. Koizumi Mei, now you shall also experience the anguish of losing a loved one. I trust that your expression will be quite remarkable when you hear of Yi Liangnai's sacrifice. Moreover, your close association with certain members of the 7 Ninja Swordsmen suggests that you harbor ulterior motives. I shall not allow you to succeed. As long as I remain in the Hidden Mist Village, you shall not rise against me. In this village, my word is law." However, what Yuan Long was aware of, Koizumi Mei, the covert overseer of the Umbu, was certainly privy to as well. "Yuan Long, do not think you can engage in underhanded tactics. Do not plot against Xiaoyi." Koizumi Mei immediately dispatched the Umbu to continuously monitor and track Tian Xin and others from the Cloud Hidden Village. This was to prevent any interference that might jeopardize her plans with Yi Liangnai, revealing his true identity. Yet, this time, Koizumi Mei had indeed underestimated Yuan Long. This was, of course, compounded by her recent preoccupations with contacting various ambitious individuals, which left her insufficiently focused. The surveillance agents she dispatched were outmaneuvered by Yuan Long's subordinates. After Tian Xin and the others obtained the true identity of Yi Liangnai, they remained oblivious, failing to detect any anomalies. By the time Koizumi Mei noticed something amiss and attempted to intervene, Yi Liangnai's situation in the Cloud Hidden Village had already become perilously precarious. Naturally, Yi Liangnai's dangerous predicament was a matter for another time. However, as Tian Xin beheld the intelligence in his hands, his gaze darkened with astonishment, causing his pupils to constrict sharply. It truly had come to pass as Lord Rakage predicted. Jiang was indeed an infiltrator. Tian Xion's emotions were tumultuous. On one hand, disbelief reigned. The individual possessing extraordinary lightning techniques, Jiang, was none other than the white, cold light of Yi Liangnai. Indeed, the fourth Rakage's conjecture was accurate. A single individual wielding 2 exceptionally advanced ninjutsu, Yi Liangnai had truly accomplished the unimaginable. Such talent was utterly terrifying. On the other hand, there was a sense of relief. He was fortunate to have identified this issue in time, minimizing potential losses for the Cloud Hidden Village, validating his prolonged infiltration around the Hidden Mist Village. Returning swiftly was imperative. There could be no delay. Tian Xin stored the intelligence away, his expression regaining its composure, even turning frigid. In his heart, he resolved, "Jinghong, since you are an infiltrator of the Hidden Mist Village, I regret to say, you must be eliminated." If you cannot serve the cloud-hidden village, then you shall be eradicated to prevent you from becoming a formidable adversary. Initially, he had greatly admired Yi Liangnai's strength, believing he would become a pillar of the cloud-hidden village. However, this was predicated on Yi Liangnai's allegiance to the village. Now, as they stood in stark opposition, there was no room for sentiment. Within the cloud-hidden village, the operation to apprehend criminals was nearing its conclusion. However, Yi Liangnai suddenly felt an inexplicable chill enveloping him. This sensation instilled within him a rather ominous premonition, akin to impending disaster. Whence did this feeling arise? It was an unsettling sensation indeed. Yi Liangnai rubbed his hands together. Despite being well into April, the weather in Yunin village remained unseasonably cold. Jinghong, what's the matter? Is something wrong? One of Yi Liangnai's companions jested, noticing his discomfort. This isn't like you. I recall that during your mission with Captain Tianxin, you nearly overshadowed him with your prowess. Why so generous today, allowing us to claim such achievements? Another companion, feigning a frown, also teased Yi Liangnai. Although his performance in the current pursuit of the criminals was relatively active, when compared to his inaugural mission, it could be described as lethargic to the extreme. Had he maintained the efficiency of his first task, they would have concluded the mission half an hour ago, avoiding this unnecessary delay. Of course, had he adhered to the nature of that first mission, Yi Liangnai would have left little opportunity for his comrades to claim any accolades. Oh, come now, everyone. It was merely youthful exuberance and ignorance. Yi Liangnai shrugged, a note of resignation in his voice. It's not right to seek the limelight at the expense of my comrades. Haha, I didn't expect you, Jinghong, to entertain such notions. Yet, your awareness has shifted rather rapidly. I find myself less resistant to your presence now. One companion exclaimed. Indeed, that is the right mindset. How can one thrive in isolation? To these remarks, Yi Liangnai merely smiled. The reason for his sudden humility was not due to a desire for camaraderie, but rather triggered by a comment from the fourth Reikage. Although the fourth Reikage had yet to find a flaw, and he had not revealed any weaknesses, the adage the more one engages, the more one errs lingered in his mind. Maintaining a low profile seemed prudent, otherwise, he risked exposing something due to a moment of carelessness. Moreover, Tianxin's abrupt departure for a mission during such a critical time was highly suspicious. What kind of assignment could warrant over a week's absence? A reconnaissance mission. Pondering the Reikage's words alongside his own suspicions, Yi Liangnai harbored a troubling conjecture. Perhaps Tianxin's reconnaissance mission targeted the hidden mist village. It appeared that he needed to accelerate his journey toward strength. For reasons unknown, an undercurrent of unease had begun to swirl within him, casting shadows of doubt. I hope my fears are unfounded. Otherwise, the situation could become dire. After contemplating this, Yi Liangnai exhaled deeply, glancing at his companions. Let us proceed to rendezvous with the acting captain. Just as he spoke, before they could take action, an unprecedented sense of danger washed over him. Yi Liangnai felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, his face betraying sheer terror and panic. As he beheld his companions, they appeared as though their souls had been snatched away, standing frozen in sheer terror. Yi Liangnai could not help but look up in horror, only to witness a small black meteor descending with precision towards his location. The tailed beast bomb. Yi Liangnai's heart jolted violently, and a chill coursed through him, saturating his back with cold sweat. It felt as though an immense weight had descended upon him, rendering his limbs almost unresponsive. Why had such a thing as the tailed beast bomb suddenly manifested here? Yi Liangnai cursed inwardly. His opponent's strength had clearly exceeded all expectations. There was no time to ponder which Jinchuriki was responsible for this calamity. He knew that if he did not take action soon, he would surely perish. The six-pillar flame array. Yi Liangnai summoned every ounce of chakra within him, erecting a barrier that enveloped him. He fervently prayed that it would hold. He had no capacity to save others. His own survival was already in jeopardy. Boom. The tailed beast bomb detonated just a few hundred meters in front of him, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion. In an instant, the earth trembled violently. A thunderous roar echoed in all directions, and a tempestuous wave of energy surged forth, obliterating everything within the blast radius. Yi Liangnai felt as if an overwhelming force had struck the barrier, causing it to shatter instantly. His head resonated with a deafening sound, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his ears ringing in silence. Then, the barrier collapsed entirely. Before him lay a chaotic expanse of ruins. Behind him, the violent gusts continued to rage, ensnaring countless ninjas, their fates unknown. Just as he managed to rise, another tremendous pressure bore down upon him, forcing another spurt of blood from his lips. Crash! A colossal feline demon engulfed in azure flames landed heavily 500 meters ahead of him, its two tails trailing behind. A searing heat enveloped the surrounding area, leaving Yi Liangnai feeling as though he had stepped into a steam chamber, utterly uncomfortable. It was the two tails. Why had it been unleashed? Was it not said to be sealed within the Jinchuriki, who was closely guarded? Yi Liangnai's scalp tingled with dread. Though shadow-level warriors could typically handle most tailed beasts, for those below that tier, these creatures remained formidable adversaries, harbingers of disaster. Roar! The two tails let out a frenzied bellow, its eyes gleaming with savage excitement. It began to gather yin-yang chakra in its maw, transforming it into a fierce and searing energy beam. The tailed beast bomb. Boom, boom, boom. The two tails rampaged through the hidden cloud village, delight growing more pronounced in its eyes. Roar! As it wreaked havoc, the two tails howled triumphantly, its voice brimming with arrogance. After many years, it has finally attained freedom. After enduring confinement for so long, it is time for it to release the pent-up resentment within. In an instant, the village of Cloud Hidden erupted with a cacophony of panicked shouts and terrified screams. Everywhere, remnants of broken walls lay scattered, and flames danced wildly. The Cloud Ninjas found themselves in a dire predicament. Not only were they unable to confront the two tails, but even surviving its onslaught proved to be a formidable challenge. This is bad. The monstrous two tails has been unleashed once more. Quick, summon Lord Raikage. Of course, there were some formidable ninjas capable of countering the beast, issuing commands and strategizing amidst the chaos. I should have kept my distance and enjoyed the spectacle. I have no desire to engage with such a creature. Knight Liangnai, upon hearing the urgent calls nearby, hastily sought refuge. Although he was confident in his ability to survive and inflict damage upon the two tails, he had no intention of becoming embroiled in the fray. Yet, sometimes, one cannot simply choose to remain an observer. Just as Knight Liangnai took a step forward, still searching for a suitable spot to enact his silent jutsu and enjoy the unfolding drama, he heard the voice of the acting captain behind him. Jinghong, thank goodness you are unharmed. Quickly, join us in confronting the two tails. The voice was urgent and left no room for dissent. Accompanying him were other elite members of the Cloud Hidden Village's Umbu, their gazes fixed upon him. To be the focus of so many eyes made him realize that his plan to remain a bystander had utterly failed. Indeed, being scrutinized by such a multitude was quite unnerving. With a sigh in his heart, he feigned a cheerful demeanor and replied, "Seeing you, Captain, brings me solace. My own strength is simply too feeble." At that moment, many were sizing him up. "You must be the Jinghong that Tian Xian mentioned. Your abilities are quite impressive. I hope to have the opportunity to fight alongside you." "I am Feiyu," spoke an Umbu member standing behind Knight Liangnai, his voice rich and resonant. Finally, among the younger generation of Cloud Hidden, there is one who seems worthy. Another voice chimed in. Knight Liangnai did not catch a glimpse of the speaker's features, but he noted that this person was quite large and stout. "Enough idle chatter. We must focus on stopping the two tails. We must hold our ground until Lord Raikage arrives," urged a tall man, his gaze icy, a long sword strapped to his back, exuding an aura reminiscent of Kakashi. "Well then, let us proceed. Young one, you're not going to be frightened, are you?" teased the stout Umbu. "I believe I shall manage. While I may not possess the prowess of my esteemed seniors, I can certainly contribute in some capacity," Knight Liangnai replied, suppressing his reluctance. He knew that from this point onward, he must give his all in battle. Otherwise, against such a formidable foe as the tailed beast, his life would be forfeit. Though he wished to remain inconspicuous, he dared not take chances when it came to his survival. Two tails, this is where it ends. With the addition of Feiyu and the others, they strategically dispersed to confront the threat. Then, they began to form seals in unison. Lightning release, 12 pillars of thunder prison. A colossal electric cage surged towards the two tails. Naturally, the two tails would not surrender so easily. It raised its arm and struck fiercely. "Do not think you can succeed." Lightning release, lightning binding straps. The flying fish formed seals, and large arcs of lightning erupted from his body, transforming into four binding ropes that ensnared the two tails. Simultaneously, the acting captain, Yiliana, was also forming seals, her gaze resolute. Lightning release, thunderous roar. Boom. A torrent of resounding lightning descended, crashing onto the back of the two tails, eliciting an enraged roar from it. However, before it could react, the four lightning ropes had already wrapped around its body. Subsequently, a massive cage confined it within. Yes, the first step is complete. Witnessing this scene, the flying fish cheered with excitement, letting out a relieved breath. He then formed seals once more, shouting, "Lightning release. Thunder dragon roar. Everyone, we must move the two tails out of the village. Battling here would result in catastrophic losses." As he spoke, the cage instantly shrank, and the thunder dragon he summoned clamped onto the cage, charging towards the village's outskirts. "Everyone follow me." Before the flying fish could finish his sentence, the two tails unleashed an immensely scorching and brilliantly luminous tailed beast bomb from its mouth. "Watch out!" the acting captain exclaimed in alarm, but there was no time for rescue. Hexagonal barrier, 6 pillars of flame. Yuliana's voice suddenly rang out. Just before the tailed beast bomb roared forth, a hexagonal red barrier enveloped the flying fish. If circumstances permitted, Yuliana would have preferred not to intervene. However, the tailed beast bomb was heading directly towards him. If he did not save the flying fish, he would also face dire consequences. Boom! A cataclysmic explosion erupted, sending flames soaring into the sky, causing the earth to wail violently and tremble incessantly. The ferocious winds rendered Yuliana and his companions unable to open their eyes. Fortunately, the tailed beast bomb's power was not as terrifying as that of the tailed beast balls. Thus, Yuliana's barrier successfully withstood the onslaught. Excellent! Seeing this unfold, the acting captain could not help but cheer, having thought the flying fish was doomed. "I didn't realize you possessed such capability. Wonderful. Now we have greater confidence." This praise came from a tall Umbu member, who addressed Yuliana. "The defense is entrusted to you. We shall focus on the attack. Let's work together to expel the two tails from the village." With that, they charged once more towards the two tails, which had already escaped from the electric cage. "Thank you, kid. I owe you my life." The flying fish, still showing signs of shock, expressed his gratitude to Yuliana and joined the fray. This situation is quite troublesome. Yuliana sighed helplessly. The more he wished to remain uninvolved, the more the situation drew him in. "Oh heavens, I do not wish to be so conspicuous. How will I manage to blend into the hidden cloud village after this?" It goes without saying that after this battle, he would undoubtedly gain immense notoriety within the hidden cloud village, and more people would come to recognize him. This is not a favorable situation for him. It may even complicate his efforts in gathering intelligence. Although his purpose in collecting information is to further his own development alongside Mei Terumi, it bears no relation to the Mizukage, Shizun. However, he must bravely proceed. He hopes it won't make him shine too brightly. Yuliana sighed and followed suit, taking on the defensive responsibilities. It must be said, the barrier technique is remarkably effective. The chakra consumption is moderate, yet its power is immensely strong. Ha ha ha, it is truly exhilarating. He has never experienced such a comfortable battle. It seems that we can be so bold even against the tailed beasts. With Yuliana's involvement in defense, Feiyu and the others were able to unleash their full potential. Surprisingly, they managed to gain the upper hand. The two tails was left somewhat bewildered by their onslaught. "Dear seniors, please do not allow it the opportunity to unleash the tailed beast bomb. Otherwise, we will truly be finished. I cannot withstand that," Yuliana said. His complexion pale due to excessive strain. Even though he modified the 6 pillars flame array to the flame wall to minimize unnecessary expenditure, the average defensive measure every 10 seconds was becoming too taxing for him. The chakra of the tailed beast was far superior to his own. "Ha ha ha, do not panic. We will undoubtedly win. Our reinforcements have arrived. The Jonin from the village are here," Feiyu exclaimed, glancing back at Yuliana. Upon hearing his words, Yuliana turned to look behind him and saw a group of cloud shinobi approaching. Among them was Darui, one of his subordinates, now a small squad leader. "At last, you have arrived, though you are rather late." Feiyu gestured to the gathering cloud shinobi. "Apologies, 2 S-rank criminals escaped from prison, which took some time," replied a man at the front of the group, wearing an odd hat, with a composed demeanor and determined gaze. His name was Lada, a bodyguard of the Reikage. Yuliana recalled that this man perished in the original story in the 56th year of Konoha, just a year later, due to the 8 tails going out of control. "Enough chatter. Tuchai, the defense is entrusted to you and Jinhong. Your arrival is timely. With you and Jinhong here, we can attack without reservations," spoke the tall Umbu. Without any hesitation, Hearing this, Tuchai, the cloud shinobi, cast a surprised glance at Nai. It was no small feat to earn the recognition of Dolong, the tall Umbu, who seldom acknowledges others. Nai did not appear particularly mature. It was surprising that he possessed such capability. I look forward to your guidance, senior. Without waiting for Tuchai to respond, Nai spoke first. Tuchai, known in the original story for assisting Naruto in battling the third Raikage, possessed the Kekkei Genkai of lava release and could unleash rubber attacks. If he could defend against the third Raikage's hell stab, resisting the tailed beast's assault would surely pose no issue. Then I shall rely on you as well. Tuchai, being a down-to-earth individual, was quite amiable. Now, let us move forward. SEAL team, prepare yourselves. With the command of a certain leader issued, Dolong, Darui, and others charged towards the two tails in unison. Knight Liangnai and Tuchai closely followed, meticulously tracking the movements of the group to provide timely defenses. Roar! Boom! The two tails was indeed formidable. Yet it began to falter under the combined assault of the majority of the ninja from the Cloud Village. Amidst the frenzied attacks of lightning, flames, and torrents of water, the two tails found itself struggling. Everyone first reduced the operational range of the two tails, seized the opportunity to restrain it, and then inflict damage. Finally, the sealing team should act swiftly to seal it, and I shall transport it back to the sealing place. A strategy was being devised, uniting the cloud ninjas present. Knight Liangnai cast a glance at the strategist, noting that he bore a resemblance to Darui, though he had red hair and a golden symbol tattooed on his right arm. He carried a large red bottle adorned with peculiar patterns on his back. It was Lord Sarui. Ha ha ha, Lord Sarui has arrived. This ensures our victory. The detestable two tails. Your end is nigh. The cloud ninjas erupted with excitement, their morale soaring. Knight Liangnai couldn't help but stare at this Sarui, somewhat astonished. This was a cloud ninja of whom he had no prior knowledge. Utilizing the amber purification bottle as a weapon? Why was there no mention of him in the original narrative? Indeed, the Cloud Village conceals some remarkable figures. Knight Liangnai thought in amazement. Sarui's strength was undoubtedly the most formidable he had ever encountered in the Cloud Village, surpassing even the likes of Tenkai. Perhaps only second to the fourth Raikage and the eight tails Jinchuriki. Roar! The two tails seemed to recognize Sarui as well. Upon his appearance, its emotions surged, and with a fierce roar, it unleashed a terrifying blast of energy towards Sarui. Amber purification bottle, collect. Facing the oncoming energy blast, Sarui advanced rather than retreated, retrieving the bottle from his back and aiming it at the attack. Remarkably, he formed seals and absorbed the blast into the bottle. Lightning release, heavenly thunder fury. After absorbing the energy, he formed seals once more, pointing skyward. Suddenly, the heavens illuminated, and a dark thunderbolt morphed into a colossal dragon's head, crashing down upon the two tails. Boom! The power of this lightning was truly fearsome, shattering the earth and sending the two tails crashing to the ground with a cry of agony. Witnessing this scene, the other cloud ninjas seized the opportunity and launched their assault. Leading the charge was Darui. Lightning release, black spots. A surge of weaker lightning erupted, transforming into a roaring leopard that charged forward, eliciting another cry of pain from the two tails. Lightning release, gratitude wave. Lightning release, thunder wolf. Lightning release, thunder eagle. A deluge of lightning enveloped the two tails entirely, causing it to emit continuous wails, firmly placing it at a disadvantage. Observing this, the sealing ninjas, who had been waiting for the right moment, immediately sprang into action. Amidst a flurry of fluttering sealing scrolls, the two tails was thus sealed away. Ultimately, the sealed creature was encased within Sarui's amber vessel. Following the resolution of the tailed beast issue, the internal turmoil within the hidden cloud village was largely quelled. Subsequently, each individual returned to their respective positions within the headquarters. Those tasked with vigilance resumed their duties, while those responsible for evacuation and repairs attended to their obligations, each fulfilling their roles diligently. Indeed, challenging a ninja village proved to be no simple feat. Even the existence of tailed beasts could only lead to a regrettable defeat. Upon returning to his watch, Yena reflected on this sentiment. It could be said that the misfortune of the two tails was somewhat fortuitous for him. Originally, Yena had showcased remarkable prowess, but with the sudden emergence of the tailed beast, his achievements were rendered less impressive. This realization brought him a sense of relief, for excessive acclaim was not necessarily advantageous for him. After the shift, Yena resumed his sword practice. What's wrong, Yena? You seem rather discontented. A teammate approached him playfully. Are you feeling resentful for having your glory overshadowed? Oh, not at all. You're overthinking it. Yena replied, managing a smile, though he was far from feeling resentful. Yet, the more he denied it, the more his comrades sensed his discontent. This scene caught the attention of the acting team leader, who remarked, if you're feeling discontent, strive harder to earn greater accolades. What good is sulking here? Clearly, he too interpreted Yena's expression as a manifestation of discontent. With a wry smile, Yena could only think how stubborn everyone was. Did he truly seem like someone who could easily harbor resentment? 2 days later, the Hidden Cloud Village was nearly restored to stability, and the repair work commenced. Yena's team welcomed several new members. During the confrontation with the two tails, a single-tailed beast bomb had claimed the lives of over 50 Umbu, leaving more than 200 with varying degrees of injury. In contrast, Yena's small squad suffered only 2 injuries, yet 8 fatalities, marking them as the team with the highest casualties among all Umbu squads. After greeting the newcomers, Yena resumed his swordplay, appearing somewhat unapproachable. Observing this, someone chuckled and explained, "Don't mind him. That's just his nature. He is in T1 for conversation. However, he is undoubtedly a reliable ally. Being assigned to a mission with him is truly a stroke of luck." Upon hearing this, the newly joined members softened their attitudes towards Yena. Nevertheless, they remained skeptical regarding his abilities. Meanwhile, within the Raikage's office, as the Hidden Cloud Village undertook its self-repair, the fourth Raikage reviewed the reports of the recent chaos, wearing a satisfied smile as he remarked, "Our Hidden Cloud Village boasts quite a number of elites, does it not? We are far from being as inept as we may appear." Due to his timely arrival, the ambitions of the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, Karabi, to escape from the village were ruthlessly extinguished. The Two Tails, Nakomata, was also confined within the dragon's lair, yet the losses remained within an acceptable range. Nevertheless, Kira's performance was indeed remarkable. He managed to handle Inoue Yuya with such ease. Just how formidable is his true strength? The fourth Raikage squinted as he pondered over the reports submitted by acting Captain Yagura. He had initially believed that his effortless victory against Darui was impressive, but to his astonishment, he found that even against someone like Inoue Yuya, who was on the verge of becoming an S-class criminal, Kira displayed such adeptness. How strong could he be when he truly exerted himself? The fourth Raikage was genuinely curious. He then picked up the reports from other Umbu squad leaders. After merely glancing at them, his eyes widened in disbelief, even eliciting a sharp intake of breath. He could withstand the virtual dog cannon? Such defensive capabilities were indeed extraordinary. This individual was certainly not ordinary. He could not possibly be a mere B-class rogue ninja, as no B-class rogue ninja could possess the ability to endure such an attack. The fourth Raikage began to feel that his suspicions regarding Yagura were indeed justified. This man was undoubtedly exceptional. However, a thought struck him, and he quickly composed himself. What if his strength had merely been concealed while in the Hidden Mist Village and had suddenly surged upon his arrival in the Hidden Cloud Village? Such a possibility could indeed render everything plausible. But could one truly attain such rapid growth? Could he possess a bloodline limit that allowed for swift enhancement in power? This was the only explanation he could conceive. As for the notion of a cheat, he had no such concept. Unbeknownst to him, Yagura was indeed a prodigious talent. Nevertheless, he decided it would be best to wait for Tenkin's return. With his intel, clarity would surely follow. A day later, Tenkin returned. Upon receiving the news of Tenkin's arrival, the fourth Raikage was elated and immediately summoned him. "So what have you discovered? Any exceedingly useful information?" The fourth Raikage gazed at Tenkin with eager anticipation. "Lord Raikage, your instincts were indeed correct. This Kira has a problem." Tenkin's first words left the fourth Raikage momentarily stunned. His gaze instantly sharpened. He inquired, "What is the situation?" In response, Tenkin produced a scroll from his robe and handed it to the fourth Raikage, stating, "You will understand upon reading this, Lord Raikage." The fourth Raikage took it without hesitation. Just half a minute into reading, he was suddenly engulfed in a surge of astonishing lightning. The table exploded, and even the ground cracked beneath him. What a Kira indeed! He growled in a deep voice. "Had I not been vigilant, you might have nearly deceived me." He turned to Tenkin, his gaze icy as he commanded, "I entrust him to you. Take a few capable hands to prevent his escape. I will await you in the Umbu prison." Tianxi nodded in response to the words spoken, and as she was preparing to depart, she heard the fourth Raikage's chilling voice. "If he refuses, you can eliminate him on the spot. You won't hold back, will you?" With an icy tone, Tianxin replied. Certainly. Yunin village will not tolerate such a menace. And with that, she swiftly departed. The white glimmer, Kirio. Humph. No wonder you bear such a striking resemblance. It turns out you are indeed the same individual. Such cunning. Managing to deceive the intelligence department's scrutiny twice is no small feat. Fortunately, I kept a wary eye on you. Otherwise, I shudder to think of the dire consequences that could have ensued. This ends here. I shall not allow you to commit any acts against Yunin village. Meanwhile, in the residence of Yeongnai, he sat cross-legged on his bed, eyes closed in a meditative state. The enhancement of his power attribute was complete. Congratulations to the host for achieving the invincible status of a Jonin, thus earning the title of Gifted One. Title. The greater the number of titles, the greater the host's reputation and charm, leading others to trust, respect, and adore you. Listening to the voice echoing in his mind, Yeongnai maintained a look of mild astonishment. He inquired, System, did you not mention that there would be no rewards for achievements? What then is this reputation and charm? You truly are slapping your own face with that contradiction. System. The system is subject to iterative updates at any time. Please regard the current system functions as accurate. In response to this explanation, Yeongnai could only think that the system was stubborn as a dead duck. Just as he was rising from his bed, preparing to report to the Umbu, a sudden knocking echoed from outside his door. Yeongnai felt a surge of surprise. Who could be knocking on his door? Upon opening it, he found his captain, Tianxin, standing there. Behind her, four Umbu operatives positioned themselves, blocking every possible exit for Yeongnai. Witnessing this scene, a sense of foreboding washed over him. Something was amiss. The stance of Tianxin and her team clearly indicated they were there to apprehend him, sealing off his escape routes. Had I been exposed? That shouldn't be possible. I must not have revealed any flaws. A sinister premonition surged within Yeongnai as he inquired, Captain Tianxin, what is this about? With a frigid response, Tianxin stated, Jinghong, I wish to gather some information regarding the white glimmer. Come with us. I hope you will not make any erratic moves. Otherwise, it could endanger your life. Upon hearing this, Yeongnai's heart sank anew. Tianxin's words instilled in him a strong sense that his identity had indeed been compromised. But how could that be? Yeongnai was perplexed. Moreover, what should he do in this situation? Flee. He glanced at Tianxin and the four Umbu behind her, swiftly dismissing that thought. All were of Jonin rank. The chance of escape was minuscule, yet to accompany them was tantamount to seeking his own demise. Yeongnai could not ascertain what awaited him ahead. Death, or grievous injury. Jinghong, do not struggle excessively. Please. Yeongnai found herself lost in contemplation, standing motionless. Tianxin's demeanor grew increasingly frosty, even as he took a step forward. TCH, let us gamble. Let us wager that the fourth rakeage has yet to fully ascertain my identity. At this moment, fleeing would undoubtedly result in a relentless pursuit by the entire ninja force of Yunin village, a feat far beyond her capabilities to escape unscathed. Yeongnai clenched her fists, resolutely contemplating her situation. Since retreat was not an option, she resolved to forge ahead. Perhaps there would be a moment of clarity amidst the chaos. Captain Tianxin, let us proceed. With determination, Yeongnai stepped forward. But the instant she crossed the threshold of the door, her hands were immediately restrained. Do not attempt any tricks, or I cannot guarantee that they will refrain from employing lethal force against you. Tianxin cast a glance at Yeongnai, his expression tinged with complexity. To be fair, he was reluctant to accept this reality, yet the truth seldom aligned with one's desires. In the Umbu, the Intelligence Division's prison, a rogue ninja from Kirigakure, Kira, proficient in lightning release and swordsmanship, had attempted to assassinate the Mizukage out of discontent with his regime, only to fail and flee to Yunin village. The fourth rakeage regarded Yeongnai with an impassive countenance and stated, before you respond, allow me to elaborate. You are the elite of Kirigakure. The brother of the esteemed Terumi Mei, known as the White Cold Light, Yeongnai, under the orders of Lord Mizukage. You have assumed the alias Kira to infiltrate Yunin village for intelligence gathering, with a time frame of 6 months. To ensure a successful infiltration, a memory retention technique was inscribed within your mind, designed to last 6 months. Additionally, through specialized methods, your voice and physique were altered to assume the guise of another. In pursuit of this mission, you have painstakingly adapted your combat style to that of a lightning user. You even went so far as to employ ruthless tactics against the Umbu of Kirigakure, who pursued you, nearly costing you your life. Truly an impressive feat, white cold light. I never anticipated that the one I have been pondering would indeed come to stand before me. Upon hearing the fourth Raikage's words, Yelian felt her heart plummet, a chill enveloping her. She could sense her heartbeat accelerating wildly, her lips trembling, her pupils constricting, and cold sweat cascading down her brow. Her mind was a cacophony, blank and devoid of strategies to confront the looming crisis. Prior to her arrival, she had harbored a glimmer of hope. Perhaps the fourth Raikage was unaware of her true identity, and that she might evade detection. Yet, the current reality proved that circumstances had far surpassed her expectations, plunging her into an unprecedented predicament. Stay calm, remain composed. You must maintain your tranquility. If you lose your cool, today will be your end. You must confront this with a level head. Yelian repeatedly reminded herself within her mind. If she could gather her thoughts, perhaps a sliver of hope would emerge. To falter would surely lead to her demise. What's the matter? Have I struck a chord, white cold light? Have you lost your voice? Noticing Yelian silence, the fourth Raikage crossed his arms and remarked with a hint of amusement. As Yelian lifted her gaze towards Raikage, she inquired, Lord Raikage, do you truly believe I am the white cold light? With undeniable evidence at hand, what further doubts could there be? The fourth Raikage raised an eyebrow and asserted, there can be no denial. Yelian questioned, and from where does this evidence originate? Do you trust it so implicitly? Are you not concerned it may be fabricated? The fourth Raikage replied, this information was procured by my envoy, Tianxin, who infiltrated your village of mist. It is impossible for it to be false. Upon hearing this, Yelian's heart trembled, and she retorted, surely this information came from Elder Yuanlong. If it is from him, then it bears no credibility whatsoever. I was once a subordinate of Kuratsuchi and a target of his schemes. Lord Raikage, do not fall for this treachery. In her mind, she reflected on how Tianxin's sudden disappearance was indeed a cover for infiltrating the Mist Village, a brilliant ruse. The fourth Raikage chuckled once more, remarking, why the agitation, young one? Whether or not it is a treacherous scheme can be determined through facts. The intelligence contains methods to lift the two seals upon you. So let us see if you truly are the white cold light. If so, your fate is sealed. If not, I shall apologize and never doubt you again. The fourth Raikage regarded Yelian as one might observe an insignificant ant. He then signaled to Tianxin, who immediately began to weave hand seals, declaring, release of the writing seal. Witnessing this scene, Yelian felt a chill run down her spine, her pupils constricting to the size of pinpricks. This was the very essence of being cornered. At this moment, any word she uttered would be meaningless. In the face of absolute truth, her struggles rendered her powerless. Never had she felt such despair since arriving in this world. System, assist me. She fervently implored as she saw Tianxin's hand approach her, threatening to expose her true form. It felt as though time itself had frozen. Yelian swallowed hard, watching as Tianxin's hand made contact. In that instant, her heart raced to her throat. A resonating hum enveloped her surroundings. Yet, nothing changed. How could this be? Not a single alteration. The fourth Raikage, in disbelief, bellowed in astonishment. Upon hearing this, Yelian was momentarily stunned, nearly collapsing from the earlier tension, her heart a whirlwind of surprise and uncertainty. The seals had not been lifted, implying that the system had indeed intervened. Words failed to encapsulate her emotions, neither joy nor fear, but a sensation difficult to articulate. At that moment, a cold voice echoed in her mind. This special operation has consumed 10,000 enhancement points. Should the host require further assistance, orders may be placed with this system once more. Realizing that the system had genuinely intervened, Yelian exhaled deeply in relief, uncertain of the reasons. The moment the system intervened, he experienced a profound sense of reassurance. However, at that very instant, his shoulder was unexpectedly seized by someone. The grip was formidable, causing Yelian to emit a cry of pain. Upon focusing his gaze, he found the fourth Raikage glaring at him with a face twisted in disbelief, demanding, what have you done? Why have you shown no signs of change? Speak. The final word resounded like thunder, rendering Yelian momentarily deafened by its intensity. With the system backing him, Yelian felt significantly more composed and was able to respond with remarkable calmness. Lord Raikage, I have already explained that the Yuanlong is my adversary. It is entirely reasonable for him to employ such deceitful tactics to eliminate me. I am not the so-called white cold light, hence I would not exhibit any changes. Moreover, My expertise lies in lightning release, while the white cold light excels in water release. If I were truly the white cold light, would I not be a monstrous prodigy capable of mastering both water and lightning techniques at such a tender age of 12? Have you ever encountered such an individual? Upon hearing his defense, the fourth Raikage pressed further. How do you explain the information regarding Tianqin? That was obtained through a secret infiltration. How could it possibly be a scheme devised by Yuanlong to use you as a pawn? Are you suggesting that such a flawless infiltration could go undetected? That Yuanlong is orchestrating everything from behind the scenes? His tone was filled with fury. If this were true, it would be a slap in his face. It blatantly suggested that the infiltration capabilities of Cloud Village were inferior to those of Mist Village. Please remain calm, Lord Raikage. Upon hearing this, Yi Liangnai felt an even greater sense of joy. The Raikage's emotional instability represented more opportunities for him. Although Yuanlong's strength was lacking, his cunning was commendable. Undoubtedly among the elite of the ninja world, every action of Mist Village's inhabitants fell under Yuanlong's control. While infiltration might not pose significant challenges, conducting investigations would be an entirely different matter. Excessive actions would inevitably leave traces, and he happened to be an expert in this area. I do not doubt Captain Tianqin's capabilities, yet his return was alarmingly uneventful, which strikes me as rather peculiar. For in Mist Village, aside from rogue ninjas, all others are marked with corresponding curse seals upon exiting the village. Normally, he should have sensed me, being a fellow Mist Village ninja. However, as you can see, Captain Tianqin did not exhibit any such awareness towards me. His words trailed off, but Yi Liangnai was confident the fourth Raikage grasped his underlying implication. Really? The fourth Raikage regarded Yi Liangnai with a strange expression, speaking skeptically. He found it hard to believe Yi Liangnai's assertions, suspecting he was being earnestly deceived. Yet, he lacked the evidence to substantiate that Yi Liangnai was lying. How could there be such an absurd stipulation? Must departing ninjas be marked with curse seals? Is there such a profound distrust of the ninjas within our village? If Lord Raikage does not believe me, he can send someone to verify it. Knight Liangnai declared confidently. This time, he was not speaking fancifully. Indeed, there existed such a regulation in the village of Mist. Perhaps Lord Raikage was unaware of our village's customs. The purpose of the cursed seal is twofold. First, it facilitates the swift location of companions during missions, enhancing operational efficiency. Second, in the unfortunate event of mission failure, it ensures the retrieval and silencing of all involved to prevent information leakage. Thus, while this cursed seal may sound absurd, it is undeniably real. Listening to him, the fourth Raikage began to reconsider his stance. This manner of operation certainly resonated with the capabilities of the village of Mist. Only they could so brazenly eliminate their own comrades. If this were true, then had he unjustly accused Knight Liangnai? No, that could not be the case. Before reaching a final decision, he must examine Knight's memories. Suddenly, the fourth Raikage recalled that he had yet to conduct that inquiry. At this juncture, he would treat this like a desperate gamble. If Knight Liangnai were indeed innocent, he would likely not resist. Conversely, any sign of reluctance would indicate guilt. Regardless of what you assert, your suspicion remains unchanged. Jiraiya, I reiterate, should you ultimately prove to be wronged, I shall personally apologize to you. Yet before that, it is prudent to investigate your memories once more to fully confirm your innocence, the fourth Raikage stated with a grave expression fixed upon Knight Liangnai. Of course, I have no objections. I am eager to vindicate myself, Knight Liangnai replied. Previously, he might have felt some trepidation, but now he was utterly unperturbed. With the system safeguarding him, he feared nothing. Could it truly be that he had no issues? Observing Knight's complete lack of apprehension, the fourth Raikage furrowed his brow. Pondering deeply, he then signaled to Tianqin to proceed with the procedure to unravel the eternal memory seal on Knight Liangnai. As per the information obtained from the village of Mist, release. Tianqin immediately adhered to the Raikage's instructions and escorted Knight to the intelligence department's designated area for memory verification. Regardless of the outcome, clarity was bound to emerge. Tianqin mused internally. Events had not unfolded as he had anticipated, leaving him both regretful and relieved. If Knight Liangnai were not a spy, it would be nothing short of a blessing. Remarkably, the fourth Raikage had personally come to witness the memory inquiry, a testament to his inner turmoil. Time passed slowly. The fourth Raikage experienced a sense of time dragging on, a sentiment shared by Tianqin. The ninja responsible for the memory search felt the weight of their gaze acutely, amplifying his pressure. The only one seemingly at ease was Knight Liang-nai, shielded by the system. The release of the Eternal Memory Seal posed no issue, as the fabricated memories could not be detected by the ninjas of the Cloud Village. 25 minutes later, the memory investigation concluded, and the ninja responsible for the task let out a long sigh, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. How did it go? Before he could catch his breath, the fourth Raikage approached and inquired. There were no anomalies. His memories are entirely normal, consistent with previous investigations. The subordinate replied, having meticulously examined all of his memories without detecting any irregularities. Upon hearing this, the fourth Raikage furrowed his brow. So, what do you think, Lord Raikage? I told you I had no issues. At this moment, Liang-nai sauntered over, raising an eyebrow. You seem rather pleased, the fourth Raikage remarked, his expression darkening. Of course, my suspicions have been completely cleared. How could I not be happy? Liang-nai replied with a smile, seemingly oblivious to the Raikage's increasingly grim demeanor. Lord Raikage, unless there are further matters, I shall take my leave. I still have patrol duties to attend to. If I delay any longer, the acting captain will certainly have words with me, and I cannot bear a scolding. Liang-nai said with a rather apprehensive expression. Go, go, go. Leave at once. And do not linger before my eyes. The fourth Raikage bellowed, his eyes flashing with fierce intensity, as if he wished to devour Liang-nai whole. I take my leave. Liang-nai immediately dashed towards the door, eager to escape this dreadful place, nearly feeling as if he would meet his end here. Thankfully, he had the system. Otherwise, he would have surely fallen victim to that old wretch, Yuan Long. Yuan Long, you old scoundrel, wait for me. I shall not rest until I avenge this grudge. In Liang-nai's heart, Yuan Long had firmly secured a place on his blacklist, deserving of his wrath. After Liang-nai's departure, the fourth Raikage turned to Tianxin and said, Do you truly believe this fellow poses no threat? I cannot shake the feeling that something is amiss. He was utterly panicked when captured, exhibiting extreme anxiety, which is clearly indicative of a concealed identity. Yet, why can we not uncover anything? Tianxin replied, his extreme reaction upon capture may simply be a natural instinct, given that it was likely his first encounter with such a situation. Since the intelligence department has conducted 3 thorough memory searches without revealing any issues, I believe we can afford to be reassured. Unless his abilities are so extraordinary that even the elite of the intelligence department cannot detect any flaws. If Liang-nai were aware that Tianxin constantly defended him, would he feel touched? Perhaps he would. In that case, it does hold some merit. The fourth Raikage nodded, speaking thus as he exited the intelligence division. Yet, he pondered, is there truly nothing wrong? I still feel this individual is suspicious. Such a clandestine location as the Umbu cannot allow him to remain. It would be wiser to assign him elsewhere. Where could his capabilities be best utilized? Oh, perhaps assigning him to guard the Jinchuriki would be a prudent decision. No, if he truly harbors ill intentions, that would mean placing the village's lifeblood in his hands. It is unacceptable to send him there. Perhaps to the assassination division? This is a place dedicated to hunting down various rogue ninjas and undertaking assassination contracts. Aside from matters of assassination, nothing else is permitted. This is the plan. It is indeed a clever solution. It will prevent him from uncovering the secrets of the hidden Cloud Village while allowing him to contribute his abilities to the fullest extent. With this decision made, the fourth Raikage's expression visibly brightened. Meanwhile, in the hidden mist village, Mei gazed sternly at the 2 Umbu agents before her. Her voice frigid and filled with menace. I instructed you to monitor every move of Yu Long. Yet, here you stand, telling me that you fell into a trap set by his subordinates, resulting in the information about Yilianai being acquired by the ninjas of the hidden Cloud Village. I explicitly warned you to be cautious and vigilant, as this concerns Yilianai's life. And your response is this. Listening to Mei's icy words, the 2 Umbu elites kneeling before her were drenched in cold sweat, their faces ashen with terror. You had better pray that nothing happens to Yilianai, otherwise, you too shall pay with your lives, she declared. Lock them up and await their fate. I trust such incidents will never occur again. If our current operations encounter any mishap, we shall all perish. Do you understand? Mei surveyed the room, issuing her warning. The others nodded in agreement. While at the back of the group, Kisame Hashigaki observed the scene with a smirk, pondering how Yilianai would respond. Yilianai sought to rally them, proclaiming that he would bring about a transformation in the hidden mist village. But should he falter before he could even exert his strength, it would be a tremendous disappointment. Back at the Hidden Cloud Village, upon returning to his post, Yilianai was certainly not met with scorn as he had anticipated, for someone had already clarified the reason for his tardiness. Since all was well, he resumed his duties, confident that Lord Raikage would not unjustly accuse anyone. The acting captain conveyed this assurance to Yilianai. Nodding in acknowledgement, Yilianai rejoined his comrades. His teammates, of course, refrained from indulging their curiosity by inquiring why he had been summoned by the Raikage to the intelligence division. Such inquiries were strictly forbidden among members. In the afternoon, Tenshin officially returned to the team, and the acting captain stepped down. The first piece of news Tenshin brought back bewildered the recently returned Oriwi. Yilianai had been reassigned to the Perilous Assassination Division. "Captain, why would Lord Raikage transfer him?" Oriwi questioned. "His strength is remarkable, and his talent is exceptional. He would make an excellent linchpin. Isn't this a waste of talent?" In response to Oriwi's doubts, Tenshin offered no elaborate explanation. "This is Lord Raikage's command. We need not question the reasons, only execute it." With Tenshin's words, Oriwi, despite his confusion, had no choice but to comply. "Jinghong, do not perish," Tenshin warned as he looked at Yilianai. "Rest assured, Captain, I shall." Knight Liangnai smiled upon hearing this and remarked, "I am not so easily extinguished. My life is quite resilient." With that, he took his leave. In his heart, he mused, "It seems the Fourth Raikage still harbors doubts about my capabilities. He has reassigned me to the assassination unit, perhaps out of fear that I might uncover sensitive intelligence. How exceedingly cautious of him. However, it matters not. The more he distances me, the broader my network becomes, and the more information I shall acquire." Knight Liangnai proceeded directly to report to the assassination unit. The sudden arrival of a newcomer stirred considerable excitement among the team members, as evidenced by the palpable aura of lethal intent they exuded. "Haha, at last a fresh face. This promises to be entertaining," they teased. "Hey, newcomer, have you ever tasted blood? What brings you under Lord Raikage's command? You appear quite youthful. Have you ever taken a life? Can you truly adapt to the life of an assassin? Just don't make a mess. We want to be cleaning up after you." As he walked, he was enveloped by a wave of murderous energy from the group, who taunted him. Yet, Knight Liangnai remained silent, choosing instead to observe his comrades. Truly, they belonged to the assassination division, and their prowess was commendable, surpassing that of other dark divisions. Moreover, each possessed a formidable presence, which suited him rather well. He selectively disregarded the menacing aura directed at him. Such intimidation held no sway over him. He arrived at the captain of the assassination unit to make his report, only to be met with a look of surprise. This individual was familiar to him, tall, with a cold gaze. Was this not the member who confronted the Two Tails? His name seemed to be Do Lang. "Ah, it's you. I can't believe Lord Raikage has assigned you to my unit. How peculiar. Did Tianxin truly allow you to come here?" Do Lang also recognized Knight Liangnai, his expression reflecting mild astonishment. "Captain, do you know him?" The surrounding team members gasped upon overhearing their exchange. "Well, I suppose we are acquainted," Do Lang replied. "You all should temper your murderous intent. Your tactics may work on others, but not on him." He cast a glance at his team before turning to Knight Liangnai. "Jinghong, is it? Now that you've joined us, you are one of us. Here, we adhere to 3 simple rules. First, obey my commands. Even if you believe you are right. Please point it out only after executing my orders. Second, no infighting among teammates. Violators shall face dire consequences. If conflicts arise, they must be resolved in my presence or that of another team member. Third, absolutely no actions that could harm the village's interests. If discovered, I shall have no choice but to eliminate you. Can you comply? If not, I can promptly inform Lord Raikage and have you reassigned elsewhere." Upon hearing Do Lang's cold pronouncement, Knight Liangnai nodded, indicating his understanding. "Ah, your arrival is quite timely. We have just received a mission. With that said, let us officially commence your inaugural task. I shall elaborate on the pertinent details as we proceed. If there are no objections, let us set off." Do Lang, speaking with utmost clarity, promptly gathered the entire team of 18 and departed. On the road, "Newcomer, I trust your stamina is adequate. Do not fall behind." It was evident that the majority of the assassination team had yet to fully accept the newcomer, Liangnai. He should be able to keep pace and not lag behind. Liangnai, scratching his head, shyly remarked, "I hope so. Good luck, newcomer." Upon hearing this, the members of the assassination team cast him a sympathetic glance before resuming their journey. Should Liangnai falter, they would show him no mercy. "Jinghong, upon making his debut, swiftly eliminated over 100 ninjas, a significant number of whom were elite jonin. He later triumphed against Yoru with undeniable superiority. Amid the turmoil in the Hidden Cloud Village, he subdued the A-rank rogue ninja Inoue and played a pivotal role in the battle against the Two Tails. With such formidable strength, I eagerly anticipate how you will fare on your first assassination mission, Dolong mused internally. He shared a strong camaraderie with Tianxin and was therefore well acquainted with Yeongnai. He had heard Tianxin speak of Yeongnai on numerous occasions, and each time, an unmistakable pride illuminated Tianxin's face, further piquing Dolong's interest in Yeongnai. During the battle against the Two Tails, he had acknowledged Yeongnai's prowess. Yet possessing strength does not guarantee proficiency in executing assassination missions. Do not underestimate the intricacies of such tasks. Dolong contemplated. He then called Yeongnai over, and while continuing on their path, he narrated the details of their assassination mission to him. Their target this time is a B-rank rogue ninja named Ki Murasawa. The necessity of deploying the entire assassination team to confront a B-rank rogue stems from the fact that this individual has been a fugitive for 6 years, with his whereabouts only recently uncovered. He has since established a formidable presence in the neighboring country of Moon, monopolizing the underground trade in the country of Snow and commanding a considerable number of armed subordinates, as well as capable bodyguards. The challenge posed by this mission is substantial, compounded by his connections with various dignitaries in the country of Moon, which further complicates matters, given that the country of Moon and the country of Lightning are allied. The death of any official would undoubtedly incite the wrath of the country of Moon's daimyo. This indeed presents a considerable challenge. Upon hearing Dolong's account of the mission, Yeongnai narrowed his eyes, brimming with excitement. For your first assignment, all you need to do is heed our commands. I trust that under our guidance, you will swiftly grasp the essentials, understood? Tianxin holds you in high regard. Do not let me down. Jinghong, I hope you can bring me an extraordinary surprise. Hearing this, Yeongnai could not help but smile and replied, that request seems rather ambitious. However, I shall endeavor to do my utmost, Captain. Hearing these words, Dolong nodded, and the group continued on their journey. The Moon Country, Matsuzaka Town. This is a fortified stronghold, where every citizen is a soldier. Yet, these arms do not belong to the Lord of the Moon Country, but rather to Huakunzai of the Moon Country. It is more accurate to describe Matsuzaka Town as an independent kingdom of Huakunzai rather than a part of the Moon Country. This place is a realm beyond the jurisdiction of the Moon Country, and its sole master is Huakunzai. Here, various illicit activities transpire daily. Human trafficking, arms smuggling, and information trading are rampant. It is indeed one of the strongholds of the underground black market. Its deep-rooted background deters most from daring to offend. Hence, it has also been labeled as the Second Kingdom of the Moon Country. Once, the Lord of the Moon Country attempted to eradicate Huakunzai, but this endeavor ended in failure, nearly costing him his own life. Had it not been for the support of the Thunder Country, the Lord of the Moon Country would have met his demise. Since that incident, the Lord of the Moon Country has lost confidence in subduing this region and instead forged an agreement with Huakunzai. As long as he pays his taxes punctually, his existence will be acknowledged, and his actions will remain unchallenged. In return, Huakunzai is to refrain from interfering in the internal affairs of the Moon Country, avoiding any acts of terror that might threaten its peace and stability. Thus, the two parties signed a pact of peaceful coexistence, which endured until recently. However, not long ago, the Lord of the Moon Country, Dekang V, passed away, and Dekang VI ascended to power. Unlike his father, who had grown weary and lost ambition, Dekang VI is fervent and will not tolerate the existence of this malignant tumor in Matsuzaka Town. Consequently, he issued an assassination contract to the Hidden Cloud Village of the Thunder Country. At this moment, within the central edifice of Matsuzaka Town, Huakunzai, a middle-aged man with green hair tied in a topknot and reeking of alcohol, remarked, I hear that the fool Dekang VI wishes to kill me? This man is none other than Huakunzai. He chuckled, how audacious. He indeed possesses more courage than his father. However, at this point, Huakunzai's gaze suddenly sharpened. Having ambition is commendable, but regrettably unrealistic. This young man has yet to experience the harshness of reality and remains blissfully unaware of the vast chasm that separates us. A hint of disdain curled at the corners of his mouth as he laughed heartily, spreading his arms wide. The entire military of the Moon Country barely numbers 80,000, while I already command 60,000. Even within the castle guards, 40% are my men, and even among his personal retainers, some are mine. Does he think he can contend with me? Is he worthy? Will he succeed? At my command, heads shall roll. His demeanor was both domineering and arrogant. Yet perhaps this is the essence of reality. Ha ha ha, that Dekang 6 is merely courting death. Come, come, Lord Huakunzai, let us continue our revelry, said a scholarly-looking man seated to Huakunzai's left. Indeed, Lord Huakunzai, why waste our spirits over such a mere ant? Chimed in a burly man seated to his right. If he seeks death, we shall gladly oblige. Ha ha indeed. Lord Huaitsuan, let us drink. With merely 6,000 troops, we can easily annihilate the insignificant Dekang 6. The kingdom of the moon is but our plaything. Who holds the title of the sovereign is entirely at your discretion, Lord Huaitsuan. The surrounding crowd, upon hearing these words, inwardly cursed the two sycophants, yet hastily joined in the flattery, fearing to be left behind. Not at all. Ha ha, you all overestimate me. How could I possibly meddle in the internal affairs of the kingdom of the moon? Though he spoke thus, the proud smile at the corner of Huaitsuan's mouth betrayed his true thoughts. His claim of non-interference was nothing but a facade. He was fully aware of his intentions. However, he remained oblivious to the subtle glance cast by a pale-faced scholar towards a certain direction to his right, where a flicker of determination glimmered in his eyes. In his heart, he mused, Huaitsuan, your days of ease are numbered. I have endured humiliation and burden to aid you in establishing this vast, independent kingdom. And now it is time for you to relinquish it. The territorial integrity of the kingdom of the moon shall not be compromised. There can be only one ruler of the moon, and that is my elder brother, Dekang. You believe you command the forces of the kingdom of the moon? You think their allegiance lies with you? Huh, how unfortunate, for their true loyalty is to me. I am the second prince of the kingdom of the moon. Dekang Haiyue. It seemed as though his actions had not gone unnoticed. A wandering swordsman standing behind Huaitsuan suddenly opened his eyes and shot him a glance. A hint of suspicion flickering within. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss with this strategist. Meanwhile, as the banquet unfolded, at the borders of the kingdom of the moon, the delegation from Yun'in village was intercepted. Password. The cold voice of Do Lang demanded. May blossoms fall like snow. The crimson moon sways in the water. The newcomer fluently recited the password, and after exchanging tokens with Do Lang, their identities were confirmed. You are the chief guard of the Moon's sovereign, Lord Kong, correct? How may we assist you? Upon hearing this, Kong replied, Please, follow me immediately through the secret path to the Lord's castle. His Highness requires your protection at this very moment. Let us proceed, Do Lang nodded, allowing Kong to lead the way to the castle. Their meeting place was exceedingly concealed, yet even so, it was soon discovered by Huaitsuan's scouts. It seems Huaitsuan boasts a commendable surveillance network. We've caught a little mouse. Knight Liang Nai suddenly grinned as they walked along the path. What is happening? Do Lang inquired upon hearing his words. Just now, a scout departed, exuding malice. I believe he is an enemy, not a friend. Knight Liang Nai replied with a grin. Impossible. I have sensed nothing amiss. There hasn't been a hint of disturbance within a mile. How could the enemy approach us? Are you fabricating tales for attention? Little one. Such jokes are not amusing. If this leads to mission failure, the consequences will be on you. A figure, seemingly responsible for sensing threats, immediately voiced their skepticism. Their gaze sharp. Jing Hong, I shall grant you one more chance. Is there truly any danger? Do not lie to me. The repercussions are dire. Upon hearing the words of the individual, Do Lang's gaze towards Yi Liang Nai turned icy, reflecting a profound belief in the stranger's claims. Indeed, it was imperative that the truth be spoken. To the newcomer, one must not deliberately stir trouble. The new city claims there are none. From where do you assert the presence of enemies? The surrounding individuals instantly regarded Yi Liang Nai with hostility, pressing him for answers. 3 miles away. Naturally, one would be unable to detect an enemy, for he is 3 miles distant, employing a unique reconnaissance technique to see us. Yi Liang Nai cast a sidelong glance at the crowd, his eyes narrowing in mockery. If we do not pursue soon, he shall exceed my sensing range. Should the mission fail, do not place the blame upon me. What, 3 miles away? The newcomer. Are you certain you are not jesting? Spare us the fabrications, whose reconnaissance can reach 3 miles. Upon hearing Yi Liang Nai's words, his companions erupted with skepticism, each voicing their doubts. They were incredulous, unable to believe Yi Liang Nai possessed such abilities. If disbelief is the case, then I must acknowledge my own abruptness. Having offered a warning, if others choose not to believe, that is their prerogative. There is no need to further elaborate. When the mission falters, the blame shall not rest on my shoulders. Jinghong, are you certain you did not misinterpret? Dolong inquired once more, though his tone bore a hint of belief. While he did not trust Yiliangnai, he placed faith in Tianxin. Given Tianxin's high regard for him, it suggested that Yiliangnai was no mere pretender. Surely, he could not be mistaken about the essence of humanity. Yiliangnai raised an eyebrow and remarked, "What significance does sensing an aura from 3 miles away hold? I have heard that the second Hokage of Konohagakure, Senju Tobarama, could perceive a presence from thousands of kilometers away. That is the true embodiment of a ruler." In the original narrative, while situated within the forbidden grounds of the Uchiha clan, he could directly sense the aura of Uchiha Madara from the battlefield near the neighboring country of the Land of Waves. Such a formidable sensing ability is truly unparalleled. Thousands of kilometers. His declaration prompted the crowd to gasp in astonishment. Is there truly someone so fearsome? In that case, I shall place my trust in you this once. Xinxing, accompany Jinghong in pursuit, and do so with haste. Dolong commanded Yiliangnai and the ninja responsible for sensing, known as Xinxing. I knew I could not escape the duty of personally chasing him down. Off I go, Captain. With that, he cast a glance at the individual named Xinxing and vanished from sight in an instant. This fellow, is he attempting to provoke? Such arrogance from a mere newcomer. Observing Yiliangnai's actions, the expressions of the assassination team darkened considerably. Arrogance or not, their subsequent achievements would reveal the truth. Lacking genuine power equates to mere bravado. Should one possess strength, that is a different story. It would indicate that our standards must indeed be elevated. Dolong replied coldly. The crowd fell silent, then sought a concealed location to await developments. Meanwhile, Yiliangnai mused to himself as he journeyed onward. Not bad. This fellow possesses quite an understanding of counter-reconnaissance. However, alas, my chosen prey has never escaped my grasp. Yet, despite Newtown's utmost efforts to expand his perception, he gleaned not a single reward. This led him to question not only his own abilities, but also to wonder if Yiliangnai was merely boasting. If you are merely spreading falsehoods to sow discord among the ranks, I shall not hesitate to eliminate you, he resolutely thought to himself. However, the notion that Yiliangnai had claimed sensory thousand-hand Tobarama could detect presences from thousands of kilometers away stirred a tempest within him. Could there truly exist such formidable individuals in this world? A kilometer ahead, an ostensibly ordinary man was sprinting at breakneck speed. If I deliver this news to Lord Huetsuin, surely he will reward me handsomely. He mused delightfully in his mind. The ninjas of Cloud Hidden Village would not allow you to thwart Lord Huetsuin's endeavors. The Land of the Moon is the domain of Lord Huetsuin. Your interference is entirely unwelcome. This conviction he held steadfastly. Yet, an hour later, he found himself compelled to halt. Young man, I have matters I wish to discuss with you. May I inquire about your thoughts on this? As Yiliangnai suddenly appeared before him, smiling and uttering these words, the man's pupils constricted in alarm. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned to flee. However, Newtown had been waiting behind him. Escape was simply impossible. Yiliangnai had labored tirelessly in pursuit, all for his head. With a swift thrust, Yiliangnai ended the man's life, leaving him to collapse into a pool of blood. Yiliangnai quickly disposed of the body, leaving no trace behind. All done. I can return to report to the captain. Newtown, right? What say you now? Do you still doubt my abilities? Yiliangnai raised an eyebrow, his face brimming with pride. I have gained new insights. It seems I have been a frog at the bottom of a well, Newtown replied, his countenance less than pleasant. In the face of undeniable facts, he had no choice but to concede. Too kind, too kind. Yiliangnai laughed heartily, and together with Newtown, they set off on their return journey. Half an hour later, they reunited with Dolong. Newtown, what is the situation? Are there truly enemies 3 miles away? The group immediately gathered around, eager for answers. There are indeed foes. I underestimated Jinghong. Newtown clenched his fists, responding with a hint of reluctance. Admitting his shortcomings before so many required considerable courage. What? Is it truly the case? Did the newcomer actually hit the mark? Upon hearing Newtown's admission, the crowd's eyes widened in astonishment. Yiliangnai was indeed not speaking in vain. His arrogance was backed by genuine prowess. This was rather awkward. Having just mocked Yiliangnai while fleeing, was there still time to retract their words? Such perceptive abilities were terrifying. Someone voiced their genuine admiration, noting that a sensory range of 3 miles was extraordinarily formidable. All right, since it is true, let us continue our journey. This is splendid news for us. With Jinghong's remarkable perception, the likelihood of successfully completing our mission has significantly increased. The Wolf of Do broke the current atmosphere with his commanding voice, ordering full speed towards the capital of the Moon Country. One cannot deny the formidable surveillance tactics employed by Hokunzawa. Along the journey, Yelyong Nai and the others eliminated 4 spies before finally reaching the capital. Each spy was more cleverly hidden than the last. Had it not been for the enhanced perception array of Yelyong Nai, their presence would have gone undetected. This success gradually earned Yelyong Nai the respect of the group, who no longer referred to him dismissively as the newcomer. If Yelyong Nai had not exposed these spies, they might not have even recognized their presence despite standing right in front of them. The thought of such a failure left Do Wolf feeling grateful that Lord Liang had sent him reinforcements at just the right moment. Thank goodness for Yelyong Nai. Meanwhile, in Hokunzawa's quarters, he inquired about any news from the spies dispatched outside. It had been quite some time without a word. Even in a drunken stupor, he remembered to check on the surveillance situation. It seemed there had been no unusual occurrences. With their concealment skills, unless the Hyuga clan from Konoha intervened, no one else, no matter how skilled in perception, could detect their traces. D-King Haoyue, fanning himself, responded, indeed. Finding them is impossible. This is my most prized elite force. Hokunzawa was quite pleased with D-King Haoyue's response. He then commanded, keep a constant watch on the movements of the spies in the capital. I expect news from the Cloud Ninja soon. His words dripped with arrogance and self-satisfaction. To attempt to kill me, D-King VI, is a foolish endeavor. In the capital, Yelyong Nai noted the abundance of spies and malevolent individuals lurking within. It seemed that the safety of D-King VI was not as assured as one might have hoped. Hokunzawa indeed possessed some skill, even managing to infiltrate the proximity of the Lord. Upon entering the city gates, Yelyong Nai, disguised as a guard, raised an eyebrow and remarked, there are quite a few spies in this capital, filled with malice. It appears the security of D-King VI is not so steadfast. His observation prompted a sigh from Takakazu, who replied, were it not for the gravity of the situation, we would not have called upon all of you. However, with your assistance in safeguarding His Highness, I am confident in our ability to eradicate Hokunzawa. This pest will not last much longer. Yelyong Nai and the others could not disagree with his assertion. Thus, they made their way to the Lord's chamber, where they encountered D-King VI. Thankfully, the spies planted by Hokunzawa had all been dealt with by Yelyong Nai and his companions. Still, whether there were any highly skilled ones that had escaped detection remained uncertain. At least for now, they had not disturbed anyone. Welcome, everyone. Your presence brings me great relief. Thank you for your hard work, Takakazu. D-King VI was a slightly portly young man. He was not particularly handsome, but his spirit was commendable, and his eyes shone with a hint of authority befitting a leader. You honor us, my lord. Do Wolf replied courteously before inquiring. May I ask how you intend to proceed with this mission, my lord? Upon hearing the unvarnished words of Dolong, Duke D-King VI's expression grew earnest. He declared, to repel external threats, one must first secure internal stability. Once I have eliminated the factors of unrest within, I shall promptly declare war against Huikans. Considering the timing, the news of our arrival here must have reached Huikans by now. His surveillance system is extraordinarily adept. My companions are utterly powerless against it. As he spoke, a shadow of melancholy crossed his features. Your Grace, perhaps you need not fret over this matter. If all goes as expected, Huikans should remain unaware of Yunrin's presence here. Takeyasu proclaimed confidently, bowing slightly. Upon hearing Takeyasu's words, Duke D-King VI's eyes widened in a mix of surprise and joy. What do you mean? Is it possible that Huikans has not dispatched spies? That seems improbable. He is far too cautious to overlook such a vital action. In response, Takeyasu turned his gaze to Yilianai among the group, stating, thanks to the assistance of this esteemed gentleman, we have successfully eliminated all spies within the city. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, Huikans will be effectively blind for quite some time. Therefore, Your Grace, we possess a significant advantage to address many matters. With high efficiency, we may even catch Huikans off guard. The excitement in Takeyasu's voice was unmistakable. What? Such fortuitous news. Splendid, splendid. Thank you immensely, esteemed gentlemen. Duke Dekang 6 rose and bowed in gratitude to Yilianai. However, Yilianai stepped back, declining the gesture. If your grace is prepared, I believe we can commence the internal purge. Delays may lead to complications. Very well, let us proceed. Takayasu, implement the strategy we previously devised. Duke Dekang 6 commanded. Takayasu immediately took his leave. And the Duke turned to Dolong and the others. I entrust my safety to you all. In these circumstances, I have few whom I can trust. Hence I have come without any guards. Naturally, Yilianai and the others accepted this responsibility with alacrity. It was their appointed task. Your Grace, may I observe this operation? If it is inconvenient, I apologize for my boldness. Yilianai expressed, feeling somewhat uneasy waiting idly. Would it not be more gratifying to wield a sword during this time? Oh, esteemed gentlemen, I must kindly ask you to remain here for the time being to avoid any misunderstandings. Should you feel restless, you may retreat to the side hall for a brief respite. Hearing this, Yilianai shrugged, sought Dolong's approval, and, upon receiving it, proceeded to the side hall. Is he truly so impatient? It seems unlikely. I recall his patience being unparalleled during our journey here. Why the sudden change? Observing Yilianai's behavior, one of Dolong's companions voiced their confusion. Go see what he is up to. Dolong furrowed his brow and commanded. Immediately, someone was dispatched to follow. The side hall was an expansive space, devoid of anything but 2 rows of chairs. Yilianai found a spot and unsheathed the short blade from his waist, beginning to practice his movements. Strength, indeed. Desiring revenge, one cannot proceed without strength. To overthrow the water shadow and teach Uchiha Obito a lesson, one must possess the requisite power. At the very least, achieving the initial level of shadow strength is essential. However, to attain such prowess, a minimum of 1 million enhancement points is necessary. Assuming a daily accumulation of 20,000 enhancement points, it would take nearly 2 months to reach that goal. Considering the time required for task execution, his schedule is exceedingly tight. Moreover, my ambitions do not allow for anything less than a solid mid-tier shadow strength. To challenge the water shadow, I must possess at least an intermediate level of power. Time waits for no one. Yilianai must indeed make the most of every moment. When the envoy from the Wolf Battle Clan arrived, they found Yilianai diligently practicing with his sword, a sight that left them utterly bewildered. Was this the purpose of his visit to the side hall? They had expected some covert scheme, yet this was the reality? Jinghong, what is the purpose of your relentless sword practice? Do you truly believe this will enhance your strength? One of them queried, confusion evident in his voice. Indeed it will. Otherwise, I would not exert myself so. Yilianai replied with a smile. The onlooker, internally scoffing, thought, I find your claims dubious, old man. Strengthening through swordplay? I've never heard such nonsense before. This must be an excuse. He is merely here to vent his pent-up energy. And so he took his leave. Why linger to witness Yilianai's swordplay? The spectacle would be far too philosophical. When others inquired about Yilianai's activities, the response that he was merely practicing swordplay was met with a chorus of skepticism. Come now, such an excuse lacks ingenuity. Who would engage in such folly? Swordplay? What can it achieve? Can it truly enhance strength? They were unconvinced. No, it is indeed true. He is genuinely practicing with his sword. Ching Chung stated with utmost seriousness. What? He is truly practicing swordplay? Ching Chung, known for his gravitas, lent credibility to his assertion. However, upon hearing this, the crowd was left in a state of disbelief. What in the world was Jinghong up to? He really was swinging his sword. Pay him no mind. Instead, prepare for the battle that may soon unfold. The envoy from the Wolf Battle Clan urged, silencing the crowd and prompting them to await the impending conflict. Meanwhile, in the side hall, a youthful voice interrupted Yilianai's practice. Uncle, why do you keep swinging your sword? Are you a swordsman? Yet your attire hardly suggests such. Yilianai turned to find a porcelain doll-like girl behind him, her face radiating innocence. With 2 small buns atop her head, she wore a red-patterned kimono, her round face adorably cherubic. 2 maidens accompanied her, one of whom eyed Yilianai with suspicion and asked haughtily, which regiment do you belong to? What brings you here? I do not recognize you. Is this a place for someone like you? Do you even understand where you are? A series of inquiries left no room for responses. I am here to assist the Honorable Lord, granted permission by him to be in this place. Should you have any questions, feel free to ask. If there is nothing further, cease your incessant chatter in my ear. I have a profound aversion to those who prattle on incessantly. The servant, upon hearing this, displayed a countenance of anger. Yet, before she could utter another word, a shadow abruptly burst through the door, slashing her throat with a blade, blood gushing forth. Then, it lunged towards the little girl. The suddenness of this event was staggering. Another maid stood frozen, unable to comprehend the unfolding chaos. Just as the cloaked figure was about to seize the young girl, a voice from outside commanded, "Quick, stop that fiend. We cannot allow the little princess to be taken." Upon hearing this, the initially indifferent Yi Liangnai's eyes gleamed with resolve, and he vanished in an instant. He recalled Tokugawa had informed him en route that the reason for Usuji's command over the 60,000 troops of the Moon Nation was that the daughter of the Moon Nation's general was being surveilled by his subordinates within the Lord's castle, her life hanging in the balance. Thus, for the safety of his daughter, the general had no choice but to heed Usuji's orders. Coincidentally, the general's daughter was known as the Little Princess. With a resounding impact, a fist collided forcefully with the face of the cloaked assailant, sending him sprawling. Yi Liangnai scooped up the little girl and retreated swiftly. The cloaked figure hurled a flurry of shurikens, each adorned with explosive tags. Should they hit, the likelihood of injury would be considerable. Lightning release, thunder pillar barrier. Even while cradling the little girl, Yi Liangnai formed the necessary hand seals. 3 pillars of lightning coalesced into a triangular defensive barrier, enveloping them both. The shurikens detonated upon contact with the electric barrier, producing a cacophony that caused the very hall to tremble, tiles cascading to the ground, and bricks splintering apart. "Ha ha, perish. Even if I cannot capture you, obliterating you would suffice." He cackled, envisioning the demise of Tokugawa 6, certain that the general would exact vengeance for his daughter's plight. As the chaos ensued outside, frantic voices echoed, "This is disastrous. Hurry, rush inside to assess the situation. The little princess must not come to harm. If she does, it will jeopardize the Lord's grand plans." Meanwhile, in the main hall where Tokugawa 6 resided, a rebellion erupted as well. "I never anticipated that even you would betray me. Minister of Military Affairs, how swift your actions are. Barely had Tokugawa made his move, and you follow suit, catching me utterly off guard." Tokugawa 6 lamented as he beheld the encroaching foes, particularly the one leading the charge. The Minister of Military Affairs replied, "My lord, I beg your pardon. If only you could coexist peacefully with Usuji, our lord-subject relationship could remain unchanged. Regrettably, you have ultimately arrived at this juncture. My lord, this decision is far from wise. Surrender your resistance, for you have no chance of victory. Your personal guard is indeed formidable, yet he is but one man. 2 fists can hardly contend against 4 hands. And he cannot ensure your safety. Outside, our forces have completely encircled you. You shall not last until the reinforcements arrive." Upon hearing the words of the Minister of War, 6th Duke Dekang chuckled, brimming with confidence, and remarked, "Have you finished? Now it is my turn. Hui Village's tactics are truly commendable. Even my guards can be bribed." What an eye-opener. 6th Duke Dekang's gaze swept over the Minister of War and his companions, and he could not help but utter his thoughts aloud. Those standing behind the Minister of War had always been his guards, the ones closest to him and most likely to eliminate him. It was precisely because of this that he had dismissed all his retainers today, leaving only one personal guard to await the arrival of Yi Liangnai and the others. Now, everything is proceeding according to his meticulously crafted plan. He is confident that his strategy will undoubtedly succeed. Observing his demeanor, the Minister of War instinctively sensed something amiss. This is not right. Under normal circumstances, even if 6th Duke Dekang possesses great audacity, he should exhibit some semblance of panic in the face of such a situation. Why does his face radiate nothing but confidence? Could he possibly have a backup plan? Or is it merely bluster? With this thought, he immediately gestured to those behind him to launch an attack. He was eager to see if 6th Duke Dekang was merely posturing. Should there be a contingency plan? What might it entail? Whoosh! Upon receiving the Minister of War's command, a flurry of shadows surged towards 6th Duke Dekang. The eyes of these assailants gleamed with madness, their murderous intent palpable. Thud, thud, thud. Yet, just as they were about to close in on 6th Duke Dekang, several icy glimmers erupted from behind him. The attackers immediately fell to the ground, blood gushing from their necks. As the cold light dissipated, Dolong and his companions made a dazzling entrance, shielding 6th Duke Dekang. Yinin. Upon seeing the headbands worn by Dolong and his comrades, the Minister of War was struck with disbelief, his eyes widening in shock. How is this possible? How could Yinan appear here? Why were we not informed of this development? This is dire. We must retreat at once. Realizing the severity of the situation, he immediately attempted to flee. Since you have come this far, why not stay? If you had received any warning, would there be such a splendid spectacle to behold? I leave the rest to you, my comrades of Yunnan. Sixth Duke Dekang said, his countenance a mask of smiles, yet his tone was laced with a chilling, murderous intent. Upon hearing this, Dolong and the others surged forth, encircling the Minister of War and his entourage. It is indeed surreal. Dolong and his companions number only 17, while the Minister of War commands over 400. Yet it is the Minister of War and his men who are engulfed in tension. This is only natural. 17 ninjas against 400 ordinary soldiers. The victors are undoubtedly the ninjas, for the disparity in strength is simply too vast. A mere lower-ranking ninja is already capable of confronting a dozen or even 20 soldiers, let alone this assassination squad, whose average strength exceeds that of a middle-ranking ninja. What say you, Minister of Military Affairs? Surrender, for you stand no chance. Observing the anxious demeanor of the minister and his subordinates, the sixth Duke of Dekang proclaimed with delight, Your Excellency, do you truly believe that is feasible? The Minister of Military Affairs sighed before breaking into an unexpected, triumphant smile. Though I may be defeated, it does not impede the progress of our overall plan. Perhaps you are unaware, but the young princess has also entered the palace, and we have dispatched our elite to capture her. Hee. I trust they have succeeded by now. Upon hearing this, the previously confident expression of the sixth Duke of Dekang shifted dramatically. Noticing his altered demeanor, the Minister of Military Affairs grinned with satisfaction. Your Excellency, you should be well aware of the significance of the princess. Should anything happen to her, the 60,000 troops under General Demu will instantly become your adversaries. At that point, lacking any advantage, what could you possibly use to contend with Lord Huikans? Once the Duke City is pacified, how many troops can you muster? 10,000? Or perhaps 5,000? Even with your extraordinary capabilities to uproot Lord Huikans, General Demu poses an even greater challenge. By incurring his wrath, peace in the Kingdom of the Moon will forever elude you. He will relentlessly seek your demise. With his prestige, strength, and cunning, establishing himself as a sovereign would be a mere trifle. As the minister spoke, the countenance of the sixth Duke of Dekang soured considerably. The princess he referred to was the daughter of General Demu Guangchuan of the Kingdom of the Moon. The general, having devoted his life to warfare, possessed but this sole daughter, thus cherishing her immensely. Holding command over the kingdom's 60,000 troops, her well-being was crucial to the military stability of the realm. Consequently, she was titled a princess, essentially serving as a hostage within the palace to ensure harmonious coexistence between the sovereign and his subjects. However, should anything befall his daughter, the general would undoubtedly turn against Huikans for her safety, significantly escalating the conflict and potentially allowing Huikans to escape, leaving behind endless repercussions. Most critically, General Demu is the paramount figure in the military of the Kingdom of the Moon, wielding an unimaginable level of influence. With a mere gesture, he could incite a large-scale rebellion. Eradicating him would prove far more arduous than dealing with Huikans. In such a scenario, the Kingdom of the Moon would truly face its demise, descending into ceaseless chaos. Witnessing the sixth Duke's expression, the Minister of Military Affairs reveled in his triumph. Yet, before he could continue, a voice interrupted, causing his smile to vanish instantly. If the princess you refer to is indeed this little sister, then I believe your sense of triumph is misplaced. Knight Liangnai appeared before the assembly, carrying a porcelain doll-like little girl upon her back. The girl clung tightly to Knight Liangnai's neck, her face alight with curiosity and excitement. The princess. The small girl on Yi Liangnai's back caused both Duke Dekang VI and the Minister of War to exclaim in unison. Fantastic! Duke Dekang VI exclaimed, overwhelmed with relief. How could this be? The Minister of War's face was a mask of disbelief. He had dispatched numerous skilled individuals to abduct the little princess. How could they have failed? This plundering plan was a closely guarded secret. How could it have unraveled? Where did this Yi Liangnai even come from? Ha, Minister of War. It seems even the heavens do not favor you. Everyone, eliminate them. Duke Dekang VI immediately issued a battle command to Do Lang and his comrades. Damn it. I refuse to concede so easily. Kamikaze squad, charge. Facing the oncoming Do Lang and his men, The Minister of War bellowed at the group behind him. In the next moment, the individuals revealed explosive talismans bound to their bodies. Let us perish together. The so-called kamikaze squad displayed ferocious expressions as they surged toward Do Lang and his team. Retreat. Do Lang quickly dodged upon witnessing this scene, while the Minister of War, seeing the chaos, dashed toward the exit. I cannot die here. I have grand ambitions, he thought to himself. Suddenly, a cold gleam flashed past him. He felt a chill at his neck, and his vitality began to drain rapidly, crimson blood clouding his vision. He widened his eyes in shock, collapsing at the palace gates. Bang! In the next instant, the grand hall erupted with a thunderous roar, splintering wood flying everywhere. A torrent of flames surged into the sky, and a deafening clap of thunder echoed throughout the vicinity. An astonishing force rushed forth, prompting Yi Liangnai to swiftly turn and shield the little princess, covering her head with his hands as they were swept away by the blast. Duke de Kong VI had his guards to protect him, and Do Lang and his companions also managed to escape. All that remained were the dismembered remains of the Minister of War and his subordinates, scattered amidst the carnage. Yi Liangnai quickly covered the little princess's eyes. This scene was far too overwhelming for her. The war has begun, Yi Liangnai reflected, while the little princess squirmed restlessly on his neck, eager to witness the unfolding events. Mr. Jinghong, I am immensely grateful. Thanks to you, the little princess was saved, otherwise my plans would have truly failed. At that moment, Duke de Kong VI approached Yi Liangnai and bowed deeply, expressing his heartfelt thanks. It was indeed perilous. Had anything happened to the little princess, my Moon Kingdom would have been doomed. You flatter me. Perhaps I was simply fortunate enough to encounter the little princess in the side hall. Yi Liangnai suggested, let us converse elsewhere. This setting is not suitable for discussion. The others had no objections, and thus they proceeded to the council chamber. Big brother, this place is too stuffy. I do not like it. When Yi Liangnai and the others took their seats, the little princess, who had been resting on Yi Liangnai's shoulder, was gently set down. However, she appeared rather close to Yi Liangnai, curling up in his embrace like a little kitten. The outside was quite boisterous. Yi Liangnai cast a glance towards the direction of Daming City and remarked, the air is filled with the sounds of battle, the clash of metal, the cries of war horses, the thunder of explosions, and the cacophony of warfare. Various rebel forces had emerged, that was certain. Now our task is to wait. Once the insurrection within the city is quelled, we can contact the Grand General and mobilize troops to Songzaka Town. To pacify Songzaka Town, eradicate Huikunzawa, and restore the unity of my Moon Kingdom. This battle will bring us to our ultimate goal. Duke de Kong VI clenched his fists, excitement igniting a flame in his eyes. Jinghong, you must have encountered quite a few foes in the side hall just now. What was the situation? At this moment, Dolong inquired. And Duke de Kong VI looked over with curiosity. What else could it be? Yi Liangnai sighed upon hearing this. I was diligently cultivating when the little princess suddenly entered. Then, a man in black burst in, intending to abduct the princess. After I thwarted him, a battle ensued, and I endured an explosion from one of his detonating talismans. Once I proved unharmed, his companions swarmed me. I had no choice but to eliminate them all before meeting up with you. I must say, Huikunzawa truly knows how to deploy his men. These black-clad individuals possess considerable strength. They are likely professional assassination ninjas, each bearing a plum blossom tattoo. Upon hearing this, Dolong nodded, a look of understanding crossing his face. For you to say they possess decent strength, they must indeed be formidable. Yi Liangnai remarked that their capabilities were, at the very least, of a particularly high level of shinobi. Duke de Kong VI interjected, plum blossom tattoos? Those black-clad individuals must be part of Huikunzawa's elite Yudingband. This is Huikunzawa's greatest trump card, comprising 36 members, all renowned rogue ninjas from the ninja world. A few years ago, my father's elite force of 10,000 was annihilated by a surprise attack from them. Otherwise, we would not have faced defeat. I never imagined they would fall to your sword, Mr. Jinghong. Your skills are indeed superior. However, Yi Liangnai did not take Duke de Kong VI's praise to heart. Are those black-clad individuals truly that powerful? At this moment, the little princess seemed intrigued and exclaimed, really? Are those black-clad individuals so formidable? I thought they were weak. They just brushed past my big brother and fell all at once. Truly, big brother is amazing. How impressive. Big brother, will you take Xiaohua to battle? The little princess's eyes widened, sparkling with anticipation. Yet, Her words startled Duke Dekong 6. In an instant, 7 members of the Yuding Band fell? What kind of divine power is this? Is this the level of the Cloud Ninja? Truly, they are exceedingly strong. He couldn't help but glance towards Dolong and the others, thinking, indeed, inviting them was a most astute decision. I can only imagine that each of them possesses strength akin to Jinghong's, and with this even more formidable captain, Huakunzawa. Your demise is certain. Suddenly, an immense confidence surged within Duke Dekong 6. Yet, confronted with the little princess's eager expression, Yi Liangnai's gaze remained exceedingly indifferent as he declared, "No, the blades are merciless. I cannot take you along." Upon hearing this response, the little princess immediately became displeased. She began to whine, "Ah, big brother, please. Please take me. I'm so well behaved and won't be a bother at all." Absolutely not. Yi Liangnai's stance remained unyielding. "Come on, just once please." The little princess clung to Yi Liangnai's garment, adopting a cute and playful demeanor. "No." Yi Liangnai stood firm, showing no inclination to relent. "Humph. I won't talk to you anymore. You're a bad person." Upon hearing these words, the little princess pouted, sulking into Yi Liangnai's embrace. Witnessing this scene, everyone exchanged glances in astonishment. At that moment, voices from the guard outside broke the tension. "My lord, are you unharmed? What has transpired? Why did the Duke's residence suddenly explode?" Several individuals, appearing to be officers, rushed in and knelt before Duke Dekong 6, anxiously inquiring whether their anxiety was genuine. One could not ascertain. "I am fine. As for what happened, must I elaborate? Is it not your duty?" He retorted. "You allowed dangerous individuals to approach the Duke's residence. Your protective measures are indeed flawless. This is a crime that could condemn your entire clan." Upon hearing this, the officers were filled with dread and hastily bowed their heads, pleading, "We are guilty and deserve death. Please grant us mercy." Duke Dekong 6 waved his hand in annoyance. "Enough. I initially intended to execute you, but what purpose does punishing you serve now? Take your guard and go quell the rebellion. Consider it an opportunity for redemption. I shall await your good news here. However, if you fail again, there will be no need for you to return. You know what to do." Hearing this, the 3 officers bowed deeply, as if granted a reprieve, and exclaimed, "Thank you for your mercy, my lord." They then hurriedly exited. Soon, a flurry of commands echoed, accompanied by the sound of disciplined footsteps gradually fading into the distance. Duke Dekong 6 mused, "Let me see if your loyalty is indeed genuine." In the current circumstances, he trusted no one apart from those immediately around him. Should they prove loyal, he would reward them handsomely once the conflict concluded. Yet, if they were disloyal, he cast a sharp glance at the guards beside him, stating coldly, "If they revolt, let Takayasu lead the troops to annihilate them." The latter then withdrew. Meanwhile, in Matsuzaka town, considering the passage of time, Yunrin's forces should have relayed some news by now. Why was there no information forthcoming? Hui Murazawa felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Had something gone awry? A thought struck him. "Where's Yayoi?" He called out, and a voice promptly responded. "What is your command, Lord Hui Murazawa?" This individual was indeed Yayoi. Hui Murazawa instructed, "Send someone to investigate the situation at the Duke's castle and along the route. The absence of any news is rather unsettling. How could Yunrin be this slow?" "Understood," Yayoi replied before swiftly vanishing. "Is it possible that I am overthinking this? According to the normal pace, they may have just arrived. Even if my scouts have detected their traces, it is unlikely that the news would have reached me so swiftly. Yet, what is the source of this unsettling feeling? I have even sent someone to retrieve the delicate Demu flower. With this, I command an army of 60,000 and a multitude of elites under my banner. There is no way that Dekong 6 could be my adversary. In such a scenario, how could I possibly feel anxious? Am I overly concerned?" Lord Huetsuinzei furrowed his brow, contemplating this. Despite the intoxication that enveloped him, it did not impede his thoughts. Perhaps it was the lack of first-hand intelligence that caused this unease. He had always been accustomed to controlling information and formulating specific battle plans. This time, however, the intelligence did not arrive as he had anticipated, stirring a sense of panic within him, a fear of unforeseen events transpiring. "Lord Huetsuin, the scout's report has arrived." At that moment, the voice of Mi Sheng resonated once more, and Huetsuinzei was instantly elated, urging Mi Sheng to bring forth the intelligence. Mi Sheng, a man with a striking resemblance to a woman, handed over the report to Huetsuinzei. Upon receiving the information, Huetsu and Zei read. The Cloud Ninja have crossed the border. Their numbers total 18. Excellent. Upon reading this report, Huetsu and Zei sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "Notify the Imperial Guard and everyone else. The war has commenced. Our ability to completely dominate the Moon Nation and indulge in its riches hinges on this battle. Although we possess a considerable advantage, we must not underestimate our opponent." The Cloud Ninja, hearing his command, Mishung promptly withdrew to relay the orders. Meanwhile, at the Great Name Castle, Knight Liang Nai stood in a square, observing the ongoing battle in its entirety. "Well, who would have thought, Jing Hong, that you possess such a remarkable tactical mind?" Someone exclaimed in admiration. "Are you certain there will be no doubts?" Huetsu and Zei's rapid development in just a few short years is not the mark of a mere simpleton. Dolang questioned with skepticism. "Doubt? Perhaps. But it matters not. Even if there is suspicion, it will only arise upon the arrival of the third piece of information. After all, they held a significant trust in the abilities of those scouts. Indeed, it is unlikely that others would suspect this group could gather intelligence from 3 miles away. However, that would only be revealed 3 hours later. In this interim, we have ample time to position our troops." Knight Liang Nai cast a glance towards Matsuzaka Town and remarked, "His ability to grow to such a scale is impressive. Yet, the existence of this reconnaissance team is equally invaluable, serving as our eyes. And now, we have effectively blinded Huetsu and Zei. Perhaps when we make our appearance, he will be utterly bewildered. If the remarks made by the 6th Tokugawa are true, and those undercover operatives have indeed seized real power within the village of Hui, then the fate of Hui is undeniably sealed." Upon hearing these words from Yilianai, those around could not help but exclaim in admiration, "What a strategist you are! Could you truly be a ninja? Such talent should not be squandered on mere stealth." To this, Yilianai merely smiled. A strategist? Compared to the military tacticians of his previous life, he fell woefully short. Not far behind them, Ieyasu, bloodied and battered, was reporting to the 6th Tokugawa. "The rebellion within the castle has been confirmed. We can commence our assault." However, the remaining forces at Tokugawa's disposal amount to a mere 3,000. But that is sufficient. The 60,000 troops commanded by the General Daimyo, who are under threat for the safety of his daughter, will serve as a lethal poison that could doom him. "My friends, let us march forth. I await your good news here." Tokugawa approached Yilianai and the others. Onward. With a commanding shout, Dolong promptly set off alongside Ieyasu. "My lord, why not summon the 10,000 troops stationed outside to guard the castle? They are just encamped in the outskirts." After Yilianai and the others departed, one of Tokugawa's aides inquired. "There is no need." Tokugawa replied curtly. In his heart, he mused, "If it were possible, I would certainly wish to do so. But who can guarantee that spies have not been planted among them by Hui? We must not disturb the grass and alert the snake, thus jeopardizing the well-laid plans devised by Jing Hong and the others. As for Yilianai, he, I knew you were the best, big brother." The little princess, with a beaming smile, clung to Yilianai's back. "Do not misunderstand. It is solely due to your significant presence that I have brought you along." Yilianai replied in a nonchalant tone. The little princess's existence is crucial for the general's potential defection. Hence, she must accompany him to the front lines. "Do not make a sound, understand?" Yilianai admonished. I promise, I want to make a peep." The little princess nodded vigorously, her expression earnest. Meanwhile, on the other side, we received the second message. "The little princess has been successfully retrieved. You may depart with peace of mind." Upon receiving this information, Hui immediately conveyed it to the general, urging him to mobilize his troops. "You had better keep your promise. Otherwise, even with a formidable cadre at your side, I shall pursue you to the bitter end." The general, a rugged middle-aged man with a hawk-like gaze and an imposing physique, bore a scar on his right arm resembling a centipede. "Of course, Huidano, I hold great respect for you, General." The messenger sent by Hui was none other than Yayoi, who spoke with a smile. "Humph." The general scoffed at Yayoi's words, cracking his whip as he commanded, "Eastern Army, march." Subsequently, after the general's forces set off, Hui left a few subordinates to guard the base before embarking with a host of his own followers. He harbored no doubts about victory. His advantages were simply too great. He could not fathom the possibility of defeat. This canyon is indeed an ideal spot for an ambush. Standing atop the gorge, gazing at its dumpling-like shape, Yi Liangnai could not help but exclaim. The upper sections, both the exit and the entrance, are exceedingly narrow, with only the central passage being spacious and grand. Concealing a force here, 1,000 could easily slay 10,000. There would be no challenge at all. Are you certain they will approach from this direction? If they do not traverse this path, all our preparations would be in vain. Dolong remarked from behind him. Rest assured, they will undoubtedly come this way. No route is swifter than this. Huikunzai has long been eager to deal with the daimyo. Moreover, if he receives news of a rebellion within the daimyo's castle, he will not miss this prime opportunity for assault, surely hastening his march. And to quicken his pace, this route is the only choice. Observing the flickering glint in Yi Liangnai's eyes and his unwavering confidence, Dolong nodded in agreement and fell silent. There was no delay in waiting for Yi Liangnai and the others. 3 hours later, in the distance, the sounds of marching footsteps and the neighing of warhorses could be heard. They have arrived. Yi Liangnai and Dolong exchanged glances, and immediately, someone conveyed the news to Ieyasu, urging him and his soldiers to prepare. Dekong 6, I am coming for you. Let us see what you can muster against me. Beneath the setting sun, Huikunzai's smile appeared particularly menacing. Before him stood the general's formidable army of 60,000. Brother, what is the situation on your end? Is there truly no hope? Behind Huikunzai, Dekong Haoyue's eyes flickered with anxiety. Ever since their last communication days ago, there had been no further word. Now, news of turmoil within the daimyo's castle had surfaced. Furthermore, Huikunzai's forces were now less than 50 miles from the castle. A perilous situation indeed. Stop. At that moment, the general's commanding voice rang out, and the entire troop came to an abrupt halt. Witnessing this scene, the concealed Yi Liangnai and his companions could not help but change their expressions. Have they been discovered? Yi Liangnai mused silently. What is happening? Why have we stopped? Go, find out why that fellow has suddenly ceased advancing. Is he attempting to delay my conquest of the daimyo's castle? Huikunzai was equally displeased with the general's abrupt halt. Immediately, someone was dispatched to inquire about the specific reason. Their tone decidedly unfriendly. This terrain is treacherous, the perfect location for an ambush. I cannot proceed without reconnaissance. The general retorted, his expression equally grim as he regarded the envoy sent by Huikunzai. Why are you still standing there? Hurry and report back. Seeing the envoy lingering before him, the general barked again, irritation evident. As the most powerful general of the Moon Kingdom, he held a certain wariness towards Huikunzai's men, yet he was not intimidated. Not all ninjas could triumph over common soldiers. If common soldiers were equipped with excellent weapons, they could equally vanquish ninjas into retreat. TCH. As the primary force in quelling the unrest in Daimyo Castle was the shogun, this individual, despite feeling disgruntled by the reprimand, obediently proceeded to report back. Is this canyon susceptible to ambush? Upon hearing the reason for the shogun's halt, Huikun furrowed his brow and sneered. An ambush? Does the 6th generation of Dekang possess such capability? Nevertheless, for the sake of prudence, it would not hurt to investigate. Send a few men to ascertain whether there are any hidden enemies nearby. With Huikun's command, individuals were dispatched for reconnaissance. Witnessing this scene, Dolong and the others could not help but change their expressions. Ieyasu, in particular, exclaimed in distress, what should we do? If they discover our presence, we will certainly be exposed. Our preparations will be for naught. Who would have thought that it would be this shogun who would ultimately jeopardize our plans? How infuriating. We should act now. At least we might catch Huikun's off guard. With the little princess in our possession, the shogun could become our ally. Jinghong, what is your opinion? Under normal circumstances, Dolong would have readily concurred, but at this moment, he sought to hear Yi Liangnai's thoughts. Perhaps she had a superior strategy. I support the offensive. Decisiveness is crucial, for indecisiveness invites chaos. Yi Liangnai inhaled deeply and remarked, I am not a true strategist. I had not anticipated this step. Xiaohua, prepare yourself. We are about to meet your father. My lord Ieyasu, be ready, we shall commence. Your task is to sever Huikun's retreat, specifically the bridge known as the Bridge of Despair. With that, Yi Liangnai, cradling the little princess, dashed toward the shogun, while Dolong and the others advanced in the direction of Huikun's, providing mutual cover. Lightning release, thunder dragon roars. It was only when his squad came under attack that Huikun's countenance shifted dramatically, incredulous that an assault was indeed occurring. Yet the reality afforded him no opportunity to react, as a barrage of terrifying lightning techniques descended upon him. His retinue of guards swiftly engaged in defense, intent on protecting their lord. Protect Lord Huikun's. He must not sustain any harm. They shouted fervently. Not far from them, the Shogun too witnessed this unfolding drama. Shogun, hurry to provide support, exclaimed a green-haired ninja sent by Huikuns to monitor the Shogun, his face paling at the sight. However, in the next instant, his throat was slit. An masked young figure materialized before the Shogun. The guards surrounding the Shogun were taken aback, and just as they prepared to retaliate, the newcomer commanded, "Hold your fire." "Shogun, look who this is." The Shogun turned to see a little girl, strikingly reminiscent of him, resembling a porcelain doll, joyfully preparing to leap into his arms. "Xiaohua, how did you end up here?" The Shogun's initial joy quickly morphed into a piercing glare directed at Yiliangnai. "Who are you, and what do you intend? Do you seek to threaten me with Xiaohua?" Upon hearing this, Yiliangnai could not help but smile. "General, there is no need for such vigilance. I am not your enemy. I am codenamed Jinghong, a member of the assassination squad from Yunin Village, commissioned by the esteemed Dekong Six to eliminate Huikans. I have come to unite with you, General, to eradicate this menace. It is said that Huikans has long threatened your daughter's safety, compelling you to obey him. This military action was also arranged as part of an agreement with Huikans, trading your daughter's freedom for an opportunity to deploy your forces. However, rest assured, General, Huikans' subordinates have not laid a finger on your daughter. The successful capture of her was merely a ruse I orchestrated to lure him here. Behold, I have brought your daughter. You may verify her identity if you wish. I only hope that once you ascertain her true identity, you will make the right choice." Having spoken, Yiliangnai released her hold on the young princess. The princess immediately leapt joyfully towards the general, exclaiming sweetly, "Daddy." The surrounding guards were taken aback, their expressions filled with alarm. There could be no better opportunity for an assassination. If she were indeed an enemy, it would pose a grave threat to the general's life. They quickly positioned themselves in front of the general and seized the young princess. The general did not intervene, for he acknowledged their actions were justified. "Uncle Chiotian, please let me go. I want a hug from Daddy." The princess, being held, expressed her dissatisfaction loudly. Her earnest cry elicited astonishment from the previously vigilant guards, who incredulously asked, "Are you truly Xiaohua?" "Ah, Uncle Chiotian, of course, I'm Xiaohua." Upon hearing this, Uncle Chiotian pulled back the sleeve of the princess's garment. Upon discovering a petal-shaped birthmark, his eyes widened in realization. It truly is the princess. "What? Really?" At this, several other guards and the general hurried over. Upon seeing the unmistakable birthmark, they immediately believed, exclaiming, "Princess, it is truly you." "Of course it is. Uncle Lu Yuan, how could Xiaohua be anything but genuine?" The princess pouted in discontent at their doubts. Observing her playful eye roll, the guards became even more convinced, as only the real princess would behave in such a manner. The general, too, confirmed her identity as his daughter, Demu Xiaohua, and not an assassin. That birthmark was known only to him and a select few in the royal guard, unforgeable. "Daddy, I missed you so much." Finally free of obstruction, the young princess dashed into her father's embrace, displaying her affection. "Good, good." The general tenderly caressed the princess, his earlier severity dissipating entirely. He then turned to Yiliangnai, locking eyes with her before issuing a command. "Inform the entire army to attack Huikans." "Yes," Uncle Chiotian promptly replied, proceeding to relay the order. "With that settled, I shall not further intrude upon your matters. Farewell." Having uttered these words, he swiftly dashed towards the cliff, subsequently charging straight towards Huikans. How infuriating! What on earth is happening? Huikans now found himself utterly bewildered. Was it not said that Yunrin had only just arrived at Daiming City? Was it not claimed that Daiming City was still embroiled in internal strife? Then where did these assailants come from? Did they simply descend from the heavens? Of course, you have been deceived, Huikans. At this moment, a mocking voice echoed from behind him. "Who is it? Show yourself." Huikans bellowed in response to the voice. Then, he beheld Yiliangnai appearing before him with great swiftness. "Who are you? What did you mean by that remark?" Upon seeing Yiliangnai materialize in front of him, Huikans immediately demanded an explanation. The literal meaning. What other explanation could there be for your current predicament, aside from having been tricked? Yiliangnai shrugged and remarked, "I regret to inform you that the messages you received were all fabricated by me. The purpose was to confound you, rendering you unable to grasp the true situation. And it seems that, while my plan may not have been particularly flawless, you do not appear to be very astute, having been deceived up to this point." Upon hearing these words, Yiliangnai's companions erupted into derisive laughter. "Ha, How true. He is not merely unintelligent. He is utterly foolish. Having been toyed with until now, he truly believes himself to be significant, yet before us, he is nothing. These remarks darkened Hui Kun's expression considerably. Gritting his teeth, he asked in a low voice, "My reconnaissance team can conduct surveillance from 3 miles away. How did you discover them? Do you possess supernatural vision?" Hearing this, Yi Liangnai laughed mockingly, responding, "Is 3 miles considered far? Are you really so proud of that? Can anyone genuinely believe that 3 miles is a considerable distance for reconnaissance? How infuriating." Witnessing Yi Liangnai's demeanor, Hui Kun's expression grew even more sullen as he pressed on. "So, the news of the little princess's capture is also false? Since you are here, she must have reunited with the general by now." Yi Liangnai raised an eyebrow and replied, "That is indeed false. However, you are mistaken about one point. The little princess is currently in Diaming City, not here." "Ah, splendid. You are the first to make me suffer such a significant loss." Hui Kun's face contorted with murderous intent as he glared at Yi Liangnai and declared, "Kill him. I want to sever his head and use it as a goblet. I want him to understand the consequences of daring to provoke me alone." The moment the words left his lips, a group surged towards Yi Liangnai. "You little brat. Prepare to meet your end. Regretting coming here alone, are you? Your companions won't arrive in time to save you." This group exuded formidable energy, brimming with murderous intent, and were certainly not to be trifled with. "Be careful, Jinghong. Retreat quickly. Those are foes you cannot handle alone. Hold firm. We shall come to your aid." Yi Liangnai's companions, witnessing the situation, could not help but change their expressions, inwardly cursing Yi Liangnai's impulsiveness. But regret? Need for assistance? Upon hearing these words, Yi Liangnai revealed his signature smile. "Since I dare to come here, how could I possibly be seeking death?" In a flash, at the moment the words left his lips, a glimmer of cold light flickered, and Yi Liangnai had completely vanished from his original position. When he reappeared, he was already less than 50 meters away from Hui Kun's. He flashed a grin at Hui Kun's, a smile that sent chills down Hui Kun's spine. In an instant, a series of long gashes appeared on the bodies of those behind Yi Liangnai. They collapsed to the ground, brutally dismembered. Seeing this scene, Hui Kun's pupils constricted, a wave of icy dread washing over him. "Bravo!" The other members of the assassination team erupted in applause at this spectacle. They were utterly astonished. Yi Liangnai's prowess was simply overwhelming. Among them were numerous enemies of special Jonin level, yet they were dispatched in the blink of an eye by Yi Liangnai. How incredibly formidable! Such exquisite swordsmanship. At that moment, the swordsman beside Hui Kun spoke gravely. "Mr. Jinshin, do you have confidence in defeating him?" Hui Kun immediately inquired. "It's a 50-50 chance. His swordsmanship is exceptional. Even I might lose." The swordsman replied, his expression extremely serious. His words plunged Hui Kun into despair. This swordsman was the strongest in his team. If he lacked confidence, how could Yi Liangnai be so powerful? "Commander has betrayed us. Stop them. The commander has betrayed us." Just then, cries of alarm erupted from within Hui Kun's ranks. It was his ninja troops. Hui Kun, however, dared not divert his gaze, merely observing Yi Liangnai. Muttering, "What a clever scheme, quite impressive." Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, the sound of warhorses pounding the earth resonated. Another voice cried out in panic. "The general has also betrayed us. He is attacking us." It was Hui Kun's 5,000 private armed forces. Following this, a cacophony of screams and the whinnying of horses filled the air. Damn it! Hui Kun's heart bled, his fists clenched tighter, veins bulging on his forehead. "Aren't you going to make a move? If not, I shall." Noticing Hui Kun standing motionless, Yi Liangnai charged at him once more. "Do not think you can succeed. Cease your arrogance, brat. I will not allow you to harm Lord Hui Kun." A group surged towards Yi Liangnai, blocking his path. Lightning release, thunder wave. No one saw Yi Liangnai form the hand seals. It was as if he were cloaked in lightning, crashing into the crowd. Instantly, a chorus of anguished cries erupted as a group of individuals were ensnared by the lightning, suffering continuous damage. Then, Yi Liangnai darted forward, and all of them fell beneath his blade. Tailwind slash. But at that very moment, a chilling voice echoed in Yi Liangnai's ear. The swordsman, gripping his long blade, was poised to slice through Yi Liangnai's waist. Knight Liangnai could not help but feel a chill run down his spine, yet he was prepared for the swordsman, allowing him to evade just in time. "You scoundrel, perish." However, behind him came the voice of Huetsuanze, his right hand crackling with astonishing lightning as he shouted. Lightning release, lightning blade slash. He lunged directly at Knight Liangna's chest, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Lightning release, lightning wall. Despite the urgency, Knight Liangna swiftly formed a defensive seal before him. With a thunderous sound, the lightning wall was forcefully breached. Yet Huitsuinzei was also struck by the autonomous lightning from the wall, forcing him to retreat begrudgingly. You think retreating will be so easy? Witnessing this, Knight Liangna's hands moved rapidly, his aura steadily intensifying. I will not allow you to succeed, he declared, as the swordsman behind him shouted in response. If you can block it, then try. Lightning release, lightning strike array. Knight Liangna intoned, pointing skyward. In the next instant, the heavens blazed brightly, thunder rumbling ominously. Two formidable bolts of lightning, as thick as barrels, descended upon Huitsuinzei and the swordsman with a deafening roar. Hiss! Faced with the impending thunder, the swordsman felt an icy dread wash over him, his body tensing as he instinctively retreated. Huitsuinzei wore a similar expression of terror, murmuring desperate pleas to defend himself. Gulp! Knight Liangna's teammates were left in stunned silence at the sight before them, some with their eyes wide in disbelief. Is this the prowess of Jinghong? So formidable, such strength, yet he was assigned to our assassination team by Lord Rakage? They were rendered speechless, their hearts tumultuous with astonishment. Of course, he has participated in the suppression of the two tails. How could he lack such power? At that moment, Dolong coldly remarked, his strength is not to be underestimated. Do not mistake him for an ordinary newcomer. How could we have once attempted to bully such a person? We truly are fortunate, haha. The members of the assassination team silently thanked their stars upon hearing Dolong's words. Boom! As the terrifying thunder struck the earth, it was as if a wrathful deity had unleashed their might, causing the ground to tremble violently and creating a massive crater. Surrounding ninjas were thrown back in droves. This should have marked the end of the assault. But look, that fellow Jinghong is launching another attack. A member of the assassination team cried out, pointing at Knight Liangna, who had transformed into a phantom, dashing toward the displaced, wandering ninjas. Nanny! The crowd gasped in astonishment once more. Knight Liangna seemed to embody a reaper, his blade glinting like cold light as it swept through the wandering ninjas. How elegant! Someone murmured, and many nodded in agreement. Indeed, with each strike, he moved like a dancing spirit, amidst the splattering blood and against the backdrop of the setting sun. He appeared as a god of death emerging from the depths of hell, instilling a chilling fear in all who beheld him. Yet his fluid and incisive movements irresistibly captivated the attention of all. The entire ordeal lasted merely a few seconds, yet to the onlookers, it felt as though an eternity had passed. This sensation was simply exquisite. As everything came to a close, Yi Liangnai stood alone, sword in hand, with the crimson sunset casting a blood-red hue upon him. Just then, a voice of discontent arose not far from Yi Liangnai. The crowd turned to see Huitsuinzei, battered and barely managing to stand. His right arm hung limply, bloodied and mangled, while he gasped for breath. Remarkably, surviving amidst the tempest of lightning, Huitsuinzei, you possess some commendable prowess. Observing this scene, Yi Liangnai revealed a faint smile. Then, he vanished once more from sight. Huitsuinzei's body instantly bristled with dread. He understood that Yi Liangnai's target was undoubtedly him. In an instant, as Yi Liangnai reappeared to strike, another blade interposed itself, saving Huitsuinzei. It was the swordsman known as Jinshin. Mr. Huitsuinzei has treated me well. I shall not allow you to take his life. With a solemn tone, Jinshin pushed back Yi Liangnai, adding, this may be my final act of protection for you. Take care. With that, he charged straight at Yi Liangnai, exclaiming, Shadow Flash. The man vanished, yet the sharp aura of his sword tightened Yi Liangnai's form. Hearing this, Huitsuinzei wasted no time and turned to flee. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. He could not afford to die. He had no desire to perish. Do not think you can escape, you scoundrel Huitsuinzei. However, within the arena, there were those who fervently sought Huitsuinzei's demise. A man named Dikang Haoyue, leading a battalion adorned with white cloth bands on their arms, charged towards Huitsuinzei. Meanwhile, the general's forces transformed into a torrent of steel, blocking his path. Fire the cloud arrows. Someone shouted from the ranks. Fire the explosive arrows. Dikang Haoyue bellowed in response, orchestrating a pincer assault. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Instantly, A torrential rain of arrows descended upon Ōtsutsuki. This spectacle would have made even Yi Liangnai and the wolf of battle break into a sweat. They were indeed formidable, yet they were still flesh and blood. One moment of carelessness could lead to fatal consequences. The ninja, after all, are not omnipotent. Alas, the once mighty Ōtsutsuki, the underground overlord of the Moon Kingdom, was tragically pierced like a hedgehog, his eyes forever unclosed. With Mr. Ōtsutsuki's demise, we disperse. There is no need to fight any longer. Upon witnessing Ōtsutsuki fall, the band of wandering ninjas immediately scattered, showing no inclination to continue battling Yi Liangnai and his cohort. How could this be? Lord Ōtsutsuki had actually been defeated and perished on the spot. The armed followers of Ōtsutsuki were left in disbelief at this scene. Panic, fear, and confusion etched themselves upon their faces. We must flee. We have no chance of victory. Then, someone shouted, triggering a mass exodus as the group scattered in haste. Form ranks. We cannot allow this disordered faction to escape. If they manage to flee, the kingdom of the moon shall be plunged into chaos for an indeterminate duration. Pursue. Witnessing this scene, the general's command resounded once more. Pike formation, charge. Serpent formation, encircle them. Porcupine formation, advance. The spectacle of 60,000 troops mobilizing together was magnificent, akin to deities roaring, with mountains and rivers reversing their courses in grandeur. Yi Liangnai immediately retreated to the sidelines, not wishing to be trampled by the warhorses or caught in this steel torrent. Truly formidable, the general. Yi Liangnai observed the general stationed at the command center, issuing orders with calm and composure, and could not help but express his admiration. Everyone, pursue those rogue ninjas. Do not let them escape. Their existence poses a grave threat to our kingdom of the moon. Nearby, Ayasu's anxious voice rang out. Oh, it seems an inevitable slaughter awaits us. Upon hearing this and observing Dolong issuing the pursuit command, Yi Liangnai could not suppress a sigh. Jinghong, your perceptive abilities are exceptional. Report their locations. Dolong addressed Yi Liangnai, who was watching as the rogue ninjas began to fade from sight and scatter. 12 individuals at 1 o'clock, 33 at 4 o'clock, 56 at 8 o'clock, 9 at 10 o'clock, 22 at 11 o'clock. Captain, I shall take the 8 o'clock direction. With that, he transformed into a fleeting shadow and sped away, leaving 2 bodyguards behind. The remaining personnel formed pairs and promptly pursued according to Jinghong's report. Dolong, accompanied by 1 teammate, charged toward the 4 o'clock direction while the others dispersed immediately. Quickly, faster. Scatter, scatter. Dream on if you think you can capture us. A group of rogue ninjas remarked as they fled in the direction Yi Liangnai pursued. Huh, is that so? What a remarkable survival instinct you possess. Just then, a mocking laugh echoed from behind them, causing expressions of horror to emerge on their faces. Who goes there? They shouted in unison, halting to face forward. Before them stood Yi Liangnai, a smile playing at his lips. Of course, I am the one here to slay you. Now, are you all prepared? Without waiting for any response, Yi Liangnai formed hand seals and declared, water release. Hidden mist technique. A dense fog immediately enveloped them all. Impossible. You are clearly a mist ninja. A rogue ninja began, but before he could finish, he let out a blood-curdling scream and collapsed. The surrounding ninjas, alarmed by the sound, hastily scattered while simultaneously forming hand seals. Wind release, 1,000 faces of wind. Fire release, fireball. Earth release, earth spike. Lightning release. The mist erupted with various sounds of clashing techniques, creating an intense spectacle. A voice from the rogue ninjas boasted. This mere hidden mist technique can only be effective while we are just beginning our techniques. Break through us. Do you think such low-level ninjutsu can obstruct our path? You, with no foothold, how can you contend with us? Farewell, little imp. Do not presume you can contend with all of us alone. With that, the group dashed in various directions, eager to escape the confines of this misty concealment technique. The fog was exceedingly dense, with visibility reduced to less than half a meter. They had no desire to engage in battle within this shroud. Unbeknownst to them, outside the veil of mist, Yi Liangnai wore a face full of eager anticipation. In an instant, the clash of metal rang out, a cacophony of steel meeting steel, as the group encountered formidable opponents. Yi Liangnai's voice floated ethereally through the fog. You are indeed quite formidable, my friends. However, escaping will not be so simple. I shall intervene. Upon hearing her words, The wandering ninjas instinctively unleashed their jutsu in retaliation. Fire release. Fireball. Lightning release. Lightning serpent. Little imp, I shall see what you can do. Before the words could fully escape his lips, an enormous fireball surged toward him. He was instantly taken aback, retreating in haste, cursing, "You there, cease your reckless jutsu. It's me you're targeting. Do you wish to end my life? Hold your fire. It's me, not that little imp. Quickly, dispel the lightning serpent. You've struck me. Was that intentional? Who are you calling a thief? Do you truly believe I am so easily bullied? Prepare to face the consequences." Amidst the fog, the voices of this group erupted in shouts and curses, escalating in intensity. Since the bickering has commenced, I shall not hold back. With that, Yiliangnai, positioned at the edge of the mist, swung her blade, the sound reverberating through the fog. The individuals enveloped in the mist felt their hairs stand on end, quickly directing their attacks toward the source of the sound. Thud. Crackle. A chorus of anguished cries resounded. At that moment, Yiliangnai too cried out, "Damn it! I did not anticipate your strength. I have been gravely injured. It seems I must retreat. I cannot allow myself to perish at the hands of you worthless fools." Upon hearing this, the misty figures erupted in joy, quickly followed by fury. Little imp, injured and still seeking to flee? Not a chance. They were convinced that their injuries had been inflicted by Yiliangnai, as she was the only voice they had heard. Subconsciously, they assumed she was nearby, and thus each launched attacks in the direction of her voice, showing no mercy. The result, inevitably, was a symphony of screams. Amidst the flashes of lightning, flames, wind blades, and earth spears, the band of wandering ninjas wailed in agony, struck down by their own comrades, suffering heavy casualties. When the fog finally dissipated, all 12 were accounted for, some adorned with crimson wounds, others charred beyond recognition, while some lay impaled by earth spears. How could you incite us to turn against one another? Impossible. How did you manage to make us hear only your voice while drowning out all others? You are a cloud ninja. You are a phantom. The last individual, his face a mask of horror, pointed at Yiliangnai, but before he could finish his sentence, she silenced him with a swift strike to his throat. The remaining individuals swiftly met their demise at the hands of Yiliangnai. He wiped his long blade and mused, "Is it so difficult to hear only my voice? Surely, distorting the sound in varying degrees is achievable." After disposing of the bodies, he made his way back. The other water clones should be nearing the end of their battles as well. Alas, my strength remains insufficient, even after enhancement. The water clones can only exert a quarter of my true power. Nevertheless, by fully employing the mist concealment technique, coupled with my previous strategy, I should still manage to eliminate a fair number of foes. Losing a few is entirely normal. After all, I did my utmost. However, transitioning from lightning release to water release has indeed provided me with a unique insight. To be candid, compared to lightning release, water release feels far more natural to Yiliangnai. Yet, it is merely a matter of comfort. He strolled leisurely towards the rendezvous point, patiently awaiting the return of his water clones. Upon arriving, he found that the original team of 18 was now just 4 short of being complete. How did it go? Jinghong, how many did you take down? The wolf of battle inquired upon seeing Yiliangnai's return. I managed to catch 1 or 2. These individuals are quite cunning. Yiliangnai shrugged, handing a bloodstained scroll to the wolf of battle. To pursue over 30 targets and only end up with 1 or 2. You truly live up to the esteem of Tianxin. The wolf of battle remarked, impressed. Remarkable. Is this truly your first assassination? If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have thought you were a seasoned assassin. Indeed, for us to be tasked with pursuing 30-odd individuals, eliminating 20 would be an extraordinary achievement. Yet you only allowed 1 or 2 to escape. It appears that competition breeds envy. Did they not scatter? If so, your prowess must be formidable. These individuals were not weak. The difficulty in dealing with them was considerable. Observing Yiliangnai without a scratch, his fellow assassins expressed their astonishment. Perhaps I was simply fortunate. They stumbled into a small ravine, and I had them cornered. Yiliangnai fabricated a tale with an unwavering demeanor. Nearby, Ieyasu and General Dimyu were engaged in conversation, with designated overseers confirming the number of rogue ninjas eliminated. After waiting for half an hour, the assassination team gathered in full. Ultimately, only 9 rogue ninjas escaped. A number of little concern. The operation to eradicate them was nearing its conclusion, with the final task being the destruction of the base at Huikans. This extermination effort involved General Demu's 60,000 troops, several thousand of Ieyasu's Imperial Guards, and the 18 members of the Wolf of Battles team. Let us depart. With a commanding shout, they marched towards Matsuzaka town. Let us take down the villains. How delightful this is! Princess Demu Xiaohua exclaimed, riding atop General Demu Guangchuan's shoulders. Her cheeks flushed with excitement. Big brother, let us take little Huahua along to fight the bad guys. Huahua shouted towards Yelyongnai, who was advancing not far ahead. Yelyongnai paid her no heed. Taking a chubby child into battle was far too perilous. Not to mention the terrifying identity of this little chub. Woe is me. Big brother, forget about little Huahua. I shall no longer acknowledge you, humph. When Huahua realized that Yelyongnai was ignoring her, she instantly became displeased. Yet, no matter how much she cried and fussed, Yelyongnai remained unresponsive. The general was equally at a loss, even letting out a sigh of relief. He feared that Yelyongnai might acquiesce. In that case, matters would become infinitely more troublesome. Matsuzaka town. The news of the defeat and death of Homurazawa had yet to reach here. Therefore, the town still retained the semblance of Homurazawa's presence. With various criminal activities rampant, those wicked individuals, emboldened by their unchecked power, could not possibly foresee the calamity that awaited them. Upon witnessing the siege of the entire Matsuzaka town by an army of 60,000, personally commanded by their strategist, Dikang Hayue, they were momentarily at a loss. What is happening? A factional strife? Some attempted to ingratiate themselves with Dikang Hayue, eager to inquire about the situation. However, the only response they received was a rain of arrows. It was only at this moment that the malevolent forces of Matsuzaka town began to grasp the magnitude of their terror. Yet, there were still those who clung to false bravado. Are you not afraid of Lord Homurazawa's vengeance? Do you know what kind of place Matsuzaka town is? In response to their threats, the 60,000-strong army could not help but laugh in unison. Dikang Hayue smiled with utter disdain, stating, "If you are referring to Homurazawa, I'm afraid he has already met his demise." As he spoke, he commanded that Homurazawa's corpse be propped up for all to see. Upon seeing the mangled remains of Homurazawa, the inhabitants of Matsuzaka town were struck as if by a bolt from the blue. Panic ensued, and they fled in all directions, terrified. After all, with their protector gone, would they not flee rather than await their doom? Yet escape was an impossibility. Homurazawa had perished despite possessing such great power. What hope did these remnants of Matsuzaka town have? They barely needed the likes of Dolong to intervene. As the forces led by Ieyasu and Dikang Hayue swiftly quelled the chaos, news of this upheaval quickly spread through various channels, reaching the entirety of the Moon Kingdom. Instantly, those officials who colluded with Homurazawa were thrown into disarray. They were left in a state of shock, pale as death, but there was no escape for them. In Homurazawa's stronghold, a ledger existed detailing the crimes of them all. The chronicler of these misdeeds was none other than Dikang Hayue, who had once served as the strategist. Thus, the pacification of the Moon Kingdom was merely a matter of completing the final step. Dikang Hayue gazed contentedly at Demu Guangchuan, Ieyasu, and Dolong, before they all triumphantly returned. The daimyo, already informed of their victory, naturally emerged from the city to welcome back their heroes. The task has been completed, and I shall now take my leave. Upon returning to the city, Dolong expressed his desire to resign. Despite Duke Dekong Vi's repeated attempts to persuade him otherwise, he ultimately acquiesced to Dolong's request. "Captain, why not stay? At least you could enjoy a meal," one of the team members queried, perplexed by Dolong's decision to depart. "Shall I linger to witness their internal spoils and subsequent fratricide?" Dolong retorted coldly, casting a disdainful glance at the speaker. "Fratricide? Captain, wherefore this notion? Surely they would not turn upon one another?" The incredulity was palpable among the others in response to Dolong's assertion. Yet, Yi Liangnai voiced his agreement, stating, "Since time immemorial, when the birds are gone, the fine bough is hidden. The act of dismantling bridges after crossing is far too common. The captain's decision is indeed sagacious. You inquire about the meaning behind when the birds are gone, the fine bough is hidden? That is of no concern to you. What matters is that the captain's judgment is sound. Should we remain, we will inevitably be entangled in the internal strife of their Moon Kingdom. Thus, withdrawing promptly after fulfilling our duties is the wisest course. One is a general commanding an army of 60,000, imbued with great prestige, while the other is an ambitious monarch of meager influence. Peace between them is untenable, especially with Duke Dekong VI currently receiving support from his brother. Power is a ruthless entity. It is commonplace for fathers and sons to turn against one another, let alone between a renowned lord and a general. Ultimately, there can be but one victor. Such is the nature of the world. Dolong regarded Yi Liangnai with a look of approval upon hearing his words. He then mused, "If only you all possessed such insight as you, I could truly retire in peace. However, it appears I must continue to lead you lest you be deceived and end up counting someone else's coins." This remark induced a sense of shame among the others. Their gazes cast downward, tinged with envy towards Yi Liangnai. Why is it always he who excels? Is he truly so remarkable? 3 days later, the group returned to Yunin village. In the office of the fourth Raikage, he lamented, "Indeed, Yi Liangnai is a gem. Regardless of where he is placed, he shines brightly. If only that incident had not occurred, his presence would surely serve as the backbone of Yunin village." After reviewing Dolong's mission report, the Raikage refrained from probing further. He merely instructed Dolong on what to do. Meanwhile, Yi Liangnai reflected on the life of the assassination squad. Life here seems rather pleasant, though fraught with danger. At least I am spared from duty and afforded leisure, granting me ample opportunity to grow stronger. Relaxing in a bath, he pondered contentedly. In addition to the leisure time, the remuneration from the assassination squad is quite generous. For this particular mission, he received 60,000 yen, enough to indulge for a while. Yi Liangnai's days were both monotonous and fulfilling. Aside from undertaking missions, he dedicated most of his time to training. Regardless of who comes to visit, one seldom sees anyone else at home. He is either at one training ground or another. His lifestyle is distinctly uncharacteristic for someone of his age. Consequently, many are perplexed and have inquired about his unwavering dedication to training. Does he truly desire to grow stronger? Knight Ryo's response remains consistent and resolute. "Indeed, I yearn to become more formidable." In the blink of an eye, 3 months have elapsed. During this period, Knight Ryo has undertaken over 20 missions, most of which were perilous. Whether it involved pursuing dangerous rogue ninjas, eradicating malevolent forces, or dismantling certain tumultuous factions, his tasks were fraught with danger. He even engaged in missions dealing with hazardous creatures, many of which were the byproducts of unethical scientific endeavors. These formidable beings were far beyond the capabilities of an average jonin to handle. Yet, regardless of the peril, Knight Ryo consistently shone in his performance, often playing a pivotal role in determining the outcome, subtly becoming the vice-captain in the eyes of many. Time flies. It has now been 4 months since arriving in the Hidden Cloud village. On this day, Knight Ryo unusually refrains from training and instead strolls through the village. In the pursuit of cultivation, one must balance diligence with relaxation. After all, there are times when one must unwind. "Ah, Kira, it's quite rare to see you not training today." Just as Knight Ryo was admiring the picturesque scenery of the Hidden Cloud village, a voice called out from behind him. Turning around, he found it was none other than Darui. "You should take a break. Your aura has become quite fierce." Knight Ryo replied with a smile. It had been 3 months since their last encounter, and Darui had evidently grown stronger. "Huh, you too. Your presence is quite intimidating." Darui chuckled. "I have no choice. With you chasing me from behind, I dare not pause." Knight Ryo shrugged and suggested, "Shall we have a drink together? I want tea refuse." Darui readily accepted. Inside the tavern, Darui remarked, "The recent missions must have been quite challenging. I heard from Lord Raikage that you single-handedly captured an S-rank rogue ninja not long ago. You truly are a hidden gem. I had no idea you had grown this formidable." After taking a seat, Knight Ryo humbly replied, "It was merely a stroke of luck. I happened upon him when he was gravely injured and alone, so I captured him. It doesn't reflect true skill. You remain as modest as ever, always attributing your achievements to good fortune. Others may be oblivious to your prowess, but I am not. Look, one cannot rely solely on luck. Without strength as a foundation, even the best fortune is of no use." Darui said earnestly, "Let us have another match. I've recently developed a new skill that will surely not disappoint you." Upon hearing Darui's words, Knight Ryo's eyes narrowed slightly as he pondered, "A new skill? Could it be wind release?" However, I suspect his intentions may not be as straightforward as they seem. Perhaps there lies the shadow of the Raikage behind this. "A new skill, I eagerly anticipate." Yi Liangnai clinked glasses with Dalu, smiling as she spoke. "If it were the you of the past, you certainly would not have been so agreeable. Indeed, you have become much easier to engage with." Dalu appeared somewhat taken aback by Yi Liangnai's prompt acceptance, followed by a surge of excitement. It could be said that among the younger generation of Yunin village, there is no one who does not wish to challenge Yi Liangnai. Yet, most are unable to seize the opportunity or lack the requisite strength. Only Dalu possesses the strength and capability to do so. Upon Yi Liangnai's agreement to the duel, Dalu immediately lost all desire to continue drinking. He could hardly contain himself. In a training ground, he exclaimed with great enthusiasm, "Prepare yourself. I believe this new skill will not disappoint you. Let us begin. I am very much looking forward to it." Yi Liangnai unsheathed her long sword and declared, "Then I shall not hold back." Dalu quickly formed seals and unleashed a fierce wave of lightning. Yi Liangnai swiftly retreated, stating, "Such a degree of lightning release will have no effect on me. Indeed, I did not expect this attack to impact you. I merely sought to buy some time." Dalu grinned and announced, "Illusion technique, Naruto." Yi Liangnai sensed a formidable wave of energy surging toward him. Buying time with an illusion? Yet, I fear this is not his true intention. He promptly closed his eyes and channeled chakra, minimizing the effect of the illusion upon him. Simultaneously, he formed seals to release a sensory array, ensuring that closing his eyes would not hinder him. Cloud flow, crescent slash. As anticipated, the moment Yi Liangnai closed his eyes, Dalu's assault surged forth. 3 figures of Dalu surrounded Yi Liangnai, striking simultaneously. "Such a repeated attack holds no efficacy against me, Dalu. You ought to know this." Facing the 3 encroaching figures of Dalu, Yi Liangnai unleashed a chilling strike, exuding confidence. A flash of cold light gleamed as one figure was forced back, while the other 2 began to disperse. "But how could I possibly employ the same tactic against you, Kira?" Upon witnessing Yi Liangnai open his eyes, Dalu laughed heartily and commanded, "Lightning release, thunder pillar." The 2 dispersing figures of Dalu transformed into brilliant arcs of lightning, emitting a dazzling radiance. Simultaneously, an astonishing surge of electricity surged toward Yi Liangnai, catching him completely off guard. Startled, Yi Liangnai prepared to retreat as the lightning approached. Yet, Dalu's voice rang out, "I will not allow you to succeed, Yi Liangnai." Wind release, gale bind. From Dalu's hand, a radiant mass shot forth, wrapping around Yi Liangnai like a finger, intent on binding him. However, Yi Liangnai was resolute in his desire to break free. Merely gazing upon the fierce aura emanating from the binding mass, he recognized its formidable nature. 6-pillar flame formation. With no time to form the necessary seals for the ninjutsu, he resorted to utilizing a barrier technique. Even the barrier technique was executed in a rather hasty manner. The moment Knight Reina was enveloped by the protective barrier, the binding entity tightly ensnared it, accompanied by a spine-chilling crackle of thunder, displaying formidable power. How perilous it was! I nearly faced defeat. Within the confines of the barrier, Knight Reina gazed at the distant Dai, whose expression was one of profound regret, and remarked, "You have indeed grown even stronger. I never anticipated that despite exhausting all my efforts, I would still be unable to contend with you. Truly, a fearsome adversary. However, this is not yet over." Dalu clapped his palms together, continuously amplifying his chakra output. Remarkably, the binding entity began to grow rapidly, intending to invade from the apex of the barrier, seeking to capture Knight Reina, as if she were a turtle in a jar. A commendable strategy, but alas, I shall not allow you to succeed. With a mere thought, Knight Reina sealed the upper part of the barrier. Now it is my turn. Knight Reina sustained her chakra output, her formidable presence causing the very earth to tremble. Astonishingly, the barrier began to expand, and the flames above transformed from a crimson hue to a blinding white. Sizzle! An astonishing phenomenon unfolded as the thunderous binding entity was engulfed in flames. Dalu, overwhelmed with astonishment, thought, "What terrifying chakra! Just how much stronger has this individual become during this time? It is simply unfathomable. Dalu, relinquish your efforts. Continuing this struggle will yield you no chance of victory." Knight Reina spoke with an air of ease. "That is not an option. A man must never concede so easily." Dalu gritted his teeth, persisting even as sweat poured from his brow. "Very well, if that is the case, I shall demonstrate my absolute strength to make you understand." Witnessing this, Knight Reina sighed and then, surprisingly, dispelled the barrier, though her form vanished from sight. "Where is she?" Dalu immediately became vigilant. scanning his surroundings to guard against a sudden ambush from Knight Rina. Right here. Knight Rina's voice echoed directly before Dalui. In the next moment, she materialized with a swift movement, launching a powerful punch. Useless. I have anticipated this. Dalui roared, raising his arms to shield his head while leaping backward. Anticipated? Do not speak too soon, Dalu. At his words, Knight Rina couldn't help but chuckle. Dalui, upon hearing this, was suddenly seized by a sense of foreboding. To his astonishment, Knight Rina maintained a hand sign and pointed at him, declaring, "Binding flow curse." At her words, Dalui shouted in alarm. Yet, he had no time to react as a layer of fiery red inscriptions rapidly enveloped him. He felt his mobility completely restricted, rendering him utterly immobile. This binding force exceeded the highest threshold he could counter with his chakra. Was that punch merely a ploy to impose a sealing technique upon me? Cursed be my carelessness. Dalui silently berated himself for his foolishness. How could he be so reckless against an opponent like Knight Rina? It seems that once again, I have emerged victorious. Dalui, Yeongnai declared, her blade poised against Dalui's neck, a smile gracing her lips. I never anticipated such a defeat. I had believed that with the addition of Storm Release and the enhanced Cloud Flow 3-day Moon Slash, I would at least be able to match you. Yet, in the end, it appears my hopes were in vain. The gap between us has not only remained, but has widened. You hardly took our battle seriously, did you? I sense you did not unleash your true potential. I wonder just how formidable your full strength truly is. In response to Yeongnai's inquiry, Dalui shrugged, remarking, I frequently undertake perilous missions, so it is only natural that my strength surpasses yours. However, to claim that I did not exert myself would be a grave injustice. I even employed barrier techniques. What more could I do to demonstrate my all? Spare me, for I have already exhausted my capabilities. Internally, Dalui could only wish to retort, you have fought me twice. When have you ever truly given it your all? The last time, our disparity was not nearly as pronounced. Yeongnai truly is an insurmountable opponent. I shall continue to train diligently, and one day, I will astonish you. Before taking his leave, Dalui vowed to Yeongnai, then do your best. Until that day, I shall await your return. Yeongnai chuckled before departing, knowing that Dalui had a long journey ahead to surpass her. In the Raikage's office, the fourth Raikage inquired upon Dalui's arrival. How did the battle unfold? Did your storm release inflict any damage? I caused no harm, Lord Raikage. He is far too powerful. To the extent that I cannot discern the true depth of his strength, Dalui replied, a shadow of melancholy crossing his face. It appears this individual is indeed formidable. Few can elicit such a reaction from you. Do not be disheartened. Continue to strive, for I believe that with your prowess, you will undoubtedly surpass him one day. The fourth Raikage encouraged, patting Dalui on the shoulder. Understood, Dalui replied before taking his leave. Kira, you are becoming increasingly inscrutable. What do you intend by concealing your strength? The fourth Raikage mused, a flicker of intrigue glimmering in his eyes. Meanwhile, at Yeongnai's residence, she reflected, 3 months' time, 5 million enhancement points. What a feat. Opening the system panel, excitement surged within her. With 5 million enhancement points, she could ascend from the invincible status of a high ninja to that of a shadow-level figure. Yeongnai, enhancement attributes, strength, speed, agility, stamina, attaining elite high ninja standards in all. System, enhancement initiated. This enhancement will consume a total of 600,000 enhancement points. In that moment, Yeongnai felt her body infused with an overwhelming surge of energy, a sensation so intoxicating it was irresistible. She could sense her cells rejoicing, a wave of euphoria enveloping her. 5 minutes later, the feeling of fullness gradually subsided. Ding! Enhancement successful. Congratulations, host, on achieving the invincible status of an elite high ninja. She paid no heed to the system's voice echoing in her mind. Knight Yeongnai once again opened the enhancement options, contemplating. Enhancement attribute, stamina. Elevating it to the level of a shadow. Becoming an elite jonin is not his ultimate goal. It is the realm of shadows that he aspires to attain. As long as any one attribute is enhanced to the level of a shadow, Knight Yeongnai will possess the strength of a shadow. Of course, even with such enhancements, his ranking among equally matched formidable opponents would remain relatively low. Yet, this alone suffices, for he would undeniably be a genuine shadow-level powerhouse. After all, Most shadow-level warriors possess only one or two attributes that truly meet the criteria. With 3 attributes meeting the standard, even the peak 3rd Hokage would find himself slightly overshadowed. With 4 attributes reaching the benchmark, invincibility in the realm of shadows is assured, rendering even Sage Jiraiya powerless. Ding. Enhancement commencing. This endeavor will require 500,000 enhancement points. The moment the words left his lips, an unprecedented sensation of inflation surged through his mind. Knight Liang Nai sensed that his body was undergoing astonishing transformations. It appeared as though his meridians were being expanded, the quality of his chakra was being purified continuously, and his control was steadily increasing. This exquisite feeling of gaining further mastery over his own body was utterly delightful. In contrast, he noticed a yellow, viscous liquid slowly seeping from his body, emanating a foul odor. Is the cleansing of the marrow upon me again? Knight Liang Nai closed his eyes, quietly savoring this sensation of enhancement. 10 minutes later, the overwhelming feeling gradually dissipated. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself enveloped in a layer of grime, resembling a wild man. He then rose and made his way to the bathroom, settling into the bathtub to wash away the filth, yet his mind remained immersed in the system. With the remaining 400,000 enhancement points, he decided to enhance all his skills. For Knight Liang Nai at this moment, even C-rank ninjutsu could be wielded with the finesse of S-rank ninjutsu. Once he learned S-rank ninjutsu, he could only speculate on its true power. But he was filled with anticipation. Would he be able to drown a complete Susanoo with a water jutsu? Or perhaps bring down the true 1,000 hands with a bolt from the heavens? He chuckled to himself, pondering the possibilities. If C-rank ninjutsu could potentially be enhanced to S-rank, then surely S-rank ninjutsu could be elevated to Super S-rank or beyond. With these thoughts in mind, he accessed his attribute panel, enhancing lightning release, illusion technique, essence refinement, sealing technique, binding curse, barrier technique, 6 pillars flame array, perception array, swordsmanship, flash. System. Enhancement commencing. This enhancement will consume 650,000 enhancement points. Subsequently, the familiar sensation washed over him once more, and Knight Liang Nai reclined in the bathtub, beginning to cleanse the grime from his body. After 20 minutes, the enhancement was complete. Before his eyes, the skill panel emerged, allowing him to clearly observe the effects of the enhancements. Ninjutsu, Thunderstorm Formation Secondary Enhancement Points, 10,000 enhanced effects, attack range doubled, power and release speed tripled, capable of damaging tailed beasts. Accompanied by a stunning lightning effect enhanced level, S enhancement attempts, 0 ninjutsu, lightning pillar wall secondary enhancement points, 5,000 enhanced effects, defense quadrupled. Able to withstand the phantom dog cannon, release speed doubled enhanced level, A enhancement attempts, 0 swordsmanship, flash extinction secondary enhancement points, 10,000 enhanced effects, speed quadrupled, lethality doubled. Capable of breaking through the defenses of the 3rd form Susanoo, arm rib type, skeletal type, flesh and blood meridian type, armor upright type. Complete form, enhanced level, S enhancement attempts, 1 barrier technique, 6 pillar flame formation secondary enhancement points, 10,000 enhanced effects, defense quintupled, accompanied by autonomous flame attack effects. Able to directly withstand all tailed beast balls except for the 8 and 9 tails enhanced level. S enhancement attempts, 1 barrier technique, perception formation secondary enhancement points, 5,000 enhanced effects. Perception range expanded to 10 miles. Consumption increased by 15 times enhanced level. A enhancement attempts, 0 sealing technique. Binding flow curse secondary enhancement points, 10,000 enhanced effects. Binding effect, difficulty of escape quadrupled, casting speed doubled. Capable of sealing tailed beasts enhanced level. S enhancement attempts, 0 illusion technique. Essence refinement technique initial enhancement points, 5,000 enhanced effects. Release speed and efficacy increased fourfold. Cannot be dispelled by conventional methods. Can affect tailed beasts enhanced level. A enhancement attempts, 0 the skills learned by Yelena, aside from the silent technique formation, which remains unenhanced, have reached their limits. To unleash the full power of these ninjutsu, Yelena must first achieve the pinnacle of shadow-level invincibility. Nevertheless, even with such capabilities, Yelena stands as a formidable contender among shadow-level warriors, though not quite on par with the leaders of the 5 great ninja villages. However, these esteemed figures would find it exceedingly difficult to defeat Yelena, as her strength lies predominantly in defense. In other words, Yelena possesses the ability to escape from the village hidden in the clouds, even if her identity is revealed. At 12 years old, the shadow-level potential is not entirely outrageous, especially considering the prodigy Itachi Uchiha, who awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan at this age and stepped into the realm of shadows by 13. In just 3 months, Yelena will also reach 13. The primary factor limiting her power is likely her age. The next steps can afford to slow down a bit. A relentless surge in strength may burden her body. Once she enhances another attribute, she can take a breather. One cannot become a master overnight. Presently, having achieved her anticipated goal and possessing the strength to contend with the Mizukage, there is no longer a need for such fervent efforts. Continuing at this pace could pose a threat to her health. However, even if I strive relentlessly, enhancing my strength in the future will not be an easy endeavor. As one progresses, the required enhancement points become increasingly outrageous. Each attribute at the shadow level demands 500,000 enhancement points, while the super shadow requires a staggering 1,000,000. Merely to step into the realm of super shadow and enhance any single attribute would require nearly 2 months of dedicated effort. The weight of this task is indeed considerable. Host: Yi Liangnai Age, 12 Swordsmanship, Flash Extinction Ninjutsu, Mist Concealment Technique, Water Clone Technique, Thunder Pillar Wall, Gratitude Wave, Lightning Strike Array Barrier Technique, Perception Array, 6 Pillar Flame Array Sealing Technique, Binding Flow Curse Illusion Technique, Golden Binding Technique, Essence Refinement Technique Weapon, Forged Great Sword Level, Shadow, Genin, Chunin, Special Jonin, Jonin, Elite Jonin, Shadow, Super Shadow, 6 Paths, Enhancement Points, 3,350,000 in the afternoon. Within a training ground in the hidden cloud village, Yi Liangnai was wielding his sword, feeling an overwhelming surge in his power that required careful mastery. Not far from him, other cloud ninja were also engaged in training. Is that Kira? He is here training again, truly diligent. I haven't seen him take a proper break in days. A cloud ninja remarked, observing the fierce and chilling aura emanating from Yi Liangnai as he wielded his sword. Indeed, his strength is not without reason. Such relentless effort makes it difficult to remain weak. However, one must wonder why he is so obsessed with becoming stronger. Is it due to insufficient power or financial constraints? Yet, I have heard that he has completed several S-rank missions and possesses a fortune amounting to hundreds of thousands of yen. He should be free from worries regarding sustenance. Who can say? After all, there is a saying, geniuses often have peculiarities. Perhaps he simply enjoys training. The crowd buzzed with speculation, but their gazes toward Yi Liangnai were filled with deep envy. Who wouldn't he envy him? As the strongest among the younger generation of Hidden Cloud Village, even the likes of Darui feel inferior in his presence. Speaking of which, his swordsmanship is truly terrifying. Even from this considerable distance, I can feel a chill creeping down my neck and a tightening throughout my body, as if I were on the brink of being cleaved in two. Look at the ground before him. It has been cleaved open by the pressure released from his sword. Remarkable. Even without becoming a ninja, he could easily be a formidable swordsman. Indeed, this is the essence of genius. Everything comes so naturally to him. As for the discussions surrounding him, Yi Liangnai paid them no mind, allowing their words to flow in one ear and out the other. He was currently focused on gradually acclimating to the power within his body. Huh, he suddenly exclaimed, and a flash of cold light surged forth as an overwhelming torrent of chakra manifested explosively. With a swift motion, the black stone before Yi Liangnai was effortlessly cleaved in two. Moreover, a fissure appeared in the ground, extending forward relentlessly. It continued to stretch for 20 meters before finally ceasing. Indeed, mastering such a vast amount of chakra in one fell swoop remains an elusive feat. Yi Liangnai cast a glance at the massive stone, then continued to swing his long sword. Huh, huh. Accompanied by his incessant shouts, the surroundings continually shattered. However, the length of the sword marks on the ground grew shorter, while the chakra aura emanating from Yi Liangnai became increasingly refined. In the end, Yi Liangnai appeared as an ordinary person. With a single stroke, he merely cleaved through a massive stone, creating no further disturbance. Yet, this did not signify a diminishment of power. On the contrary, it had intensified, for his strength had been entirely consolidated, allowing for effortless control. The most compelling evidence lay in the fact that the initial strike had left a rather crude incision, whereas the final blow was as smooth as a mirror, impeccably even. How remarkable! The gathered cloud shinobi could not help but exclaim at the sight before them. The chakra aura that had erupted from Yilianai in that fleeting moment instilled in them an overwhelming sense of despair, akin to confronting death itself, leaving no room for resistance. So formidable! Moreover, if their memories served them correctly, the massive stone cleaved by Yilianai was a specially crafted chakra stone, its hardness comparable to steel. Not even a powerful A-rank lightning release technique could inflict the slightest damage upon it. Was steel truly as fragile as tofu before him? Such thoughts raced through their minds. And when they looked at Yilianai, it was as though they beheld a monster. Just how powerful was he? These cloud shinobi had never witnessed anyone possess such terrifying swordsmanship. Even a standard strike now bore the might of his previous blinding, full-powered attack. It was worth the extensive reinforcement points he had expended. Yet, the downside was that if he used his full power to strike, given his current physical endurance, he could only manage to do so a few times. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Yilianai murmured with satisfaction. After an hour, he had mastered the control of his newfound strength. The remainder would be entrusted to the forthcoming battles and subsequent daily training. With that, he departed under the astonished and admiring gazes of the cloud shinobi. Not long after his departure, the fourth Reikage appeared on the scene. He gazed at the cleaved massive stone, lost in contemplation. Is this truly your full power? Jillian, your strength is likely surpassing even that of your superior, the Wolf of Battle. The chakra aura Yilianai had unleashed earlier was something he had sensed as well, and it was astonishingly formidable. Thus, he observed Yilianai for a full hour, growing increasingly alarmed with each passing moment. This terrifying swordsmanship alone could likely defeat many jonin within the village. Jillian, is it truly wise to keep you in the assassination unit? You are far too difficult to manage. The rapidity of your strength's growth is indeed terrifying. If this is your genuine strength, how much courage and perseverance must you have possessed to conceal it until now? But if you were only that strong from the outset, and have since grown to this level in just 4 months, that is truly monstrous. Your rate of enhancement is akin to a rocket's ascent. No one could possibly keep pace with your progress. To be fair, had it not been for that investigation by the Heavenly Heart, Yilianai's remarkable transformation would have been most welcome. Yet now, the fourth Reikage finds himself engulfed in anxiety. It is time to reassign you from the assassination squad. Your brilliance is simply too conspicuous. Until your identity is fully cleared of suspicion, I cannot place my complete trust in you. Therefore, you shall be transferred to the Dragon Cave, where the Two-Tails Jinchuriki resides, to remain in the company of the wooden construct, mutually guarding one another. This way, you shall be shielded from the outside world. During this period, the fourth Reikage has dispatched numerous spies to gather intelligence on Kirigakure, seeking information regarding Kira from the Mist Ninjas. However, ever since the infiltration by Tenkai, the defenses of Kirigakure have been fortified significantly, rendering any covert operations utterly futile. It seems that, as Knight Ryo said, the elder of the Mist Village, once successful in his deceit, has turned his back and ensured that their borders are impenetrable. The operatives he sent forth returned empty-handed. Naturally, Knight Ryo remains oblivious to the fourth Reikage's internal machinations. Yet he is acutely aware that the Reikage had been observing him during his training. The Reikage's formidable aura is something Knight Ryo can sense instinctively, without the need for any sensory techniques. What thoughts might you entertain? What actions might you take, Reikage? Knight Ryo proceeded to a fishing tackle shop, acquiring a fishing rod and other necessary tools, before making his way to the riverbank below Kyomogakure, where he cast his line. He then began to quietly refine his chakra, replenishing the energy expended during his earlier training. Since he has ascended to the shadow level of energy enhancement, concerns regarding his chakra have largely dissipated. His chakra reserves are among the most abundant in the entire shinobi world, overshadowed only by the likes of the tailed beasts, the second generation of Sage of Six Paths, and formidable individuals such as Kisame Hashigaki. With an ample supply of chakra, a sense of tranquility envelopes his mind. Chakra refinement is indeed a form of training. The ability to maintain a tranquil mind and focus intently is crucial to the quality of chakra produced. Knight Ryo is reluctant to undergo the process of secondary refinement. The reason for his primary focus on enhancing his energy attributes lies in their capacity to yield the most rapid growth in strength compared to the other three options. After all, once energy is enhanced to the shadow level, further amplification of various skills results in the most substantial power increase. The enhancement of strength, speed, and agility cannot compare in magnitude. Swish. After approximately 15 minutes of waiting, the first fish was hooked. It was not as challenging as I had anticipated. Removing the succulent mackerel from the line, Knight Rio smiled to himself, akin to achieving the shadow level. The second, the third, the 10th. Time to call it a day and head home. As he gathered his fishing gear, the moon began to rise, casting a dim glow. While remnants of the evening twilight lingered in the sky, where sparse stars twinkled, a sight of exquisite beauty. With the gentle breeze caressing his face, Knight Rio returned, laden with his catch. Today's breeze feels particularly soft. Perhaps it is the calm before the impending storm? Humph. I eagerly await the tempest that is to come. The meaning behind Yu Liangnai's words remains a mystery, much like the spontaneous musings of a wandering poet, perhaps devoid of any profound significance, or conversely, laden with deep meaning. The following day presented a daunting task, and I earnestly hope that each of you would brace yourselves, ideally preparing for the embrace of death. Among the assassination team, Do Lang cast a serious glance at Yi Liangnai and the others, declaring with utmost gravity, "Preparation for death? Captain, when have we ever been unprepared? The assassination team is a realm where demise lurks at every corner. Indeed, our group of 18 has undergone countless transformations. How many among us have managed to survive for half a year? It seems only you and Jing Hong remain. It is merely death, and I have long since made peace with it. At this juncture in life, there are no regrets." The members of the assassination team displayed remarkable composure. And even as an undercover agent, Yi Liangnai could not help but admire their valor. This mission was commissioned by the daimyo of the Land of Thunder, to reclaim the precious Meiji monument that had fallen into the hands of the Land of Whirlpool. However, this artifact had also caught the attention of the daimyo of the Land of Fire, the Land of Water, and various other factions from neighboring countries. Rumor has it that it serves as a key to unlock a treasure of unparalleled wealth from the Warring States period, making it an object of desire for all major powers. The daimyo of the Land of Thunder offered a staggering bounty of 200 million, insisting that we must retrieve it. Failure would result in Lord Raikage facing the daimyo's ire. Thus, we must risk our lives to reclaim this monument, ensuring it does not fall into the hands of any rival forces. Do you understand? Hearing Do Lang's words, Yi Liangnai felt a wave of emotion. 200 million. Truly a lavish expenditure and a matter of utmost urgency. To put it into perspective, the standard bounty for an S-level mission is generally only a few million yen. Tasks offering 10 million in bounty are exceedingly rare, let alone 200 million. This also correlates with the cost of living in the ninja world. A bowl of ordinary tonkatsu ramen costs around 600 yen. Just for food, one might easily spend over 1,000 yen a day. A decent meal would require no less than 10,000 yen. Consequently, ninjas do not earn much, and they must wager their lives. The status of a ninja is indeed rather low. To survive, one must become a mere pawn in someone else's game, unable to dictate their own fate. It is no wonder that only the offspring of prominent families can afford to utilize hidden weapons. Commoner ninjas simply cannot bear the burden. As Yi Liangnai pondered these thoughts, Do Lang had already issued his commands, and the group set forth. Along the way, Do Lang whispered to Jing Hong, "If the battle becomes particularly fierce, and you have the capacity, please do take care of them a little. Do not allow them to perish so easily." "Well, I shall do my best if possible." Yi Liangnai smiled, realizing that Do Lang was not as cold-hearted as he appeared. Nevertheless, with both the Land of Fire and the Land of Water involved, she couldn't help but wonder if she might encounter any familiar faces. In her heart, she murmured, "The Land of Fire may be manageable, but the Land of Water complicates matters. Should I truly resort to severe measures against them?" Yi Liangnai found herself in a state of indecision. It is indeed possible that these individuals may eventually become subordinates to his sister, Kirigiri Mei, serving as invaluable assets to the village hidden in the mist. Eliminating them would be akin to dismantling the very walls of his own fortress, a notion he found difficult to contemplate. However, Do Lang seemed to perceive his hesitance and remarked coldly, "Jing Hong, during this mission, we are bound to encounter the ninjas of the Land of Water, specifically from the village hidden in the mist." At that juncture, Do not show any mercy that could jeopardize our success. The chilling tone left no room for dissent. Yes, yes, replied Yelyongnai, his voice weary, as he pondered who might be leading the Mist Village. His anticipation was palpable, as Jinghong and his team set forth. The village hidden in the mist and the Leaf Village dispatched their own ninjas in succession. Kakashi, this mission is of utmost importance. I entrust it to you. The third Hokage stated, patting Kakashi on the shoulder with a serious demeanor. I shall ensure its completion, Lord Third. Kakashi responded with unwavering resolve. Behind him stood Might Guy, Itachi Uchiha, and the legendary would-release ninja, Tenzo, forming a formidable lineup. Uncertainty lingered in the air regarding whether they would cross paths with the enigmatic figure. The white cold light, once more. This time, I shall not allow you to succeed easily. Itachi vowed silently, having grown significantly stronger and more accomplished over the past 6 months. He eagerly anticipated their inevitable confrontation. Meanwhile, in the village hidden in the mist, Pippa Shirzong, Zabuza Momochi, and Kisame Hashigaki were tasked with a vital mission. You are well aware of what must be done. Our singular objective is to retrieve the Namikaze monument and fulfill the orders of Lord Daimyo. The Water Shadow, Yagura, instructed with an unwavering gaze. Understood, Lord Water Shadow. The trio responded and departed. Following a few additional directives from Kirigiri Mei, they, along with a host of seasoned warriors, set forth on their journey. Among their ranks were the likes of Hozuki Suigetsu, Ringo Amuri, and Shima Ikki. Not far from the land of whirlpools, upon a distant sea, 2 individuals had also set their sights on the Namikaze monument. Do you think we should intervene and covertly assist Lord Yelyongnai in seizing the monument? Kaguya Kimimaro inquired, his eyes gleaming with intensity. Indeed, it is an excellent idea. However, we must devise a meticulous plan. Mizuki Bai responded enthusiastically. In that case, it is settled. Kaguya Kimimaro proclaimed. At merely 10 years of age, he had already attained the rank of Special Jonin, capable of engaging in battle with Jonin-level opponents. Combined with Mizuki Bai's ice release, even seasoned Jonin could find themselves in peril. Thus, they had carved a notable reputation within the shinobi world, with many smaller nations eager to employ their services for various B-rank missions. At this very moment, Knight Liangnai, seated upon a vessel, remains blissfully unaware of the involvement of Hui Yi and Junma Lu. His mind is consumed with thoughts of battle. However, there exists a matter that perhaps the ninjas from the 3 great ninja villages, Cloud, Wood, and Mist, have not anticipated. There is a formidable organization, one that cannot be overlooked. With a keen interest in the revered Myoga monument, Akatsuki. Hey, Kakuzu, why must it be the 2 of us to undertake such a task? Haiden, bearing his crimson 3-bladed scythe, voiced his dissatisfaction towards the figure before him. Enough of your incessant chatter. Such a grand treasure can only be safely retrieved by my own hand. Kakuzu replied indifferently, casting a fleeting glance at Haiden with his green eyes. The organization is in dire need of funds. Such valuable assets cannot be overlooked. It is far more comfortable to secure a lasting solution. In this world, anyone can betray you, but money never will. Do you understand, Haiden? Yes, I get it. No need to repeat yourself, you old miser. Haiden retorted. In the land of whirlpools, a group of unknown wandering ninjas tread cautiously along the path. One among them, his face etched with anxiety, questioned, is it truly wise? Are we really going to compete with the 3 great ninja villages for this treasure? Won't we be risking our lives? I've heard this item originally belongs to the land of lightning. Will we not face their wrath? Fortune favors the bold. I care not whose it is. I only know that to act first is to gain the advantage. The captain of the group declared, his face a mask of determination tinged with envy. Why should the 5 great ninja villages revel in abundance while we struggle? Have they ever considered the plight of smaller villages or wandering ninjas like us? After enduring hardship, we now have a golden opportunity to prosper. Do you wish to let it slip away and return to a life of mere survival? Indeed, the captain speaks true. What is there to fear? The ninjas from the 5 great villages will take a long time to reach here. We have ample opportunity to seize the treasure and vanish. The rest of the group agreed fervently, their faces alight with fervor. Greed drives men to their doom, while hunger drives birds to their demise. How true it is. And countless other teams like theirs shared the same sentiment. Why should the 5 great ninja villages have exclusive rights? Just because they are the 5 great ninja villages? Absolutely not. Meanwhile, the most anxious souls reside at the site of the Myoga Monument, among the monks of Myoga Temple. Ninjas of Konoha, you must arrive swiftly. The head monk fervently prayed within. 2 days prior, after the stone tablet was identified, 2 avaricious monks hastily informed the feudal lords of the Land of Water and the Land of Lightning. Despite their prompt actions, the news still leaked, leading to an overwhelming disaster. Now, they could only hope that the ninjas they had summoned from Konoha would arrive in time to protect them. No matter how precious the Myoga Monument, it pales in comparison to their very lives. Yet, perhaps the Buddha did not hear their whispered prayers. The first wave of arrivals was not the leaf ninjas the monks had anticipated, but rather a group of rogue ninjas. Old man, if you know what is good for you, hand over your valuables quickly, or do not blame me for the ensuing bloodshed. The leader of this band was a burly man, covered in coarse hair and with a face full of rough features, his aura not particularly strong, merely at the level of a chunin. Yet, this was still beyond the monk's capacity to contend with. The abbot, wishing to intervene, barely managed to utter a word before the leader pierced his chest directly. The old man had no time for idle chatter. You lot, search for treasures. Let us seize what we can and live well. At the leader's command, the group of rogue ninjas surged into the temple like a pack of ravenous wolves, beginning their rampage of destruction and plunder. Though the ancient temple was not particularly renowned, it still housed some wealth. Faced with this scene, the monks were filled with rage but utterly powerless to intervene. Those who attempted to stop them lay in pools of their own blood. Umipa, umipa, such sins, such sins. Beyond these 2 phrases, they found themselves at a loss for words, utterly helpless. Suddenly, one of the minion ninjas exclaimed, "Boss, I found it." He held aloft a stone tablet, roughly the size of a basin, inscribed with the characters for ancient temple, joy radiating from his face. Well done, everyone, retreat. The sight of the tablet sent the leader into a frenzy of excitement, immediately issuing the order to withdraw. The group arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. Ha ha. Now we shall live without worry. Cast aside your life of wandering. From this day forth, we shall bask in abundance. Women, wealth, everything shall be ours. The leader proclaimed with exuberance, his delight unparalleled. However, the consequences of such hubris were dire. With a swift motion, a figure with grass-green hair pierced through his chest, bringing about his immediate demise. Such treasures are beyond your grasp. The green-haired ninja declared from the steps, descending from the ancient temple. Gazing at the band of rogues before him. You dare to kill our leader? I will avenge him. The minions' eyes turned red with fury as they charged at the green-haired ninja. A horde of ants dares to threaten me. The green-haired ninja scoffed at their approach. Forming hand seals, fire style, god fire technique. A torrent of blazing flames enveloped the assailants, igniting the surrounding forest. The air was filled with their agonized cries. The green-haired ninja surged forward with lightning speed. In mere minutes, he seized the ancient tablet, leaving the rest of the group dead at his hands. You worthless fools do not deserve such treasures. Only I am worthy of this. With the ancient tablet in hand, he thought to himself that he would no longer need to live as a B-rank rogue ninja. With that, he dashed down the mountain. Yet, there were far too many eyes set upon the tablet, and soon the green-haired ninja met his end at the hands of other rogue ninjas. Thus, the cycle continued, with ownership changing hands multiple times. A mere 2,000 meters separated the ancient temple from the foot of the mountain, yet no fewer than 10 battles transpired. Ultimately, it was the very team that proclaimed their authority over the ninja world through the 5 great shinobi villages that secured the revered monument. Withdraw. Erase all traces. We have struck gold. The leader of this band, stifling his excitement, declared. Understood. The rest of the team echoed, their faces betraying an insatiable desire and avarice. But could they truly be the final victors? Certainly not. Might we request that you hand over that stone tablet? Just as this group advanced into a thicket, ready to step into the vastness beyond, another team suddenly emerged before them, blocking their path. Sharingan, Konoha attire, etc. You are the copy ninja Kakashi Hitaki. The leader instantly recognized the identity of the man before him, none other than Kakashi and his comrades who had arrived in haste. Damn it, how could they arrive so swiftly? The moment he laid eyes on Kakashi, the leader's heart sank. In battle, they would stand no chance. Yet, to relinquish such unparalleled wealth was a bitter pill to swallow. After all, it was a treasure they had fought so hard to claim. Whoosh! At that moment, a sound of slicing air echoed from behind them as a squad of ninjas adorned with the Mist Village headbands appeared. Have you considered handing over that treasure to us? Think carefully. Konoha ninjas are typically merciful and may not resort to violence. However, should you refuse us, we, the Mist Ninjas, do not share such scruples. Surely, you would not wish for all your subordinates to perish due to a moment's folly on your part. The leader, Hozuki Kisame, grinned cruelly. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Upon seeing the massive executioner's blade slung across Hozuki's back, the leader couldn't help but swallow hard. Moreover, there was that figure, Kisame's companion, the notorious Zabuza Momochi. Look, it's the one wrapped in bandages, Zabuza? One of the lackeys exclaimed in awe. And behind them, that must be the legendary Goken Haku. Another pointed at the masked figure of Haku, trembling in fear. Hiss. The rogue ninja team collectively gasped, their resolve wavering. Boss, perhaps we should retreat. We no longer desire this treasure. One member urged, his voice laden with terror. The odds of their annihilation were overwhelmingly in favor of their adversaries. Yet infuriatingly, the leader's face contorted with conflict upon hearing this suggestion. Relinquishing such an easily attainable treasure was utterly unacceptable. But what could he do? Without the strength, they had no right to enjoy such riches. With a heavy sigh, he made his decision, addressing his comrades with a commanding tone. Scatter. Disperse in all directions. Konoha, take the ancient tablet. I'm done here. With that, he hurled the stone tablet into the air and swiftly darted into the depths of the forest. A wise choice. Onward. Kakashi and Tenzo simultaneously expressed their admiration. They then issued the same command. Seize the ancient monument. With the wood release, great forest technique, Tenzo quickly formed seals, and his arms transformed into numerous wooden limbs that surged toward the ancient monument. This would not only allow them to reclaim the monument, but also fend off their adversaries. What? Wood release. Upon witnessing this scene, the Mist Ninjas were taken aback, revealing their astonishment. Another wood release user had emerged from the hidden leaf. Was this truly the case? Hadn't it been said that since the time of Senju Hashirama, no one else could wield such power? A wood release ninja was indeed a formidable opponent. For the sake of the ancient monument, they were truly willing to give their all. Water release, exploding water shockwave. While Tenzo's comrades were in shock, Kisame Hashigaki had already made his move. Harnessing his immense chakra, he unleashed a torrent of water, creating a massive lake that surged forth. Wow! What an astonishing amount of chakra! The Leaf Ninjas hastily retreated. None dared confront the tsunami-like wave head-on. Even Tenzo's wood release was overwhelmed by the immense water pressure, and the ancient monument sank beneath the surface. Well done, Kisame. Tenzo couldn't help but praise him. Immediately, others prepared to dive into the water to retrieve the ancient monument. We won't let you succeed, Mist Ninjas. An Umbu member, standing on the water's surface, swiftly formed seals and unleashed a ferocious bolt of lightning. Instantly, the formidable lightning spread toward the Mist Ninjas. Humph, foolish Mist Ninjas. Do you not realize that water conducts electricity? The Umbu scoffed. Let us unleash the lightning release together and leave them nowhere to stand. Kakashi issued the battle command. In an instant, his hands moved rapidly, and he shouted, Lightning release, Lightning Wolf. A fierce bolt of lightning erupted from Kakashi's body, transforming into a menacing lightning wolf that charged toward Kisame and his allies. Behind him, the Umbu swiftly completed their seals, ready to strike with lightning release. However, before they could unleash their attack, Tenzo interjected. You Leaf Ninjas will not have the luxury of striking me unchallenged. With a powerful palm strike on the water's surface, he declared, Water release. Raging waves. In an instant, the previously calm water roared like a tsunami, churning violently. Waves towering over 10 meters crashed down with terrifying force. To think you could use lightning release here. How naive. Water release. Water flow slash. Zabuza also took action. After completing his seals, the vast water surface split apart, severing the transmission of electricity. Kisame, now is your chance. Quickly retrieve the ancient monument. Zabuza urged, grinning as he watched the Leaf Ninjas evade the monstrous waves. Understood. Kisame flashed a toothy grin, formed seals in the water, and struck the surface, executing water release, water shark bomb technique. A shark-shaped water projectile surged forward, intent on devouring the ancient monument. Water release, water fang bullet technique. But at that moment, a calm voice resonated through the chaos. Suddenly, two swift, conical water spikes shot up beneath the feet of the dry persimmon Zabuza, forcing him to retreat. Who is it? Zabuza immediately turned towards the source of the sound. There stood Itachi Uchiha, taking a deep breath, preparing to unleash the fire-style, Phoenix Fire technique. A barrage of crimson fireballs, resembling small meteors, surged towards Zabuza and his fellow mist shinobi. The speed was astonishing. The temperature was exceedingly high, and the threat was palpable. Water-style, water barrier. Zabuza hastily formed hand seals to create a defense, but Itachi flicked his sleeve, sending a shuriken flying as swiftly as a phantom, directly interrupting Zabuza's hand signs. How fast? Zabuza quickly retreated, astonished by the sheer speed of the attack. It was terrifying. The other mist shinobi scrambled to evade the onslaught of Phoenix Fire, but Itachi controlled the trajectory of the flames, making it exceedingly difficult to dodge successfully. One of the mist shinobi was hit and sent flying. Damn it! Upon witnessing this scene, Kisame Hoshigaki couldn't help but exclaim in frustration, ready to charge with his great sword when a sudden sense of imminent danger arose from behind. Lightning-style, lightning wolf. Kakashi unleashed a formidable lightning wolf that roared towards him, thwarting his intention to attack Itachi. Cursed! Kisame had no choice but to turn and defend himself against the lightning wolf. Meanwhile, Zabuza, who had just been forced back, charged towards Itachi. However, he was intercepted by none other than the proud blue beast of Konoha, Might Guy, who nearly kicked the finale into existence. The sixth gate opened. With a resonant shout, Might Guy transformed from an unremarkable ninja into a fearsome warrior akin to a scion. His overwhelming presence forced the surrounding Umbu to retreat, and the water surface was disrupted, creating a substantial crater. Such a terrifying chakra aura, it resembled a ferocious beast. This is a Konoha ninja, truly powerfully exhilarating. Zabuza's shark-like face was filled with excitement. Fear was a non-existent concept. He then plunged into the water, charging towards the ancient monument. Upon seeing this, Might Guy immediately submerged himself to pursue, determined not to allow Zabuza to succeed. As they engaged in their astonishing battle, Kisame and Kakashi, Zabuza and Itachi also commenced their fierce confrontation. The remaining members of both sides, without exception, joined the fray. However, the overall situation favored Konoha, primarily due to the presence of a Wit-style ninja, Tenzo. Even though Suigetsu and Karen struggled to contend with him, it was a formidable challenge. What is the matter? Is the legendary white cold light so feeble? Tenzo remarked with a hint of disdain. You bastard, which of your eyes saw me as the white cold light? My name is Suigetsu Hozuki, do you understand? Listening to the words of Tenzo, the irritable Gazuki Suigetsu exclaimed vehemently, Isn't it the white cold light? Upon hearing this, Tenzo couldn't help but squint his eyes, feeling a tinge of disappointment. He had hoped to witness the prowess of the white cold light, which had been so highly praised by Kakashi and Itachi Uchiha. Alas, he found himself facing nothing at all. Hey, what kind of look is that? Do you truly find me so unworthy of your combat interest? Seeing the disdain in Tenzo's eyes, Gazuki Suigetsu erupted once more, shouting furiously. Yet, Tenzo offered no response. However, his silence spoke volumes. Elsewhere, within the enveloping mist, Itachi Uchiha expressed his admiration. The hidden mist technique, truly worthy of the infamous Zabuza, is indeed formidable. Humph, it's good that you recognize its might. So tell me, how would you prefer to meet your demise? Throat, head, heart, eyes, or spine? The chilling voice of Zabuza echoed, laced with a palpable killing intent. Yet his figure remained hidden, instilling a sense of unease. I shall not choose, Itachi declared, suddenly pivoting and dashing in a specific direction, his hand weaving intricate signs as chakra gathered at his throat. Fire-style, grand fireball technique. A blazing fireball, 5 meters in diameter, surged forth like a miniature sun, its intense heat dispersing the mist momentarily. In a swift motion, a figure hurriedly retreated before the fireball. It was, of course, Zabuza. Witnessing this, a smile graced Itachi's face as he launched several shuriken with precision. Just as Zabuza narrowly evaded the oncoming projectiles, believing he had escaped unscathed, Itachi released yet another shuriken. A series of sharp metallic sounds followed as a remarkable event unfolded. All the shuriken that were about to fall were redirected by the last shuriken's impact, altering their trajectory to attack once more. What? Zabuza had not anticipated such a maneuver, leaving him no time to react. He felt 2 painful impacts, new wounds appearing on his body. At that moment, Itachi had already drawn his sword, transforming into a flash of cold light, charging forward with blinding speed. Fortunately, Zabuza reacted swiftly, drawing his own blade to parry the attack. With a deafening clash of metal, Zabuza let out a muffled groan. In his haste, he had failed to unleash his full potential. However, his focus shifted as he questioned, "Does my hidden mist technique have no effect on you? How can you attack me with such precision?" Itachi's fireball had been aimed directly at him. If it had struck him by chance, the consequences would have been dire. Indeed, the technique has its effects, but when compared to the white cold light, your hidden mist technique pales in comparison. To ensure our battle is less arduous, I have dedicated considerable study to the hidden mist technique. Having spoken, Uchiha Itachi raised his head, revealing a pair of scarlet eyes adorned with a black, triangular pinwheel pattern, a kaleidoscope. He then stepped forward with force towards Zabuza's abdomen. Yet Zabuza was not so easily bested and retaliated with a knee strike. However, Itachi's movement was not an assault, but rather a maneuver to use Zabuza's strength to propel himself backward. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. Almost akin to Yagura, he appeared to form no seals, and a barrage of fireballs surged towards Zabuza. Promptly, Zabuza dispelled the hidden mist technique, only to be struck by the flames. Yet, all that emerged was a hissing steam, revealing it to be merely a water clone. The true Zabuza materialized from a distance, breathing heavily. Why had Zabuza voluntarily dispelled the hidden mist technique? What was going on? Wasn't that his area of expertise? Why abandon such a significant advantage? Haku, witnessing this scene, felt utterly perplexed. He was well aware of the potency of Zabuza's hidden mist technique. Even he could only manage a 50-50 chance against Zabuza. Yet, such a considerable advantage had been relinquished? Could it be that his adversary, this boy named Uchiha Itachi, could see through the hidden mist technique? The mere thought sent a chill down his spine. If that were the case, it would be utterly terrifying. Meanwhile, not far from their fierce battle, a group perched upon a tree observed their conflict. None other than Yagura and his comrades. The intensity of the clash was astounding. Engaging directly with such foes was unwise. It would be better to let them exhaust each other and then reap the benefits. Jinghong, you handle the leaf ninjas, while we will take care of the mist shinobi. One member of the assassination team jested, glancing at Yagura. Excellent idea. Yagura responded with a raised eyebrow, a broad smile gracing his features. Enough distractions. Our enemies are formidable. We mustn't reveal our presence. There may be others lurking with similar intentions. Stay vigilant if you wish to survive. Dolu's cold voice cut through the air, silencing the group. At this moment, Yagura's thoughts wandered, calculating the time. My true self should be arriving at the battlefield soon. This plan is audacious indeed. Just thinking about it sends a thrill through me. Truly, only you would dare such a feat. Not only will I acquire that invaluable steel, but I will also clear any suspicion surrounding my identity. The daimyo of the land of lightning, you are indeed a generous man. As he pondered, on a mountain peak approximately 5,000 meters away, Kakuzu was inquiring about the situation from Haiden. I say, Kakuzu, is it really necessary to complicate matters this way? We could simply charge in and seize that item. Haiden retorted, with our abilities, we needn't worry about these people. Hearing this, Kakuzu cast a sidelong glance at him and replied, if you wish to court death, do so alone. I still have much life left to live. In jest, while Jiaodu considers himself quite formidable, he is not so arrogant as to believe he can simultaneously contend with the elite of both Konoha and Kirigakure. How tiresome. How long must this battle continue? Zetsu, what is the situation? Haiden inquired, displaying an air of impatience. Zetsu, unhurried, replied, well, it seems things are quite heated. Oh, by the way, a remarkable individual has emerged. Jiaodu, you should find him quite intriguing. Upon hearing this, Jiaodu's interest was piqued. Who is it? Could it be someone from the underground bounty list? Zetsu smiled and nodded. Indeed, it is the legendary genius, the White Cold Light. He has suddenly joined the ranks of Kirigakure, and at this moment, the entire battlefield has come to a halt due to his presence. It appears the people of Kirigakure are rather skeptical of him. Jiaodu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, I did not expect such an unexpected delight in this mission. Not bad at all. I was a tad disappointed when I saw the White Cold Light had not appeared earlier, but now it matters not. I shall claim his head, along with the nameplate. Back to the battlefield. Everyone, long time no see. Suddenly, Yena appeared before the duo of Kirigakure's Mizukage and Ringo Yuri, intercepting Tenzo's lethal strike aimed at them. What are you doing here? Wait, is this for real? Were you not dispatched on a secret mission? Why have you returned so suddenly? The presence of Yena astonished and bewildered the members of Kirigakure, who regarded him with palpable wariness and distrust. Am I not permitted to return unexpectedly? Yena chuckled, then turned to Tenzo, saying, I heard you were eager to witness my capabilities? Well, your wish is now granted. Come on, show me what you've got. And don't let me down. In response to Yena's provocation, Tenzo did not rush in immediately. Rather, he focused intently, confronting Yena. Is that really Yena? I don't know. Something feels off. We must not lower our guard. I have not heard any news of the completion of his mission. Even if what he claims is true, we must remain absolutely vigilant. Moreover, all of this is predicated on the assumption that he is indeed Yena and harbors no hostility. Due to Yena's sudden appearance, individuals such as Kiba Shizune and Zabuza paused their battles. Their opponents did likewise, as Yena's eerie emergence made it impossible to ascertain his stance. Prior to making any hasty decisions, it would be prudent to observe the situation. Hopefully, their confrontation will reveal something significant. Both sides contemplated this. How composed you are. However, if you do not make the first move, I shall not hold back. With that, Yena transformed into a fleeting shadow, swiftly closing the distance to Tenzo. His long sword glinting coldly as it sliced through the air. So swift. Both factions were taken aback, startled by Yena's terrifying speed of attack. Tian Zhang's pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks, a chill enveloping him entirely. It was only when Yi Liangnai made a cut upon him that he finally reacted, retreating hastily. His reflexes were evidently not on the same caliber. Water release, water bullet technique. Yet, before Tian Zhang could formulate any further response, Yi Liangnai unleashed 3 exquisitely refined water orbs that pierced through his form as if he had not even formed the necessary seals. Tian Zhang found himself suddenly adorned with 3 gaping wounds, eliciting a cry of agony. Although he had only elevated the water bullet technique to B rank, its potency, given his current prowess, likely rivaled that of an A rank attack. Yi Liangnai mused this to himself as he advanced towards Tian Zhang once more. His blade aimed directly at Tian Zhang's throat. This is bad. Quick, save him. Witnessing this scene, the Leaf Village ninjas were taken aback and sprang into action. Earth release, earth barrier. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. Kakashi and Itachi Uchiha, both renowned for their swift hands, unleashed their jutsu in succession. One enveloped Tian Zhang in protection, while the other targeted Yi Liangnai with precision. Under normal circumstances, when a target is shielded and one finds themselves besieged, any ninja would be expected to retreat immediately. Kakashi and Itachi shared this sentiment. However, to their astonishment, Yi Liangnai did not evade the incoming attacks. He was struck, leaving the onlookers in sheer disbelief. He can't dodge? Itachi pondered, watching as Yi Liangnai was hit, incredulous. Impossible. He was all too familiar with Yi Liangnai's rapid reflexes. Such an assault. He could easily evade. Yet in the next moment, Itachi comprehended why Yi Liangnai had not made an attempt to dodge. Sizzle. The moment he was struck, Yi Liangnai transformed into a mass of water, evaporating instantaneously. Water clone. Water vapor? Wait. Observing this, Itachi first marveled at Yi Liangnai's speed in executing his jutsu, but an ominous thought struck him. Quickly, attack, Captain Kakashi. Do not allow him to employ the hidden mist technique. His intention is to obscure our vision with the mist and seize the ancient monument. He shouted as he expelled a fireball, 5 meters in diameter, incinerating towards Yi Liangnai. What? Upon hearing Itachi's words, not only were the Leaf Village ninjas taken aback, but even the Mist Village members were astonished. This was possible too. Truly, Itachi Uchiha has seen through my intent with remarkable speed, but you are a step too late. Water release, hidden mist technique. Yi Liangnai's voice resonated with approval, and in an instant, a thick fog enveloped both the Leaf and Mist ninjas alike. In that fleeting moment, an eerie silence fell, unnervingly tranquil. Visibility dwindled to less than half a meter, obscuring all lines of sight. Instantly, everyone became vigilant and focused, daring not to relax even a fraction. The absence of sound was chilling. Was this the white cold light of the hidden mist technique? It was indeed terrifying. Kakashi endeavored to calm his mind and discern any sounds in his surroundings, hoping to make some corresponding judgments. Unfortunately, silence enveloped him. How vexing it was. The glacial white light emitted no sound, which implied an inability to convey information through auditory means. Unless he could swiftly reach a sensory ninja. Alleviating the current predicament seemed improbable. Uchiha Itachi remained vigilant, scanning his surroundings, including the ground beneath him, wary of ambush. As for making a hasty exit, that was out of the question. Without a clear understanding of the situation, a reckless charge would only result in collateral damage or severe injury. How infuriating it was to be caught in such a dilemma, allowing the adversary to gain the upper hand. Among the Leaf Village, some Umbu clenched their fists anxiously, revealing a resolute expression. Captain Kakashi, my apologies. You may be inadvertently harmed. However, for the sake of the nameless monument, this sacrifice seems justified, all for the sake of Lord Hokage. With this thought, the Umbu began to form hand seals, preparing to unleash an attack. This individual was certainly not Yagura. He dared to launch a joint assault against us. Suetun, wind release, disperse. They could not allow the nameless monument to fall into his hands, nor should it be seized by this foe from the Leaf. In contrast to the Leaf's members, who were rendered blind in this chaotic moment, the ninjas of the Mist Village could still hear each other amidst the turmoil. Tobirama. Paipa Shirzan commanded urgently. This was, of course, a deliberate ploy by Yagura. The Mist Village would not be subject to the same treatment as the Leaf Village. They were entitled to certain privileges. Understood, responded Zabuza and his comrades, preparing to form their seals. Yet, just as they progressed halfway, they sensed an overwhelming crisis looming. Crackling. A tempest of lightning surged towards them, compelling them to retreat and evade the oncoming storm. Strangely enough, at that moment, the mist began to dissipate. A throng of Cloud Village ninjas charged towards both the Leaf and Mist ninjas, their expressions a blend of ferocity, exhilaration, and bewilderment. The confusion likely stemmed from the mist's sudden dispersal. How could it vanish so abruptly? They intended to exploit this break in the mist to launch a fierce assault on the Mist Village. As for the Leaf Village ninjas, whoosh. The Cloud ninjas hastily withdrew. Without the cover of mist, they dared not overestimate their abilities against both the Mist and Leaf ninjas. However, the focal point of both the Leaf and Mist villages was not on them, but rather on the elusive Yagura. This was dire. The nameless monument was within his grasp. As both sides peered into the water, they beheld Yagura, having inexplicably circumvented the obstacles posed by Might Guy and Kisame Hashigaki, already clutching the nameless monument. Stop him. Do not let him breach the surface. The nameless monument must not be taken. If they could successfully thwart him beneath the water, he would not last long. Not everyone possesses the ability to breathe underwater like Kisame, who was a shark man. The average ninja could hold their breath for no more than 5 minutes. Within the ranks of the Yunrin team, Yi Liangnai's water clone gazed at the original self reflected in the water and feigned astonishment, exclaiming, "Is he truly the white cold light? He appears astonishingly youthful. Is it you who has led me to be suspected by Lord Rakage? I yearn to engage in combat with you." His words elicited a raised eyebrow from Dolong, a glimmer of inexplicable brilliance flashing in his eyes. In the depths of the water, Yi Liangnai mused, "You wish to prevent my escape? Yet, there are 2 even more perilous foes lurking nearby." With a playful grin, he added, to partake in this game, one must possess considerable strength. Engaging in battle with comrades from the Mist Village was indeed exhilarating. However, for the sake of this ancient monument and the treasures it conceals, it was undeniably worthwhile. To bestow such a precious relic upon a feudal lord would be a grave waste. It is imperative that valuable resources are utilized appropriately. Yi Liangnai's scheme was to claim it for himself. Once he completed his mission in the Yunrin village, he intended to return with the stone tablet and present it to Terumi Mei, enabling her to utilize it as a financial foundation for the future development of the Mist Village. Let me see if you can thwart my intentions. With the ancient monument secured upon his back, Yi Liangnai unleashed a surge of chakra. Boom. Instantly, the surface of the water erupted in a tumultuous roar. A formidable force radiated outward, catching both Kisame Hashigaki and Might Guy off guard, sending them reeling backward. Yi Liangnai surged forth like a ship cutting through the waves, racing towards the surface. The 7th gate, open. However, a deep voice resonated from behind him, belonging to Might Guy. Yi Liangnai felt a shiver run down his spine, his entire being involuntarily tensing. Boom. An even more overwhelming surge of chakra erupted, parting the lake created by Kisame's jutsu. Those on the water's surface could not help but change their expressions, hastily retreating as the water became untenable for standing. Guy, cease this. Such actions will only aid his escape. Kakashi urgently interjected, commanding Might Guy to halt his offensive. Tenzo sees him. He called to Tenzo, urging him to attack Yi Liangnai submerged beneath the water. We must capture him too. The ancient monument cannot fall into the hands of this enigmatic individual. Pakken also urged the mist shinobi to engage. Such an opportunity must not be afforded. If so, I shall surely perish. Thanks to Might Guy's explosive chakra, Yi Liangnai was nearing the water's surface. Faced with the imminent threat of a collective assault, he could not remain passive. Water style, water barrier. This jutsu, fascinating in its duality, serves both as a defensive and offensive technique, generating tidal waves to repel adversaries. Yi Liangnai, wielding shadow-level prowess, executed this enhanced A-rank water barrier. Its power beyond comprehension. Like a force of nature, the towering 10-meter tidal wave was insurmountable. All were utterly swept away, their jutsu seals disrupted. Ladies and gentlemen, the mountains and waters shall meet again. Farewell. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Liangnai swiftly surged out of the water's surface and dashed into the dense forest. Pursue. Do not let him escape. No chance of fleeing. At this sight, the elite shinobi from the 3 major ninja villages shouted in unison before giving chase. It would be a disgrace for them, the combined forces of 3 villages, to be thwarted by an unknown ninja. How exhilarating. As he felt the thrill of the chase, Yi Liangnai could not help but smile. The electrifying tension coursing through him was utterly delightful. He formed a series of hand seals once more, turning to unleash a thick mist that rapidly enveloped the surroundings. With his ample chakra reserves, covering a distance of 1 or 2 kilometers was a trivial matter. If not for the need to conceal his identity, he would have relished the chance to unleash a lightning technique. Jinghong, chase after him. You have experience in battling against the mist concealment technique. Just as the mist enveloped them, Dolong called out to Yi Liangnai's water clone. Understood. But this fellow's mist concealment technique is rather impressive. I lack complete confidence. With that, the water clone surged forward, vanishing instantaneously from Dolong's sight. Observing this scene from a distance, Ju's expression shifted to one of surprise. What's the matter, Ju? Your expression gives me an ominous premonition. Kakuzu keenly noticed the change on his face and inquired. This white, cold figure's mist concealment technique has obscured my perception. He is concealed within the mist, and I cannot ascertain his situation. Ju stated earnestly. What a cunning individual. Kakuzu could not help but commend. But it matters not. He cannot remain in the mist for long. Stay vigilant to the surroundings. He will inevitably emerge. Kakuzu instructed Ju calmly. He was convinced that with Ju's extraordinary sensory abilities, there was no way Yi Liangnai could escape. The nameplate belongs to our Akatsuki organization. There he is at the edge of the mist. Heading towards the canyon at our 9 o'clock direction. Ju called out again. Kakuzu immediately rose, commanding, Haiden, it's time to act. Haiden retorted, honestly, this was something we could have resolved long ago, yet you chose to delay until now. His expression was one of considerable annoyance and dissatisfaction. He strongly disapproved of Kakuzu's passive approach of merely observing without intervening. According to his nature, charging in to eliminate the target would have sufficed. As no one could pose a threat to him, why wait so long, risking the chance of the target escaping? How naive of you. In a situation with so many people, you think I could stitch you back together if you charged in recklessly? If you don't burden me, I would consider myself fortunate. Do you honestly believe that group is comprised of weaklings? Kakuzu scoffed, expressing his discontent towards Haiden. What? Kakuzu, are you implying that I am a burden? Haiden exclaimed, instantly displeased. However, Kakuzu had already departed, leaving no room for Haiden to voice his grievances. Witnessing this, Haiden could only stomp his feet in frustration before following behind. The gathering of the 3 great ninja villages. The mist began to dissipate. A voice called out, prompting everyone to look, and indeed, the fog slowly cleared, restoring their vision. Their sensory abilities were returning. Within the 3 ninja villages, astonished exclamations emerged as individuals commenced utilizing their sensory skills. At the Cloud Ninja Village, this is not good. Jinghong is injured, and her condition is dire. Qingqing, having just activated his sensory abilities, urgently informed Dolong. What? Upon hearing this, Dolong and the others from Cloud were taken aback, and under Dolong's lead, they hastily made their way. Witnessing this scene, the members from Mist Village and Konoha would not remain passive and promptly followed suit. Protect Jinghong, accelerate, Dolong commanded, urging the Cloud ninjas to hasten their pace. However, This led to the unintended consequence of the Konoha and Mist ninjas quickening their speed as well. Unwilling to fall behind the Cloud ninjas, Jinghong is that way. During their rapid advance, Qingcheng pointed in a certain direction. There, leaning against a tree, was Yelyongnai. Her face pale, with a gaping wound in her chest and several lacerations on her arm, bleeding profusely. "How are you, Jinghong? Can you still move?" Qingcheng approached Yelyongnai, his voice filled with concern. "Cough, cough. Although gravely injured, I should still be able to move." Yelyongnai forced a smile, attempting to rise but collapsing heavily onto the ground. "It seems I have overestimated myself." Yelyongnai smiled ruefully, glancing at Dolong and the others as she slowly shifted to lean against the tree. Once supported, she spoke, apologizing, "I am sorry I failed. The white cold light is indeed formidable, far more powerful than the intelligence suggested. His swordsmanship surpasses mine, and his water-style ninjutsu is more refined." Dolong frowned slightly at her words and inquired, "Where did the white cold light flee?" Yelyongnai replied, "In the 12 o'clock direction, if my judgment is correct. He is heading towards that gorge. If he proceeds there, he will enter a denser forest, an ideal place for escape." Upon hearing this, the surrounding Konoha and Mist ninjas displayed expressions of intent. However, due to mutual apprehensions, none dared to make the first move. They stood at a standoff, fearing that if one side acted first, they would be ambushed by the other two factions. "Very well, Hatake Kakashi, Pai Pa Shirzong. Let us each dispatch 4 trusted ninjas to pursue the white cold light together. Upon engaging, we shall signal and compete fairly, one-on-one. The ultimate victor shall claim the name monument. What say you?" Dolong proposed, seeking the opinions of Konoha and Mist. "I agree," Pai Pa Shirzong responded promptly. Then turned to Kakashi. "I have no objections. I suspect that even if I disagreed, it would bear little significance. The two factions that share the same opinion have, to a certain extent, formed an alliance. If I were to voice dissent, I would inevitably become your common adversary, which is hardly advantageous." At this moment, Kakashi is not yet the beloved exemplary teacher known to all, referred to as the man with an equal footing in both worlds. He remains, at this time, a cold assassin of the Umbu. So let us commence, everyone. Please nominate 4 ninjas each. Dolong cast a glance at the two and gestured for them to proceed. Kakashi and Pipa Shirzong immediately began selecting their candidates. Kakashi's chosen team consisted of Might Guy, Uchiha Itachi, Tenzo, and a sensory ninja. Pipa Shirzong selected Kisame Hashigaki, Zabuza Momochi, Ringo Yuya, and Suigetsu Hozuki. Dolong's selections included Kiyoshi and 3 other ninjas whose prowess was only slightly inferior to that of the astonishing Hong. Thus, let us set forth. With that, the 3 teams of 12 ventured towards the canyon in pursuit. Meanwhile, their target, Yena, or more accurately, the water clone that had been swapped, encountered formidable foes. "Ah, how surprising to find you two here. It sends shivers down my spine," the water clone remarked, eyeing Kakuzu and Haiden before licking its lips. Kakuzu replied indifferently, "Hand over the tablet, and I shall grant you a dignified death." Haiden, with a grim expression and an aura of terror, added, "If you do not surrender the tablet, I will ensure you experience the greeting of our dark deity, leaving not a trace of your remains." The water clone laughed at this. "Do you truly believe I would be intimidated by your mere words after going to such lengths to seize this prize? Come then, if you wish to obtain the tablet. Let me see if you possess the capability. I have been curious about you both for quite some time, and am eager to witness your prowess." Heh, an S-rank rogue ninja is indeed a rarity. With that, the water clone took off, its speed astonishingly surpassing the imaginations of Kakuzu and Haiden, vanishing from their sight in an instant. "Damn it, it runs incredibly fast. Pursue it," Haiden exclaimed, cursing as he prepared to chase after it. "Juzo, have you marked the target?" Kakuzu inquired, maintaining an air of calm. "Fear not. It shall not escape my grasp. There is no enemy I cannot track down. Heh, I shall lead the way." With that, Juzo sank into the ground, guiding Kakuzu in pursuit. Meanwhile, approximately 3 miles behind them, Zabuza and his group were hastily in pursuit as well. It appears that many have been drawn to this ancient tablet, but those lacking strength who dare covet it will ultimately meet a grim fate. Along the way lay various corpses, their appearances, heights, and attire entirely distinct, clearly originating from diverse places. Yet they shared a strikingly similar fate. All had been dispatched with a single knife to the throat, without a hint of struggle. Who is this individual? And why do they impersonate Yena? I do not recall Yena possessing such remarkable swordsmanship. Zabuza mused, his gaze sweeping over the lifeless bodies with a peculiar sense of unease. Be cautious. As he pondered this dilemma, a sudden voice of reminder from Biwako Shirzong pierced the air. Instantly, he regained his focus and beheld a white apparition approaching them, accompanied by a thunderous explosion. Clang! Clang! The crowd drew their blades to intercept the assault, but they were soon left in stunned silence. Bone projectiles? Before them, the spectral figures revealed themselves to be numerous white bone bullets, and a term surfaced in Zabuza's mind, the Kaguya clan. Who dares to show themselves? He called out, scanning his surroundings. Truly, the elite ninjas of Kirigakure are formidable. In the next moment, a strikingly handsome youth materialized before them. A red mark adorning his brow, none other than Kaguya Kimimaro. Indeed, it is you, the remnant of the Kaguya clan, the B-rank rogue ninja Kimimaro. Zabuza's gaze turned icy, imbued with a murderous intent. Very well, since you have come to me, I shall not hesitate to eliminate this scourge. It is fortuitous that we have been unable to locate your whereabouts in the village, only to encounter you here. Zabuza had no intention of inquiring why Kimimaro was present. He surged forward, intent on slaying him on the spot. We pursue. Upon witnessing this scene, Biwako Shirzong exclaimed, and of course, Uchiha Itachi and the others would not lag behind, hastily giving chase. Ice release, 1,000 killing water shuriken. At that moment, another wave of attacks surged forth, forcing them to halt once more and turn their attention to the source. There, atop a tree before them, stood Mizuno Yukibai, declaring, I shall not allow you to impede that gentleman's plans. The team was taken aback by this proclamation, and Biwako Shirzong's tone turned frostily resolute. Well, I did not anticipate encountering two rogue ninjas today. Since you have come forth, I shall not hold back. I knew that fellow could not possibly be Yeong Nai. How could someone of his caliber associate with you two remnants? The notion of a collaborative effort is indeed commendable, but alas, you have chosen the wrong adversaries. Do you truly believe that the two of you can thwart us? This was spoken with a palpable disdain, as he regarded the pair with utter indifference. However, this was to be expected. Who is Biwako Shirzong? One of the 7 ninja swordsmen. How could he possibly regard 2 B-rank rogue ninjas with any seriousness? Would a grown adult concern themselves with 2 small children? Certainly not. Whether they could impede him remained to be seen. With that, Mizuno Yukibai swiftly began forming seals, exclaiming, Ice release, demon mirror ice crystals. Instantly, shards of ice surrounded them, creating an impenetrable barrier, glistening brilliantly. If any of you can break free, I invite you to try. Mizuno Yukibai's voice echoed from within the icy confines, his figure flickering and darting among the ice mirrors, making it challenging to discern his whereabouts. Humph, do you think mirror ice techniques can hinder us? You underestimate us. Biwako Shirzong scoffed, immediately commencing his own set of hand seals. Water release. I shall not let you succeed. Ice 1,000 needles. Mizuno Yukibai's voice resonated once more, as a barrage of sharp ice needles shot forth from the mirrors, aiming to disrupt Biwako Shirzong's actions. Fire release, great fireball technique. Uchiha Itachi made his move, directing a colossal fireball towards a specific point, instantly melting all the ice clones. The attack struck its target, eliciting a muffled groan from that direction. Surrounding ice mirrors shattered dramatically. Witnessing this, Pipa Shirzong exclaimed, Water release, great water arm technique. A tremendous torrent of water coalesced into a formidable water fist, crashing down upon the ice mirrors and creating a vast crater. Let us go. Pipa Shirzong commanded the mist ninjas, who promptly filed out. As they emerged, they encountered Mizuki by blocking their path, drenched in sweat and bearing burn marks on his right shoulder. It's over, brat. Taking advantage of the moment, Pipa Shirzong showed no mercy towards Mizuki-bai. He swiftly closed the distance, his executioner's blade descending mercilessly, leaving Mizuki-bai no time to react. Clang! The strike was intercepted by a figure that suddenly appeared before Mizuki-bai, creating a sharp sound. It was Kaguya Kamaru, who struggled to hold his ground against the force. We must retreat. He bought sufficient time for our lord to escape. Mizuki-bai immediately countered with ice release, ice needle 1,000 hands, forcing Pipa Shirzong to withdraw and by Kaguya Kamaru some time to retreat. Whoosh! As Pipa Shirzong fell back, Kaguya Kamaru and Mizuki-bai also retreated into the forest. Although they posed no threat to the group, they had indeed delayed them significantly. Damn it! Pipa Shirzan cursed before hastening his pursuit once more. The other two factions quickly followed suit, resuming their chase after Yaongnai. Just as Mizuki-bai had stated, they had secured ample time for Yaongnai to flee. Even a second's delay could complicate matters, let alone having wasted over a minute. Meanwhile, 3 miles ahead, how impressive are the Akatsuki members, truly formidable. The water clone observed as Kakuzu and Haiden intercepted him once again, a satisfied grin spreading across his face. Knowing your strength, cease the futile struggle and hand over the stone tablet. I can promise you a dignified death. I keep my word, Kakuzu proclaimed, exuding an air of victory. His tone calm, yet commanding. That may not be possible. I refuse to relinquish the stone tablet so easily. If escape is futile, then let me witness your strength. With that, the water clone swiftly transformed his hands into a flurry of illusions, raising one to the heavens and declaring, lightning release, thunderstorm, boom. In an instant, ominous clouds gathered, lightning crackled, and a colossal bolt of lightning, as thick as a barrel and seemingly carrying immense power, descended with blinding speed. Bang! The earth erupted, debris scattering, yet Kakuzu and Haiden had vanished from sight. Lightning release, false darkness. At that moment, a chilling voice echoed from behind the water clone, accompanied by a tempest of thunder and lightning that surged forth with alarming speed. Whoosh! The water clone reacted swiftly, retreating just in time. Yet, before it could land, the menacing voice of Kakuzu reverberated once more. Little brat, your time has come. Whoosh! The ground suddenly split open, and a mass of black tendrils surged forth, densely enveloping the area. The Earth Grudge Fear tendrils, a tool frequently wielded by Kakuzu to seize hearts, proved to be rather troublesome. Yet, this would not claim my life. The water clone grinned, and with a flash of cold light from its long blade, Kakuzu felt a sharp edge slicing through, severing all the Earth Grudge Fear tendrils in their entirety. Meanwhile, Knight Ryona pointed skyward and shouted, "Heavenly thunder, descend." Boom! Another brilliant bolt of lightning illuminated the surroundings, crashing down upon Kakuzu with ferocity. This fiend, even with Kakuzu's strength, he could not help but feel a tingling sensation at the nape of his neck in the face of such lightning. The mastery of this lightning release ninjutsu was utterly terrifying. Boom! Another explosive detonation echoed, causing the earth to lament, forcing Kakuzu further away. Behind the water clone, Haiden had already made his move. Little brat, feel the power of the evil god. His scythe swung toward Knight Ryona, aiming to cleave her in two. However, whoosh! The water clone transformed into an illusion, brushing past him at an astonishing speed, and in an instant, Haiden's head was severed from his body. Splatter! 3 more flashes of cold light followed, instantly dismembering Haiden's form into several pieces. Damn you, little brat! How dare you treat my body like this? Haiden, possessing the power of immortality, could endure even such a decapitation, yet witnessing his body being so ruthlessly torn apart ignited a furious rage within him. Nevertheless, the water clone paid him no mind, instead gazing in another direction, internally urging, "Everyone, hurry up. Is this distance really taking you so long? It shouldn't be." Originally, had he not encountered Kakuzu and Haiden, his plan would have concluded with the water clone's escape, drawing the attention of the 3 great ninja villages. Ultimately, upon dispelling the water clone, no traces would remain, rendering even the most perceptive shinobi ineffective. However, upon seeing Kakuzu and Haiden, a new scheme blossomed in his mind. He would have the forces of the 3 great ninja villages engage in battle with Kakuzu and Haiden, diverting their fire and placing the blame for the theft of the ancient monument squarely upon them. Thus, his true self would remain entirely unassumed. It was simply perfect. The ancient monument would remain forever concealed from prying eyes. In his plan, by this time, the forces of the 3 great ninja villages should have caught up. Yet, the reality was that so much time had passed with no sign of them. Had they encountered some unforeseen circumstance? The water clone pondered this, unaware that Kaguya, Jumaro, and Mizuki had intervened to intercept the 3 great ninja villages on his behalf. Otherwise, he would truly be at a loss for whether to laugh or cry. Oh dear. I apologize. I inadvertently defeated one. The water clone chuckled, brandishing the blade as it regarded Kakuzu with a grin. Are you provoking me? Kaguya's voice was as cold as ice. If you perceive this as provocation, I have no objections. The lightning release, lightning wave. The cost of the thunderstorm was exorbitant, and fearing he might not be able to hold off the forces of the three great ninja villages, he had to alter his strategy. In but a moment, a dazzling array of lightning enveloped Yuliani and surged swiftly toward Kaguya. Lightning release, false darkness. Unfazed by the lightning assault, Kaguya retaliated with his own lightning technique. Lightning clashed with lightning. In an instant, the area was once again illuminated. Meanwhile, a mile away, the members of the three great ninja villages quickened their pace upon witnessing the scene. Hurry, we must pursue. He appears to be obstructed. This is a prime opportunity. The ancient monument must not fall into another's hands, exclaimed Pipa Shirzong with palpable excitement, prompting the group to hasten their advance. Here, the water clone. As the lightning dissipated, the water clone's pupils constricted, as if sensing something, and it swiftly retreated. In the next moment, a multitude of black, malevolent tendrils surged forth, giving chase. The water clone immediately wielded its sword to sever the tendrils, then unleashed several waves of chakra blades to repel Kaguya. Perception array. He activated his sensing ability to ascertain the location of Pipa Shirzong and the others, ensuring the plan remained on track. Upon sensing that they were less than 300 meters away, he breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, they have finally arrived. He then leaped forward, charging toward Kaguya. 300 meters is but a matter of mere seconds for ninjas. Thus, it was time for Kaguya to be vanquished. As if in perfect synchrony with the water clone, Kaguya commanded another wave of malevolent tendrils to attack, prompting the water clone to mentally commend Kaguya's formidable prowess. The water clone, opting not to attack, dashed into the midst of the tendrils, utilizing extraordinary agility to evade their grasp. Facing the malevolent tendrils head-on, it thought, "Humph, if you seek death, do not blame me. Do not assume that mere strength grants you the right to act with impunity." In response to such reckless behavior from the water clone, Kaguya snorted coldly, an aura of deadly intent radiating from him. Yet, the water clone was silently counting down. 8, 7, 6. In the distance behind Kaguya, the figures of Pipa Shirzong and the others were becoming visible. All right, it's time for my exit. My task is nearly complete. With this thought, the water clone intentionally exposed a vulnerability and was immediately pierced. But before Kaguya could revel in his triumph, the water clone flashed a grin at him and declared, "Curse it, I am not resigned to this. The ancient monument shall ultimately be seized by you." Then, it effortlessly broke free and vanished in a flurry. Kaguya was left in a state of confusion, inundated with questions, but before he could grasp the situation, he heard Pipa Shirzong's authoritative voice from behind. "Do not think of escaping. Leave the ancient monument." Upon hearing this, Kaguya was utterly perplexed. When had he acquired the ancient monument? Now, he comprehended he had been ensnared. The water clone had deftly outmaneuvered him. As Jonas encircled him, Kakuzu felt that even if he attempted to explain himself, these individuals would likely remain unconvinced. "Very well, boy, I shall remember this grudge." Kakuzu etched the visage of the water clone indelibly in his memory, then turned his gaze towards the encircling figures, fully intending to forego any unnecessary dialogue. The earth beneath him erupted as tendrils of malice emerged, forcing the likes of Hozuki Shozo and others to hastily retreat. Fire release, head hardening. He swiftly formed hand seals, summoning a monstrous entity from his back, which unleashed an unimaginable torrent of terrifying flames, engulfing an expanse of several miles. "Jiu, retreat." Kakuzu barked in frustration at Jiu, who promptly broke through the ground, consuming both the shattered Haiden and Kakuzu before vanishing into the earth. The flames raged for mere moments before subsiding. The water barrier, earth flow barrier, and lightning release shield. Each of the three great ninja villages possessed its own defensive techniques. Kakuzu's colossal inferno inflicted minimal damage upon them. Yet the expressions of the gathered shinobi remained grim. Kakuzu had completely vanished. The water clone had also disappeared without a trace. The plan to retrieve the ancient monument had faltered. Ching-Ching, where could they have fled? Can we catch up to them? A cloud ninja turned to the sensing ninja Ching-Ching, who sighed and shook his head, stating, "I can't sense a single trace. It's as if they evaporated into thin air." "And you, the sensing ninja from Konoha?" Ching-Ching inquired of his counterpart. One individual alone could not sway the collective. Rather, he risked being perceived by the other two factions as deliberately concealing the truth. However, if another adversarial figure were to provide their perspective, regardless of its alignment with his own, he would face significantly less scrutiny. Nothing. I can't sense anything either. The Konoha sensing ninja responded, his countenance revealing his distress. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the gathered shinobi turned equally sour. They exchanged glances and subsequently resolved to return collectively, reporting the situation truthfully. Damn it. Zabuza struck a tree with a fist, his expression dark and brooding. Kakuzu. Should I encounter that brat again, I will ensure he pays dearly. Meanwhile, Kakuzu, feeling ensnared within the earth, continued to harbor resentment. What he perhaps failed to realize was that the visage of the water clone he had memorized would not lead him to Yona. I apologize, Zabuza. I assure you this is the last time I shall use your face for misdeeds. Nightingale mused to herself as she rested against a tree, reflecting on the results reported by Ching and the others. Far away in Konoha, the 7-year-old Uchiha Sasuke, diligently focused on his lessons, inexplicably shivered. Why do I suddenly feel so cold? Is it because I'm underdressed? Sasuke thought to himself, unaware that he had caught the attention of an ancient menace. Who would have thought that in the end, it would all amount to naught? Originally, it was presumed that the counterfeit white cold light was the ultimate target. However, it unexpectedly emerged that an even more formidable presence had appeared. Truly, one must not underestimate the adept individuals of this ninja world. The shark-like figure of Kisame grinned, his eyes shimmering with an enigmatic brilliance. Upon returning, he vowed to inquire with Lady Terumi Mei about the situation, particularly whether Yagura had returned from his mission to join this endeavor. Otherwise, it was difficult to fathom who could replicate such an extraordinary fog concealment technique. If that were the case, it would indeed be terrifying. Pipa Shirzong mused inwardly. He nearly mistook that entity for Yagura, as he had only ever witnessed Yagura demonstrate such formidable fog ninjutsu. By the way, could this be a prearranged scheme among your mist village? How else could events unfold so fortuitously? That remarkable white cold light was vanquished by a mysterious figure who then vanished without a trace. Furthermore, those 2 rogue ninjas must belong to your mist village as well. How can we ascertain they are not your undercover agents? Suddenly, a voice from the Cloud Ninja side questioned, prompting the Konoha contingent to turn their attention. However, these words incited displeasure among the mist village members. What evidence do you possess to prove they are our accomplices? We ourselves are still in a state of bewilderment. The white cold light from our village is still on a mission and has not returned. Moreover, if he were truly one of us, would he need to go through such elaborate measures? Surely, it would be more straightforward to hand him over to us and escape together. If we genuinely wished to flee, could you land-dwelling ninjas keep pace with our mist ninjas? Additionally, the sensory ninjas from your Cloud and Konoha have reached the same conclusion. Neither could detect the enemy's whereabouts. Thus, we returned, only to find that the enemy has vanished, and you Cloud ninjas now resort to slander? Have some dignity. Hozuki Sujetsu retorted with palpable disdain. Showing no mercy, the Cloud ninja who had spoken earlier bristled with indignation, but before he could respond, he was restrained by Doru. Enough of this embarrassment. Kaguya Kimimaro and that other individual are indeed rogue ninjas from the Mist Village. As for whether the white cold light is the genuine article, I cannot say. However, if he were truly the original, with such prowess, there would be no need for such convoluted tactics. He could simply have handed the Namikaze stone to the Mist Village and fled. You should all have experienced just how formidable his fog ninjutsu is, capable of stalling us for quite some time and providing ample opportunity for the Mist ninjas to depart. At this juncture, Doru paused and continued. Since the mission has already failed, I shall take my leave, esteemed guests. We are departing to report back. With that, he swiftly exited, prompting the remaining Cloud ninjas to hoist Yagura and follow suit. Do the esteemed members of Konoha also suspect us of colluding with that imposter White Cold Light? Hozuki Suigetsu cast a scornful glance at Kakashi and the others from Konoha. We are leaving. Kakashi Hitaki cast a deep glance at Shirzong Pipa and the others before leading his team in retreat. Although this mission ended in failure, it was not without its merits. At the very least, he had glimpsed a fragment of the profound essence of both the Hidden Cloud Village and the Hidden Mist Village. Indeed, each of the major ninja villages boasts formidable shinobi, and complacency is not an option. They must strive to enhance their prowess. Though the ninja world appears peaceful on the surface, beneath lies a relentless undercurrent of conflict, manifesting in myriad unseen skirmishes. In such circumstances, it is imperative for them to bolster their strength in preparation for any potential wars that may loom on the horizon. Let us return, he declared, However, Shirzong Peepa sighed, expressing his dissatisfaction. I fear our return will not be met with kindness. Indeed, a failed mission incurs penalties in any ninja village, particularly one of such significance. Yet, the reconnaissance efforts of both Konoha and the Hidden Cloud Village remain unabated. How stubborn they are. Despite our assurances that the white cold light bore no relation to us, they refuse to believe. Though he might have made a similar choice in their shoes, the feeling of being covertly monitored is undeniably unsettling. Ultimately, the two major ninja villages left empty-handed, retreating to their respective homes in disappointment. It seems their subterfuge was somewhat successful, though they faltered in the matter of identity verification. If only the mist shinobi had placed their trust in me. However, he acknowledged the challenge. How could his sudden appearance inspire confidence? Nevertheless, the overall gains were substantial. With the Namikaze stone in their possession, the revitalization of the hidden mist village is within reach. Among the few injured in the team, Yeno was afforded special care. Though it was limited to being supported while traveling, no other privileges were granted. Hidden Cloud Village. What do you mean by failure? Huh? The other two ninja villages failed as well? Their mission was usurped by the sudden appearance of a counterfeit white cold light, and that white cold light was subsequently slain by a mysterious powerhouse. The fourth Reikage regarded Dolong with an expression that suggested disbelief, as if he thought he were jesting. This is utterly surreal. What sort of mysterious powerhouse are we talking about? And what of this counterfeit white cold light? They certainly appear to be a unified front. Are you suggesting that the mysterious powerhouse and the white cold light are not affiliated? The fourth Reikage inquired, seeking confirmation from Dolong. Perhaps, but I am certain that the white cold light is not genuine. The vigilance displayed by the Mist Village's personnel does not seem feigned. I have observed their movements alongside the Konoha shinobi for several days, and they exhibit no signs of attempting to conceal anything. Thus, our focus should remain on that enigmatic powerhouse. I recall the patterns on their attire. They cannot elude us. We must promptly dispatch a search party to trace their whereabouts. Once we uncover their trail, we will inevitably follow it back to their lair, reclaiming the Namikaze stone and completing our mission. Upon hearing Dolong's words, the fourth Reikage nodded thoughtfully and inquired, "Do you recall their characteristics? The more detailed, the better." Dolong replied, "Certainly. Although my encounter lasted but a few seconds, I distinctly remember his features. He was clad in a black robe adorned with red cloud patterns, his face concealed, and his emerald eyes gleamed. Indeed, he was a rogue ninja from Takigakure, identifiable by the headband of a traitor." Upon hearing this, the fourth Reikage's eyes sparkled with realization. A rogue from Takigakure capable of slaying the white cold light. There must be few individuals who meet such criteria. He must be an A-rank rogue ninja at the very least. Let us conduct a thorough investigation into all A-rank rogue ninjas and those of higher rank from Takigakure. Dolong promptly acknowledged the command and departed to execute the orders. Meanwhile, similar investigations were concurrently underway in the villages of Kirigakure and Konohagakure. Ultimately, they arrived at the same conclusion. The rogue from Takigakure, Kakuzu, was 83 years old. Wait a moment. Could there truly be someone of such longevity in this world? The concept of 84 years. This meant he had lived through the tumultuous Warring States period, the establishment of the ninja villages, and the three great ninja wars. He was undoubtedly an ancient being. Can anyone truly live for such an extended period? Among the longest-lived individuals are Chiyo of Sunagakure, Hozuki of the Land of Water, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Inoki of Iwagakure, with the eldest being merely 70 years. Yet, Kakuzu surpasses the age of the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, by 14 years. It is quite astounding. A true ancient entity. No wonder he could defeat the impersonator of the white cold light and seize the nameless monument. Such experience is indeed remarkable. The fourth Reikage could not help but exclaim, and he immediately issued a bounty for Kakuzu. Consequently, the leaders of both Kirigakure and Konohagakure enacted similar decrees. In an instant, the name Kakuzu resonated throughout the ninja world, and Takigakure gained notoriety. Indeed, an 84-year-old ancient being is formidable in itself. Rumor has it that the daimyo of the Land of Lightning intends to reprimand Takigakure, attributing the failure of the recent mission entirely to them, demanding an explanation. However, the shadow of Takigakure was left bewildered, wishing to protest. Kakuzu is an ancient relic from decades past. What relevance does he have to us? How could we bear the brunt of such accusations? At that moment, the diligent agents of the Land of Fire, tasked with maintaining peace within the ninja world, intervened to quell the situation, bringing it to a tentative conclusion. Yet beneath the surface, the currents of unrest intensified rather than subsided. Countless rogue ninjas set their sights upon Kakuzu's head, aspiring to claim the substantial bounty of 300 million yen, established by the allied nations of water, lightning, and fire. How infuriating it is for the 5 great nations, along with that young brat, to make me bear the blame. I shall not let this transgression go unpunished. Within the Akatsuki's lair, Kakuzu harbored thoughts that he pondered whether to voice or remain silent about. Not far behind Kakuzu, the leader of the Akatsuki, Nagato, devoid of any emotion, stated, "From this incident, I have come to understand a fundamental truth. The existence of the 5 great nations is a significant cause of the world's discord. Our existence, therefore, is entirely justified. To change this world, we must rely on our own efforts." The expressions of the gathered members varied widely, some in agreement, others dismissive, and some remaining impassive. Now, let us continue our endeavors. Once we have strengthened our organization, we can proceed with our next plan. This forthcoming strategy involved capturing the tailed beasts, gathering them to form a formidable force that would instill fear throughout the ninja world, thereby maintaining peace. The assembly concluded with nods of understanding. As they prepared to depart, Nagato turned to Kakuzu and advised, "In the coming period, it would be wise for you to keep a low profile and prioritize your safety. There are many skilled individuals within the ninja realm." Kakuzu felt a twinge of frustration at Nagato's caution, wondering if he truly appeared so reckless. Nevertheless, he nodded in acknowledgement. In the hidden mist village, Terumi Mei pondered with furrowed brows. Who could that impostor, who mimicked Shursui, truly be? Why do their jutsu resemble his so closely? Is there anyone else capable of wielding the mist techniques with such mastery? She was genuinely concerned about Shursui's well-being, lamenting the lack of information. She was certain that the figure who had attempted to seize the ancient tablet, known as the White Cold Light, could not be her brother, Yagura, as he had been seen among the Cloud Village's ranks. She firmly believed that the ninja named Jinghong, mentioned by Pipa Shirzong, was indeed Yagura. Furthermore, the strength of the mysterious impostor did not align with Yagura's abilities. If Pipa Shirzong's claims were true, then that individual might surpass even Terumi Mei in prowess. Despite Yagura's exceptional talent, it was implausible for him to have grown so formidable in a mere 4 months. Please be safe, Shursui. I am eagerly awaiting your return so we can together transform the hidden mist village, Terumi Mei fervently prayed in her heart. In the Cloud Village, Yagura, having just recovered from his injuries after 2 days of rest, received news from Dolong that he was being reassigned away from the assassination team in the Umbu. Regaining his name, Karara, and officially becoming a special jonin tasked with guarding the Two Tails Jinchuriki at the Dragon Trap Cave. Wait, guarding the Two Tails Jinchuriki? Captain, is this for real? That is a tailed beast. With my current strength, can I even handle it? My small frame might not withstand a single blow from the Jinchuriki. Yagura blinked innocently, displaying a look of both eagerness and concern. I'm afraid this is the reality. I advised Lord Rakage, but his decision is final. You must go to the Dragon Trap Cave, Dolong replied with a sigh. Yeong Nai has made numerous contributions to the village of Cloud. Yet he ultimately finds himself bereft of Rakage's trust, facing repeated demotions that are undeniably disheartening. However, despite the heartache, he must heed Rakage's commands. Alas, could I not be granted a moment of tranquility? Speaking of which, Captain, are there tasks more arduous than guarding the Two Tails Jinchuriki? I would like to brace myself. Should I face another demotion in a few months, the psychological toll would be less severe. Yeong Nai sighed as he posed the question. Upon hearing this, Dolong pondered for a moment before responding. That would likely be menial tasks such as weeding. Beyond that, the duty of overseeing the tailed beast Jinchuriki is particularly arduous and perilous. In response, Yeong Nai shrugged and said, "Very well, let us bid farewell then. Take care, Captain." Dolong nodded and swiftly vanished from sight. Rakage, oh Rakage, will I ever gain your trust? Nonetheless, it matters little. If you harbor doubts about me, so be it. My purpose here was never solely to gather intelligence. If you wish for me to guard the Two Tails Jinchuriki, then splendidly, I shall depart with a worthwhile prize. Abducting a tailed beast Jinchuriki would surely be an exhilarating endeavor. Yeong Nai mused delightfully as he made his way to the Rakage's office to receive his assignment. Kira, congratulations on your release from the Umbu. This is a tremendous blessing for you. The fourth Raikage, exuding a benevolent demeanor, patted Yeong Nai's shoulder. You must continue to strive. Understand? Yes. Yeong Nai feigned a deeply grateful expression, responding in a loud voice. He then proceeded towards the dragon's lair. Oh dear. I did not expect the successor to be such a young lad. What transgression led to your demotion by Lord Raikage? Laughter erupted. Did Raikage tell you? Congratulations on escaping the perilous Umbu, and keep up the good work for the village of Cloud. How reminiscent of our youthful naivety, so blissfully ignorant. In the dragon's lair, there were only 3 Cloud ninjas, who appeared to be seasoned veterans. Yeong Nai remained notably silent amidst their jests, rendering their mockery somewhat futile, prompting them to quiet down and say, your task is to enter the dragon's lair and observe the condition of the two-tails Jinchuriki daily. Oh, and should the Jinchuriki exhibit any abnormalities, do address them. Your assignment is quite straightforward, is it not? Upon hearing this, Yeong Nai nodded and directly entered the dragon's lair. Hey, you can't just. One of the Cloud ninjas, witnessing Yeong Nai's entrance into the dragon's lair, was about to caution him against courting danger, given that it was a tailed beast Jinchuriki. However, before the words could escape, another ninja interrupted. Why warn him? Let him embarrass himself, the other ninja grinned. How dare he disregard me? I shall make him understand the importance of fostering good relations with his seniors. The Two-Tails is quite an irascible entity, after all. The Jinchuriki of the Two-Tails is equally formidable, and any intruder who dares to enter her territory will inevitably face her wrath. I eagerly anticipate the disheveled state in which this newcomer will be expelled. The last individual grinned in response. I too am looking forward to it. It has been quite some time since a newcomer graced us with their presence, which is indeed delightful. Here lies the realm of Yiliana, the Two-Tails Jinchuriki. As Yiliana gazed upon the figure seated in the dimness reminiscent of a sewer, she halted her steps. A mere 500 meters separated her from the Two-Tails, who slowly opened her eyes. A new guardian, is it? Little one, you are quite young. Rising to her feet, she stated, are you not aware that, unless absolutely necessary, no one is permitted to enter this place? Upon finishing her words, a terrifying aura emanated from her, searing and ferocious, making one's scalp tingle. Oh, why is entry prohibited? My duty is to guard you and observe your condition. How could I ascertain your situation without entering? Yiliana arched an eyebrow, inquiring with curiosity. Ha. An intriguing little imp, you are the first to speak thusly. Very well, let me witness your strength. Those who have not earned my acknowledgement are unworthy to monitor me, unlike those timid souls outside, who only dare to feign bravado. With that, she leaped forward, swiftly lunging at Yiliana with a claw poised to strike. The sharpness of her talons was formidable. Should she be caught, it would spell disaster. Binding technique. In the face of the advancing Two-Tails, Yiliana remained as still as a statue. With merely a glare from her right eye, the Two-Tails felt a powerful force surge into her being, rendering her immobile. Though this sensation lasted but a second, it was more than sufficient. A cold blade now rested against her throat. So, what say you, Two-Tails Jinchuriki? Does my prowess merit your recognition? Yiliana inquired, her face adorned with a smile. This swordsmanship, I believe I have encountered it before. Ah yes. You fought me 2 months prior, utilizing lightning against my tailed beast form, did you not? The Two-Tails furrowed her brow, replying. That bolt of lightning was quite painful. Upon hearing this, Yiliana promptly raised her hands in surrender, exclaiming, No, you must be mistaken. How could I possibly possess such strength? Yet, her denial inadvertently affirmed the Two-Tails' assertion. I cannot fathom why someone like you would be assigned to me by Lord Raikage. How peculiar indeed. The Two-Tails raised an eyebrow, returning to her original position, and remarked, What transgression did you commit? Surely, Lord Raikage would not be so foolish as to delegate someone of your caliber to such a frivolous task. Yiliana shrugged and replied, I cannot say. Perhaps it is due to a failed execution of an important mission that displeased Lord Raikage. An important mission, you say? What sort of failure would lead to your demotion to this place? You cannot possibly suggest that you alone were relegated here. Intrigued, Yumurin inquired. Within this dragon's lair. It had been years since anyone had conversed with her, leaving her with no choice but to talk to Erwei. However, Erwei was not the easiest to engage with, resulting in a rather lonely and monotonous existence for her. Now that a visitor, Yeong Nai, had finally arrived, she naturally had an abundance of words to share. Alas, it was not a particularly formidable task, though it held significant meaning. Yi Liangnai found a stone to sit upon and recounted the mission of reclaiming the ancient monument to Yomurin, as there was little else to occupy her time. I see, Yomurin responded, but even if this mission were to fail, and Lord Raikage were to be reprimanded by the daimyo, I cannot fathom that you would be sent here as punishment. Surely, Lord Raikage cannot be so foolish. Upon hearing this, Yi Liangnai shrugged, saying, there is no alternative. The reality is indeed quite dramatic. I am already here. This stands as the most compelling evidence, does it not? You must believe it, whether you wish to or not. Quite interesting, Yomurin remarked. You possess more spirit than those timid souls outside. Very well, given that Lord Raikage has assigned you to guard me, you must prepare yourself. Watching over me is no trifling matter, especially at such close range. Be wary, for I may lose control and transform into the tailed beast at any moment, and you shall be the first to suffer the consequences. In response to Yomurin's words, Yi Liangnai absent-mindedly touched her nose and replied, I believe I am sufficiently prepared. Though even without that preparation, the outcome would remain the same. Yomurin huffed at this, then sat down once more to continue her training. Meanwhile, Yi Liangnai drew her sword and began to practice. The only redeeming quality of guarding Yomurin was the absolute freedom of time, without any missions to trouble her. She could freely accumulate enhancement points. Outside, however, a thought struck her. Wait, why has that fellow been inside for so long without a word or sign? Has he fainted from fright? Surely he cannot be so fragile as to succumb to fear. How could Lord Raikage possibly dispatch someone like him? Perhaps he had already met his demise at the hands of Yomurin. Come, let us investigate his condition. If he lives, I can impart the grave lesson of respecting one's elders. If he is dead, that would be his own doing. The three cloud ninjas, each holding differing views, simultaneously unsealed the entrance of the dragon's lair and stepped inside together. Are we being too reckless? One pondered. If Yomurin were to go berserk, we would be in grave peril. Despite their earlier bravado outside, once they entered the lair, trepidation overcame them. Their legs trembled, and their voices quivered. I concur, another voiced. However, having entered, it would be cowardly to retreat without assessing the situation. Agreed. Thus, the three ninjas supported one another, standing back to back, inching cautiously toward Yomurin's location. The closer they drew, the more cold sweat beaded on their foreheads, their faces paling drastically, as if Yomurin were some fearsome beast. At long last, after expending a good 15 minutes, the trio finally traversed the 500 meters and arrived at the location of the wooden man. However, upon witnessing the scene within, they were utterly taken aback. What they beheld was astonishing. The two-tailed beast hosts were peacefully meditating, while Yi Liangnai calmly practiced his swordplay. The atmosphere between them was as tranquil as two streams flowing in harmony, devoid of any conflict or discord. The three exchanged glances, each reflecting the astonishment and confusion mirrored in the other's eyes. This was utterly unscientific. In their previous visits, the moment they entered, the wooden man had erupted with a terrifying aura, causing them to flee in sheer terror. How could Yi Liangnai experience such harmony? Was he somehow immune to attack? When had the wooden man's temperament become so placid? Ah, esteemed seniors, what brings you here? Are you here to check on me? Suddenly, Yi Liangnai's voice broke the silence, startling them. He wore a broad smile as he regarded them, and behind him, the wooden man opened his eyes. The sight sent chills down their spines, and they instinctively turned to flee, their souls nearly escaping their bodies. Yi Liangnai, meanwhile, simply touched his nose, appearing exasperated, and remarked, Surely this is unnecessary. The wooden man is hardly a monstrous threat. Outside the dragoness lair, panic ensued. Quickly, activate the seal. We must not allow the wooden man to break free and go berserk. Otherwise, our lives will be forfeit, just as they were last time. The trio sprinted outside with a speed that would put a 100-meter dash to shame, hastily initiating the sealing barrier designed by Yuin Village to contain the tailed beasts. It required only 2 special jonin to activate, possessing enough power to withstand a tailed beast bomb, along with a self-repairing capability. Once the barrier was established, a slight sense of relief washed over them. Then, they remembered Yi Liangnai but felt too intimidated to rescue him. Thus, they decided, let us leave him be for now. We can check back later. If he perishes, we shall report to Lord Raikage and have him send assistance. Inside the cave, the wooden man sighed, a mixture of exasperation and disdain on his face. What a bunch of cowards. I merely opened my eyes, and look how terrified they've become." He turned to Yelyongnai, saying, "Little brat, from now on, you shall be my practice dummy. Prepare yourself. I shall show no mercy." Yelyongnai could not help but grin wide at this declaration. "I look forward to it. I am eager to face the tailed beast hosts." In terms of true prowess, the wooden man was unlikely to surpass him. Aside from the slight complication posed by the tailed beast bomb, there were very few aspects where the wooden man could pose a threat. "What an arrogant little brat. You are the first to speak to me in such a manner. Splendid. I hope you do not disappoint me when the time comes," the wooden man exclaimed, his face alight with excitement, before once more closing his eyes, delving into meditation to commune with the two tails. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, a week had gone by. For an entire week, there was an exquisite tranquility. Within the confines of the dragon trap cave, provisions were delivered daily, yet no one ventured in to assess the circumstances. The aura emanating from the wooden figure fluctuated, sometimes potent, at times sharp and frenzied. It was in a constant state of transformation. In the musings of Yelyongnai, she surmised it was likely striving for the approval of the tailed beast, aspiring to become the perfect Jinchuriki. Alas, this task was far from simple. In her routine sword practice, Yelyongnai also dedicated time to honing her chakra's precision and purity. Life flowed serenely and untroubled. If given the choice, Yelyongnai fervently wished for this existence to persist indefinitely. However, the wooden figure ultimately thwarted her aspirations. "Hey, brat, indulge me in a duel, would you? I wish to test the prowess I have cultivated thus far." On this particular day, as Yelyongnai swung her sword, the voice of the wooden figure unexpectedly echoed, causing her movements to halt. "I thought you had fallen silent," she exclaimed. As anticipated, what is meant to happen will indeed come to pass. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she added, "However, let me preface this. I shall show no mercy." Upon hearing this, the wooden figure narrowed its eyes and grinned. "Excellent. That is precisely what I wish to hear. Let me witness the foundation of your arrogance. Do not falter after just a few moves." At this, Yelyongnai vanished from her position. The wooden figure immediately transformed into its tailed beast form, becoming a fearsome creature clad in black and red, exuding a terrifying aura. With a roar, a torrent of chakra surged forth, causing the entire dragon trap cave to tremble. In a flash, Yelyongnai reappeared before the wooden figure, unleashing two formidable waves of sword energy. With a thunderous clash, the wooden figure, still in its tailed beast form, countered the incoming energy with a mighty strike of its own. The resulting explosion of power reverberated like a clap of thunder, shattering the surrounding walls. With a swift step, the wooden figure lunged towards Yelyongnai, its claws striking out fiercely. Unfazed, Yelyongnai drew her blade to meet the onslaught, refusing to retreat, and the ground erupted beneath them, forming a vast crater from their clash. Yelyongnai was thrust back by the impact, but as she noticed the wooden figure pursuing her, a smirk graced her lips. "Chasing me like this is a grave miscalculation," the wooden figure then observed as she hurled her long blade like a shuriken. In that fleeting moment of evasion, Yelyongnai's hands moved with the swiftness of awakening, forming intricate seals. Subsequently, a surge of formidable chakra erupted, coalescing into a tempestuous lightning bolt that tore through the earth with a deafening roar. Rat's fear. Facing the onslaught of rampant lightning, the wooden figure concentrated its chakra and expelled a massive fireball, exceeding 10 meters in diameter, to counteract the attack. The lightning held an ominous energy that even unsettled the wooden figure. The collision of fire and lightning illuminated the dragon trap cave in a crimson blaze, the temperature soaring to an alarming degree. In an astonishing turn of events, the lightning cleaved through the fireball, advancing relentlessly towards the wooden figure. Upon witnessing this scene, Yumu could not help but be taken aback. Swiftly, he struck the ground with a palm, seizing a massive boulder to shield himself. Boom! The boulder shattered in response. Yet the lightning dissipated, expending its last vestiges of power. Nevertheless, Yumu's pupils instantly constricted to pinpricks. Yelyongnai vanished from her line of sight. Where could she be? Although she was enveloped in the chakra of the tailed beast, her awareness remained unclouded, prompting her to scan her surroundings. "Behind you," Yelyongnai's voice suddenly echoed, startling Yumu, who immediately turned to look. There stood Yelyongnai, drawing the long blade she had previously hurled, transforming into an unparalleled swordsman, exuding an aura that sent chills down Yumu's spine. Flicker. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared once more, leaving Yumu without a trace of her presence. Yet, this was no longer of consequence. A profound sense of impending danger surged over her. Hiss. For the first time since becoming the Jinchuriki of a tailed beast, she experienced such an intense feeling of peril, as if plunged into a frigid abyss. Like a flash of light, there was no time for defense. Rip. Yumu heard a tearing sound, followed by a piercing pain. She glanced at her arm, where a crimson gash had appeared. The defenses of the tailed beast's cloak proving as fragile as paper. Splatter. Moreover, the walls surrounding the dragon-trapped cave cracked open, revealing a smooth, deep fissure. Such a formidable assault. Yumu could not help but exclaim, glancing back at Yiliangnai, somewhat disgruntled. I concede. This unexpected admission caused Yiliangnai, who had intended to continue her onslaught, to halt in surprise. Such decisiveness was uncharacteristic of Yumu, known for her indomitable spirit. In the original narrative, she was not portrayed this way. Had you not shown restraint earlier, I would likely be lying in a pool of blood by now. Truly a terrifying attack, capable of breaching even the defenses of the tailed beast. Yumu withdrew from the tailed beast chakra state, her eyes still reflecting residual shock and intensity. I yield. With Yumu conceding, Yiliangnai naturally ceased her assault. However, the impact of such a strike was to be expected. After all, even Susanu's defenses could be shattered by his full force. The protective might of Susanoo surpasses that of the tailed beasts by a significant margin. In our next encounter, do not hold back, young one. I acknowledge your audacity. With that, Yumu once again settled into a cross-legged position to meditate. As for her wound, it visibly healed at an astonishing rate. What transpired? At that moment, a tremulous voice emerged from behind Yiliangnai. Turning around, she beheld three individuals reappearing before her, their faces etched with terror and panic. They had been outside, engaged in lively discourse, when the entire dragon-trapped cave suddenly began to tremble, a rumbling sound echoing, prompting them to rush in to ascertain the situation. No, nothing has occurred. Yiliangnai smiled, borrowing a classic phrase from a certain directionally challenged swordsman. Truly, nothing has happened? The response from Yiliangnai left the traitorous ninja in disbelief. If you don't believe me, see for yourselves. What has happened? I am perfectly fine. And so is the two-tails Jinchuriki. What could possibly have occurred? Yiliangnai shrugged helplessly before resuming his sword practice. I can't shake the feeling that you are deceiving me. The destruction here is so extensive, and yet you claim nothing happened? One individual questioned audibly. It must have been an earthquake. Yiliangnai replied earnestly. Should he confess that he had just engaged in a battle with the woodman? That would surely terrify them. It was evident to those who could see that they understood what had transpired. With his current strength, Yiliangnai no longer needed to be as cautious as before. He was unafraid of these individuals reporting what had just occurred to the Raikage. As long as his identity remained concealed, even if the Raikage suspected him, there was little that could be done. Oh, so it was an earthquake. I see. My apologies for the disturbance. The three gazed at the practicing Yiliangnai and the training woodman, swallowed hard, and then fled as if escaping. After all, the woodman was not a threat. Seeing their reaction, Yiliangnai sighed in exasperation. The woodman, without opening her eyes, remarked, It's a pity that there are so few discerning individuals like you. To most, I am indeed a terrifying creature capable of devouring humans. Her words were laced with mockery, yet within that jest lay a tinge of bitterness. She was simply a normal person, yearning to live like anyone else. She had worked diligently to control the monster within her, often behaving like an ordinary human without posing any danger. Yet, people continued to recoil from her, as if she were a ferocious beast. Prejudice is indeed a formidable mountain. Such is life. The terror of the tailed beasts is ingrained in the souls of the masses, and altering their fear is no simple task. Tell me, do you not wish to venture outside, to leave this hidden cloud village and this confining dragon cave, to become a free-spirited traveler, unbothered by the peculiar gazes of others? With your strength, it should be a trivial task. Upon hearing these words, the woodman shook her head. Though the ninja world is vast, with countless places, there is nowhere that can truly accommodate me. Departing would only place me in greater peril. There are many who covet the tailed beast within me. Unless I can genuinely find a strong and welcoming place, I must strive for acceptance within the hidden cloud village. Such words were profoundly poignant. Why am I sharing this with a mere child? You are powerless to assist. The woodman let out a self-deprecating smile as she prepared to continue her training, only to hear Yi Liangnai say, "What if I could?" At this, the woodman indeed opened her eyes, a fierce glint shimmering within them. "Are you certain? Where in this world could such a place exist? One that possesses the strength to rival the Hidden Cloud Village, one of the 5 great ninja villages?" Yi Liangnai gazed at Yumu Run, her expression earnest, and articulated each word with gravity. "Wuyin Village. Wuyin Village? Huh, surely you jest. Are we, 2 cloud shinobi, to seek refuge in Wuyin Village? Wouldn't we simply be captured as prisoners?" Yumu Rin could not help but laugh. Yi Liangnai's suggestion lacked any semblance of plausibility. "What if I told you that I possess a means to be accepted by Wuyin Village?" Yi Liangnai lifted her gaze once more, looking intently at Yumu Ren. "Are you certain?" Yumu Ren raised an eyebrow, astonished and incredulous. "Of course, I am not one to boast," Yi Liangnai replied, a smile gracing her lips, her eyes shimmering with a captivating allure. "What do you say we give it a try, Lord Yumu Ren?" At her words, Yumu Ren grinned. "Intriguing, indeed. However, your notion is perilous. By confiding in me, do you not fear that I might divulge this? You could find yourself with no place to rest in death." Yi Liangnai replied confidently, "If I dare to speak to you, it is because I am assured you will not spread this information. And why, you may ask? It is because I know you are not that kind of person." Yumu Rin chuckled. "Interesting, little one. I shall consider your words. I have indeed lingered here long enough." Upon hearing this, Yi Liangnai's heart soared with joy, thinking to herself that it was fortunate she had come at this moment. Had she delayed, she feared she would not have been so easily swayed. In the future, her attachment to Wuyin Village would deepen, prompting her to strive for their acceptance. She recalled that, as per the original narrative, 2 years hence, the 4th Raikage would promote Yumu Run, elevating her to one of Wuyin Village's elite jonin. Roughly half an hour after they had discussed their plans, within the Raikage's office, the 4th Raikage received reports of unusual activity from the prison dragon cave. Has there been another disturbance? However, no distress signals have been received, so it appears there is no cause for concern. Sending Jillian over is indeed a sound idea. Reports of disturbances from the prison dragon cave arrived every few days, no longer a source of surprise. As long as there was no breach from the cave, all was well. Time meandered on, and a fortnight passed. 22 days later, I had accrued 440,000 enhancement points, in addition to the 35 million I originally possessed, allowing me to enhance once more. During this fortnight, Yi Liangnai's life had been rather monotonous. Apart from wielding her sword to earn enhancement points, she engaged in sparring with Yumu Ren. However, one particularly vexing matter stood out. Throughout all their battles, Yumu Ren had never once emerged victorious. Whether struck down by a thunderous barrage or ensnared by illusions, or overwhelmed by her formidable swordsmanship, Yumu Ren could not manage to prevail. Regardless of whether Yi Liangnai employed her virtual Poo Cannon or tailed beast ball, she remained utterly unperturbed. She realized that, compared to her offensive capabilities, her defensive measures were far more formidable. After all, she had never encountered anyone capable of withstanding a direct assault from a tailed beast ball. Had it not been for the robust barriers surrounding the prison dragon cave, she might have breached defenses, inciting chaos. You truly are an enigma, unfathomable in nature. It is hard to believe that someone such as you has been relegated to this place by the Raikage. What could he possibly be thinking? Such a formidable talent as you should have been courted, yet instead, they have chosen to distance themselves from you. Even if there is a lack of trust, witnessing such prowess should never have led to your assignment for such trivial tasks. It is evident that Yumurin has begun to harbor curiosity towards Yi Liangnai. Alas, having been relegated to this place, what more is there to discuss? It is merely a stroke of bad luck. Naturally, Yi Liangnai would not divulge to Yumurin that his presence here stems from his desire to keep his true strength hidden from Raikage. Heaven forbid. If Raikage were to discover his ability to contend with tailed beasts, he would undoubtedly dispatch a battalion to monitor him closely. How would he possibly escape from the encirclement of a hidden village? He does not believe he could break free from such a situation. With Yi Liangnai remaining silent, Yumurin refrains from pressing further, instead dedicating himself to his training, aspiring to one day defeat Yi Liangnai and release the pent-up frustration within him. Continuous defeat is simply too humiliating. Attribute enhancement, speed. Observing Yumurin engrossed in his training, Yi Liangnai's mind delves into the system, commencing his enhancement. As the process began, a total of 500 000 enhancement points were consumed. The moment the system's cold voice echoed, a warm surge of power began to flow into Yi Liangnai's body. This sensation was indescribably delightful, a taste of true power. The entire process lasted approximately 10 minutes. When Yi Liangnai opened his eyes, he found Yoru gazing at him with a peculiar expression, stating, "You seem to have grown significantly stronger, haven't you?" Yi Liangnai merely smiled and replied, "I've only improved a little." Haha. Yoru raised an eyebrow and said, "What? Do you so desperately wish to avoid losing to me? Just you wait. I shall not concede." With that, he closed his eyes and resumed his training. Observing this, Yi Liangnai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, then immersed himself back into the system. Having enhanced 2 attributes, his strength should now rival that of Reikage, thus facilitating a smoother escape. While his speed may not yet match Reikage's, his attack power is certainly not inferior. Not to mention, his defense is undoubtedly superior to that of Reikage. When facing Reikage, the outcome remains uncertain. However, he is confident he would not be at a disadvantage. Now, he awaits Yoru's response. If she decides to leave, that would be ideal. If not, then it is time for him to depart from Cloud Hidden Village. His purpose for coming here has been fulfilled, and it is time to set his plans into motion. The skies of Mist Hidden Village are due for a change. With such thoughts in mind, Yi Liangnai commenced his speed adaptation training. Sudden enhancement necessitates a period of adjustment. On this day, yet another contest concluded. Yoru, panting, looked at the seemingly unscathed Yi Liangnai, stating, "You, indeed, have secretly grown much stronger. Just days ago, your speed was not so terrifying." If one were to note the changes in Yi Liangnai since a few days prior, it is that his swordsmanship has become increasingly elusive, more difficult to counter. Additionally, his agility and reaction speed have significantly improved. The alterations in ninjutsu are, paradoxically, the least significant. As you grow stronger, how could I dare to pause in my progress? That would defy logic, would it not? Yi Liangnai gasped, despite her apparent ease. In truth, it was anything but effortless. Yoru's advancement was remarkably swift, with an ever-increasing mastery over the power of the tailed beasts. This bestowed upon her enhanced speed, strength, attack potency, and recovery capabilities. Consequently, defeating her has become an even greater challenge. Yi Liangnai remained oblivious to the extent of Yoru's strength in the original narrative. However, she could assert with certainty that Yoru's current prowess must rival that of the original during the confrontation with the Kaguya. She had already begun to harness the skill of tailed beast transformation. The combination of this transformation and her intellect rendered her far more formidable than a mere two-tails host. Speaking of that question, have you given it any thought? Would you consider leaving with me to explore the world beyond? Yi Liangnai inquired of Yoru, her face alight with anticipation. In response, Yoru rose, a hint of mockery in her tone. "If I were to decline, would you resort to violence to silence me?" Yi Liangnai, raising her hands in feigned innocence, replied, "Do you truly believe I possess such prowess? Defeating a tailed beast host is one thing. However, killing one, especially without an elemental advantage, is a daunting task. Unless one possesses overwhelming strength, then it seems your answer is not my worst-case scenario. That puts my mind at ease. My worst-case scenario would be Yi Liangnai departing alone while Yoru remains behind." "Oh, I haven't yet consented, and you've already made a decision for me? Don't you find that a bit excessive?" Yoru's expression darkened as she questioned. Yi Liangnai retorted, "Since you inquired about my worst-case scenario, it implies you must be intrigued. If you are intrigued, that essentially equates to consent." Upon hearing this, Yoru raised an eyebrow and then sighed. It is indeed pleasant to converse with an astute individual. Yet, it is also rather daunting, as one's thoughts are completely laid bare. Just then, a voice echoed from outside the cave, "Julian, I am here to challenge you once more." It was Darui's voice. Hearing it, Yi Liangnai could not suppress a weary sigh. What brings him back again? Does he see me as some sort of sharpening stone, seeking me out each time he makes progress? Darui, what? Do you have a connection with him? From his words, it seems he frequently challenges you. In that case, you appear to be quite well regarded in the village. How is it that you find yourself here? Upon hearing Darui's voice, Yoru instantly became intrigued. Darui is someone of considerable importance, highly esteemed by the Reikage. Ordinary individuals seldom encounter him. Those who have engaged in battle with him a few times must possess a story worth telling. Yet how could one fall to the depths of the dragon's lair? There seems to be some profound secrets at play here. Ah, had I known then what I do now, I would never have accepted his initial challenge. It would have spared me all these complications. Alas, if only I could decline. Unfortunately, that is not an option. If I were to refuse, the next visitor would likely be the Raikage himself. Yilianai lamented, grasping her head in frustration as she made her way outside, prompting a contemplative expression from Yumo. Outside the dragon's lair. It has been a while. I apologize for the intrusion. However, unable to contain the excitement brewing within, Dalu shyly remarked, I hope you won't mind. Witnessing this scene, Yilianai could only let out a sigh. With Dalu behaving this way, what could he possibly say? Could he refuse? No. Come, let me witness the growth you have achieved in these days. Yilianai proceeded toward a platform on the mountainside outside the dragon's lair, leaving his three stunned companions in a state of disbelief amidst the wind. The fact that Dalu personally challenged Yilianai was nothing short of astonishing. What a divine plot twist. Dalu was a figure of immense stature, the right arm of the Raikage, embodying the very essence of the next generation of leadership. For someone of his caliber to actively challenge Yilianai was simply unfathomable. Who exactly was Yilianai to possess such prowess? Curiosity about his origins began to swirl among them. On the mountainside platform, Yilianai calmly unsheathed his blade, urging, come, unleash your skills. With determination, Dalu exclaimed, I'm coming. Instantly, he was enveloped in a fierce surge of lightning, his speed multiplying exponentially. In the blink of an eye, he was upon Yilianai, catching him completely off guard. So, you have indeed mastered the lightning armor technique. Yilianai thought. Just a few days prior, he might have struggled to respond to Dalu's sudden acceleration, but no longer. With a powerful swing of his blade, he sent Dalu staggering back. Dalu's expression changed as he marveled. Such speed, such strength. He felt his right arm tremble, pain radiating from his palm. Dalu, where is your focus? Losing concentration in battle is a poor habit. Yilianai's voice cut through, sending shivers down Dalu's spine. Before he could react, Yilianai was upon him once more, the long blade descending again. Boom. Dalu raised his sword in defense, but felt as if a meteor had struck him. The sheer force of Yilianai was overwhelming, and he could hardly withstand it. Blood surged forth as he involuntarily groaned, his mouth bleeding. His arm bent under the pressure. With a swift knee strike, Yilianai launched Dalu into the air, where he crashed heavily against the rocks of the distant cliff. Zzz. Lightning crackled around Yilianai, dissipating after the earlier assault on Dalu. Incredible. Dalu is no match for him. This individual is extraordinarily powerful. Why, then, was he sent here by Lord Raikage? The three companions exclaimed in astonishment. Not far behind them stood two figures, the fourth Raikage and a ninja named Suri. How impressive this Jiliang is. Having him as Dalu's mentor will undoubtedly accelerate Dalu's growth. The fourth Raikage remarked, a smile gracing his lips. Indeed, Lord Raikage, your wisdom shines through. This Jiliang is indeed an excellent training partner. I now find myself filled with anticipation regarding the extent to which Daru will grow. Previously, he lacked pressure and was perpetually lethargic, making it difficult for him to progress in strength. However, with someone stronger than himself now before him, he finally has a target to strive toward in his cultivation. Kira's arrival is indeed fortuitous. I hope he can maintain this level of commitment to aid in Daru's development. Sarui, arms crossed and a smile gracing his lips, remarked. Perhaps in his eyes, providing strength for Daru's ascendance is a privilege for Yagura. After all, he is his beloved nephew. Returning to Yagura, he inquired, what is the matter, Daru? Is this truly all you can muster? If so, it would be quite disappointing. Yagura observed the re-emerging Daru in the distance with a cold indifference. Quite formidable indeed. Excellent, you're full of spirit. I feel my own fire igniting. The lightning surrounding Daru intensified, becoming more chaotic, and he grinned, declaring, then I shall engage seriously. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of lightning and vanished from sight. Cloud flow, crescent moon slash. When he reappeared, he had closed the distance to Yagura, now manifesting as three distinct figures, each employing a different method of attack. His speed had notably increased since their last encounter. In the blink of an eye, the tip of his blade was poised to pierce Yagura, leaving no time for a response. The fourth Raikage, witnessing this scene alongside Sarui, could not suppress his anticipation. The improved Crescent Moon Slash allows Darui to create 3 clones utilizing 3 different attack strategies. Furthermore, his speed has significantly enhanced in Lightning Armor mode. Kira, can you respond in time? Sarui interjected, let me witness your prowess. Yagura retorted, lightning clones combined with the original? Unfortunately, it won't be effective against me. As he spoke, a circle of white light erupted around him, emanating an overwhelmingly chilling aura. A series of crackling sounds rang out, followed by a piercing metallic clang. Instantly, 2 of the Darui clones on the left disintegrated into lightning, while the one on the right sustained a deep gash and was sent reeling backward. This was the original. Even as the authentic Darui was thrust back, he was still forming hand seals in preparation for an attack. Yet, Yagura would not allow him to succeed. Lightning release. Lightning strike array. In that very moment, a fierce thunderclap illuminated Darui's pupils, crashing down with such ferocity that he could not help but gasp in shock. The sheer terror of the attack sent chills coursing through him. Boom. Barely skirting the edge of the thunder, Darui managed to evade the devastating blow, but this was merely the beginning. Boom, boom, boom. Like the wrath of the heavens, the thick bolts of lightning continued to rain down, overwhelming Darui and stripping him of any capacity to counterattack. The 4th Raikage pondered, still at a disadvantage. Just how formidable is this opponent's true strength? Even though Darui's mastery is not yet profound, the ease with which he can shatter even the thunder armor renders his swordsmanship remarkably formidable. Sarui remarked, moreover, his speed in executing ninjutsu and the potency of his techniques are quite formidable. This level of lightning release is something I, too, cannot rival. Sarui was genuinely astonished, for it was the first time he realized that such an exceptional junior existed within the Hidden Cloud Village. Initially, when Darui mentioned someone capable of overpowering him, Sarui was somewhat skeptical. After all, Darui's talent had always eclipsed that of his peers. But now he was convinced. As the saying goes, there are always greater talents beyond one's own. Stop, 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 I concede. After evading a barrage of lightning strikes, Darui hastily surrendered. He noticed that these bolts of lightning were consistently striking perilously close to him, and on several occasions, he found himself unable to escape, yet remained unscathed. Once or twice, it was tolerable, but after dozens of times, it was clear that Yagura was intentionally holding back. The implication was unmistakable. His strength remained as formidable as ever, leaving no end in sight. Darui expressed his frustration, stating he still had a plethora of techniques left unutilized, yet he had lost in such a manner. Yagura had grown so powerful that he had compelled Darui to refrain from using his full repertoire, thus controlling the dynamics of the battle. Not at all. It was merely a fortunate breakthrough that allowed me to win, Yagura replied, displaying a hint of trepidation. However, the feigned modesty was glaringly unconvincing. Darui could only smile at this, wishing he could express his disbelief at Yagura's false humility. The old man was undeniably strong. Claiming it was mere luck was absurd. Once or twice, he might have believed it, but with every encounter yielding the same result, it was hard to maintain that belief. At that moment, the 4th Raikage and Sarui appeared behind Darui. Upon seeing them, Yagura raised an eyebrow, confirming his suspicion that the 4th Raikage was indeed nearby. Darui, somewhat surprised, exclaimed, Uncle. Lord Raikage, what brings you here? He then lowered his head, feeling a tinge of shame. I apologize for the embarrassment. I came to challenge. Yet I have been bested by Jiraiya time and again. In response, the 4th Raikage waved dismissively. Nonsense, don't take it to heart, Darui. In truth, you should understand that it is not your strength that is lacking, but rather, your opponent is simply too formidable. His progress is astonishing. As he spoke, the 4th Raikage turned his gaze toward Yagura, inquiring, shall we test our skills against each other? At this, both Sarui and Darui could not help but show expressions of surprise. It was indeed a remarkable occurrence for the Raikage to extend an invitation for battle. Lord Raikage holds me in too high regard. How could I dare to accept? As Yi Liangnai attempted to decline, he was interrupted as Raikage materialized before him, enveloped in terrifying lightning, launching a ferocious punch. Yi Liangnai's body tensed, sensing an unprecedented threat. Lightning release, lightning pillar wall. He swiftly formed hand seals to conjure a defensive barrier, thinking, however, I must not unleash my full power. Otherwise, Raikage will discern my true capabilities, making my escape impossible. Boom. Crack. The earth trembled violently, and Yi Liangnai's defense emitted a distressing crack as it strained under the assault. His expression shifted dramatically, prompting him to retreat hastily. Yet, no sooner had he landed than Reikage closed in once more, delivering another punch, ferocious enough to render him breathless. Poof! Yi Liangnai raised his hands to shield himself, akin to a mere punching bag, and was sent sprawling, blood spewing from his mouth as he collided heavily against a distant rock. Cough, cough. Lord Reikage, do you intend to kill me? Yi Liangnai rose from the rubble beneath the stone, forcing a bitter smile. He touched his arm, lamenting, one blow shattered my bone. Lord Reikage, I can no longer continue my duties. Reikage raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, replying, Humph, your strength is commendable. You must realize that few can withstand my blow and still retain their mobility. It is no wonder you have repeatedly bested Darui. Your true prowess is indeed impressive. Yi Liangnai, hearing this, could only force a smile. It's not that I am exceptionally strong. Rather, it is Lord Reikage's mercy. Otherwise, I would have surely perished. Flattering him openly, Reikage felt quite pleased. You, my lad, are certainly a talent. Very well, I grant you 2 days to recuperate. In the days to come, you must continue to strive, for Darui will challenge you at any moment, understood? With that, without waiting for Yi Liangnai's response, the 4th Reikage departed alongside Darui and Sarutobi. Today's excursion had been quite enjoyable for him, as it allowed him to gauge Yi Liangnai's true strength while also relieving the pent-up frustration from bureaucratic matters. However, though he felt satisfied, not everyone shared his comfort. 4th Reikage, just you wait. One day, I shall deliver a punch of my own to you. And have you taken me for Darui's sharpening stone? Humph, you think quite highly of yourself. Sending me to this place and expecting me to toil for free. What a fanciful dream. Yi Liangnai watched the retreating figure of the 4th Reikage for several seconds before turning back, having regained his composure. The 4th Reikage would remain oblivious to the fact that years later, the reason he would be thoroughly beaten by Yi Liangnai stemmed from today's events. You are remarkably formidable. Yet, how did you end up? Upon returning to the entrance of the dragon's lair, Yi Liangnai's 3 companions gazed at him in awe. But the truth remained, and there was little to elaborate on. Yi Liangnai had no desire to explain anything to them as he entered the dragon's lair. The trio remained unperturbed, for those endowed with strength often possess eccentric temperaments. Moreover, in the esteemed village of Yunin, the principle of respect for the strong prevails. Even a powerful individual who does nothing is accorded reverence. It is no wonder that he coexists harmoniously with the Two-Tails Jinchuriki. His formidable prowess is the key to this. Indeed, due to his might, even the Two-Tails, Yutai, dares not act recklessly, opting instead for a peaceful coexistence. Thus, we shall coordinate effectively with him. He will stand guard within, while we will keep watch outside, together safeguarding this Jinchuriki. As the 3 deliberated their strategy, within the cave, a figure bore a gloomy countenance. What troubles you, appearing so morose? Is it the humiliation of being publicly bested by the Reikage? Pray, can you blame others when you do not exert your full strength? Had you unleashed your true power, you would not find yourself in such a disheveled state. I refuse to believe that anyone capable of completely subduing me would falter under 2 attacks from the Reikage. While the Two-Tails Yutai may not rank among the strongest of tailed beasts, it certainly requires an individual of at least Kaguya level to contend with it. Naturally, the Night Liona, who can restrain Yutai, is significantly more formidable. Even if the Reikage could vanquish Night Liona, it would not be with such ease. Were I to reveal my full capabilities, this battle would not conclude so swiftly. The time to unveil my complete strength is not yet upon us. However, I sense that day approaches swiftly. The agreement with the Mist Village is set for 6 months. This timeline must be adhered to without deviation, lest my return to the Mist Village arouse suspicion. Furthermore, having previously engaged in similar undertakings has only intensified the doubts regarding my identity within the Mist Village. Therefore, it is prudent to refrain from exacerbating the situation, preventing any counterproductive outcomes. I gather from your words that you intend to cause a ruckus in Yunin Village? A sense of anticipation begins to swell. Yuki, with a countenance that seems eager for chaos, remarks. She is no longer the mature ninja from the original tale. The current version of her harbors little sense of belonging to Yunin Village. After all, being made the Two-Tails Jinchuriki at the tender age of 2 and subsequently confined within this dragon's cave would leave anyone with a lack of fondness for Yunin Village. Indeed, a grand commotion is in order, and I am convinced that such a scene would greatly appeal to you. Knight Lina stated with a smile before resuming his sword practice. Witnessing this scene, Yuki silently scoffed at the dull man and resumed her training. The advantage of training beside a powerful adversary lies in the ability to use them as a hypothetical opponent, compelling oneself to focus and improve without succumbing to the monotony of solitude. As time gently passed, a month slipped by. During this period, Yunin village remained remarkably tranquil, devoid of any incidents. Yuki's control over the Two Tails chakra grew increasingly adept, and her strength naturally continued to augment. Yet, a source of frustration lingered. No matter how formidable she became, she could never triumph over Knight Lina. His strength truly is unfathomable, rendering any assessment of his true power utterly elusive. As the time has come, under the guidance of the esteemed Yumu, it is time to venture into the new world beyond. Yeong Nai, rarely without her sword, sat cross-legged on the ground and spoke. Are we finally setting off? Hee. You better hope that the hidden mist village lives up to my expectations. Otherwise, do not blame me for leaving and returning to the hidden cloud village. Yumu, brimming with excitement, rose to her feet. In comparison to the composed and steady individual she would become 8 years later. Recognized by the hidden cloud village in the 63rd year of Konoha, the present her exuded the vibrant energy of youth. She was an adventurer at heart, curious about the wonders of the outside world. Let us depart then. I hope the rakeage is well prepared, she exclaimed with anticipation. What an intriguing prospect it would be to cause a ruckus in the hidden cloud village. As Yeong Nai adjusted her attire and approached the cave entrance, she mused. I wonder how you, Lord Rakeage, will fare against me, who has already stepped into the shadow level with 3 attributes. Over the past month, Yeong Nai had amassed 560,000 enhancement points, bolstering her agility. When facing an opponent like the Rakeage, possessing both speed and strength, adequate agility was paramount. Initially, she contemplated enhancing her strength instead of agility, but after much deliberation, she ultimately chose to forego enhancing her strength, as her combat style had never relied heavily on brute force. Following the enhancement of her attributes, she further upgraded her techniques: the mist concealment technique, binding technique, water clone technique, and water gun technique, elevating them to S, A, and A ranks respectively, achieving the pinnacle of enhancement. Upon reaching the highest level of the mist concealment technique, Yeong Nai unexpectedly acquired a remarkable ability: distort space, delay spatial flow. This newfound capability filled her with joy, for it provided her with a means to contend with Akatsuki's formidable powers. Similarly, the water clone technique, once mastered, bestowed upon her extraordinary abilities: hydration technique. While in water clone mode, the original can share the hydration ability with any water clone. Additionally, if the water clone faces a non-severe attack, it will evade using the hydration technique instead of dispersing. Water mage technique. While in water clone mode, the original can switch positions with any water clone. These 2 abilities left Yeong Nai exclaiming about the prowess of her system. Such capabilities were akin to a bug in the game, and she could already envision the despair of her enemies. However, perhaps due to the fortune expended on these 2 skills, the enhancements of the other 2 techniques yielded only slight improvements in power and release speed, without any significant changes. Yeong Nai remained unaware of her true strength with these skills, but she was confident that with her newfound abilities, even challenging the hidden cloud village might not pose a problem. With 363,000 enhancement points remaining, she could significantly bolster her sister's strength upon returning. Should there be any surplus, she might even enhance the capabilities of several trusted aides, further solidifying the power of the hidden mist village. As she contemplated these thoughts, she found herself at the cave entrance once again. The 3 guardians stationed outside the cave, as per customary practice, opened the barrier. However, this time, the opening of the barrier was destined to culminate in extraordinary events. Upon unveiling the barrier, they were met with the sight of the Two Tails Jinchuriki, Yagura, standing behind Natsuna. Their eyes widened in disbelief and horror, rendered speechless. The Two Tails Jinchuriki had conspired with Natsuna. This is disastrous. The binding technique. Yet, before they could react, Natsuna had already acted, ensnaring them effortlessly. You shall remain here, and in 1 minute, you will regain your mobility, Natsuna proclaimed, inhaling the fresh air outside the cave. Her gaze sharpening as she continued. Shall we race to see who reaches the entrance of the hidden cloud village first? Humph, that would undoubtedly be me, Yagura declared. instantly transforming into the tailed beast mode, morphing into a monstrous creature of black and crimson, vanishing from Natsuna's sight in an instant. The ground erupted, creating a massive crater. An impressive display of power. The fourth Raikage could never have imagined that the insurrection within the hidden cloud village would arise so swiftly. And the source of this rebellion was astonishingly singular. Merely 2 individuals had instigated such monumental upheaval within the village. What? The Two Tails has broken free from the dragon-binding cave seal? The Raikage questioned incredulously upon receiving a report from the Umbu. How little time had passed since the last breach of the seal? Perhaps not even 4 months. How could it have occurred so rapidly? This interval was exceedingly brief. And what of the ninjas guarding the dragon-binding cave? Had they received no forewarning? The Raikage furrowed his brow in concern. The ninjas stationed at the dragon-binding cave should have been the first to be aware of the situation. They ought to have issued a warning. Yet he had seen no such information. Upon hearing his query, the Umbu member sighed deeply, stating, "The reason the Two Tails broke free is likely due to the guards facilitating their escape. The ninja named Kira, whom you assigned to oversee the Two Tails, is currently aiding their flight from the hidden cloud village. Lord Raikage, your instincts were correct. This individual harbors ulterior motives." That scoundrel. The Raikage's fury ignited upon hearing the Umbu's words, his expression turning fiercely determined as he slammed his palm onto the table, exclaiming, "I shall not forgive him." He then shattered the window and leapt from the Raikage building, charging toward the source of the commotion in the hidden cloud village. Meanwhile, approximately 2 kilometers from the exit, a group of cloud shinobi shouted orders. "Hold them back. Do not let them escape. Quickly, SEAL team, prepare yourselves. Umbu, hold fast at all exits. We must not allow them any opportunity." The scene was nothing short of magnificent. Before them stood a colossal cat demon, engulfed in azure flames, emanating an unparalleled aura of oppression. Yet, this was not their sole adversary, for behind the cat demon lurked another enemy. "Jinghong, are you truly certain about this course of action? You must be aware of the consequences that accompany such a decision." Dolong remarked with a chilling gaze fixed upon the adversary before him. "Surrender now, and we may yet plead for your mercy before Raikage, allowing you to escape with your life." Tianxin added, his expression equally frigid. "You dare to rebel? I never anticipated this. Why? Where do you intend to go after leaving Yunin village? Furthermore, you cannot possibly escape from Yunin village." Darui, wielding his blade, gazed sorrowfully at Yelyong Nai and inquired. In response to the barrage of questions, Yelyong Nai smiled serenely. "I apologize, but this is the reality. I refuse to place my life in the hands of others. Darui, you've always been curious about the extent of my true power. Today, you shall witness it. Feel the disparity, then strive to surpass it." Yelyong Nai stretched his neck and declared, "Maintaining this facade has indeed grown tiresome. Thus, I shall make my move." In the blink of an eye, he vanished from their sight, leaving Darui and the others in astonished disbelief, exclaiming, "So swift." In the next moment, a dazzling flash of icy light loomed before them, instilling a sense of terror akin to plunging into a frozen abyss. "I shall not allow you to succeed," they resolved, with Darui activating his lightning armor mode. Ready to confront the impending threat, Dolong and Tianxin swiftly retreated, their hands forming seals. Lightning release. PZZT. However, their plans abruptly halted midway. A searing pain erupted in their chests and arms, causing them to widen their eyes in disbelief. Particularly, Darui stared at his shattered long sword and the gaping wound in his lightning armor, his expression one of utter incredulity. "I was defeated in a single strike. Is this truly the chasm that separates us? I thought there was no significant difference between us." Soon after, their wounds began to bleed profusely, and they collapsed into a pool of crimson. "No, this cannot be real. It must be a trick." The remaining Yunin and Umbu members stood aghast. Their eyes widened in astonishment. How could Darui, Dolong, and Tianxin, the pillars of Yunin village's strength, be so easily vanquished by Yelyong Nai? A sense of trepidation began to ripple through the ranks. "If you do not engage, then I shall." Yelyong Nai grinned and again vanished from sight with a swift motion. Then came the sound of chaos. Bang. Ah. Crack. The Yunin squad erupted into turmoil, cries of terror echoing as chaos ensued. Yet, despite this, more and more ninjas converged on the scene. "Do not panic. Let us unite our ninjutsu." Commanded 1. Assassination Squad, attack. Fire Release Squad, unleash your flames. Genjutsu Squad, Forward. Once more, a barrage of terrifying attacks surged toward Yelyongnai, a relentless tide meant to overwhelm him. Roar. Yet, these assaults were effortlessly dismissed by the swipe of the two tails, scattering half of them aside. When the other half descended to earth, Yelyongnai had already vanished from the spot. How infuriating. This individual moves with such swiftness that it is impossible to strike him. Why are we so weak? Unable to devise any strategy against him? If only a more powerful ally would come to impede his actions. Otherwise, we stand powerless. Yoru Rina expressed his frustration. Lord Raikage, please come quickly, or they will truly escape. He placed his hopes squarely on the Raikage and began summoning him. Lightning release, falling thunder. At that moment, a resounding voice echoed as a formidable bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, aimed directly at the massive Two Tails. Roar. Two Tails immediately prepared to defend. But another voice rang out. I will not allow you to succeed. Lightning release, thunder dragon roar. The Umbu captain, Feiyu, emerged, launching an attack from behind Two Tails, creating a dilemma for the beast. But was this the end? Not at all. Lightning release, six-pillar thunder prison. As Feiyu's assault commenced, an attack also materialized beneath Two Tails. A hexagonal cage of lightning aimed to ensnare the creature, binding its movements. This could not be allowed. How could they restrain Two Tails? However, Yelyongnai would not permit such a situation. Unseen as he formed his hand seals, he called out, lightning release, thunderstorm array. 3 wild bolts of blue lightning descended like light upon the earth, targeting the 3 assailants, who could not help but change their expressions in shock and quickly retreat. The crisis for Two Tails was immediately averted. Success! A triumphant voice emerged from behind Yelyongnai, as an Umbu member wielding a long blade, enveloped in lightning, approached. The expression of victory was already evident on his face. He seized the opportunity during Yelyongnai's use of ninjutsu to rescue Two Tails, believing that Yelyongnai would be unable to react to this sudden assault from behind. But would everything truly unfold as he envisioned? Not at all. With a tearing sound, the once victorious Umbu member now lay on the ground, his face contorted with horror and fear. His long blade had been severed, and torrents of blood flowed beneath him. What kind of divine swordsmanship could slice through steel? Hey, can we truly prevail against such an enemy? Yelyongnai's terrifying sword skills had once again instilled fear in many of the Cloud Shinobi. Bang! Just as they began to falter, they were sent flying by another powerful strike. Roar! Two Tails emitted a thunderous roar that reverberated through the cosmos, unleashing a surge of fierce chakra that sent several Cloud Shinobi flying. Well done. That's it. Two Tails, let us break through together. Yelyongnai turned to encourage Yuta, then once more charged toward the gate. I will not let you succeed, you little brat. Do not underestimate the Cloud Village, you scoundrel. Do you still wish to breach our village? Dream on. 3 distinct voices converged simultaneously, revealing Suri, Feiyu, and another individual. Their faces etched with murderous intent as they encircled from all directions. Their speed was so astonishing that it left Yelyongnai with no opportunity to react. Die! They bellowed, their expressions twisted with ferocity. In the face of such a potentially lethal assault, Yelyongnai remained remarkably composed, responding with a calm demeanor. Lightning release. Appreciation wave. Instantly, a multitude of frenzied lightning bolts, each as thick as a finger, erupted forth, colliding violently with the approaching Suri, Feiyu, and their companion. Hiss! The trio could scarcely fathom the speed of Yelyongnai's counterattack. Their weapons halted mere centimeters from his body, only to be struck by the surging lightning, sending them hurtling away. Yet, the power of this lightning was far from merely propelling them aside. The surrounding Cloud Ninjas, within a radius of several hundred meters, were all caught in the aftermath. Few could withstand such a terrifying display of electricity unscathed. When the tempest of lightning subsided, a kilometer around Yelyongnai lay devoid of any barriers. Damn it! How can there be such formidable lightning release? Suri, struggling to rise, wore an expression of sheer astonishment. Suddenly, his pupils constricted in alarm, and he rolled backward in a desperate attempt to evade. In the next instant, a glimmering blade descended. Yelyongnai had arrived. With a hint of regret, he remarked, Truly, you are the uncle of Darui. You possess some skill. Yet, with a smile illuminating his face, he added, But how many times can you evade? In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance to Suri, delivering a lethal slash. No, a chill enveloped Suri, his face turning ashen. He realized that if he failed to dodge, death would be inevitable. Yet, evasion was impossible. Despair consumed him entirely, just as hopelessness engulfed him. A towering figure appeared in front of him, the fourth Raikage. Kid, this ends here. Cloaked in a tempest of crackling lightning. He radiated an aura as fierce as a wild beast, instilling dread in all who beheld him. The Raikage. It's the Raikage. Cheers erupted among the cloud ninjas. Their spirits rekindled as the atmosphere shifted from despondency to exhilaration. And it here? Humph, Raikage, do not be overly confident. Yelyong retorted, grinning as he swiftly retreated, his hands morphing into blurs as chakra surged forth. Kid, do you think I will grant you the opportunity to form hand seals? The Raikage surged forward in an instant, launching a ferocious assault, lightning punishment level. With unrelenting ferocity, he closed in on Yelyong, leaving no room for escape. Binding technique. Yelyong calmly intoned, his eyes widening. The Raikage felt an overwhelming force, one so powerful that he could not break free, binding his very movements. His palm halted merely 2 centimeters before Knight Ryona's face. Do you think such trivial tricks can thwart me? Release. The fourth Raikage bellowed, his body crackling with lightning, instantly liberating himself from restraint. Prepare to meet your end, you wretch. The moment he regained his mobility, he charged once more towards Knight Ryona. But Knight Ryona did not retreat. Instead, he surged forward like a sharp longsword, intent on confronting the Raikage head-on. Foolish. Do you believe your swordsmanship can penetrate my defenses? The fourth Raikage scoffed disdainfully at this sight. What a foolhardy endeavor to confront Lord Raikage directly. He is utterly oblivious to the terror that Lord Raikage embodies. Go, Raikage. Subdue this impertinent fool. The gathered cloud shinobi could not help but mock. None believing Knight Ryona would succeed. After all, the Raikage's defenses were impervious, even to the mightiest of heavenly strikes. As one capable of engaging tailed beasts in combat, his defenses were formidable enough to withstand even the 8 tails. How could a mere Knight Ryona possibly prevail? Even the 2 tails, witnessing the spectacle, emitted a worried roar, sharing the sentiment that Knight Ryona stood no chance. Thus, Knight Ryona and the Raikage brushed past each other. Suddenly, a spurt of blood erupted from Knight Ryona's shoulder. The fourth Raikage, turning with a sense of triumph, was about to speak when blood gushed from his own chest. A massive gash cleaved through his torso, shattering the defense of his lightning armor. How is this possible? Am I seeing things? This scene left all the cloud shinobi in shock, their faces etched with disbelief. Lightning release, thunderstorm. Yet Knight Ryona paid no heed to their astonishment, pointing skyward. He summoned a thick bolt of white lightning that struck the Raikage directly. So swift was the descent that even the Raikage had no time to react. Ah, you wretch. The Raikage's furious howl echoed amidst the lightning, a chilling sound akin to that of a vengeful spirit. Raikage, may you pay the price for underestimating me. With that declaration, another thunderclap descended violently, creating a massive crater in the earth. Boom, boom, boom. A series of lightning strikes followed in relentless succession, each more powerful than the last, transforming the surrounding area into a horrific wasteland spanning several hundred meters. Raikage-sama. Upon witnessing this, the cloud shinobi displayed expressions of profound concern, anxiously gazing into the depths of the crater. Please, let him be unharmed, Raikage-sama. How could he be defeated by such a person? Many among the cloud shinobi voiced their prayers. Heavy flow of storm. The fourth Raikage's roar reverberated once more across the landscape. Knight Ryona saw a flash of lightning before him, a colossal elbow crashing down, leaving no time for reaction. Perish, you wretch. This strike could shatter steel. He was confident it would crush every bone in Knight Ryona's body, delivering a fatal blow. Lightning release, lightning pillar wall. Regrettably, a hexagonal wall of thunderous lightning loomed before him, exuding an unsettling gray electricity. With a thunderous roar, akin to an earthquake, the earth within a 100-meter radius fractured and erupted, a terrifying shockwave sending the surrounding clouds hurtling away. The ominous rumble echoed, reminiscent of a thunderstorm, instilling a profound sense of dread. However, in this moment, no one paid heed to the chaos. All eyes were fixated on the clash between Thunder Shadow and Yelyong. Gray lightning. Could it be that Lord Thunder Shadow's attack was thwarted? How could this individual possess such formidable strength? Before them, Thunder Shadow's fierce strike had failed to penetrate Yelyong's defenses. Despite the lightning wall being marred and battered, It had successfully withstood Thunder Shadow's onslaught. Undeterred by the setback, Thunder Shadow unleashed a more ferocious burst of electricity, leaping forth like a primal beast, ready to cleave down with the force of the heavens. Thunder Fury, the thousand-year dance. This strike was akin to a mountain, capable of severing the very peaks.